deep beneath Buzhou Mountain in the absolute forbidden zone of the Panga Temple. Sunlight never penetrated here, and the dense chaotic turbid chi was so thick it could drip with moisture, suffocating anyone who drew near. Ho-Tu wiped the sweat from her brow and leaned against a thick stone pillar, panting heavily. Her tight, beast-hide skirt had been tattered by the fierce gales of baleful energy along the way, revealing large patches of fair skin. Damn the demon clan. That feathered brute Dejuan has been getting far too arrogant lately. Ho-Tu kicked a black stone aside, grumbling angrily. The stone struck the cave wall with a crisp echo that sounded particularly harsh in the empty underground palace. The witch and demon clans had been clashing frequently lately, fighting tooth and nail over several immortal mountains with blood and brains flying everywhere. Big Brother Dejiang was a pure brawler. Aside from leading the brothers into hand-to-hand combat, he could think of no other way to break the deadlock. And that Dong Wang Tai was always floating around in the sky with that damn bell of his, insufferably arrogant. If we keep dragging this out, our witch clan will be worn down by those bastards sooner or later. Ho-Tu bit her silver teeth, her beautiful face etched with worry. She always felt that the heavenly Tao of this primordial era was somehow off, as if it were secretly fanning the flames, using their witch clan as pawns. So today, while her elder brothers were out fighting the demon clan, she had sneaked into this forbidden zone that even the primordial witches dared not tread lightly. Father God above, if you really left some hidden ace to turn the tables, please show yourself now. She clasped her hands together and bowed toward the dark void, but her eyes darted around slyly. It was terrifyingly quiet here, with nothing but the thumping of her own heart. Ho-Tu gathered her courage and pressed on the ancient rocks beneath her feet, making an ear-grinding creak with each step. Suddenly, the chaotic turbid chi ahead parted violently to both sides. An enormous bronze altar, impossibly ancient, abruptly appeared at the end of her sight. The altar was 100 zhang high, covered densely with primordial divine runes. Even glancing at it from afar made Ho-Tu's brow throb with pain and her head buzz. Such powerful pressure. This is definitely a great treasure left by Father God. Ho-Tu's eyes lit up instantly. Like a little girl who had spotted a limited edition luxury handbag, she dashed over in 3 quick steps. She climbed up the high altar with great effort, using both hands and feet. But at the center of the altar there was no heaven-splitting divine axe, as she had imagined, nor any heaven-defying cultivation technique. Only a black stone coffin 3 zhang long lay quietly there. The material of the coffin was neither metal nor stone, its surface flowed with a chilling purple-black light. The surrounding space was constantly distorted and shattered by this light, then reorganized in the blink of an eye. What grade of coffin is this? It seems 100 times more formidable than Big Brother's void law. Ho-Tu swallowed cautiously, circling the coffin twice, her small hands itching to touch it. She pressed her ear against the icy coffin lid, holding her breath, trying to listen for any sound inside. Absolute silence, utter stillness. Could it be that this contains Father God's remains? Ho-Tu's eyes reddened, and a tragic scene of Father God's heroic death after creating the world instantly played out in her mind. Never mind, even if it's just his remains, I must take them back and enshrine them at the center of the temple. She rubbed her hands together, her gaze turning firm. She grabbed the edge of the coffin lid. Open! Ho-Tu shouted, unleashing the violent power of the earth primordial, which like an erupting volcano. The terrifying force enough to move mountains and fill seas slammed into the coffin lid. But the black coffin didn't even tremble. Instead, Ho-Tu was sent staggering backward by the recoil. Her palms split open, and she fell heavily onto the cold bronze floor. SSS, that hurts. What the hell is this thing made of? So sinister. She winced in pain, shaking her bleeding hand vigorously, and a stubborn streak rose within her. The witch clan lacked many things, but never the brute determination to see things through. I refuse to believe I can't even handle a coffin. What kind of primordial witch am I? Ho-Tu gritted her teeth, bit the tip of her tongue, and forced out a drop of golden primordial, witch essence blood at the cost of some cultivation. She flicked her finger, and the essence blood transformed into a golden streak, landing precisely in an ancient groove at the center of the coffin lid. Buzz! The coffin, like a bloodthirsty beast that had caught a whiff of a supreme delicacy, instantly absorbed the drop of essence blood completely. Then the entire altar began to tremble violently, as if a monster that had slept for 10,000 ages was awakening underground. A harsh grating sound of stone rang out, and the heavy coffin lid began to slide backward on its own. A wisp of pure chaotic purple chi drifted out through the gap, rushing straight toward Ho-Tu's face. Ho-Tu greedily took a deep breath, feeling her pores open wide. The strength she had expended moments ago was instantly replenished. Jackpot, jackpot. If just the leaked spiritual energy is this terrifying, what lies inside must be a peerless divine weapon. She rubbed her hands excitedly, leaned in, and eagerly peered into the coffin. But the imagined murderous divine weapon did not appear. The bottom of the coffin was lined with a layer of soft cotton-like, Hongming spiritual mist. And in the middle of that mist there lay a man. A living, breathing man whose perfect flesh would make heaven and earth green with envy. He wore a purple robe of unknown material, his features chiseled and handsome beyond compare. Even with his eyes closed, the supreme aura of one above all living beings made Ho-Tu feel a powerful suffocation. Ho-Tu was dumbfounded, her mind completely short-circuited. She rubbed her eyes hard and looked again. Yes, it was a man with faint chest movement. Definitely a living person breathing. Oh no, have I opened the wrong grave? Dug up a living ancestor in the dead of night. Ho-Tu stumbled backward in fright, missed her footing, and fell onto the edge of the altar, her mind a blank. This was the deepest part of the Panga temple. Even the 12 primordial witches had to undergo immense hardship and endure Father God's pressure just to approach. How did this man manage to lie here so peacefully? Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was terrifyingly ancient, older than this entire primordial world, as if he were the embodiment of the great Tao itself. Just as Ho-Tu sat there questioning her existence, forgetting even to flee, the man in the coffin's thick eyelashes quivered slightly. Su-chun had had a very long dream. In the dream, he was still the variable beyond the 3,000 demons who had taken a fatal blow to block the great Tao's calamitous divine thunder for his good brother Pangu. This nap was far too long, my bones are about to rust. Su-chun muttered lazily in his mind, slowly opening his eyes. In that instant, 2 beams of solid purple divine light shot from his eyes, piercing straight through the thick rock layer overhead. The terrifying pressure accumulated over billions of years like a broken river of stars was about to erupt violently from the black coffin. If this power were truly unleashed, not only would the frightened girl in the beast-hide skirt be obliterated, but even the entire Buzhou mountain and even a small part of the primordial land would be leveled in an instant. Ho-Tu, caught in one casual glance of that gaze, felt her heart stop, her body stiff as weathered stone. It's over. This living ancestor doesn't seem to be in a good mood. I've really poked a hole in the sky this time. She closed her eyes in despair, clutching her head with both hands, convinced she was about to die here. But just a second before the world-ending pressure would burst from the coffin, a sudden emotionless mechanical synthesized voice rang deep in Su-chun's mind. Ding! Detected host has awakened. The Great Tao Ascension system has been loaded. Newbie compensation gift pack has been issued. Please check immediately. Su-chun's arm, which had just been raised to stretch, froze midair, and his just-roused irritability dissipated completely. He withdrew his terrifying pressure, sat up on the coffin lid with one hand, and glanced at the trembling Ho-Tu beside him. After waiting for billions of years, this damn system finally decides to come online. After eons of waiting, you broken system finally decided to come online. Su-chun propped himself on the pitch-black coffin lid without even raising an eyelid. He completely ignored the girl in animal skin skirt trembling beside him, sinking his mind directly into the depths of his consciousness. The previously dead sea of awareness was now wildly flashing with blinding golden light. A sci-fi semi-transparent panel crashed into his vision. You damned system, you finally remembered to boot up. Su-chun sneered in his mind, his tone dripping with irritation. Recalling the great tribulation of creation back, then he still felt a gnawing resentment. As an ultimate variable beyond the 3,000 fiends, he could have dominated the chaos. But that fool Pangu insisted on cleaving heaven and earth with his broken axe. The Tao was enraged, sending down the Zixiao world-annihilating divine thunder capable of erasing all existence. Seeing Pangu on the verge of annihilation, Su-chun couldn't bear to watch his good brother perish. He charged through the thunder tribulation, relying on his newly awakened absolute defense to withstand the fatal blow for Pangu. The thunder was blocked, and a strand of Pangu's true spirit was preserved. But he himself was struck by the Tao's backlash, his origin heavily damaged, plunging into endless slumber. If it weren't for my tough luck, I'd have been reduced to ash by the Tao. Su-chun cursed irritably. So after sleeping this long, how are you going to compensate me? The mechanical voice in his mind for the first time carried a hint of guilty tremor. Ding! To protect the host's true spirit, the system's core logic was damaged, forcing a mandatory hibernation. The system deeply apologizes for this severe delay of Eons. Ding! Issuing highest-level delayed compensation. Su-chun raised an eyebrow, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, you know what's good. Bring out the best stuff. If I don't like it, I'll dismantle you. Ding! Detected fragments of chaos primordial treasures scattered across the land from the great creation tribulation. The system has forcibly extracted the river of time and recovered all fragments. In the sea of consciousness, countless fragments radiating terrifying pressure materialized out of thin air. All were top-rate items once used by Pangu. Any single piece could stir a bloody storm in the current desolate world. That's it. A pile of scrap. Su-chun rolled his eyes. You want an old ancestor like me to go out and scavenge garbage? Ding! Host, please don't rush. The system will expend all its reserved energy to initiate ultimate smelting. As the words fell, a mass of violet gold primordial divine fire exploded in the sea of consciousness. The fragments of chaos primordial treasures let out a mournful wail in the divine fire. Even the once invincible fragments of the Annihilation Grand Mill were melted into the purest liquid. Interesting. Su-chan watched with keen interest, crossing his arms as the violet gold flame churned violently. Ding! Smelting successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete set Hongyuman Supreme 9 Divine Attire. 9 items radiating supreme Tao resonance arranged in a line floating before Su-chan. Each piece was suffused with the Hongyuman purple chi more ancient and profound than the heavenly Tao itself. Su-chan focused his gaze, and his eyes lit up instantly. The first item, a perfectly round, flawless orb containing what seemed to be an entire miniature universe. Hongyuman orb forged from core fragments of the creation jade disc worn grants immunity to all soul and karma erasure. The second item, a dark purple longsword with chaotic streams swirling around its blade. Hongyuman heaven opening sword forged from Pangus axe edge ignores all defense, can sever heavenly Tao laws with one stroke. The third item, the pitch black stone coffin he was lying in. Hongyuman sky-burying coffin forged from the original sky-burying coffin and the Annihilation Grand Mill comfortable to sleep in and suppresses all traitors. The rest were even more luxurious, the defensively invincible Hongyuman Tao robes, the Hongyuman cauldron that could refine all things, the Hongyuman sky-treading boots that shatter the void. Also included were the supreme identity, symbolizing the violet gold divine crown, the jade belt, and an ancient thumb ring engraved with the character Zu. All 9 pieces were Hongyuman-level gear surpassing innate supreme treasures. Shoo! Su-chan sucked in a breath of cold air, his earlier displeasure instantly flying beyond the clouds. Damn system, you really went all out this time. He rubbed his hands. With this set of equipment, he could not only flatten the desolate world, but even dominate higher dimensions. Ding! Ding! Would the host like to instantly equip all items? What nonsense, hurry up. I've been lying naked for so long and feeling cold. Whoosh! 9 blinding beams of violet gold light descended within the system's space, slamming into Su-chan's conscious body. Meanwhile, inside the black coffin, Su-chan's previous casual clothes instantly faded away, replaced by an opulent violet gold Tao robe that silently conformed to his form. On his head, the violet gold divine crown. On his feet, the sky-treading boots, a jade belt with flowing star-like luster at his waist. On his right thumb, the ancient thumb ring exuded a weighty sense of suppressing ages. Su-chan clenched his fist, feeling that even without using mana, just by the passive effects of this equipment, he could stand still while those so-called saints outside slashed at him for 10,000 years without even a scratch. Awesome. Su-chan couldn't help cursing inwardly. This is the treatment a transmigrator deserves. But before he could admire his new look, the system's prompt flooded the screen again. Ding! Equipment complete. Next, initiating the host's Eons delayed power infusion. Boom! Su-chan's mind went blank as an indescribably terrifying energy poured directly through his crown chakra. His originally dried-up meridians, wounded by severe damage, were like parched riverbeds welcoming a downpour. Torrential floods of Hongyuman spiritual energy roared through his limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. A series of teeth-grinding bone explosions came from within Su-chan's body. Every single bone was forcibly dyed into a noble violet gold color. Each cell underwent earth-shattering explosive fission. Golden immortal. Broken through instantly. Quasi-saint realm. Without even feeling a bottleneck, crushed directly. Heavenly Tao saint. What kind of garbage realm is that? The ancestor scorns to merge with that broken Tao. Su-chan's cultivation level soared like a rocket loaded with explosives, unstoppable. Mixed origin golden immortal. Mixed origin ultimate golden immortal. Until it exceeded the limit that the desolate world could contain, this violent surge barely came to a halt. Whoosh! Su-chan slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath. That stream of air transformed into a purple storm lingering in the sea of consciousness for a long time. Now, with just a thought, he could clearly see every interwoven thread of law on the desolate world's earth. Life and death, reward and punishment, all in a single thought of his. So this is the mixed origin ultimate realm. Su-chan squeezed his fingers, and the space at his fingertips instantly collapsed, revealing the dark void turbulence. Old friend Pangu, if you had been at my current realm back, then how could the Tao have tricked you so badly? He chuckled self-deprecatingly and completely exited the system space. Su-chan slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, the vision of stars being born and dying flashed briefly. Just awakened and forcibly infused with such rebellious cultivation, his body was now like a powder keg filled with gunpowder. The power was too surging. So surging that he couldn't instantly perfectly retract the pressure of the mixed origin ultimate realm. He simply instinctively wanted to stretch his back and move his stiff neck. That one tiny movement caused riot. The space above the black coffin like fragile cloth was torn open a slit. An infinitesimal strand of Hongmumin aura invisible to the naked eye leaked out through that slit. To Su Chun this strand was like a negligible sneeze. But to Ho Tu who stood beside the coffin it was nothing short of a catastrophic calamity. Bang! Without any suspense or reaction time. Ho Tu only felt an invisible mountain billions of times heavier than Buzhou Mountain slam heavily onto her spine. Her primordial witch flesh capable of tearing great demons apart with bare hands was as fragile as a paper doll before that wisp of aura. Her knees slammed heavily onto the bronze altar, smashing 2 terrifying craters into the hard ground. Crack, crack, crack. Every bone in Ho Tu's body let out an agonizing wail as if they would disintegrate the next second. What terrified her even more was the Pangu bloodline within her which she prided herself on. At this moment, it was like a mongrel meeting its natural predator, frantically trembling, cowering, and even trying to escape from her veins. It was an absolute submission from the depths of the soul, a bloodline suppression with no room for resistance. Ho Tu bit her lip, hard blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. She strained with all her might to lift her head. Su Chun brushed dust from his palms and shook his head, deeply unimpressed. Storm the celestial court. Truly, your minds have been Ho Tu breathed heavily, cold sweat soaking her tattered animal skin skirt. She stared at Su Chun and with a trembling voice finally uttered the words she had been holding in her throat. You? Which era's monster are you really? This aura. How can it be a billion times more terrifying than the Father God? The leaked aura pressed down like an ancient divine mountain. With a thunderous crash, even Ho Tu, as powerful as a primordial, which was forced to kneel on the ground. She stared at the man sitting up from the black coffin, her eyes filled with terror. The exclamation, 8 billion times more terrifying than Father God, stuck in her throat, trembling. Ho Tu bit her tongue hard, the rusty taste of blood instantly filling her mouth. She tried to use this sharp pain to regain a shred of strength. She was one of the 12 primordial witches, the purest bloodline of Pangu in the primordial land. How could she kneel to a man of unknown origin? Get up! Ho Tu roared inwardly, desperately mobilizing the golden drop of primordial witch's origin blood within her, attempting to use Father God's pride to resist the pressure. However, the bizarre scene that ensued plunged her into utter despair. The Pangu bloodline, which used to be wildly unruly and could tear apart the void, now acted like a timid mouse seeing a cat. Not only did it not erupt with any fighting spirit, but it also frantically retreated and contracted along her meridians. The feeling was not the instinctive defense when encountering a powerful enemy. It was as if it was humbly kowtowing to the man, acknowledging him as its ancestor. Hood's worldview shattered. This was the Panga temple after all, with a pool of pure Pangu essence blood right next door. Yet the moment this man's aura emerged, that pool of wild essence blood didn't even dare to bubble, lying as still as stagnant water. How ancient and pure must this origin be to suppress Pangu's bloodline so utterly? Just as Huda thought she would be crushed by this aura and have her soul shattered. Su Chun was fiddling with the purple gold thumb ring on his right hand when he noticed a girl lying on the ground beside him. Oops, sorry. Just got new gear and overdid it a bit. Couldn't hold back. With a thought from Su Chun, the overwhelming, chaotic, supreme pressure instantly receded like a tide back into his body. The twisted and shattered chaotic space around them immediately returned to calm. The pressure suddenly released. Hutu collapsed onto the cold bronze floor like a pile of mud. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking her thin beastskin skirt. Tap. Su Chun, wearing his Hongmeng stepping sky boots, casually stepped out of the pitch-black berry. His purple gold Dao robe was devoid of any crease. He stood there casually, without a hint of magical fluctuation around him. Yet in Huda's eyes, this impossibly handsome man was more towering and unattainable than Mount Buzhou outside. Su Chun looked around the rock walls with interest and curled his lips in disdain. After all these years, the decoration style here is as crude as ever, truly lacking in aesthetic sense. After saying that, he looked down at Hutu on the ground, his tone as gentle as if chatting with a neighbor's little girl. All right, girl. Stop pretending to be dead on the ground. Get up and answer me. Hutu swallowed the bloody saliva, pushed herself up with her hands, and stood up tremblingly. The pride of a primordial which forced her to not kneel again, but her long straight legs still couldn't help shaking. Who exactly are you? Hutu stared at Su Chun, her clear voice carrying an unmistakable hint. Su Chun didn't rush to answer. Instead, he looked her up and down and let out a light laugh. The aura of the earth law, though pitifully weak, the origin is still pure. You are Hutu. Hutu's eyes widened in shock, a storm rising in her heart. She, the proud primordial which who fought heaven and earth, was only deemed pitifully weak by this man. More absurdly, the other party hadn't even used any magic power, A casual glance was enough to completely see through her law origin. Since you know I am the Earth Ancestral, which why not state your name? Hutu gritted her teeth, forced herself to straighten her back, and tried to regain some dignity in front of this monster. Su Qin was amused. This little girl had quite a temper. Stop pretending to be a big shot with me. Let me ask you, what's the situation outside now? Are those chaos gods from back then all dead? Chaos gods. Hutu's mind buzzed. This was ancient terminology from before the creation of the world. The chaos gods have long been gone. The world has been created for a long time, and all races are now thriving. She cautiously stepped back half a step and answered honestly, afraid to provoke him. Su Chun rubbed his smooth chin thoughtfully. Oh, all races thriving. So who's calling the shots now? Has that old mud eel Hongjun kicked the bucket yet? At the words, old mud eel, Hutu was so scared her scalp tingled. She directly reached out and clamped her mouth shut. Was this man insane? That was the exalted Tao ancestor Hongjuan, the first saint of the primordial, who had merged with the heavenly Tao. Who would dare to call him by name, let alone curse him as an old mud eel? You? Shut up. How dare you blaspheme the saint's name? It will bring divine punishment. Hutu stamped her foot, anxiously afraid that this man's reckless words would doom the entire Panga temple. Su Qin looked at her terrified expression and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Divine punishment. When the heavenly Tao sees me, it has to call me Grandpa. Stop wasting time. Tell me who's fighting outside now. Hutu couldn't figure out this person's background, so she could only steel herself and quickly lay out the current situation. Now in the primordial land, our Wu clan rules the earth, and the Yao clan governs the heavens. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai of the Yao clan, relying on the protection of the heavenly Tao, trouble us, Wu clan, every day. Now the Wu and Yao clans have been fighting bloody wars for years, with murderous aura filling the sky. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is about to erupt completely. When mentioning the Yao clan, Hutu's tone involuntarily carried intense hatred and helplessness. Although the 12 primordial witches had invincible physical bodies, they were born without primordial spirits, always at a disadvantage in deduction of heavenly secrets, and constantly outwitted by the Yao clan. Su Qin listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowed. The Wu Yao tribulation. He hadn't expected to sleep so soundly that he missed not only the Dragon Han first tribulation, but also the climax of the Wu Yao struggle. He looked up at the rough stone dome of the Pangu temple, as if he could see through the endless void to the burly, simple man who had once wielded the axe. How majestic and selfless it was when Pangu transformed into the primordial. Yet the bloodline descendants he left behind were being bullied by a bunch of feathered beasts and were being used as cannon fodder for internal conflicts by the heavenly Tao. Su Qin shook his head helplessly and let out a long sigh. Old brother Panga, the world you created does have quite strict rules, but your descendants are really doing poorly. They're practically being ridden and humiliated. Hutu heard this rebellious and disrespectful remark and was about to retort to defend the dignity of the Wu. The next moment, she forcefully swallowed her words. Because at the instant Su Qin sighed, he casually stretched. This ordinary, relaxing movement invisibly stirred the deepest causal ties of the entire primordial world. Buzz. The once utterly silent Pangu temple suddenly erupted in a jarring, intense hum. A faint but domineering Hongming fluctuation rippled out along Su Qin's extended fingertip. This fluctuation seemed gentle, but carried an absolute will that superseded all laws. It was like a red-hot steel needle fiercely piercing a piece of fragile tofu. The Panga temple's shielding formation, which was said to block all heavenly secret probing and could not be penetrated even by the divine sense of saints, stood no chance against this fluctuation. With a light tearing sound, the purple Hongming aura ignored the thick rock layers, transformed into an invisible beam of light, broke through the underground palace, and shot straight into the 9 heavens. Hutu was so startled by this sudden change that she fell back to the ground. She could clearly feel that the absolute defense of the Panga temple had been forcibly drilled through with a huge hole. The murderous aura storms used to mask the temple's presence outside were now, like smoke encountering a Category 12 typhoon, instantly blown clean away. Boom. The earth veins of Mount Buzhou, which had slumbered for billions of years, began to tremble wildly, as if some ancient giant beast was turning over underground. Hutu pointed at the dome in terror, her voice cracking. What? What have you done? The temple shield is broken. Our position is completely exposed. Su Qin slowly lowered his arms after stretching and patted the non-existent dust off his purple gold. He tilted his head slightly, his deep eyes seeming to look through the pierced hole to see the heavenly Tao rules going berserk beyond the 33rd heaven. Facing Hutu's question, a light smile curled at the corner of Su Qin's mouth as if he was enjoying the chaos. Didn't do much. Just lay in the coffin too long and stretched my muscles a bit. But judging by the commotion up in the sky, I guess the local heavenly Tao has already received this old ancestor's wake-up call. That ripple of primordial chaos resembled a reversed sword piercing straight into the depths of the void beyond the 33 heavens. The originally cloudless azure sky of the primal world was suddenly drenched, as if a vast vat of purplish red dye had been poured into it. The purplish red clouds roiled and twisted a massive cold vertical pupil, flickering madly in the sky. This was the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Typically, this entity would display an air of superiority, intimidating all living beings with its celestial might. But today this eye twitched as if afflicted with epilepsy. In the high-dimensional realm unseen by ordinary beings, the gears of the primal heavenly Tao were jamming uncontrollably. Warning: fatal garbled code detected in the underlying logic. A series of jarring sounds of rules colliding echoed through the skies. The heavenly Tao was bewildered. It was comfortably harvesting the calamity and malevolence from the witch and lich clans according to the predetermined script. Little did it know, beneath the unyielding mountain, an ultimate variable had suddenly appeared, one it could not comprehend. It felt like a scorching brick had been forcibly shoved into a precise motherboard. Chaos instantly erupted across the primal land. The sky began to rain a chilling bloodstorm, while the ground split open into deep abysses, malevolence gushing forth like a fountain. The Eye of Heavenly Tao fixated on the unyielding mountain, a divine light forming deep within its gaze that could pierce through all realms. It sought to see through the torn rock layers to uncover the monstrous secrets hidden within the Panga Palace. Whooshed! The divine light tore through the void, crashing fiercely into the gap of the Panga Palace. However, what happened next sent chills down the spines of the mighty beings secretly observing from the primal shadows. That lofty gaze of Heavenly Tao brushed against the passive shield emanating from Su Chen's primordial robe. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. The divine light shot forth from the Eye of Heavenly Tao was unexpectedly rebounded with a force of 120%, like a ball colliding with a steel plate. Puffed! The enormous vertical pupil within the clouds was actually backfired by its own power, causing a golden tear to shoot forth. The heavenly Tao writhed in pain within the clouds. Even the descending blood rain momentarily halted. It could not be trifled with. This was definitely an unyielding tumor that had activated its cheat code. The Eye of Heavenly Tao completely cowered, not daring to utter any harsh words, transforming into a wisp of purple smoke and swiftly retreating back into the depths of chaos. Outside, the heavens crumbled and the earth split, yet within the Panga Palace only the sound of breathing could be heard. Su Chen had no interest in the bloodshedding eye above him. He was leisurely circling the altar, casually retrieving a Grandmaster chair from the system space. Creak! Su Chen sprawled on the chair, casually crossing his legs. This stone ground is too uncomfortable. Girl, where were we just now? He continued. Go on. Hoodoo was still in a state of having her soul leave her body. She had just witnessed the violet light on this man's body cause the Eye of Heavenly Tao to weep. That was the Heavenly Tao, an existence capable of turning the witch clan to dust with a mere flick of a finger, yet it was made to cry. Hotu swallowed hard, looking at Su Chen with the eyes of someone who had encountered a living king of hell from ancient times. Senior, she stuttered, not even daring to call herself this one anymore, her calves trembling. Senior, that makes me sound old. Su Chen waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face. In terms of seniority, Pangu, that rascal would still have to call me elder brother if he saw me. You're half his daughter, calling me uncle isn't too much, right? Hotu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground again. The elder brother of the god Pangu. If that title were to spread, the entire primal world would be struck dumb with shock. But she did not dare to refute. The man's strength was evident. If he claimed to be the father of the great Dao, Hotu would have to acknowledge it, pinching her nose in submission. Uncle. Hotu bit her lip, forcing the words out through her teeth. Her cheeks were flushed, not knowing if it was from anger or fear. Good girl. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the Grandmaster chair. Let me ask you, how many meals do your witch clan eat in a day? What do you usually use to fill in the gaps? Hotu was taken aback. She thought such a supreme being would inquire about the situation of the heavenly Tao or impart the secrets of chaos. But this? Asking about food. We just eat whatever we catch, Hotu answered honestly, her eyes a bit lost. Usually we go into the mountains to catch some beasts, skin them, and roast them over a fire. If we are in a fight and get overly hungry, sometimes we even swallow demon cores whole. Su Chen frowned upon hearing this. It sounded just like a bunch of uncivilized savages. Then where do you usually live? Don't tell me you millions just sleep in these dark, damp stone caves. Hotu was struck at a sore point, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her beautiful face. Though the territory left by our father god is vast, the spiritually rich mountains and rivers have long been occupied by the innate divine demons and beast clans. My big brother Di Jiang leads the others, and they can only set up some beast skin tents at the foot of the unyielding mountain to make do. She spoke softer and softer, as the legitimate lineage of Pangu had indeed fallen to such a disgraceful state. Suchin covered his forehead, unable to hold back a long sigh. What a sin. Panga's little brother split open such a large territory, yet you wasteful beings can't even manage to get a decent villa. Every day brawling with those furry beasts in muddy fields, what kind of success do you expect to achieve? Not only suffering from hunger and cold, but also being harvested like chives by that broken eye in the sky. I feel embarrassed for you all. Suchin's words were relentless, directly tearing apart the witch clan's fig leaf. Huda's temper flared as well. Even mud dolls have 3 parts of earthiness. Even if you are strong, you can't insult the blood and courage of our witch clan warriors like this. Do you think we want to fight every day, eh? Huda's eyes reddened, her small fists clenched tightly. The Beast Clan controls the sky, while we control the earth. But the Beast Clan sends people to throw meteors and rain down fire from the sky, damaging our tribe. If we don't fight back, should we just stand around and wait to die? Her chest heaved violently, her voice filled with deep resentment and grievance, tears glistening in her eyes. And we are born without a Yuan spirit, unable to deduce the secrets of the heavens or comprehend the great Tao like those old Taoists with their big noses. What else can we do besides smashing them with our fists? Suchin looked at the stubborn girl, not angry at all, but instead chuckling lightly. So what if you have no Yuan spirit? Does having no Yuan spirit mean you have to be a laborer and cannon fodder for life? He extended a long finger, pointing at his own flawless face. Back when I was cutting down people in chaos, I relied on nothing but these fists, not some Yuan spirit. But fighting also requires brains. If you only know to charge forward, that's called a brute, and it's no wonder you get used as cannon fodder. Though the words of this ancient ancestor were crude upon careful reflection, they seemed to contain an inexplicable profoundness. Just as she was about to ask further, a series of dull thuds suddenly resonated from the depths of the underground palace. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps sounded like war drums pounding, causing the sturdy bronze walls of the Panga temple to begin to shake and shed dust. Hotu abruptly turned to look at the sealed door of the temple, her complexion changing drastically. Not good. Those Beast Clan rascals are taking advantage of the chaotic heavenly phenomena to break in. Yet Suchun remained calmly seated in the Grandmaster chair. He picked up a cup of clear tea that appeared from nowhere, leisurely blowing on the floating leaves. He glanced towards the door, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The Beast Clan. Those furry beasts don't have the guts to kick down the door of the Panga Palace. As Suchin's words fell, the roar from outside clearly penetrated through the thick rock walls. The voice was rough and violent, filled with a murderous intent that could tear through the void. Don't be afraid, little sister. Big brother has come to save you. That ignorant dog, come out and die. Hearing that familiar, bone-deep, furious voice, Huda's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming. A thunderous roar split the depths of the earth. The bronze stone gate, its surface carved with primordial seals so deep that even innate spirit treasures could not leave a mark, shattered. A savage spatial law tore it into fragments. Great slabs of bronze flew like cannon shots, screaming as they crashed into the Panga Hall. A choking cloud of dust billowed up. Little sister, do not be afraid. Your brother will rend these charlatans apart. Came a hoarse, ear-splitting bellow. A titan of a man broke through the haze, striding in like an iron tower. Bare-chested, every muscle on his body coiled and knotted like living rock. Silver-white ripples of spatial law swirled about him, the air itself slashed and hissing under the pressure. This was the vanguard of the 12 ancestral witches, the spatial ancestral witch Dijiang. Behind Dijiang surged a throng of fierce men and women. Zhu Rong's hair blazed red like a jump of flame, setting the surrounding air crackling and popping. Gong Gong clenched 2 long whips formed from black water, snarling as he tested the space around him. Chong Liang and Shizi were wrapped in wild purple lightning like 2 walking volatile lightning rods. Even the taciturn Ru Shou carried a cold, glinting golden blade. 11 ancestral witches in full force had poured out from their lair. As they stood there, the murderous aura radiating from them could frighten an ordinary Deluo golden immortal into losing his composure. The dust slowly dispersed in the gusts. Dijiang's bell-like eyes swept the scene and locked onto the altar. His most beloved little sister Hotu sat pale and slumped upon the cold stone slab. Her body trembled uncontrollably, the ragged beast-skin skirt soaked through with cold sweat. The sister who normally tackled great demonkind in hand-to-hand combat now resembled a frightened quail. Beside Hotu lay a jet-black, uncanny stone coffin. More alarming still, seated placidly atop the coffin was a young man in a purple-gold Taoist robe. The man produced a teacup from who knew where, crossed one leg, and regarded them with the leisurely amusement of a spectator watching a play. Dijiang was not the quickest of minds, but in an instant the logic closed. Of course, a living man had suddenly appeared, breathing within the forbidden chamber of Panga Hall. Not only did he bring a coffin, he had frightened Hotu bold to recklessness into this half-dead state. This could only be some heedless ancient evil corpse risen to seize the supreme bloodline of their witch clan. You filthy bastard. Di Jiang's eyes bloodshot, he jabbed a finger at Su Chun and spat curses. You dare touch my sister Ho Tu. Today I will crush every bone in your body inch by inch and stuff them in a latrine. Zhu Rong, a man of explosive temper, could not contain himself. He stamped, and the bronze floor buckled beneath his foot. Molten rock gushed up through the rifts. Brother, why waste words? Zhu Rong roared. If he dares make trouble in Pangu Hall, burn him to ashes and cast him into the Tianhe to feed the turtles. Ho Tu, slumped on the ground, was terrified to the core, as if her very soul might flee. Their brothers were usually reckless enough, but this was different. This time they had kicked against iron, no against a high-dimensional bomb. She had seen with her own eyes the man without so much as moving make the eye of the heavenly Tao bleed. If you few fools rushed him now, you would not even be worth one of his fingers. Big brother. Second brother. Please stop. Ho Tu scrambled on hands and knees to intervene, but after being struck by Su Chen's chaotic, boundless pressure, her legs had gone limp like boiled noodles. Halfway to her feet, her knees buckled, and she collapsed hard on her backside. Little sister, do not fear. Your brothers will risk everything to protect you. Gong Gong, seeing her condition, burned with anger, convinced that Ho Tu had been afflicted by some vicious seal from that evil corpse and could not stand. He ripped the demon bone necklace from his neck and smashed it on the ground. Brothers, stop holding back. Seize your weapons, finish him. Those hotheads gave Ho Tu no chance to explain. In perfect unison, the 11 ancestral witches linked their chi and instantly unfolded their most formidable battle forms. With a chorus of savage roars, 11 colossal true forms rose mightily from the subterranean. Di Jiang became a six-legged, four-winged chaos behemoth, his body warping space into thousands of lethal blades. Zhu Rong assumed a beast-headed, human-bodied manifestation, standing upon two raging fire drakes. The temperature in the hall spiked to star-melting extremes. Gong Gong took a serpent's head with a human body foot planted on a black dragon as twin torrents of water were compressed in his vast palms. Chong Liang with a tiger's head struck and sent buckets-thick purple lightning tearing the surrounding air. 11 utterly distinct ultimate laws wickedly braided together in midair, forming a prismatic web of annihilation capable of grinding the world to dust. There was no probing, no etiquette. The 11 launched a Doherty combined assassination, pouring the full force of their wrath towards Su Chun upon the altar. They're mad. All of them. Ho Tu closed her eyes in despair, tears spilling down. She did not fear that the brothers' crude net could harm the mysterious man. What she feared was that this eccentric elder uncle displeased might with a single backhand send all 11 of them to ash. A cataclysmic blow that could erase even a quasi-saint. Su Chun sat steady in the Grandmaster chair, not even shifting his weight. He leisurely lifted the cup and sipped the tea. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, and he savored it with a quiet smack of pleasure. Then he lazily raised his head to regard the murderous web at his fingertips. The raging gale had already lifted the hem of his purple-gold robe, the edge of it less than 3 inches from his nostril. Any great power in this primordial world would have had to summon their last secret treasures to withstand such an onslaught. But in Su Chen's deep eyes there was not a ripple, only profound contempt. Truly a band of brainless oafs, Su Chan said, setting the teacup upon the coffin, lit a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. They even dare to kick at their own ancestors' gate. No wonder they've suffered for their lack of sense. Before the sentence had fully fallen, Su Chun did not bother to lift an eyelid. He merely emitted a casual cold snort through his nose. With that single sound, a hum devoid of overt magic, a thread of the Pangu elder brother primordial bloodline, sleeping within him for eons, stirred. Like an ancient dragon roused, it opened eyes that looked down upon all beings. A bloodline pressure rose ineffable and so ancient it transcended the very order of the primordial world. It burst along his spine with a thunder. This pressure bore no trappings of artifact light or glamour. It was pure high-dimensional dominance, crushing a lower dimension. It was the merciless dimensional suppression an ancestor exerts on a distant descendant, written into the deepest genes. The 11 ferocious law attacks were frozen in the instant that aura unfurled, as if someone had slammed a forced pause. All were held rigidly suspended in midair. The arrogant flames and lightning began to shiver violently out of control. Su Chin slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze cut across the 11 mountain-sized true forms like a blade. He leaned back against the chair with unhurried composure. Who gave you the gall to stand and speak to me? All of you kneel. With a cold grunt from Su Chun, the pure bloodline pressure of the Kaitian elder brother swept through the entire underground palace. There was no raging wind nor dazzling golden effects. Only an absolute silence, as if high dimensions were crushing down on low dimensions. The combined attack of the 11 ancestral witches' destructive laws barely brushed against this aura. It shattered like a punctured soap bubble, exploding with a pop. The violent purple lightning was instantly extinguished, reduced to a few strands of weak static electricity. The heaven-burning, sea-cooking southern Mingli fire was extinguished on the spot, not even producing a wisp of smoke. The spatial strangulation formation transformed into a gentle draft fluttering Su Chen's purple-gold robe. This is impossible. Zhurong, who was at the forefront, nearly had his eyes pop out, his jaw dropping dramatically to his chest. Pooh. Another mouthful this time, mixed with tiny bits of internal organs. He pushed against the floor tiles to get up, but his arms went weak. Recover from their shock, something even more bizarre occurred. The Panga blood within their bodies rebelled. The normally ferocious ancestral witch essence now resembled a quail encountering a natural enemy. It violently retreated within their veins, even actively severing control over their muscles. What the hell? Why can't my legs obey me? Gong Gong let out a terrified shriek, the massive serpent-headed human form convulsing violently. Following that, there was a muffled bang. Gong Gong's knee, heavy as 1,000 pounds, smashed down onto the hard bronze floor. The ground was directly crushed, creating 2 deep pits and scattering debris. This was just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. Like dumplings being dropped, a series of muffled thudding sounds echoed in the underground palace. Xiangliang Shizi Rushi. The 11 colossal ancestral witch forms could not withstand even a second against this bloodline pressure. They were forced to kneel on the ground, forming a neat semicircle. Di Jiang was still struggling desperately, his muscles tensed as if they would explode, blood oozing from his gums. With 6 legs and 4 wings flailing, he attempted to use spatial laws to counter this humiliating pressure. I am the true descendant of Panga, no one can make me kneel. Di Jiang's neck was bulging with veins, letting out a beast-like roar. Su Chen sat on the coffin, picking up the teacup he had just set down and gently blowing on the floating leaves. True descendant of Pangu. How dare you utter those 4 words? He lifted his eyelids, slightly casting a glance at Di Jiang, slightly intensifying his aura. Crack. Di Jiang's proud, chaotic, giant beast form instantly became riddled with cracks. Following that, his sturdy legs bent, sharply smashing into the ground, forcing him to bow down completely. Even lifting a finger became a luxury. Big brother. Huto anxiously crawled over, trying to pull Di Jiang up with all her might. But her strength was nothing compared to this pressure, barely a tickle. What kind of dark magic have you cast on us, eh? Di Jiang lay face down on the ground, his dead fish eyes glaring at Su Chen with a look of unwillingness. If you have the guts, release the restrictions and let us fight with blades and guns. What kind of hero is this underhanded trick? Zhurong yelled from the side. Exactly. You ghostly corpse performing tricks. Once I stand up, I will burn through your coffin board. Su Chen chuckled. These foolish men pressed to the ground, yet still so hard-headed. Fine, since you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin today, I will open your eyes, ancestor. Su Chen stood up, casually waving his hand. His purple-gold robe fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. He no longer held back and directly pulled out the chaotic memory engraved deep within his soul. Buzz. Above the Pangu Hall, the heavy chaotic murk was forcibly torn apart. A grand, vast image imbued with the ancient aura of desolation was projected into everyone's sight. In the image, there was an endless chaotic void. Surrounding it floated broken star carcasses and countless massive demon god corpses. A blood-soaked man holding the Kaitian divine axe was gasping for breath while leaning on the axe. The appearance of that man was recognizable even to the 12 ancestral witches. He was their creator, the Father God Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth. Father God. Huta stared at the image, tears streaming down her face. Di Jiang and the others also forgot to struggle, all of them dumbfounded. In the image, purple blood-colored doomsday thunderclouds gathered above Panga's head. The Grand Tao was furious, delivering a fatal blow that annihilated everything. Before the lightning struck, the pressure it emanated made the ancestral witches watching tremble in their souls. Just as Pangu closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, a figure dressed in purple robes stepped forward without hesitation, using his flesh and blood to withstand the world-destroying purple lightning. As the lightning dissipated, the purple-robed figure was left cracked all over, collapsing in a pool of blood. Pangu dropped the axe and scrambled to embrace the bloodied purple-robed man. The rugged man cried like a 300-pound child. Big brother. Wake up, big brother. You took the disaster for me. I owe you a life, Pangu. Panga's heart-wrenching cries echoed from the image, striking deep into the hearts of every ancestral witch. The shadow slowly dissipated. Inside the Pangu Hall, there was a deathly silence where even a needle dropping could be heard. Su Chen stood on the coffin, looking down at the group of dumbfounded muscular men. He dusted off the dirt from his clothes. Now do you understand why the essence blood within you rebels? The bloodline suppression stems from a reverence deep within the genes. That is an absolute cause and effect, one that even the true Pangu must respectfully call Big Brother. Di Jiang gasped, feeling as if his crown had been lifted. His worldview shattered completely, in that moment fracturing into shards of glass. What ancient evil corpse? What soul-snatching conspiracy? This is clearly the ancestor resurrecting the great father god Pangus' brother alive right in front of them. Big Uncle. Gong stuttered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. Zhurong, who had just been the most ferocious in his insults, buried his face in the ground, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. You brats hurry and kowtow to Uncle. Di Jiang reacted the fastest. As soon as the pressure on him lessened, he immediately rolled over. His colossal ancestral, which form quickly shrank, transforming back into the muscular man. He did not hesitate to kneel with both hands on the ground, banging his head 3 times on the floor towards Su Chun. Each bang was sincere, denting the bronze floor with 3 shallow pits. The unworthy descendant of the witch clan, Di Jiang, has no eyes and has offended Uncle. Please punish me, Uncle. Di Jiang shouted with a broken voice, his tone now filled with fervent worship. This is someone who can withstand the heavenly tribulation of the Grand Tao, one whom even the Father God must call Big Brother. With such a powerful ally, what is the demon clan? What is the heavenly Tao? When the other ancestral witches saw their brother kneeling, who dared to fall behind? Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud kowtows resounded, 11 of them uniformly lying face down like turtles. Hutu quickly joined in, kneeling obediently beside Di Jiang, tears still glistening in her eyes. The scene turned surreal. What had just been a fierce battle in the Pango Hall instantly transformed into a large-scale family reunion. Su Chen looked at the group of fools below, whose attitudes changed faster than flipping a book, and couldn't help but smirk. All right, stop smashing the tiles, get up. Di Jiang cautiously raised his head, his face adorned with a flattering smile. Uncle, we truly did not mean to offend. We were just pushed to the edge by that damned heavenly Tao. He rubbed his palm, his eyes flashing with a hint of unwillingness. Those demon clan members ride on our necks every day. We want to seize the fortune, but cannot. Uncle, since the calamity is a scheme of the heavenly Tao, how should our witch clan break out? Su Chan returned to his grand chair, lifting his teacup, a hint of a kind smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How to break out? What level can even be called a calamity? Bring a stool over and sit properly. Today the ancestor will teach you what it means to flip the table. The phantom completely dissipated, and the desolate aura from the primeval chaos was casually extinguished by Su Chun. The Panga temple once again fell into dead silence. The 12 ancestral witches who had been clamoring for bloodshed moments ago now sat as docile as a nest of newly hatched quails. Led by Di Jiang, the 11 along with Hutu knelt in a neat row. Gee, great uncle. You said earlier you'd teach us to flip the table. Di Jiang swallowed hard, his bell-like eyes shining with a clear, foolish light. Su Chen shifted into a comfortable position, leaning against the edge of the black coffin. The ground is cold. Find a place to sit. Your ancestor is in a good mood today, and will give you a proper lesson. Where in the temple would one find a stool? Di Jiang acted swiftly, chopping a massive bronze fragment beside him into 12 square stone blocks with a single palm strike. Everyone sit properly. Hands behind your backs. If anyone dares to make a sound and disturb great uncle, will deal with them. Di Jiang commanded like a stern class monitor, arranging his siblings in a neat row. Zhurong and Gong, those sworn enemies, now sat obediently side by side. Neither dared to breathe too loudly, fearing they might provoke this living ancestor. Hutu chose a stone block closest to Su Chun, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him with eager eyes. Su Chun raised an eyebrow in satisfaction at the sight of these muscular brutes, listening attentively. You've always thought Pangus' creation of heaven and earth was a magnificent feat, haven't you? He posed his first question. Zhurong pounded his chest with a thunderous thud. Of course. Father God stood tall, splitting the chaos alone and slaying 3,000 demons. We the Wu clan share in that glory. Su Chun let out a cold laugh, tapping a crisp rhythm on the coffin lid. Bullshit. That wasn't a feat at all. It was a complete scam. A scam. The unfamiliar term left the ancestral witches exchanging bewildered glances. Though they had never heard of it, instinct told them it was far from a compliment. The great Tao has 50 paths, but only 49 are revealed. Ever heard that rule? Su Chen scanned the group. The ancestral witches shook their heads in unison. Without primordial spirits, they found such esoteric Taoist talk tedious and sleep-inducing. Simply put, the great Tao is an insatiable capitalist. Su Chun pointed at the dome. The 3,000 demons in the chaos, including Pangu, were all its expendable resources. Pangu had great strength, so he was tricked into doing the hard labor of opening the heavens. After finishing the work, the great Tao not only refused to pay, but also planned to kill the donkey once it had served its purpose. Huda's face turned pale, her small hands clutching the edge of her beast-hide skirt. Great uncle, do you mean Father God was schemed to death by the great Tao? Su Chen nodded, his gaze profound. The descent of the extinction purple celestial thunder was meant to utterly erase Pangus' traces and claim the fruits of the primordial world for itself. Damn it. Gong Gong abruptly stood, cracking the bronze floor beneath him. He'll go poke a hole in the sky right now and avenge Father God. Sit down. Suchin uttered 2 words lightly. Gong Gong, as if pressed down by an invisible hand, slumped back onto the stone block, his face purple with frustration. What will you use to poke it? That pissweak water law of yours. Suchin shot him a sidelong glance. The ancestral witches fell silent, the atmosphere suffocatingly heavy. The great Tao has retreated. Now the heavenly Tao rules the primordial world. Suchun continued his revelations. Do you know what the heavenly Tao really is, eh? Dijiang ventured a guess. Is it the rules that maintain the operation of all things? Bullshit upon bullshit. Suchun cursed loudly. The heavenly Tao is a vampire. It produces no energy itself and survives solely by sucking the essence of all living beings in the primordial world. The word struck like a heavy hammer on the 12 ancestral witches' crowns. Suchun curled a finger and pointed toward the purple palace. And that old mud, Ilhongjun. When the heavens were opened, he hid in the shadows, picking up scraps, and now he calls himself the Tao ancestor. He came up with the gimmick of heavenly Tao saints, took a few disciples, but he's really just recruiting thugs for the heavenly Tao. Suchin curled his lip, his tone dripping with disdain. Those calamities you think of, the Dragonhan First Calamity, the Wu Yao struggle, they're all scripts they cooked up together. The information was too much. The ancestral witches' minds were clearly overwhelmed. Xianming frowned delicately, her voice trembling. Great uncle, are you saying our life and death struggle with the Yao clan was all a performance? You're not even actors. At best, you're meat on the chopping block. Su Chen's words cut like knives. The heavenly Tao needs killing intent, resentment, and the essence that living beings release upon death. The harder you fight, the more you die, the fuller the heavenly Tao gets. Zurong's eyes blazed red, and the hair on his head burst into flames, scattering sparks everywhere. This is too much. That feathered brute Dijuan is a fool, too willingly being used as a pawn by the heavenly Tao. Su Chun waved his hand. The Yao clan has primordial spirits and can sense a bit of fortune's benefits, so they fight desperately. You lack primordial spirits and only know how to charge recklessly. Huta clutched her chest, finding it hard to breathe. She finally understood why, after every great Wu Yao war, she felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, while the calamitous energy in the world grew heavier. So they were all beasts locked in a cage. Day after day they fought to the death in the mire merely to amuse the lofty spectators above. And there's more. Su Chen looked at Hutu, a trace of pity in his eyes. When you 12 ancestral witches are down to your last breath, the heavenly Tao will force you to incarnate into the cycle of reincarnation. Trapped forever in the netherworld, working as its free janitor. Slap. Dijiang struck his own face with such force that a bloody handprint appeared. He lifted his head sharply, his tiger eyes filled with dense bloodshot veins. We've been played for fools for eons. Dijiang's voice was shrill, as if weeping blood. In the temple, the heavy breathing of the 11 ancestral witches intertwined, their killing intent nearly solidifying. They feared not death. The warriors of the Wu clan had always regarded dying in battle as the highest honor. But they could never tolerate the humiliation of being raised and butchered like pigs. It was the most vicious trampling of Pangus bloodline. Great uncle, I can't swallow this anger. Zhurong stood abruptly, his fists cracking. Even if I'm ground to dust, I'll tear a piece of flesh from the heavenly Tao. Tearing flesh? That's too low class. Su Chun patted his purple gold Taoist robe and slowly rose. His deep gaze swept over the hot-blooded brutes before him, a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. Since we know it's a conspiracy, we won't play by their rules. Su Chun clasped his hands behind his back, his tone as casual as discussing what to have for dinner. A calamity. Your ancestor will turn it into a construction carnival. Fortune. They'll take you to steal it from others' homes. Dijiang listened, bewildered, his grief-stricken emotions stuck in his throat. He scratched his bald head, his features twisted in confusion. Great uncle, I don't quite understand what you mean. Dijiang gritted his teeth, his bell-like eyes burning with a thirst for knowledge. Since the calamity is a scheme of the heavenly Tao, how do we break the deadlock? If we don't fight the Yao clan, how do we compete for fortune? Su Chen looked at him and offered a kind smile. Who told you that fortune can only be fished from this murky pond called the primordial world? Su Chen looked at Dijiang's face, which was turning dark red from holding back, and a smirk slowly crept to the 12 ancestral witches. This smile felt like a bucket of ice water poured down their backs on a freezing winter day. Dijiang uncontrollably shuddered, the coarse hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Dad, please don't just smile, it's making me anxious inside. He stuttered, instinctively reaching to pick at the thick scabs on his knee, drawing blood under his nails. The Pango Hall was filled with the musty smell of bronze rust that had not seen daylight for years, mixed with the sour scent of sweat from these muscular men invading their nostrils. Su Chun disdainfully waved away the murky air in front of him. I laugh at how little you all use your brains. It's as if the only thing in your skulls is leftover slop. He knocked his white porcelain teacup against the dark coffin lid. The crisp sound echoed through the underground palace, shaking dust from the ceiling. Still trying to seize luck. Tell me, what does luck even look like? Su Chin stood up, his purple golden boots thudding against the rough stone floor, producing a dull sound. Those furry demon clans are fighting in a mud pit for a bone that someone else has already gnawed on, and you all follow suit by dropping your pants and jumping in to grab it. He scoffed, covered in mud, yet you feel proud, right? Zhurong, with a temperament like a cannon, couldn't help but interrupt, even though he had just been scared to death by the bloodline suppression. What else can we do, uncle? Those demons have taken over the heavenly court, continuously drooling down on us. If we don't fight back, wouldn't we become soft eggs? Shut up. Su Chin shot a glance at him. Zhurong's mouth seemed glued shut, making muffled sounds in his throat, but he dared not continue. Who taught you that you can only battle with those few furry beasts? Su Chun clasped his hands behind his back and strolled around the Hongmeng burial coffin. From today onward, notify everyone below to return all their weapons to the storeroom. He paused, scanning the faces of the 12 ancestral witches one by one. We are withdrawing from the calamity, no more fighting. As soon as this was said, chaos erupted below. Even the usually composed Zhu Jiuyin couldn't sit still, his stone stool creaking beneath him. No more fighting. Gong Gong bellowed, leaping up in excitement, nearly hitting his head on the beam. Uncle, we the Wu clan sons were born to fight. Our blades are already sparking, and you say no fighting. He exclaimed, that bastard of the heavenly Tao is riding on our necks. If we don't do something about it, I can't swallow this anger. Su Chun ignored him, raising a hand. An invisible force smashed down upon him. Gong Gong let out a muffled groan, pressed back onto the stone stool, like a heavy weight, his insides churning. Calling you brainless, and you're really breathing hard. Su Chin leaned down, staring into Gong Gong's bloodshot eyes. The heavenly Tao would love for you to fight every day. He raised a long finger, making several points in the air. If you kill a major demon, the demon clan kills a major witch, and the blood and flesh of the dead will float in the air, all consumed by the heavenly Tao. It's just a parasitic creature that feeds on human flesh and drinks human blood. The more fiercely you fight, and the more die, the fatter it gets. Su Chin straightened up and let out a cold snort. If you don't fight, don't bleed, where will it go to absorb energy? Starve it for tens of thousands of yuan huais, and it will go into a low blood sugar fit. The 12 ancestral witches gaped, their expressions becoming increasingly dazed. This theory completely exceeded the cognitive limits of these muscular men. Di Jiang rubbed his face vigorously, messing up his scraggly beard. Then, if we don't fight, what will we eat with our several million mouths? Just stand by the bottom of the Buzhou mountain and drink the northwestern wind. Drink wind. Ancestor will take you to feast on delicious food. Su Chun waved his sleeve, and his purple golden robe drew a sharp arc. Have you heard of infrastructure? The group of muscular men shook their heads in unison, their movements as synchronized as puppets on strings. You manage the land, that is the biggest capital. Su Chun walked to Di Jiang, kicking a bronze shard on the ground with his toe. This piece of land in the primordial era is filled with spiritual veins, but it's as tangled as a ball of yarn. If we don't go out to kill, we can dig tunnels and repair pipelines at home. Connect the entire earth vein of the primordial era and create a few million spirit gathering stations. The more Su Chin spoke, the faster his speech became, his fingers swiftly gesturing in the air. The spiritual energy from the sky, the malevolent energy from the ground, and even the winds that sweep over the mountain peaks will extract and refine them all. Doesn't the heavenly Tao like to hoard energy and distribute it? Then let's just cut off the water supply at the source and connect it directly to the back courtyard of our Panga Hall. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the heavy breathing echoed back and forth in the underground palace. Chong Liang's jaw twitched violently, and sparks crackled between his fingers. Uncle, this trick is quite insidious. He swallowed hard, an eerie light flashing in his eyes like a beast that had seen blood. This is equivalent to smashing the heavenly Taoist rice bowl and taking the pot back home. Smashing the rice bowl is nothing. Su Chin walked back to the coffin and sat down heavily. The cold black jade texture pressed against his skin through the fabric. What I want, Ancestor, is to overturn this entire broken chessboard. He pulled out a crumpled blueprint from the system space and slapped it directly onto Di Jiang's face. The blueprint was filled with dense, strange symbols and lines. Not only to extract from the primordial era, but I also need to take you all to extract from outside the chaos. Get that solar energy matrix and geothermal extraction device all set up for me. Well, inject the external high-dimensional energy into the primordial era, directly bursting the limits of this realm. Su Chin's finger thudded heavily against the coffin lid. This is called forcibly ascending dimensions. When the primordial era grows large enough that the heavenly Tao's small belly can no longer contain it, it will become a stinky bug that can be squashed at any time. Painting a grand vision. This is an absolute epic-level dimension-crushing grand vision. The grand blueprints mixed with a fervent aura left the 12 ancestral witches dazed. Zhurong was so excited that he rubbed his thighs, creating sparks from his beast skin skirt. Let's do it. This task sounds much more exhilarating than killing. Drain that broken heavenly Tao. Let those demon clans not even get a drop of soup. Di Jiang clutched the blueprint, his hands trembling as if he were sifting grain. Even though he couldn't understand the strange symbols above, it didn't stop him from treating this thing as the highest sacred object of the Wu clan. The atmosphere in the underground palace instantaneously shifted from grief and anger to a frenzied promotional scene. Everyone was envisioning the heavenly Tao starving to skin and bones. Just as the blood was boiling, a faint sound of fabric tearing suddenly came from the corner. Xianming had been shrinking there for half a day, her fingers uncontrollably picking at the edge of her beast skin skirt. Unable to restrain her strength, she accidentally tore a hole. She took a deep breath, swallowing the dryness rising in her throat. Under Su Chen's gaze, she trembled and raised her right hand. Her knuckles were still stained with the mud and ash from earlier fights. Uncle, this cake you drew smells quite good. Xianming bit her pale lower lip, her gaze flickering uncertainly, her voice getting softer. But the matrices and formations on this blueprint, they require the primordial spirit to derive the laws right. She glanced around at the 11 brothers who were all muscle and no brain. In our Wu clan, we can't find a single usable primordial spirit, and all combined, we can't even comprehend what 1 + 1 equals. She lowered her hand, twisting her fingers tightly. Without a primordial spirit, are we going to use our heads to handle such intricate infrastructure tasks? As Xuanming's words landed, the once fervent airflow in the underground palace instantly froze, as if turned to ice. The burly men who had just been howling to overturn the chessboard looked like frostbitten eggplants, all sitting back down with drooping heads. Di Jiang rubbed his rough hands. The thick calluses scraped across his palm, producing a dull scratching sound. He hung his massive head. Even the messy hair on top seemed to exude a sense of frustration. Sister, what you said makes sense, doesn't it, uncle? Di Jiang stammered, his short fingers instinctively digging into the cracks of the bronze floor tiles filled with aged mud. Our witch clan understands muscles best. Inside that head, it's just a lump of glue. As he spoke, he raised his hand and knocked a couple of times on his own forehead with his thick knuckles. Without a nascent soul, you can't comprehend the yin and yang, the 8 trigrams. This thing on the blueprint. Di Jiang stared at the construction blueprint that Su Chun had tossed onto the coffin, lit his eyes wide open. Don't even mention building a base station. If you asked me to dig a straight trench, I reckon I could end up digging it crooked all the way to the East Sea. Gong Gong vigorously nodded beside him, snorting in agreement. Su Chun looked at the group of muscular men below who appeared quite aggrieved. The corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't hold it back. With a chuckle, he burst out laughing. The laughter echoed back and forth against the vast bronze stone walls, shaking the flames in the fire pit at the corner, casting long shadows of the ancestors. Who told you that to work? You must have a nascent soul. Su Chun leaned back, comfortably resting his back against the dark coffin edge. He lifted one leg, the tip of his purple gold boot tapping idly in the air. That's all a trap set by Hong Jun laid out for all of Hong Huang. He reined in his laughter, a hint of mockery flashing in his deep-set eyes. Do you understand what a monopoly's technological barrier means? The 12 ancestors all shook their heads in unison, their movements synchronized with clear expressions of ignorance on their faces. Su Chun sighed and switched to a more grounded explanation. A nascent soul is equivalent to a pass issued to you by the heavenly Tao. With this pass, you can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, manipulate spiritual energy, and calculate whatever nonsense heavenly secrets. He reached out and grasped at the air. The heavenly Tao has encrypted all the laws, and the nascent soul is the only key to decipher them. Not granting you which clan a nascent soul is equivalent to locking your permissions from the factory settings. Zhurong scratched his head anxiously, his nails leaving several bloody marks on his scalp. Then, according to what you're saying, without this key, aren't we just wasting our time? Wasting time, my foot. Su Chun sat up straight, pulling out a jade slip that glimmered with a purple light from his. It was the simplified version of the 9 turns primordial decision he had tinkered with while idling. That's the way of scholars. He tossed the jade slip in his hand, the slip drawing arcs of purple light in the dim underground palace. Since we can't get the key, let's skip the door. Let's take a hammer and smash that wall down. Su Chun flicked his wrist, sending the jade slip flying, hovering steadily in midair. I reprogrammed a code for you guys last night called Physical Law Imprinting Method. No need to waste brain cells comprehending the heavenly Tao. We'll directly extract the laws, tattoo them, and firmly engrave them into your muscle fibers. Tattoo. The moment these two words were uttered, the muscular men's eyes all lit up. They were familiar with this. The Witch Clan loved to apply totems on their bodies for showy appearances. Zhurong's ears perked up, his red hair flaring up like it had been ignited, sparks flying everywhere. He suddenly leaped up from the stone pedestal, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Uncle, I love doing this. How do we do it? Do we just cut with a knife? I'm tough-skinned, I'm not afraid of pain. Suchin rolled his eyes in annoyance, raising his leg as if to kick. Cut with a knife? Can a knife engrave the laws? He pointed at the jade slip floating in midair. Recite the incantation in your mind, and feel the blazing atmosphere rolling beneath you. Don't use your brain to understand it. Use your veins, use your bones to grasp it. Drag it into your back muscles. Zhurong heard this, and his blood surged. Without caring for anything, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, with his eyes closed and teeth clenched. Come on. The temperature in the underground palace skyrocketed without warning. The air was warped and distorted, and the acrid smell of burning hair instantly filled the space. Zhurong's bare upper body began to visibly redden and heat up like a piece of iron just pulled from the furnace. Sweat rolled down the chiseled lines of his muscles. Before it could hit the bronze floor, it was evaporated into white vapor by the terrifying heat, making a hissing sound. Ugh! From the depths of Zhurong's throat, a suppressed, beastly roar burst forth. Pain. It hurt like hell. This feeling was akin to someone dragging a red-hot steel saw back and forth on his shoulder blade. The muscles on his broad back writhed as if alive. Veins bulged, resembling coiling dragons, nearly bursting through the tough skin. Endure. If you slack off now, you'll be a boiler worker for life, only able to burn firewood. Suchin coldly threw out a remark beside him. This sentence struck Zhurong's sore spot precisely. He gasped for the scalding air, his eyes bulging from bloodshot. With a horrifying crack, a dislocated sound echoed. A dark red, almost black flame divine pattern accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing was deeply branded onto his left latissimus dorsi. The moment the divine pattern took shape, Zhurong's eyes snapped open. From his eyes, 2 3-foot-long solid flames shot out. He didn't stand up, he simply panted heavily, instinctively reaching out into the void beside him. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out, like a brittle glass pane being snapped in the middle. There was no fluctuation of magical power, purely relying on muscle strength and the recently engraved divine pattern's support. With one claw, Zhurong directly tore a dark crack in the space beside him. The violent, chaotic currents of the void rushed in, slapping Gong Gong's face beside him, causing him pain. Oh my! Gong Gong swallowed a mouthful of bloody spittle, his eyes turning green. Old fire, your muscles can crush the void. Zhurong stared blankly at his palm. He could feel that obscure fire law now felt like a limb he had grown. No need to think with his brain. Muscle memory, raising his hand, was the law itself. Awesome. This is so exhilarating. Zhurong laughed wildly, shaking the dome of the Panga Hall. This is way more thrilling than head-butting mountains back in the day. At this moment, the remaining 11 ancestors couldn't sit still. Even the usually aloof Xianming had a glimmer of hungry light in his eyes. Uncle, I want a tattoo too. Line up, line up. I want to go first. My Thunder Law tattoo will definitely look cool on my back. Chong Liang pushed away the eager Shizi and yelled at the top of his lungs. In an instant, the entire lower level of the Pango Hall descended into chaos. The sounds of finger bones rubbing flesh, tearing, and suppressed cries of pain intertwined. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Various violent forces of laws were forcibly extracted by these muscular men, transforming into tangible, fierce patterns. They crawled up their spines' robust arms and even spread to their necks. Power arrived in a way that the beings of Hong Huang could not comprehend, culminating in a collective explosion. The pent-up frustration of countless Yuan meetings transformed into a viscous malevolence in that moment. It surged out from the 12 ancestors' crowns. This raging malevolence mixed with the forcibly distorted law power. It could no longer be concealed. It directly pierced through the dome of the Pangu Hall, stabbing into the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens. The sky changed. The thunderclouds that had dissipated due to Su Qin's intimidation began to gather again at a furious speed, 10-fold, 100-fold. Within the rolling dark, clouds no longer were their ordinary purple thunders. Instead, they were crimson lightning interspersed with a destructive aura writhing like venomous snakes in the clouds. The pressure in the air was so heavy it was hard to breathe. This was the lethal threat unleashed after the underlying code had been maliciously tampered with. The rules of the Heavenly Tao clearly stated the Witch Clan cannot understand the heavenly numbers and cannot master the rules. Yet now this group of mud-legged folks below had actually treated the rules as tattoos to play with. The eye of heavenly punishment slowly tore open a gap in the depths of the clouds. The furious red light firmly locked onto the base of Buzhou Mountain. Di Jiang had just etched the spatial divine pattern on his chest and was still grimacing in pain. He looked up at the oppressive red light pouring in through the rupture, swallowing hard. His scalp tingled. Uncle. He rubbed his chest, his voice trembling slightly. That broken eyeball in the sky seems to be getting anxious. That thunder looks thicker than the one that struck Father God back in the day. Su Chen sat on the edge of the coffin, casually picking up a piece of bronze scrap that someone had just cut off, slowly scraping under his nails. He didn't even bother looking up, merely snorting lightly from his nostrils. Getting anxious. He tossed the piece of bronze onto the ground, producing a crisp clang. Boom. A deafening roar exploded above the Pangu Hall, threatening to tear apart one's eardrums. A foul, salty wind surged in through the large hole in the dome, shattered by the ancestral witch's malevolent aura. The originally dim underground palace was suddenly illuminated in a bloody hue by the crimson lightning from the sky. Di Jiang had just finished inscribing the spatial divine patterns, blood still dripping from his chest. The wind blew against him, sending chills down his spine and raising the hairs on his body like steel needles. This lightning feels off. Di Jiang spat a mouthful of bloody saliva into his palm and rubbed his hands fiercely. Back when I faced the Father God, the lightning was purple. Why is it red like a dog's eye today? The fire patterns on Zhu Rong's back were still emitting white smoke. The stench of charred flesh mixed with the acrid scent of lightning choked him, causing him to cough. He wiped the black ash from the tip of his nose and took a large step toward the hole. Whether it's purple or red, this damned heavenly Tao won't let us practice, he'll force it anyway. He swung his arms in wide circles, the bones in his joints cracking ominously. Gong gong. Stop playing dead over there, turn your water into a shield, and let's push it back together. Gong Gong stumbled, crushing half a bronze brick underfoot. What the hell are you directing me to do? He lashed out with his water whips, leaving streaks of moisture on the ground. This thing carries the law of destruction. Do you understand that water conducts electricity? If we get hit, we'll both end up as roasted meat. Ho Tu clutched the edge of a stone platform, half her body hidden in the shadows. She hadn't inscribed the divine patterns yet, and had nearly vomited from the pressure of the lightning tribulation. Second brother, retract your water whip, it splashed on my leg, and it's freezing. She complained softly, her voice trembling like leaves in a cold wind. Gong Gong quickly hid the water whip behind him, only for a drop to inadvertently hit Zhu Rong on the back of the head. Ouch! Where are you swinging that? You've drenched my divine pattern. Zhu Rong turned back to wipe the back of his head, inadvertently pulling at the newly inscribed laws, causing him to gasp in pain. Before the two could start arguing, Su Chen sat on the edge of the pitch-black Hongming burial coffin, curling his fingers. He leisurely dug at his left ear, which tingled from the shock. A small puff of dust flew from his fingertips. What's all the noise about? He let his eyelids droop, yawning as half a drop of physiological tears squeezed from the corner of his eye. Step back, you're blocking my breeze. Di Jiang stamped his feet anxiously, the ground tiles echoing under his weight. Uncle, please stop messing around. He pointed at the thick blood lightning that had emerged halfway from the clouds. That's a variant of the purple sky divine lightning. Even a Kwasa saint would shed skin if struck. You're just wearing a thin garment. Di Jiang's words trailed off as he bit his tongue, grimacing in pain. Su Chen lowered his head, pinching the cuff of his purple gold Dao robe. He rubbed the fabric back and forth, producing a faint rustling sound. It is a bit thin, but the material is decent enough. He looked up and gestured at the sky. Let it strike. I was just feeling a bit stifled in the underground palace and could use some illumination. Xianming clutched the edge of her beast skin skirt tightly, her nails digging into her palm and leaving 4 bloody crescent marks. Uncle, this isn't a joke. The heavenly punishment has locked onto us. We have nowhere to run. Before Xianming could catch her breath, the red clouds above completely ripped apart. A crimson lightning pillar thicker than a water tank, carrying a sense of apocalyptic stillness, crashed down directly. The moisture in the air was instantly evaporated. Everyone's hair began to rise uncontrollably, their nostrils filled with the strange scent of ignited ozone. Before the lightning even reached the ground, the palpable pressure had already blown away half of the Pangu Hall's remaining dome. Chunks of rubble fell, raising a cloud of dark smoke. Di Jiang roared angrily, eyes shut, and leaped towards Su Chen. Stop right there. Su Chen spoke a single sentence, not even raising a hand. The bloodline suppression inscribed in his genes pinned the 12 ancestral witches firmly in place. The blood-red lightning pillar roared, crashing down mere inches from Su Chen's head. A fierce wind whipped the few stray hairs at Su Chen's temples. He didn't even lift his head, merely reaching out to scratch the patterns on the coffin lid. Just as the lightning pillar was about to touch the tips of his hair, the purple gold Dao robe, which had remained silent until now, suddenly shimmered with a layer of rippling water. There was no blinding golden light, no earth-shattering clash of energy. It was as if a scalding iron had suddenly dropped into an endless glacier. Sizzle, a sound no louder than a fart echoed. That variant of purple sky divine lightning, capable of cleaving through the primordial continent, got stuck the moment it collided with the layer of water ripples. Then starting from the bottom end of the lightning pillar, the violent laws of destruction crumbled like noodles thrown into a meat grinder. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering was louder than biting into a popsicle. The originally blinding red light was forcefully kneaded into pieces by the dimensional power of the robe. It transformed into a vast expanse of soft, sparkling points of spiritual energy. The points floated down like snowflakes, landing on Su Chen's nose with a cool sensation. They landed on the bronze tiles, turning into pools of pure spiritual liquid. The 12 ancestral witches were left dumbfounded. Di Jiang maintained his forward-lunging position, his right foot suspended in the air, forgetting to put it down. Zhu Rong's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a stone roller, drool dripping down the corner of his mouth and splattering on his foot. Is this really the lightning tribulation? Gong Gong stuttered, reaching out to catch a piece of spiritual energy. The point of light drilled into his palm, making him shiver with pleasure. Why do I feel like it's snowing powdered sugar? Su Chen raised his head, staring at the swirling points of spiritual energy in the sky. He sniffed. His chest expanded as he suddenly opened his mouth wide. The air produced a whoosh as he inhaled. The points of spiritual energy within a radius of 10 feet spiraled and were sucked into his belly. Su Chen closed his eyes, swallowing twice. Smack, smack. He smacked his lips, his brow furrowing in puff. He turned his head and spat on the ground. Is the heavenly Tao skimping on the lightning department's rations? He patted his chest to soothe himself, shaking his head repeatedly. It has a raw, earthy flavor, bland. I can't even taste a hint of spice or seasoning. This remark floated up with the wind. The eye of the heavenly Tao hanging in the clouds twitched violently, as if afflicted by Parkinson's. It unleashed the heavenly punishment to assert dominance and eliminate uncertainties. Yet the person didn't even lift a finger, turning the punishment into a dessert and complaining it wasn't tasty. A humiliation. The foundational logic of the rules fell into a short circuit due to such an unprecedented insult. From deep within the clouds came a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. That was the backlash of the origin of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao dared not even glance at Su Chen again. Rolling its eyes, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke and whooshed back into chaos. It fled so hastily that it even left half a piece of calamity cloud floating above the Pangu Hall, isolated and alone. Su Chen sat on the coffin, squinting at the fleeing aura in the sky. He could see the causal lines invisible to ordinary people. The violent backlash generated from the shattered heavenly punishment surged along a thick golden causal line, shooting directly toward the 33 heavens. The target was clear, not even taking a detour. Di Jiang finally placed his suspended foot down, his ankle twisting painfully. He gasped and leaned closer to Su Chen, lowering his voice, his eyes darting. Uncle, why did that broken eye flee? Did we win? Su Chen brushed off the gray specks on the hem of his purple gold Tao robe, the corners of his mouth curling up in amusement. He stood up, stretching lazily, his bones cracking loudly. Win? It's being used as a pawn and is facing retribution. Su Chen lifted his foot and kicked a piece of rubble on the ground. The debris rolled away and tumbled off the altar's edge. Having faced this humiliation, the backlash of evil fire with nowhere to vent will definitely seek out the mastermind behind the scenes who suggested this to it. Who could that be? Zhu Rong, scratching his red hair, leaned closer, his face full of curiosity. Who dares to command the heavenly Tao? Su Chen did not look at him, his gaze penetrating through the broken dome, fixating on the boundless void beyond the 33 heavens. He sneered and turned toward the black coffin, sitting down heavily and patting the cold stone slab. Who else could it be? He rubbed his sore wrist, grimacing. That old mudfish in the purple sky palace who is only half merged with the Tao and is probably lying on the mat, coughing up blood and looking for teeth. 33 heavens away, the air in the Zhixiao palace was as cold as iron blocks frozen solid. In the corner of the grand hall, the purple gold Basan furnace exhaled wisps of white smoke. The aroma usually helped to concentrate the mind, but today it bore the bitter scent of burnt leaves drilling straight into the lungs. Old Hong Jun was wearing a faded gray robe. He sat cross-legged on the uneven cushion, eyes closed, half of his body almost merging into the void behind him. This was a sign that he was at a crucial moment of harmonizing with the Tao. Suddenly, the old man's face, as wrinkled as dried orange peel, twitched violently twice. Outside the hall, Hao Tian was dozing against the door frame. His head bobbed, striking the hard wooden door frame and leaving a red mark. Yao Qi elbowed him in the ribs. Hey, are you awake? Did the old master just cramp up? The young girl lowered her voice, her nails digging into the wooden handle of the duster. Hao Tian rubbed his ribs and yawned, still drooling. Cramp. No, the old master is harmonizing with the heavens. His realm is high. Ouch. He stumbled over his words, nearly biting his tongue. Hong Jun suddenly opened his eyes. The usually emotionless, dead fish-like eyes were now wide open, filled with intricate red blood vessels. His bony fingers gripped the fabric of his robe, tightly, veins popping on the back of his hand. His chest felt like it had been struck hard by a searing hot iron hammer. His breathing became erratic. The old man gasped for air, producing a hissing sound like a broken bellows. Who did this? Hong Jun bit down on his back molars, words squeezing out through his teeth. He clearly felt that the heavenly punishment had been shredded like a rag, the humiliating backlash forcefully sticking to the essence of the Tao. And he was harmonizing with the Tao. This malevolent fire was essentially burning right beneath him, at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. Other than those 12 fools who only grow fat without brains, who else could it be? The old man was not superstitious. The script of this primal world was clearly written by him after enduring several Yuan gatherings. He did not believe there was any variable that could escape his grasp. Hong Jun trembled as he pulled out a piece of cracked white jade plate from his wide sleeve. The creation jade plate. The plate felt icy in his hand, its surface etched with intricate Tao patterns that wriggled like living worms. Today I shall see who is playing tricks down below. Hong Jun tossed the jade plate into the air. His bony index finger bit into a small cut, squeezing out a drop of golden red essence blood, which flicked onto the jade plate. The jade plate hummed as it spun around, scattering a blinding white light, creating a blurred halo in midair. The images within the halo rapidly shifted downward. It pierced through 33 heavens. It passed through the layer of gale winds. It rushed straight toward the bronze hall at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. It was about to reveal the figure sitting inside the coffin. Suddenly, a flash of purple gold fabric appeared in the image. Just as this shadow emerged, the creation jade plate let out a shrill cry like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. That overbearing primordial force, without any regard for reason, rolled back along the causal thread linked to the jade plate. This force was impossible to block. The wrinkles on Hong Jun's face froze, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. Not good. Before he could finish his curse, he was swept away into the air like a ragged sack. His gray robe spun in midair. Hong Jun's back slammed against a purple gold pillar in the Zixiao Palace, the sound of impact muffled like a drum. Pooh! A mouthful of scorching golden blood spewed from his throat, splattering onto the white jade floor tiles, creating sizzling white smoke. The metallic scent of blood mixed with the smell of rust, instantly overpowering the sandalwood fragrance in the room. Hong Jun slid down the pillar, and the moment his butt touched the ground. Pooh! Another mouthful, this time mixed with tiny bits of internal organs. He pushed against the floor tiles to get up, but his arms went weak. Pooh! The third mouthful of old blood splattered directly across his chin, staining his white beard a golden red color. He had expelled 3 mouthfuls of saint-level essence blood. The old man's face had turned whiter than paper, his breaths coming in short gasps. Outside the door, Hao Tian and Yao Qi were stunned. The two dropped to their knees with a thud, their knees hitting the threshold painfully. Old master. Please don't scare us. Call for the medical officer. No, I will get the pills. Hao Tian stuttered, tripping and scrambling towards the side hall. Hong Jun lay sprawled on the ground, ignoring the two of them. His ears were filled with buzzing sounds. His gaze was fixated on the creation jade plate that had fallen a few steps away. On that precious plate there had originally been only a thin old crack, now accompanied by a startling a new crack as wide as a fingernail crawled across half the surface like a centipede. Hong Jun's fingers twitched nervously. He reached towards his empty chest. Cold, chilling to the bone. He had survived for so many years, deceiving the demon gods and scheming against the 3 clans, finally extracting half of his essence from the Tao. Now it was leaking out along that new crack on the jade plate like a floodgate that had burst open. It's leaking. My essence leaking. The old man collapsed on the floor tiles, scrambling towards the jade plate with hands and feet trembling as he tried to hold the plate to his chest. He desperately used his sleeve to block the crack, golden blood smeared across the plate. But he couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. Who is it? Who is digging at the roots of my mysterious door? Hong Jun could no longer maintain the demeanor of a Tao ancestor. He shouted hoarsely, his voice as ragged as a broken gong. Meanwhile, at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain in the Pango Hall, the half-ruined dome struck by lightning was still shedding debris. The smell of bronze rust in the underground palace was mixed with the burnt scent of thunderstruck wood. Su Chun was still sitting atop the Hongming burial coffin, lounging with his legs crossed, his purple gold boots swaying. His right thumb was picking at the dirt under his fingernail, dislodging a small clump and flicking it away. Below, 11 ancestral witches and Hutu remained in a dazed state, looking up at the sky. Di Jiang's neck was sore, unable to resist rubbing the back of his neck. Suddenly, through the gaping hole, a golden ball of light radiating the aura of the highest rules spiraled down from the sky. This thing looked small, about the thickness of a fist. But the scent was too fragrant, carrying the primal sweetness of the world at its inception. Gong Gong, being the closest, sniffed, and his stomach let out a loud growl uncontrollably. What the heck is falling down? Bird droppings. No kidding, this bird dropping smells pretty good with food, he muttered, stretching his neck to catch it. Don't touch it recklessly. Su-chun did not lift his head, casually flicking his wrist. The ball of golden light seemed to have eyes, swerving sharply to land steadily in his palm. It felt soft and squishy, like an indestructible dough ball still warm to the touch. Su-chun brought the ball of light closer to his nose. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Instantly, his brows furrowed into a twist, his lips curling downward. Ugh, I was wondering why that broken eyeball was so fast. Turns out it spat out its bile. Su-chun shook the ball of Tao essence, looking at Hutu with a face full of disdain. Girl, when I asked you what you usually eat, you said wild game, right? Hutu stared blankly, her gaze glued to the golden light, stammering. Ah, yes. Yes, uncle, what is? Su-chun tossed the ball of light into the air and caught it again. Go find a larger, coarse porcelain bowl from the backyard. Just bring me 2 taels of your which clan's low-quality fruit wine. Di-jiang, listening in confusion, scratched his messy hair and leaned forward. Uncle, what do you need the wine for? This golden nugget is a good treasure infused with the pressure of the Tao. Shouldn't we use it to carve divine patterns? Carve divine patterns. This thing has too many impurities, it will harm the skin. Su-chun snorted coldly, applying some strength to his fingers, holding the Tao essence, causing the golden light to deform. The last thunder tribulation wasn't enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. They'll mix it with the wine, but it's just right for me to have some snacks with my drink. The dark golden sphere lay in Su-chun's palm, resembling a freshly cooked soft dough ball, its surface still emitting steaming white vapor. This object appeared unremarkable, yet it exuded an intoxicating aroma. It was neither floral nor meaty, but a strange scent that mixed the earthy smell of rain-soaked soil with the charred aroma of lightning-struck wood. This was the essence of the heavenly Tao. It was the most fundamental and tyrannical rule of the entire primordial world. The closest Gong Gong couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. Half of his snot was expelled, only to be forced back into his nostrils by the overwhelming pressure. Cough, cough. Gong Gong's eyes bulged as 3 twisted veins throbbed on his thick neck. His feet uncontrollably slid back 2 inches, crushing a piece of burnt bronze scrap. Uncle, this sphere is blinding. Di-jiang raised his rough palm, the size of a fan, tightly covering his eyes. The golden light seeping through his fingers stung his eyes, causing tears to flow down his cheeks, dripping onto his bushy beard. This was the essence of the heavenly Tao. The pressure contained within even a tiny leak was enough to turn this group of mortals without souls into minced meat. However, Su-chun seemed unfazed. He even disdainfully tossed the glowing sphere in the air a couple of times, as if weighing a worthless stone. If it's blinding, just turn away and look at your own worthlessness. He scoffed, his gaze passing over Di-jiang's broad shoulders, landing on the still-dazed Hutu. Girl, what are you dawdling about? Where's the wine I asked for? Su-chun shook his slightly sore left wrist, the bones cracking audibly. Only then did Hutu snap out of her daze, shivering violently. Oh, the wine. They'll get it right away. She hurriedly turned around, tripping over her own feet and nearly falling face first. Ignoring the dignity of the ancestral, which Hutu scrambled toward the storage cave deep within the great hall. A moment later, she returned breathless, holding a black pottery bowl with a chipped edge. The rim of the bowl was still stained with mud from who knows how many years ago. Inside sloshed a murky, deep purple liquid topped with layers of unknown white foam. A pungent fermented rotten fruit smell instantly overshadowed the burnt aroma in the underground palace. Uncle, our witch clan isn't very skilled at brewing wine. Hutu carefully handed over the black pottery bowl, her cheeks flushed and her fingertips trembling. This is just wild fruit that the brothers picked from the forest, fermented in some pit. The flavor might be a bit strong. Su-chun reached out to take the rough, uncomfortable black pottery bowl. He leaned down to sniff it, and the sharp sourness hit him, causing him to retch twice. You guys usually drink this horse piss to quench your thirst. He distastefully held the bowl away, shaking his head, and Zhu Rong, standing nearby, awkwardly scratched his red-haired head, dislodging a few bloody flakes of scalp. Hey, in this shabby place, what can we expect? Just something to wet the throat will do. All right, we'll manage with this. Su-chun sighed, placing the black pottery bowl, filled with sour wine, on the coffin lid, immediately drawing the gazes of the 12 ancestral witches. He raised his right hand, 2 long fingers pinching the hissing, smoking essence of the heavenly Tao. Uncle, don't. Di-jiang was scared out of his wits, instinctively taking a half-step forward, shouting hoarsely. That was meat that fell from the heavenly Tao itself. Getting a bit of causality on you could flatten the graves of your ancestors for generations. Su-chun didn't even spare him a glance. He pressed his thumb and index finger together with force. Crack! A sound sharper than biting into rock candy echoed through the underground palace. The seemingly indestructible source of rules, which even saints dared not touch lightly, was forcibly squeezed out, forming web-like cracks. Golden powder trickled down through Su-chun's fingers, resembling crumbling old dough. This stuff has too many impurities. If it isn't broken down, it will ruin the throat. Su Chen muttered as he moved his hand above the black pottery bowl. His fingertips rubbed together, and the golden powder spiraled down into the sour, rotten fruit wine. Sizzle! The moment the powder touched the liquid, the entire black pottery bowl erupted into a boil. The murky purple liquid rolled like boiling water, bubbling up with large golden bubbles. The originally pungent rotten fruit sourness was suddenly overpowered by a strange, rich aroma of wine. The scent wafted out with the wind. Dong Huang Tai, who was guarding at the doorway, caught a whiff of this aroma, and drool dripped down to his chin, his eyes glazing over. Di Jiang and the others had completely lost their ability to think. A dozen muscular men stood frozen, as if under a spell, staring blankly at Su Chen's actions. The essence of the heavenly Tao, the hub of all creation in the primal world, even Hong Jun had to kneel and beg for a taste. And now this man in a purple gold robe was treating it like sugar, sprinkling it into a bowl of inferior fruit wine. After finishing the last bit of powder, Su Chen brushed the golden residue off his hands. He picked up the bubbling black pottery bowl, lightly shaking his wrist to mix the gold powder with the wine thoroughly. Then he tilted his head back. His Adam's apple rolled up and down. Gulp, gulp. Accompanied by a crude swallowing sound, he downed most of the bowl of fruit wine mixed with the essence of the heavenly Tao in one go. A few drops of golden liquid slid down his smooth chin, dripping onto his purple gold robe, instantly soaking in. Clang. Su Chen casually tossed the empty bowl back onto the coffin lid, making a dull thud. He closed his eyes, smacking his lips. His brows slowly knotted together as if savoring something. Below, the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches rose into their throats. Xianming bit his lip hard, leaving a row of white blood marks on his lower lip. Did he swallow it? That was the essence of the heavenly Tao. Was this uncle's stomach made of a black hole? Was he not afraid of bursting? A few seconds later, Su Chen opened his eyes and opened his mouth. Burp! A long, resounding belch echoed through the underground palace. Accompanied by the belch, he exhaled a golden smoke ring. The ring floated lazily into the air, colliding with the bronze beam, dispersing into a gentle spiritual energy. Uff, is this the taste? Su Chen's face was filled with disappointment as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I thought it was something rare. It's bland. It's too sweet, not even a hint of spiciness left. He kicked a piece of rubble on the ground, sending it rolling. This broken essence of the heavenly Tao is only fit for me to use as a sweet snack. Though said lightly, these words struck the ancestral witches like a heavy hammer, shattering their last bit of rationality. Gong Gong collapsed to his knees with a thud, his knees buckling as he fell onto the rubble. The sharp stones pierced through his skin, blood seeping out, but he didn't even flinch. Uncle, what you just swallowed, was it really from the heavens? He stuttered, unable to articulate, pointing with a trembling finger at the large hole in the dome. Su Chen yawned, half a tear of physiological fluid squeezing from the corner of his eye. What a waste of words. Besides the pieces that fell from that broken eye, what else could fall here? He rubbed his aching stomach, feeling a warm sensation in his belly. The essence had just entered his stomach, only to be forcibly transformed by the system into nourishment to repair the Hongming divine body, not even causing a ripple. Crazy, all crazy. Chang Liang's eyes were vacant, repeatedly mumbling these words. In the eyes of these muscle-bound brutes, the heavenly Tao was a knife hanging over their necks. No matter how strong they were, a lightning strike would still peel off a layer of skin. But now the knife was broken and ground into powder to be drunk as wine. This was no mere resurrection of their ancestor. This was a creature crawling out from the primordial chaos, predating even Pangu, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Zhu Rong's calves began to cramp. He recalled how he had dared to demand this lord to set fire to the coffin earlier. Cold sweat drenched his back, soaked through the fire god pattern etched on his skin. The wound stung from the sweat, making him gasp. Hiss! Uncle, you really have a good appetite, truly. Zhu Rong forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, struggling to muster flattering words. Su Chen ignored his awkward flattery. He stood up, the purple gold boots making a dull thud on the coffin lid. He twisted his neck, the bones cracking. All right, I've had enough of the show and the wine. Su Chen clapped his hands together, brushing off non-existent dust from his palms. He lowered his head, his unfathomable gaze sweeping over the trembling, muscular men below. His previously languid tone suddenly turned serious. I've eaten and drunk enough, and my body is warmed up. He extended a finger, pointing at Di Jiang's bearded face. Pick up all those jawbones you dropped on the ground and put them back. A smirk with a hint of mischief curled at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Now it's time to assign some tasks to you little brats who have too much free time. Su Chen's voice, carrying a hint of laziness, echoed throughout the underground palace. The 12 muscular men standing below seemed as if they had been struck by lightning. With a swift motion, 10 pairs of sturdy legs closed together, their feet slamming against the bronze floor with a loud clang, causing dust to fall from the cracks in the walls. Jiang puffed out his chest, the muscles on both shoulders taut, like iron lumps, not daring to even breathe. He glanced sideways at Zhu Rong, swallowing dryly as his Adam's apple bobbed twice. Did you hear that? Our uncle is about to teach us the unparalleled killing formation. Jiang lowered his voice, his rough tone filled with barely contained enthusiasm, his lips almost stretching to his ears. Zhu Rong nodded vigorously, the tuft of red hair on his head swaying. That's for sure. Having just swallowed the essence of the heavenly Tao, how could we not be taught a technique to overturn the demon court? Hutu rubbed her palms, the sweat making them slippery, and she tiptoed half a step closer to the coffin. Su Chen looked at the group of iron fools below, whose eyes gleamed with a greenish light, raising an eyebrow. He jumped down from the black jade coffin, his purple golden boots landing silently. His wide sleeves waved casually in the air. Boom! A deafening sound struck the center of the Pangu Hall, shaking the very foundations. The shockwave rolled across the ground, blowing the coarse hair on Gong Gong's legs flat against his skin. The intense metallic cold fragrance mixed with the pungent smell of verdigris instantly filled everyone's nostrils. A giant cauldron towering 3 stories high and shimmering with a ghostly purple light crashed onto the floor. The bronze floor was directly smashed into a giant pit, half a zhang deep spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. The cauldron was engraved with densely packed chaotic divine patterns, purple energy billowing from its mouth, sending shivers down one's spine. Hongmingding. This artifact could effortlessly refine the myriad worlds. Xiangli inhaled a breath of dusty cold air, nearly choking on his saliva. Cough, cough. My goodness, what level of treasure is this? Just looking at it makes my knees weak. He rubbed his numb thighs, admiration nearly overflowing from his eyes. Hutu was also taken aback by the spectacle, stepping back half a step. She waved her hand to fan away the rising dust, sneezing twice and turning her nose red. Uncle, this iron lump looks ominous, and it's covered in symbols we can't understand. She leaned forward cautiously, poking the cold cauldron leg with her finger. Is this treasure meant to stew the demon clan's big demons into soup? Zhu Rong shouted with a hoarse voice, taking 2 steps forward. Stew what soup? This cauldron is definitely for us to smash the southern gate of the demon clan. He shouted while rubbing his hands in excitement, the sound of his nails scraping against calluses echoing. What should we do, uncle? I'll be the first to carry it. Su Chen stopped in front of the giant cauldron and patted the cold cauldron wall. The dull metallic clang resonated, sending vibrations through his teeth. He turned his head, looking at Zhu Rong, whose face was flushed as if he were a fool. Smash the door? Is your head filled with glue? He pointed at the cauldron's intake, which was as tall as 2 people. This thing is an industrial furnace newly tinkered by me, your ancestor. Hi, furnace. Zhu Rong's enthusiasm froze on his face, his mouth half open like a fish stranded on land. Jiang was also stunned, his thick brows furrowing in confusion as he scratched the back of his head. Uncle, what kind of killing formation is this furnace supposed to be? We don't have a primordial spirit. How do we activate it? Activate what nonsense? Su Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain the principles of thermodynamics to this bunch of illiterates. He pointed at Zhu Rong, his fingertip carrying an undeniable coldness. You the one who plays with fire? Yes, don't shrink back. Zhu Rong, whose name had been called, shivered and forced himself to step forward. You uncle, I'm at your command. Go over there and sit under that intake. Su Chen folded his arms, raising his chin towards the bottom of the giant cauldron. Take out your southern brightly fire and heat this furnace. As soon as these words were spoken, the underground palace fell silent, and even a pin dropping could be heard. Zhu Rong thought his ears were filled with mud and desperately dug at them with his pinky. Heat. Heat. Uncle, I didn't understand. You want me to start a fire? He was the dignified ancestor of fire. Born from Pangus essence, he inherently controlled the myriad fires of the wilderness and could boil the East Sea dry in one breath. Now he was being asked to start a fire for a mere cauldron. If the demon clan's rabble saw this, he would never be able to hold his head high in the wilderness again. What do you want me to carry you over on an 8-bear sedan? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, the hem of his purple golden robe fluttering without wind. The pressure inscribed deep within his bloodline leaked out slightly, and Zhu Rong's kneecaps made a crisp cracking sound. No, no, no. No need. Zhu Rong waved his hands, repeatedly, beads of sweat, like beans rolling down his forehead, splattering on the bronze floor and shattering. He looked aggrieved, his eyes reddening, grinding his back teeth against the cauldron's base. While doing so, he muttered under his breath, I'll do it or I'll do it. Why is it that I'm now just a boiler attendant? This job is so humiliating. He sat down in the damp cold pit, raising his right hand with a pitiful expression. With a puff, a ball of pure white southern brightly fire burst forth from his palm, licking the bottom of the cauldron. The intense heat instantly erupted, warping the surrounding air into waves. Too hot. Are you roasting pig trotters? Su Chen kicked the leg of the cauldron, causing Zhu Rong's eardrums to throb. Keep the temperature at 32,000 degrees, any higher or lower. Su Chun pulled out a spiked purple-golden whip from his sleeve, creating a thunderous crack in the air. I'll just hang you at the top of Buzhou Mountain and whip you for 500 years until you dry out like old cured meat. Zhu Rong shrank his neck, a chill running up his spine. He quickly suppressed the flame in his hand by half an inch, not daring to even fart. Controlling fire. This task sounded simple, but was utterly exhausting. Usually when he fought and set fires, he aimed for grandeur, wanting to burn a hole in the sky for sheer thrill. He had to control it as precisely as if he were embroidering. The bronze bricks beneath Panga Hall already absorbed heat. Now being roasted by the leaf fire, the ground was hot enough to grill pancakes. Zhu Rong's bare bottom pressed against the ground, emitting the charred smell of cooked flesh. He could only slightly shift his numb hips. As a result, his wrist trembled. The flame shot up half an inch, almost licking the chaotic divine patterns on the cauldron's bottom. Crack! Su Chen's whip struck mercilessly against the floor tiles next to Zhu Rong, creating a deep groove. The fragments flew into Zhu Rong's face, cutting him. Steady. Is your hand suffering from Parkinson's? Zhu Rong was terrified, frantically channeling his magical power to suppress the flames. In less than half an hour, this fierce ancestor of fire had been completely worn out. He sat cross-legged, his eyes bulging, like copper bells fixated on the flickering flame in his palm. He didn't even dare to blink, his eyes filled with dense red veins. Sweat streamed down the gaps in his muscle. The sweat stung his eyes, but he didn't even dare to raise his hand to wipe it. He could only shake his head vigorously, the droplets splattering onto the cauldron's scorching wall, producing a sizzling smell. I can't take it anymore. My arm is about to break. Zhu Rong gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse like saw-cutting wood. Di Jiang watched from the side, wanting to laugh, but restraining himself, biting his lower lip until it bled. Hutu also covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking, her face flushed. Just at that moment, someone couldn't hold back. Ha! Gong Gong stood not far from the cauldron, clutching his belly, laughing uncontrollably. He and Zhu Rong were always at odds, and whenever they met, they either fought or spat insults. Not taking the chance to add to Zhu Rong's misery would be a disservice to his affinity with the water element. Watching his nemesis covered in dirt squatting in the pit, like a bullied little wife, Gong Gong felt a sense of joy that surpassed even drinking chilled nectar on a hot summer day. Oh my God, this is killing me. He laughed while slapping his thigh, the sound echoing. Spit flew from his mouth and landed far away, with a few drops unfortunately landing on the heated cauldron wall, evaporating instantly. Old fire, old fire. You have your day now. Gong Gong laughed until tears streamed down his face, wiping his eyes carelessly. Where's that arrogance of yours from a moment ago? Why do you look like a dirty rat from under the stove now? He leaned forward a couple of steps, pretending to sniff. Oh, the heat is cooking your red hair. It's about to burn, isn't it? It smells like singed pig hair. Zhu Rong trembled with anger, the leaf fire in his palm flickering. Shut up, you water duck. If you have the guts, come down and try it. He growled through gritted teeth, but didn't dare to lose focus, glaring fiercely at Gong Gong from the corner of. Try what? I'm the water expert. This boiler work is clearly meant for you. Gong Gong's confidence grew as he laughed, his booming voice causing more dust to fall from the ceiling of the underground palace. Ha ha ha, hick. Just as his laughter reached its peak, it was abruptly cut off as if someone had grabbed a duck by. The temperature in the underground palace plunged to freezing point without warning. Gong Gong shivered, the hairs on his back standing on end. His face was still frozen in a grin, and he turned his eyes stiffly to the left, where less than 3 steps away, Su Chun was playing with the spiked purple golden whip in his hand, the tip dragging across the floor tiles, creating crackling sparks. His depthless eyes were coldly fixed on him. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile that lacked any warmth. Have you laughed enough? Gong Gong's scalp tingled, and his calves began to cramp uncontrollably. You uncle. I wasn't laughing at you while I was laughing at him. He stammered, nearly biting his tongue, instinctively stepping back, almost slipping on a piece of rubble. Su Chen's whip suddenly cracked in the air. He's over there heating the furnace, and you're just standing by watching. Su Chun tilted his head with a faux smile. Since you're so free, I happen to have a delicate task related to water that I saved just for you. Su Chun dragged the purple gold whip on the ground, its tip scraping against the bronze bricks, sparking with a crackling sound. The sparks landed on Gong Gong's ankle. His face, once filled with wild laughter, now appeared frozen, as if licked by a dog, with half a droplet of saliva still hanging at the corner of his mouth. The air in the underground palace was thick and sticky with the heat waves from Zhu Rong, making one's nasal cavity dry. Gong Gong could only feel a cool breeze rushing into the back of his neck. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his heel bumping against a piece of rubble, causing his body to sway. Uncle, please. Don't look at me like that. He rolled his Adam's apple, swallowing a mouthful of dirt-flavored saliva. His hands scratched randomly at the scales on his thighs, peeling off some dry white skin. I'm not good with words, I just blurted it out without any other meaning, really. Su Chun coiled the whip into a circle, casually stuffing it into his sleeve, and leisurely took 2 steps forward. The purple gold boots crunched on the debris on the ground. He stopped in front of Gong Gong, his gaze surveying the burly man with a shiny bald head from top to bottom. "Since we're idle, I see you have plenty of energy, my ancestor." Su Chun pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his chest, unfolding it, and pointing at a section filled with wavy lines. "Here, the boiler needs a cooling water circulation pool." He glanced at Gong Gong, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "But I noticed that your water whip just now was quite limp. The vapor is everywhere like an old man with a half-asleep bladder at night. Can you handle the delicate work?" As soon as this was said, Zhu Rong, who had been hiding in the pit, stoking the fire, nearly burst out laughing. He bit down hard on his back teeth, his face turning red as his palms trembled from holding back. Gong Gong's bronze-colored face visibly flushed to a liver-like hue. The dignity of the water ancestor was trampled underfoot, feeling worse than death. "Stop talking nonsense." Gong Gong's neck stiffened, veins bulging on his forehead like thick. "Am I controlling the water weakly? I was afraid of flooding this broken grand hall." He gasped heavily, spewing 2 jets of salty mist from his nostrils. "Back in the East Sea, a single sneeze from me could stir up a 30,000-foot tsunami. Who doesn't know my water technique is fierce?" Su Chun folded the paper back and stuffed it into his chest. "Oh, is that so?" He deliberately elongated his tone, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. "Anyone can boast with their mouth, but if you're really that impressive, show me something here." Su Chun pointed at the thick central pillar of the Pango Hall, which was as wide as several people hugging it. The pillar connected to the earth's veins, intricately carved with ancient totems emanating a heavy sense of oppression. This pillar was one of the foundations of the Buzhou Mountain. "Just that pillar, use your strongest water technique to hit it." Su Chun raised an eyebrow. "If you can make it sway a little, I'll call you brother from now on." This provocation was like throwing a torch into a powder keg. Gong Gong, who was already hot-headed, lost all rationality in an instant. "Uncle, you said it." Gong Gong's eyes bulged like copper bells, filled with rage. "Today I'll show you what it means to turn the tides." He roared, raising his arms fiercely, his muscles swelling like a blown balloon. The moisture in the underground palace thickened, instantly suffocating and causing coughing. A jet of black, heavy water surged directly from beneath his feet. The water was incredibly heavy, capable of flattening a small hill with a single drop. Now gathered into a dozens of feet-long black water dragon, it roared as it twisted above Gong Gong's head. The air was compressed, producing a deafening sound explosion. The moisture mixed with the scent of aquatic plants made Di Jiang next to him sneeze twice. "Third brother, are you crazy? That's the main pillar of the Pango Hall. If you knock it down, well, I'll be buried alive." Di Jiang shouted, wanting to rush up to stop him, but an invisible force held him firmly in place. That was Su Chun, sealing the surrounding space with his energy. Gong Gong could hear nothing now, his mind consumed with proving he was not weak. "Break for me." He stomped fiercely on the bronze floor, creating a one-meter-deep pit. He lunged forward toward the black water dragon, his fierce momentum unwavering. Lowering his head, he charged toward the pillar inscribed with totems. In truth, Su Chun had already seen through Gong Gong's death tribulation in the web of causality. This guy was destined to face a mountain crash in the future. If he didn't shatter this bone of crashing today, who knows when he would get into trouble again. Su Chun stood in place, not moving an inch. As he felt the damp, cold moisture rushing toward him, he only sensed a slight itch on his cheek from the wind. He raised his right hand, seemingly casually swinging a semicircle in the air. There was no dazzling golden light, nor any earth-shattering clash of laws. It was merely pure, overwhelming physical power, mixed with a hint of primordial energy. Slap! A crisp, resonating sound instantly drowned out the roar of the water dragon. Su Chun's palm landed firmly on Gong Gong's right cheek. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for half a second. The terrifying black water dragon didn't even touch the corner of Su Chun's clothes. Like a smashed watermelon, it exploded in midair, creating a torrential downpour. Black water poured down, drenching Zhu Rong from head to toe. It extinguished his Nanmingli fire, causing it to emit white smoke. As for Gong Gong himself, he didn't even have time to scream. The 200-pound strong man was yanked into the air like a kite with its string cut. He spun like a top in midair, whirling around 18 times. The blood and foam mixed with his back teeth flew everywhere like scattered flowers. Thud! With a final muffled sound, Gong Gong's head plunged harshly into a waste pit beside the furnace. His legs pointed skyward. He kicked haphazardly in the air for a moment before going still. The entire scene fell silent. Only the sound of water droplets falling onto bronze utensils ticked away, and the crackling from Zhu Rong's furnace continued. Di Jiang swallowed a dry lump, turning his stiff neck. He looked at his brother stuck in the mud pit, then glanced back at Su Chun, who was leisurely flicking his hands. "Is this over?" That fierce momentum just now aiming to crash into the pillar, not even a sound was made before it was all ended by a slap. Su-chun disdainfully shook off the water droplets from his hand. Thick-skinned, huh? That slap made my palm tingle. He grimaced and walked over to the edge of the pit, kicking Gong Gong's exposed calf with his toes. Stop playing dead and hurry up and climb out. A muffled sound came from the pit. Soon after, two large hands covered in black mud grasped the edge of the pit. Gong Gong, covered in mud and grime, pulled himself out of the pit. His appearance was utterly disheveled. The right side of his face was swollen like a fermented purple bun, with his eyes slit, almost closed. His lips were curled outward and blood and mud were still seeping from his nostrils. He shook his dazed head, still in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just flew past? Su-chun pulled a rough cloth from his sleeve, wiping. Are you awake now? Are you still going to crash into the pillar? Upon hearing this voice, Gong Gong shivered, struggling to open his swollen right eye a crack. Looking at Su-chin's half-smiling face, the last remnants of his pride were blown away with those 18 spins. Was this even human? With a single slap, he turned the heavy water into vapor. This physical body was simply more abnormal than a chaotic demon god. I am not doing it anymore, Uncle. I was wrong. My water technique. It really is like an old man with a weak bladder at night. You were right. He was completely convinced now. Any dignity of the ancestor, which any pride of the water laws, all became irrelevant before Su-chun. Su-chun casually tossed the dirty cloth he had wiped his hands on at Gong Gong's face. Just accept reality, so you won't cause trouble for me in the future. He pointed at the smoking furnace base not far away. Zhu Rong, with his damp red hair, was secretly watching with a gleeful expression. Get over there. Su-chun raised his chin. Dig a pit by that furnace to trap your water and create a cooling water circulation system. If the water temperature can't suppress the fire's heat or puts it out. Su-chun flexed his wrist. It'll give your left cheek a matching slap. Gong Gong shrank his neck, rolling and crawling toward Zhu Rong. Yes. Uncle, don't worry, my water is absolutely the best for cooling. He dove back into the pit, obediently starting to control the water flow around the furnace. While working, he kept his voice low to curse Zhu Rong beside him. What are you looking at? If you keep laughing, I'll splash mud on your face. Hey, you dare to splash me? Do you believe I'll set your pants on fire? The two lifelong rivals, one adding fire and the other pouring water, bickered while working, sparks and mist flying everywhere. Su-chun stood in place, watching these two finally getting on track as industrial technicians, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. The initial construction equipment had taken shape. He turned around, his gaze slowly sweeping across the remaining 10 ancestor witches who were still in a daze. Di Jiang, Xian Ming, and Chang Liang collectively took half a step back. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed in the underground palace like frogs at a meeting. It's over. The two brothers of water and fire had been pressed into the pit to work hard. Seeing Uncle's stance, it was obvious he was preparing to take them all out. Su-chun stood with his hands behind his back, the wide sleeves of his purple gold robe fluttering in the mist. His eyes swept back and forth over Di Jiang's sturdy arms and thighs. Are you all just standing there like idiots? Su-chun raised an eyebrow, tapping on the coffin lid beside him. The third and fourth brothers are already on duty. Do you still expect to eat and drink for free? Di Jiang chuckled, awkwardly rubbing his hands as he stepped forward, slightly forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Uncle, about my spatial laws, besides cutting people, can I do any fine work? Su-chun sneered, pulling out the crumpled paper again, making a rustling sound. No fine work, but coarse work is abundant. I need a contractor for mining on this blueprint. I think your build is quite suitable. He tapped the paper against Di Jiang's chest. Tomorrow morning, take people to mine for me. Don't come back for food if you can't break through. Di Jiang's face fell, responding bitterly. Su-chun then turned to Chang Liang and Shizi. And you two, what are you doing here, acting as lightning rods? Uncle, what can we do? Chang Liang stuttered. Su-chun grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Isn't that broken eyeball up there fond of striking people with lightning? You two go up to the sky tomorrow, set up a line, and bring all that electricity back for lighting. His face, full of excess flesh, suddenly twitched. The purple arc of electricity generated from his fingertips exploded with a crackle, singeing the leg hair of Chang Liang beside him. A burnt, acrid smell of singed hair immediately wafted through the air. Didi, dear uncle, did you just say? To go to the heavens and steal the lightning from the Lord of the Daowei. His stuttered, his tongue tangling as saliva flew everywhere. His big eyes bulged wide, forgetting to breathe, his chest rising and falling erratically. Su-chun sat on the edge of the black coffin, tilting his head in disdain. Stealing? What does a scholar's work have to do with stealing? It's called collecting stray energy. He pulled out 2 crumpled animal skins from his sleeve and slammed them onto Qiang Liang's face. The skins emitted a long, stale, sour smell, with ink smeared all over. Carve the columns according to the formation above and insert them on the peak of Mount Buzhou. Su Chun yawned, a glimmer of moisture gathering in the corner of his eye. That broken eye just sits there calling for thunder, then disperses after getting struck. How wasteful. Store it all and keep it safe. Xiangliang scratched at the animal skin, his rough fingers scraping across its surface, dirt lodged beneath his nails. Store. This lightning is too violent. What can we store it with? Xiangliang scratched his head in panic. Even a sack can't hold it. It explodes at the slightest touch. Su Chun flicked his wrist, the golden-purple whip striking the bronze floor and creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Formation. If you can't understand the blueprints, go ask Xianming. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you two to light the heavenly lamps. The two brothers shrank their necks and scrambled away, hugging the animal skins as they darted out of the hall faster than rabbits. Not far away, Zhu Rong squatted at the bottom of a pit, his face blackened like coal from the scorching flames of the southern Mingli fire. He struggled to control the heat while cursing in a hoarse voice. Gong Gong, you son of a bitch. Water is dripping down onto my neck. Do you want to cook me to death? Gong Gong, with half of his face swollen like a pig's head, was grunting as he led the black water in circles. Pa, what do you know about the cooling cycle? Keep shouting, and I'll splash mud in your face. Hearing the duo argue like they were slaughtering pigs, the remaining ancestors looked at each other in disbelief. With their feet feeling like they had nails stuck in them, they silently lined up in a row, afraid that they would be the next to go down into the pit to suffer the humiliation. Su Chun pinched his swollen brow, his gaze landing on the figure of Ru Shou covered in fine golden scales. Ru Shou straightened up quickly, the golden scales rubbing against each other, producing a crisp sound. Yes, dear uncle, what do you want me to take from which demon king? He slapped his chest fiercely, the sound echoing loudly. Take a demon king's leg. What do you think this is, a slaughter? Su Chun flicked a large iron pickaxe off the ground, with his toe kicking it to Ru Shou's feet. The pickaxe struck the ground with a sharp, clanging noise. Here's a fat job for you. Take the idle shaman men below and go dig in the mountains. Dig for copper and iron, or within 100,000 miles. Ru Shou was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a goose egg in it. A strand of transparent saliva dripped onto his golden scales. Dig for her. I, the grand ancestor of gold, go dig like a groundhog in a mud pit. His face turned red with indignation, fists cracking as his face displayed resistance. Su Chun raised his eyelids and pointed at Zhu Rong, who was coughing from the smoke nearby. Not willing to work. There's still a need for someone to scoop the furnace ash in that pit. Why don't you go? Ru Shou followed the direction of his finger and happened to see Zhu Rong choking on a cloud of black smoke, his nose running. He shuddered and quickly took 2 steps back. Not hard. Digging for, or is good. It builds strength and fitness. Ru Shou snatched the broken iron pickaxe from the ground and darted off like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Next it was Zhu Mang's turn. The ancestor of wood stood there like a giant green onion, exuding a raw, earthy aroma. Su Chun surveyed him up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Your ability is practical. Go and clear out 100 acres of land in the back mountain. Graft all the spirit-rooted grass, tree bark, and any acquired spirit roots onto it. Graft. Dear uncle, what kind of technique is that? Zhu Mang scratched his leafy head as leaves fell to the ground. Can it poison the demon race? Su Chun slapped his forehead, the sound crisp. Poison your head. It's to make them bear fruit. The fruits must be as big as a hammer. He gestured with his hand, exaggerating the size. With millions of mouths in the shaman tribe eating raw meat and drinking blood every day, their brains must have turned to mush. They must eat carbohydrates. If the yield doesn't increase within 3 months, I'll bury you alive in the ground as fertilizer. Zhu Mang's face turned green with fear covering his head as he rushed toward the back mountain. In just half a day, the atmosphere of the Pango Hall had completely shifted. The once rampant and brutal air of violence had dissipated entirely. In its place was a bustling construction site. The underground palace echoed with the sound of clanging and banging. The odor of cheap firewood burning in the braziers mingled with the sharp smell of melting metal. The choking odor made people's throats dry, causing them to sneeze repeatedly. The fierce and brutal beings once rampant in the primordial world had turned into struggling laborers. In the backyard of the Pango Hall, various ores dug up by Ru Shou had piled into small hills. The colorful stones gleamed under the sunlight. In the backyard of the Pango Hall, various ores dug up by Ru Shou had piled into small hills. The colorful stones gleamed under the sunlight, dazzling the eyes. Su Chun lay comfortably on the dark coffin lid. Beside him was a broken ceramic bowl with a few freshly washed red fruits soaking inside. He crossed his legs, the golden-purple boots swaying in rhythm with the hammering nearby. Clang, clang, clang. A series of light footsteps approached from the front hall's corridor, accompanied by the faint sound of ice shards colliding. The surrounding temperature dropped by 7 or 8 degrees. Su Chun exhaled, and a puff of white mist appeared. Xianming held a pitch-black object, her brows tightly knitted enough to trap a fly in between. Her originally sexy short beast hide skirt was now stained with black, oily grime. A streak of gray smeared across her fair cheek made her look like a calico cat. Dear uncle. Xianming stopped in front of the coffin, biting her pale lower lip. Her eyes were filled with deep skepticism, with dark circles under her eyes from staying up late. In her arms, she held a thick, black metal tube over a meter long. Intricate ice law patterns were etched into the tube. Wisps of cold air seeped out along the patterns, frosting the surface with a thin layer of white frost. At the back of the tube, it was connected to an extremely peculiar spring mechanism and trigger. The design looked incredibly out of place in this primordial world. It resembled a lengthened fire stick. Hearing the movement, Su Chan half opened one eye. His gaze landed on the black tube, and his pupils suddenly brightened. He jumped up from the coffin and snatched the tube from Xuanming's hands. It felt icy to the touch, and the weight of the metal was solid and reassuring. Su Chan weighed it in his hand, running his fingers along the icy crystal patterns to the trigger. Oh, the craftsmanship is quite good, assembled quickly and tightly. He pulled the trigger, and a crisp metallic click echoed. It felt satisfying with no flaws to be found. Xianming rubbed her reddened fingertips with several small bloodstains from being cut by the metal on the back of her hand. She frowned, staring at the tube with a conflicted expression. I've taken out all the parts from the blueprints, polished them overnight down to the last inch. She paused, looking up at Su Chan, her eyes brimming with confusion. But dear uncle, this iron tube doesn't have a hint of magical power at all. It relies entirely on the mechanism to hold together. She gestured at the bare tube opening. What use could it possibly have? Are we really keeping it for the kitchen as a fire stick? Uncle, this iron pipe doesn't emit even the faintest trace of spiritual energy. Truly, can it really serve as a weapon? Xianming rubbed her frost-reddened fingertips. Black engine oil still stubbornly lodged beneath her nails. She cradled the pitch-black, elongated metal tube in her arms. White mist hissed faintly from its muzzle. I've examined it thoroughly. I didn't find even the most rudimentary spirit-converging formation engraved inside. Xianming wrinkled her pert nose, her expression radiating profound existential doubt. If we wielded this thing in combat, it'd be too heavy even to use as a fire poker. Su Chan hopped down from the edge of the obsidian-black coffin and stretched languidly, his knuckles cracking with crisp, resonant snaps. In one fluid motion, he plucked the primordial barret from Xianming's arms. His fingers slid along the icy barrel to the trigger guard. The tactile resistance of metal and metal was dense, unyielding. A fire poker. Little girl, your vision is shallower than the East Sea's seabed. Su Chan flicked his thumb. A sharp click echoed as he expertly cycled the bolt and ejected an empty metal magazine. At that moment, Dejiang shouldered a chipped iron pickaxe and squeezed into the hull, drenched in pungent sweat. His bare, mud-caked shoulders glistened under dim light. He thrust his massive head forward, peering intently at the weapon in Su Chen's hands. Uncle, what's Xianming's sister tinkering with? This black iron lump feels hefty. Swinging it to crack skulls from behind would probably feel quite natural. Su Chan disdainfully nudged Dejiang's enormous head aside with the rifle's stock. Away. Your stench will rust my freshly polished barrel. He handed the empty magazine to Xianming and tilted his chin upward. Infuse a single thread of your most fundamental ice law into this chamber. Not a drop more, just a filament no thicker than a strand of hair. Xianming frowned, a smudge of engine oil still streaking her delicate nose. Obediently, she extended her slender finger. At its tip, a glimmer of sapphire frost coalesced. With painstaking care, she pressed the icy filament into the magazine's hollow slot. The instant the law entered, intricate frost patterns bloomed across the black iron surface, and the sudden biting cold made Xianming shiver violently. Su Chan retrieved the magazine and flipped his wrist. A clean, decisive clack resounded as it locked firmly into the chamber. He hefted the rifle, then turned toward Dejiang. Elder brother, are there any living creatures nearby? Thick-skinned, resilient ones. I'll need a target for Grandmaster's test shot. Of course. 80,000 li southward roams a reckless chaos remnant beast of great Luo golden immortal rank. It looks like a wild boar with 3 horns. He curled his lip and spat onto the floor. That beast's hide is unnaturally thick. Yesterday Qiangliang struck it with thunderbolts, yet not a single bristle was singed. It's currently gnawing on the bark of our newly planted spiritroot trees. Su Chan snapped his fingers. Excellent. That one it is. He strode across the bronze shards littering the floor, stopping beneath the colossal lightning-blasted fissure in Pangu Hall's ceiling. Outside, scorching celestial winds howled, whipping his violet-gold Dao robe into furious flaps. Xianming and Dejiang hurried over, craning their necks to follow Su Chen's line of sight. 80,000 li posed no obstacle for cultivators above the great Luo golden immortal realm. It was no different than staring directly before one's eyes. The trihorn boar loomed like a mountain, snorting as it rooted through the earth. Its jaws chewed bloody spirit root tendrils. Each bite sent tremors rippling across the ground. Su-chan cradled the barrel's base in one hand, resting the stock casually against his shoulder. He didn't even glance through the scope, his head tilted lazily, eyelids half-lowered as if lost in reverie. "You, uncle, you're not gathering spiritual energy." Xianming bit her lip, voice trembling. "At this distance, without locking on via divine sense, can you truly hit it?" "Shoo." Su-chan barely moved his lips, his index finger rested lightly upon the frigid trigger. Then, in the next breath, his fingers snapped downward with brutal finality. Boom. No cataclysmic explosion erupted. No blinding light tore the heavens. No ornate dermic manifestations or spectral avatars unfurled, as was customary in primordial era battles. Only a deep, muffled implosion echoed from within the chamber, like a suppressed firecracker detonating inside a sealed iron can. A fierce recoil slammed into Su-chen's shoulder, sending concentric visible ripples cascading through the air around him. From the muzzle, a hair-thin, nearly invisible sapphire beam lanced forth, utterly silent, utterly so fine that Dejiang had to rub his eyes just to perceive it. "That's it." He dug absently at his nostril. "I thought it'd cause some grand spectacle. This wisp-thin line couldn't even tickle that boar's itch." Dejiang's words died mid-sentence, choked off like a frog caught in a throat. 80,000 li away. The great Luo-level beast, moments earlier arrogantly rooting the earth, froze mid-motion. The half-chewed spirit root bark slipped from its jaws with a soft plop. The sapphire beam did not veer, not once. It pierced straight through the beast's broad, mountainous brow. No arterial spray, no shriek rending the sky. From that point of entry, a perfect 0 point of absolute stillness. Deathly blue ice spread across its entire form in an instant. One moment, a vibrant, rampaging great Luo golden immortal. Next, a lifelike, monumental ice sculpture. But it did not end there. A gentle breeze drifted through the valley. Crash. The sculpture collapsed like a sandcastle swept by tide, shattering utterly. The shards never touched the ground. They vaporized midair, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Within 10 zhang of the beast, space itself soil remnants of chewed roots. And even the causal threads anchoring it to existence were all erased in a single merciless stroke, reduced to a perfect void, a black hole of absolute non-being. Even the heavenly Tao's immutable laws fractured within that void, emitting jagged, glitching static. Screech, screech. Beneath Pango Hall's shattered aperture, silence reigned, absolute, suffocating. Only the howl of celestial wind pierced the stillness. Dejiang's chipped iron pickaxe clattered onto his own foot with a dull clang. He didn't cry out in pain. His copper coin-sized eyes bulged so far they threatened to burst from their sockets. His jaw hung slack, uncontrolled. A long, glistening thread of saliva trailed from his mouth. Immerciful heavens. His Adam's apple convulsed violently as he swallowed a gulp of air thick with the scent of damp earth. Xianming reacted even more intensely. Her blood seemed frozen solid, prickling numbness surged up her spine, raising gooseflesh along her scalp. She whirled around, locking her gaze onto the black iron rifle still curling faint white smoke from its muzzle in Su-chen's hand. Her pupils dilated wildly, breath came in ragged gasps, her chest heaving fiercely. No spiritual energy fluctuation, no divine sense lock required. She muttered incoherently, fingers twisting together until her knuckles blanched bone white. Just a single filament of foundational law, compressed physically through this tube. And yet, it manifests causal transcendence, a dimensional erasure beyond all logic. She could scarcely believe her own eyes. This defied all reason. A great Luo golden immortal. How many cosmic eons had it cultivated? A being capable of enduring heavenly tribulations with its bare flesh. Not even a heartbeat to react. Wiped from existence without residue. Had this been wrought by a primordial spirit treasure, she might have accepted it. Yet this rifle, forged from ordinary mortal iron mined from the rear mountains, hammered piece by piece according to schematic blueprints. Su-chan blew gently across the smoking muzzle, then hooked his index finger through the trigger guard. He spun the weapon in a dazzling, effortless flourish. "Well, young one." He smiled warmly at Xianming, eyes alight with mischievous amusement. "How does Grandmaster's humble fire poker feel in your hands?" Xianming lunged forward. Her hands seized the barrel, trembling uncontrollably as if gripped by Parkinson's disease. She paid no mind to its searing heat. Her luminous eyes blazed with unprecedented feverish green light. "Uncle, this is nothing short of a divine artifact. No, beyond even that. It's absurdly transcendent." Her voice cracked with ecstasy, spittle flying. "If we mass-produce these tubes, issue one to every cultivator." She tugged Su-chen's sleeve, bouncing on the spot in pure elation. "Can't we storm the celestial court right now? Line up in formation. and eliminate every last feathered demon clan. Dejiang, overhearing, snapped back to awareness and slapped his thigh hard. Yes, sister speaks truth. His eyes burned crimson, face twisted in bloodthirsty fervor. I'll halt all work immediately. Every brother shall forge these iron tubes. I'll shove this pipe straight down Dijun's mangy bird throat. Watching the two descend into ecstatic, unbridled madness, Su Qin's smile vanished, replaced by an exaggerated, world-weary eye roll. With a swift twist of his wrist, he wrenched the barret from Xianming's grip. Clang! He tossed it carelessly onto the lid of the nearby frigid Hongming burial heaven coffin, like discarding trash. The metallic crash jolted both Xianming and Dejiang, freezing their euphoria mid-breath. Su Chun brushed dust from his palms and shook his head, deeply unimpressed. Stormed the celestial court. Truly, your minds have been fully drained by the heavenly Tao. He kicked aside a stray stone blocking his path and delivered the next line with icy detachment. These were forged solely to protect you during future hunts beyond the boundaries of this realm. He gestured upward toward the bottomless rift yawning in the heavens. Broaden your perspective. The few feathered immortals of the celestial court. They hardly warrant Grandmaster's industrial-scale production. Su Qin flipped his wrist, delivering a solid slap to Xuanming's head, producing a dull thud. Xianming shrank his neck, covering his head with both hands, looking aggrieved as he took a half-step back. She had oil smeared on her nose, her lips moving as if to retort, but she didn't dare to speak. Uncle, the sister has a point. With this great weapon, why not use it instead of letting it gather dust? Dejiang leaned forward, his coarse hands rubbing his thighs, sweat dripping onto the bronze floor tiles. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, kicking over a nearby broken basket that was filled with scrap metal. The iron scraps clattered to the ground, stinging people's feet. What are you all thinking? Besides bulking up, can't you fill your heads with something useful? He pointed at the large hole in the sky created by lightning where a scorching gale was blowing. What good does it do to take out those bird-like creatures from the heavenly court? If you kill one of those mixed feather birds, that broken eyeball can turn around tomorrow and produce a wild dog to fight back. The commotion was so loud that all the ancestral witches working in the underground palace stopped their tasks. Zhurong, with a head of scorched red hair, hurried over, holding a piece of burning coal. Gong Gong, with half a pig's head for a face, and Ru Shou carrying a chipped iron pickaxe, all gathered around the black coffin. For a moment, the smells of sweat, oil, and burnt flesh mixed together, drilling into people's nostrils. Su Chun pinched his nose and fanned the air, pointing at the broken stones on the ground. All of you go find a place to sit down. Today I will give you a brainwashing session. A group of muscular men exchanged glances and obediently squatted in a circle. Chang Liang was so large that he broke half a stone slab when he sat down, awkwardly scratching the back of his head and shaking off a cloud of dust. In the past, when you fought the demon clan for territory, it was like fighting over a latrine. Whoever had the stronger fist took it. This is called the lower approach, exhausting yourself and still easily getting covered in filth. Su Chun sat with his legs crossed on the coffin lid, tapping his fingers on his knees. True strength isn't about killing others, it's about making them live, but they have to kneel and beg you for food. Dejiang listened in confusion, scratching his palm-sized hand on his scruffy beard, dirt under his fingernails. Uncle, how do we make him kneel? The demon clan is up in the sky, and we are underground. We can't even reach their knees, can we? Fool. Su Chun rolled his eyes and spat out the grass root in his mouth. This is called monopoly. Do you understand? He stretched his hand to draw a large circle in the air, then clenched his fist tightly. The joints cracked with a dull sound. In this wasteland, the distribution of spiritual energy, malevolent energy, and the direction of the earth's veins all lie within the ground. If you connect all these things with pipes and label them with the Witch Clan's mark, once the network is established, we will control the faucet. Su Qin became more animated, casually pulling out a pile of scrap metal from the system space. It clattered down in front of everyone. There were items that looked like thick pipes, iron columns with crystal balls at the end, and several welding guns sparking with blue flames. What new weapons are these? Zhurong, being curious, reached out to touch the blue flame welding gun. As soon as he touched the nozzle, a wisp of white smoke erupted, burning his fingertip and causing him to retract his hand with a yelp, shaking his finger vigorously. Weapons. This is a welding machine and a geophysical drilling instrument. Su Qin shot him a glare and kicked at the pile of iron pipes. From today onwards, throw all those swords and spears in your storage room into the furnace and turn them into molten iron for pipes. The Witch Clan doesn't need brutish men who only know how to swing axes. Everyone should switch careers to become contractors. Xianming rubbed his fingers, stained with black ash, looking conflicted as he stared at the strange iron pillars. Uncle, switch careers. To do what? Go out of the Buzhou mountain and dig the trenches. Su Chun waved his large hand, the sleeves of his purple gold robe creating a gust of wind that blew away the dust nearby. Along the earth veins of the wasteland lay out these energy pipelines to cover every inch of soil. Build a spiritual energy base station every 100,000 miles. He snorted coldly, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. When the pipeline is completed, the density of spiritual energy and the flow of malevolent energy in this wasteland will be at my command. Want to take a breath up there in the heavenly court? Fine, pay the fee. If you don't pay, we'll cut off the supply and suffocate those feathered beasts. The ancestral witches below were left in stunned silence. Cut off the water and air. This method sounded much more insidious than swinging axes. Chong Liang swallowed hard, his throat rolling up and down as he slapped his thigh with his rough hand. This is brilliant. Uncle, this move is brilliant. He was so excited that his voice cracked, spitting saliva all over the face of Shizi beside him. Piping it right up to their doorstep. If they don't listen, we'll cut them off. Isn't this worse than killing? Once they understood this point, this group of originally warlike muscle men suddenly erupted with a fervor in their eyes more intense than that of a brawl. Dijiang suddenly stood up, almost banging his head against the bronze beam. Brothers, grab your tools. No, grab your shovels. He yelled with a hoarse voice, the veins on his neck bulging like ropes. Inform the lads in the outer camp, all axes must be turned in. Today we go to dig out the roots of the demon clan. The pent-up frustrations of tens of thousands of yuan, Hui found an outlet at that moment. The Pango Hall instantly descended into chaos. Ru Shou carried the drilling instrument, Gong Gong held a pile of blueprints, and even Hudu found a small iron shovel to grasp. The thunderous footsteps shook the underground palace. In less than half an hour, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the originally polluted, malevolent, energy-filled stronghold of the Witch Clan underwent a drastic change. Countless burly witch men with no knives or guns in hand carried thick metal pipes on their shoulders, wielding welding machines and iron pickaxes. Like a swarm of black ants, they surged outwards in all directions of the wasteland. At the front of the line, Xing Tian held a large measuring horn and shouted commands. The earthy smell of overturned soil rose to the sky, mingling with the thunderous shouts echoing through the clouds. 33 heavens above, in the demon clan's heavenly court, the Lingxiao Palace. On the resplendent jade steps, a layer of soft starlight was laid out. Di Jun, dressed in a royal robe embroidered with three-legged golden crows, had his brows tightly knitted. He stared intently at the Haoyan mirror before him, which could reflect the vast lands of the wasteland. In the mirror there were no two armies clashing, nor rivers of blood flowing. Only a group of muscular men were frantically digging trenches. Mud was flying everywhere. The demon sorcerer Kuanping, standing beside, held a jade wine cup, his hand trembling, spilling wine all over the ground. The drops splattered on the white jade floor tiles. Your Majesty, are these mud-legged fellows on some wrong medicine? Kunping's face was sullen, his triangular eyes filled with confusion, and his throat made a dry, scratching sound. Why are they not drilling formations and running off to dig the ground? Are they planning to dig graves for us underground? Di Jun took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. He overturned the white jade long table in front of him, fruit plates and wine jugs shattering to the ground. The sleeves of his golden crow robe trembled slightly. Digging graves. Are they planning to bury that black iron pillar too? He pointed at the dense network of pipes in the mirror, his voice sharp and raised. These barbarians must be plotting something devious. Hurry, go call Bai Zhe over and ask for a divination. What in the world is this ultimate killing formation? The yellow earth at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain was overturned everywhere. The smell of soil mixed with the burnt odor of metal cutting, rising into the sky with the hot wind. In the clouds 33 heavens away, the purplish red eye of heaven quietly squeezed out a crack. The Scara still bore the red blood vessels left from the last backlash, as if it were forcing itself to open its eyes after staying up for 3 nights. It spun around and fixated on the grand army of the Wu tribe pouring out of the Panga Palace. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Hall of the Demon Clan's heavenly court, Emperor Jun pressed his hands hard against the edge of the white jade long table, his nails scraping against the jade surface with a piercing sound. His eyes were nearly glued to the Haoyan mirror, forgetting to breathe, his chest heaving uneasily. This group of barbarians is mobilizing. They must be preparing for battle. Emperor Jun's voice was as dry as sandpaper. He suddenly turned and bellowed at the dazed Kuanping beside him. Where's Bai Zhe? That old man, how come he hasn't come over yet? Go sound the war drums. Gather the demon soldiers. Kuanping trembled in fright, the feather fan in his hand falling to the ground with a thud. He scrambled out, tripping over the threshold and nearly falling flat on his face. However, the anticipated scene of a slaughter filled with murderous intent and rivers of blood did not occur. The eye of heaven blinked, and Emperor Jun in front of the mirror also froze. In the image, Kwafu, a mountain of flesh, was squatting in the mud. He was clutching a thick leather tape measure he had somehow acquired, muttering to himself as he measured the size of the Xingtian, bare-chested, wielded the famed divine axe like a large hoe. Hey, He swung the axe, suddenly soil flying as he carved a straight trench into the hard rocky ground. He was even more absurd. He climbed a towering ancient tree dozens of feet high, holding not a bough, but a peculiar crystal mirror with a long tube. Squinting one eye, he looked around like a peeper, occasionally signaling to the brothers digging below. Shift to the left. Your trench looks like a crooked tree, Uncle said to dig straight. Yes, half a foot more to the left. There were no battle cries. Only the clanging of iron, the scraping of earth, and the sizzling sound of a welding gun shooting blue flames. Emperor Jun rubbed his sore eyes, feeling a buzzing in his head. He turned to look at Kunpeng, who had just gotten back on his feet with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Demon Master, you have extensive knowledge. What are these mud-legged fellows digging in the mud for? Is this some new type of voodoo formation? It doesn't look like a formation at all. It seems more like common folk in the mortal realm are tilling the ground to plant cabbage. Kunpeng picked up the fan, dusted it off, and looked utterly bewildered. I just swallowed my saliva. That tool looks unfamiliar. What is that blue flame thing? Not only the heavenly court was puzzled. The eye of heaven, hidden deep in the clouds, was now also experiencing severe logical processing lag. According to its underlying code, in a calamity of the witch and demon, whenever the two clans met, it was supposed to be a collision like a meteor hitting the earth with brains splattering. Death, bloodshed, and the rise of murderous energy were the normal processes of such calamities. It was relying on absorbing this hot war's killing intent to replenish its source. But now, with hundreds of thousands of people spread out, not to mention deaths, not even a scratch was to be found. Everyone was busy working. The most critical part was that the Wu tribe had buried thick metal pipes into the ground, connecting them to each other. At intervals, they erected signal towers topped with crystal balls. Wherever the pipe network spread, the earth veins in that location were forcibly cleared. The once chaotic and violent primal spiritual energy was tamed by these pipes, flowing continuously towards Buzhou Mountain. The environment actually improved. The once dense calamity energy began to stop growing under the onslaught of these infrastructure maniacs. It even faintly showed signs of retreating and dissipating. The Eye of Heaven was alarmed. It was akin to a vampire eagerly waiting for fresh blood, only to be served a basin of clear, watery cabbage. Who could withstand this? The purplish-red vertical pupil in the clouds flickered wildly, and its eyelids twitched uncontrollably. No intervention is necessary. The script cannot be wasted like this. The Eye of Heaven spun around. Suddenly, it squeezed out a faint calamity energy that was enticing. This strand of calamity energy was as fine as a hair, carrying a frenzied, killing intent, silently drifting towards Xingtian, who was digging a trench. As long as this calamity energy enters Xingtian's mind, he would instantly go berserk, slaughtering dozens of his Wu tribe brothers, and the fight could begin. However, fate is unpredictable. Just as the strand of calamity energy floated halfway above Xingtian's head nearby, the first spiritual energy base station signal tower had just been erected. The crystal ball at the top of the tower suddenly shone with glaring blue light. Buzz! A low rumbling, electromagnetic buzzing sound erupted. That strand of calamity energy seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand, forcefully pulled off course. With a whoosh, it was directly sucked into the crystal ball, vanishing in the blink of an eye through a thick pipe buried under. Xingtian scratched his smooth, bald head. Why does it feel like the back of my neck just got a chill? Did the wind pick up? He mumbled, raising the axe to continue digging. Hurry up and work, Uncle said. If we don't dig to that mountain top by noon, there will be no food. The Eye of Heaven froze in midair, its eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Its calamity energy was actually intercepted by a rusty iron pillar, and without even a ripple, it was completely devoured. What kind of dimensionality-reducing strike black technology is this? The rule code was thoroughly messed up, and a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache echoed from the clouds. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the Pangu Palace, Su Chun was comfortably lying in the pitch-black Hongming burial coffin, catching up on sleep. The coffin lid was open. He rested his hands behind his head, crossing his legs, the purple gold boots swaying. Suddenly, the thick main pipeline connected to the base station underground let out a dull roar. A surge of extremely pure calamity energy carrying a hint of violent energy rushed straight towards the Pangu Palace. It directly entered Su Chen's nostrils. Moi. Su Chen's eyes closed, twitched his nostrils. His throat rolled, and the energy naturally flowed into his sea of consciousness. This amount of energy isn't even enough to fill my teeth. That pesky eye is becoming more stingy by the day. He smacked his lips and turned over, preparing to continue sleeping. Yet at the moment that calamity energy merged into the sea of consciousness, a tumultuous wave of golden horror suddenly surged from the depths of his previously silent sea of consciousness. Boom! A rough shout loud enough to shatter eardrums unexpectedly exploded in Su Chen's mind. Whoa! Big brother, you really brought me back to life. Where? Where is this? Where's my axe? The voice resonated, leaving Su Chen's head buzzing. It felt like a screaming chicken was stuffed in his ears. Suchin abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from the coffin. He rubbed his swollen temples, a reluctant and disdainful cold smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. What a commotion to summon a soul! Suchin scolded ungraciously in his sea of consciousness. Pangu, you muscle-bound fool, after sleeping for so long, the first thing you do upon waking is look for that broken axe. The golden light transformed from the tribulation energy suddenly erupted in Suchin's vast sea of consciousness, like a splash of cold water thrown into a boiling pot of oil, stirring up a cloud of golden mist. As the golden mist churned, an ancient pressure that had been silent for billions of years seemed to be activated. The mist was violently torn apart by an arm that was unusually thick. A translucent phantom resembling a small mountain forcibly squeezed out from the golden light. This phantom had a messy mane of hair and was only wrapped in a piece of tattered beast hide of indiscernible color. The muscles on its chest were larger than grinding discs, and the bulging veins were like old tree roots coiling around its arms. It was none other than Pangu, the mighty man who had once swung an axe against 3,000 demon gods. As soon as Pangu revealed his head, his large copper bell-like eyes widened. He looked around, his gaze locking onto the purple golden consciousness in front of him. "Oh my, big brother," Pangu bellowed with a raspy voice, his thunderous shout causing the golden seawater at the edge of the sea of consciousness to surge into towering waves. "You're not dead. You really weren't turned to ash by that damn thunder." He opened his thick arms, and like an excited bear rushed towards Suchun, his sturdy legs moving swiftly. Saliva splattered from his mouth. "I woke up just from the smell. I thought I was dreaming. Hurry, let me hug you, I missed you so much." Faced with this bear hug that could crush bones, Suchun didn't even dodge, rolling his eyes dramatically and curling his lips in disdain. This was his sea of consciousness, and he was the absolute master. With a slight movement of his mind, a dull sound echoed. An invisible energy wall directly blocked between the two. Pangu's large face crashed solidly against the energy wall. His nose was instantly flattened, and his bushy beard slid against the wall, creating a spark of golden light. Hiss! Pangu covered his sore nose, taking 2 steps back in a pitiful manner. His towering body shrank a little like a child caught misbehaving. "Big brother, why are you blocking me with a wall?" "I was just excited." Suchun let out a cold laugh, his figure flashing as he appeared directly in front of Pangu. He raised his hand, bent his middle finger, and flicked it against Pangu's shiny forehead. Unceremoniously, he snapped it. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in the sea of consciousness like striking a bronze bell. "Ouch!" Pangu covered his forehead, wincing in pain and hopping twice on the spot. "Don't hit me on the head, big brother. I barely have any soul left. What if you knock it out of me?" "Knocking it out would be just right. It would save me the trouble of looking at you and getting annoyed." Suchin shook his wrist and pointed at Pangu's nose, cursing loudly. "You muscle-bound fool. How did I ever explain this to you? The Tao offered you a promise saying that splitting open chaos would grant you immortality, and you actually believed it. The hell did you think you were doing, going to develop real estate? You were going to be used as expendables." Pangu spattered with spit, retracted his neck, and fidgeted with his He picked off a few shards of golden true spirit and watched them swirl down into the sea below. "Well, I thought it was too stuffy in chaos at the time. I just wanted to find a brighter place to give you a place to rest." "Rest your ass." Suchin couldn't help but laugh in anger, kicking Pangu on the shin. Though the phantom had no physical form, the shockwave still made Pangu gasp. For a broken courtyard, you're using your head to push against the heavens and your feet to step on the earth. You had a stiff neck for half a month, and in the end I had to help you twist it back. Have you forgotten? What's most infuriating is that you played yourself to death, turned into mountains and rivers with a slap on your backs, leaving behind a bunch of dim-witted descendants and a broken mess that leaks everywhere, and I have to wake up and clean up after you." Pangu, aware of his culpability, lowered his large head almost into his chest hair. He sniffled, his voice muffled. I didn't expect that the thunder of the Tao would hurt so much." He lifted his eyelids and stole a glance at Suchun, wearing a fawning smile. "Big brother, when that thunder struck, thankfully you were in front. What was that move of yours called?" "So tough." Suchin shot him a sidelong glance. "Stop buttering me up. Didn't you just scream out looking for your broken axe? It shattered into pieces long ago. Not even an axe handle is left. I used it to melt and make clothes." Pangu was taken aback when he heard the axe was gone, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. But soon after he grinned foolishly. "If you wear it, then wear it, big brother. Wearing it must look spirited." He rubbed his palm, curiosity beginning to rise. "By the way, big brother, where are we now? I hear clanking sounds outside like blacksmithing." Pangu took a couple of steps closer, his nostrils twitching. "And there's a sour smell like rotten fruits in the woods." Suchun had just drunk the sour fruit wine mixed with the essence of the Tao, and the taste lingered in his mouth. He rolled his eyes and waved his hand irritably. "In that broken divine palace you left behind, your useless descendants brewed horse urine. If you want to see outside, just borrow my eyes. Stop babbling, you're giving me a headache. Hey, all right. Pengu perked up, scampering over to the edge of the sea of consciousness. He pressed his hands against an invisible window, eagerly peering outside through Su Chen's vision. At that moment, Su Chen was lying in the Hongmeng burial heavenly coffin, his gaze directed diagonally towards the backyard of the Panga Hall. Pengu pressed his large face against the window, his eyes darting around. Oh, this place is big enough, and the bronze-roofed houses are quite sturdy, he muttered, his gaze passing through the thick stone pillars. Suddenly, a dazzling blue-white spark flashed by, accompanied by a strange sound that nearly blinded him. Pengu rubbed his eyes and focused his gaze. Not far away in the mud pit, a red-haired, muscular man was sitting bare-shouldered under a massive furnace. The man's face was blackened with smoke, leaving only 2 rows of white teeth. He was desperately holding a pale flame in his hand, trying to roast it at the bottom of the furnace. The flame tilted slightly. A piece of rock flew over and precisely struck the back of the red-haired man's head. You're off the mark. The voice drifted into the sea of consciousness through Su Chen's hearing. The red-haired man, having been hit, not only didn't retaliate, but also shrank his neck. He hurriedly adjusted the flame, timidly responding, Yes, I was off, I'll correct it right away. Pengu, the aura of that man was clearly the essence of fire. That was the bloodline formed from Pangus' essence. The fiery ancestor, which known for having a temperament more explosive than dynamite, was now crouched in a pit, acting like a firewood girl. Pangus' eyelids twitched a couple of times, and his gaze quickly shifted to the side. Not 2 steps away from the fire pit, another muscular man was bending over. This man had a swollen pig's head, his eyes squinted into a slit. With hands like irrigation ditches, he was guiding a stream of black water around the furnace. The steam rose, burning the man and making him wince. Ouch. Old fire, you need to tone down the flame, it's roasting my feet. As the pig-headed man cursed, he desperately smeared mud on his feet to insulate them from the heat. The essence of water. Pengu swallowed a dry gulp, feeling something in his mind shatter. He continued to watch. A man with 6 wings and a body full of muscles was struggling to carry a black iron pipe thicker than his waist. The pipe was so heavy that it bent him over, and with each step he left a deep pit in the ground. The sounds of tinkling electric welding and the shouts of men moving bricks and pipes intertwined, creating a backdrop of a bustling, heavy industrial base. Pengu was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the vision window, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. When he created these descendants, he had clearly set them up with the top-tier battle god bloodline of the primordial era. They were supposed to be invincible in body, roaming the land of the primordial era, tearing apart great demons and roaring through the forests. So why did they all turn into mud workers, boiler operators, and ground rats? Pengu suddenly turned around, disbelief written all over his rugged face, his lips trembling. Be big, brother. Pengu extended a trembling finger, pointing at the scene outside the window, his voice tinged with a clear sob. Those laborers carrying iron pipes and burning broken furnaces outside. They seem to have my Pangus blood flowing through them. What have you done to them? Pangus' palm, as large as a winnowing fan, smacked solidly against his own thigh. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the sea of consciousness, stirring white foam atop the golden waters below. Big brother, is this what you call a proper deed? Pangus' rugged face scrunched up as his spittle sprayed all over Su Chen. He pointed at Gong, who was outside the field of vision, half his face swollen, squatting and mixing mud. His eyes were red with suppressed fury. Third brother is the essence of water itself. You've got him working as a bricklayer in a mud pit. Pengu paced frantically on the spot, heavy breaths puffing from his nostrils. And fourth brother, wielding the South Bright Lihua, you have him squatting under that hunk of scrap metal, scooping out ashes. He grabbed the tangled hair on his own chest, his heart aching as he gasped. These are my children, born from my essence blood. Born warriors, fierce in battle, yet you treat them like slaves. Pengu leaned close to Su Chen, lowering his gravelly voice. Say, big brother. Beat them if you must, but at least spare them some dignity. Go easy, won't you? Su Chen picked his ear. A speck of golden soul debris flew from his fingertip. He cast a sidelong glance at the hulking figure, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Seeds of war gods. You think bulging muscles can defy the heavens? Su Chen couldn't be bothered with words. With a flick of his wrist, he tore a blood-soaked vision directly from the depths of memory. With a smack, he plastered it onto Pangus' broad face. Open your bovine eyes and see for yourself. This is the original fate of your precious brood. Pengu froze, his eyes locked onto the scene. It depicted a scorched, blackened wasteland where the wind carried the stench of burning flesh. Zhurong and Gong were riddled with bloody holes. They clutched each other's throats, madly ramming into the pillars of Buzhou Mountain. The sky collapsed into a gaping chasm, black waters poured in, and corpses floated everywhere. The scene shifted. Dejiang's 6 wings were brutally torn off, his thick legs blasted into pulp as he died within the grand formation of the Yao race. Xianming was reduced to a pile of bone ash by celestial fire. Finally, Houghton knelt by the fetid bloody nether sea, emaciated beyond recognition. Weeping, she bit her finger and transformed her own flesh into 6 pitch-black reincarnation channels. She was bound beneath the earth for eternity, where even seeing the sun became a distant dream. The vision abruptly ended, dissolving into specks of light. Pengu remained with his mouth agape. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto his feet and splashing into tiny droplets. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed dryly. His thick arms trembled uncontrollably. This is the heavenly Daos plan to wipe you all out. Su Chen dusted off his hands, his tone icy. Use them as weapons, drain their last drop of blood, and even grind their bones to fill the sea eyes. He stared at Panga's pale face. Do you still think I was wrong to make them tend the boilers? Panga sucked in a sharp breath. Recalling Huda's despairing eyes and the vision, his heart felt as if a knife had gouged out a piece. She was his most beloved little sister. To hell with a war god's pride. Pengu abruptly changed his tune, wiping the cold sweat from his chin. His eyes bulged as he roared through gritted teeth. Big brother, hit them hard. He waved his fists, whistling through the air. If anyone dares to slack on the boiler, break their legs. Just leave them enough breath to work. Pengu rubbed his hands together, doing a complete 180. If there's a leak, slap them hard. Don't hold back. These brats are thick-skinned and can take it. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this simpleton, who changed face faster than flipping a book. Enough, stop fretting here. The old ancestor has it all figured out. Su Chen waved his hand, his form fading as he withdrew from the sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes. The purple gold Dao robe on his back rustled against the pitch-black coffin boards. The clanging of metal in the underground palace was deafening, the air thick with the acrid smell of welding. Su Chen sat up from the primordial burial coffin. His purple gold boots hit the ground, stepping on a scrap of iron with a crisp sound. He stretched his gaze, sweeping over the bustling construction site below. Zurong's face was black as a stove pit, his fingers pinching flames as he dozed off. His head nodded, nearly falling into the furnace's air intake. Gong leaned by the mud pit, pulling at a water current, his eyelids heavy. Rush's shouldering an iron pick leaned against a pillar, sneakily nibbling a wild fruit head swiped from somewhere. After half a month of hard labor, the wildness in these fellows had been mostly ground down. Su Chen snorted coldly. The sound, though soft, carried a chill that scraped down the nape of every ancestral witch's neck. Zhurong jolted awake, his flames leaping half a foot and singeing his eyebrows. Holy crap! He scrambled to suppress the fire and sat up straight. Rushu stuffed the half-eaten fruit into his crotch. He straightened his back and pretended to swing his pickaxe at the floor tiles. Su Chen slowly walked forward a couple of steps and stopped before the furnace. The high heat lapped at his robe hem. Had enough rest. He tapped the furnace wall, sending out a dull echo. Dejiang dropped his blueprints and ran over, wiping his sweat. His bare, burly shoulders were covered in black grime. Be big, uncle, no rest, no rest. We just saw you sleeping and didn't want the noise to disturb you. Dejiang grinned ingratiatingly, revealing yellow teeth caked with dust. The main ground vein pipeline you ordered, we've laid it out for 100,000 li around here. The pipes are welded tight and seamless. He pointed at the pile of black pipes in the corner. It's just, the brothers have been eating those rotten fruits and our stomachs are sour. We can't work with any strength. Su Chen glanced at him, his gaze sweeping over the muscle-bound men whose eyes were green with hunger. Exhausting their strength daily on roots and bark from the back mountain indeed couldn't hold up. The groundwork for the infrastructure was mostly done, marking the beginning of the primordial energy network. It was time to change things up. What kind of skill was it to just dig dirt in one's own yard? A sly smirk curled at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He pulled a purple gold long whip from his sleeve and cracked it sharply in the air. Crack. Everyone below shrank their necks. Look at you with such little ambition, holed up at home mixing mud. Don't you want to go out for a decent meal? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the void passage outside Panga Hall that led to the 33 heavens. Gong, his face swollen, shuffled over and mumbled indistinctly. Uncle, we want meat, but we've eaten all the beasts in the mountains. There's not even a furry mouse left. Who said anything about hunting beasts in the mountains? Su Chen rolled up the whip and tucked it back into his sleeve, dusting off his hands. Aren't there a bunch of ready-made feathered beasts living up in the sky? As soon as he said this, the underground palace fell silent for a few seconds. Then Xiangliang and Shizi exchanged glances, a greedy green light bursting in their eyes. Uncle, you mean we go to the heavenly court and catch some Yao to roast? Roast what? They reek of bird stench. Su Chen rolled his eyes disdainfully. The Yao have occupied the heavenly court for ages. The innate spiritual roots and celestial nectar in their treasury must be moldering by now. He walked over to Dejiang and patted his thick shoulder. Go call all the working brothers to stop. Bring those scrap iron pipes and welding torches you've made. Dejiang was a simpleton and didn't catch on. Bring welding torches to the heavenly court to fix their southern heaven gate. Fix your head. Su Chun kicked Dejiang's backside, leaving a clear boot print. Run the pipes straight onto the roof of their Lingxiao hall. Su Chun squinted at the gaping hole in the sky above, struck by lightning. From today on, if the heavenly court wants to draw even a whiff of primordial spiritual energy, it must pass through our Wu clan's pipelines. He snorted coldly, his tone carrying an unreasonable bandit's edge. Let's go. Bring the sacks. Su Chun strode forward, his purple gold boots clattering on the floor tiles. The old ancestor will teach you today how to collect a legitimate protection fee from the Yao's home. And while we're at it, well, borrow some essence from that broken eye in the sky for a midnight snack. Su Chun exited the sea of consciousness. The metallic clanging in the underground palace resonated like thunder pounding into his ears. A sharp smell of welding fumes lingered in the air. Mixed with the sour stench of the sweat produced by a group of rough men working hard, it surged directly to his forehead. He sat on the edge of the dark lacquered Hongmeng burial heaven coffin. His purple gold boots tapped idly against the stone slab, producing a faint creaking sound. In his mind, Pangus' raspy voice still buzzed, hit it hard. Su Chun yawned, a bit of physiological tear oozing from the corner of his eye. His gaze swept downward. Below, a group of ancestral witches were working energetically. Each of them was burned mud mixed with sweat flowing like small rivers in the crevices of their muscles. Startled by the chill he had just exuded, they didn't dare to even let out a fart, digging earnestly into the soil. Su Chun rested his chin on one hand. Inside, he was calculating how to take advantage of the heavenly resources of the demon clan now that the primal Earth's conduit network had been laid out. Suddenly, the fingers resting on his knees stopped. His brows raised slightly. Thousands of miles away in the air over the Buzhou mountain, there was a current of air swirling that did not belong to the earthy smell. It carried a somewhat unpleasant bird-like odor. The spatial fluctuations were well concealed, like fish bubbling under the water's surface. Even a croissant might not perceive it. His gaze pierced through the gale layer, reaching into the void of the clouds. Inside the cloaking formation, Hiling shook his black feathers, rubbing against the gale's edge, producing a burnt smell. Boss, look below. The little demon beside him rubbed his sore eyes and lowered his voice, his throat a bit dry. What's wrong with these barbarians without a primordial spirit? Hiling followed the little demon's pointing finger to look down. Quafu the meat mountain was hoisting a thick black pipe, huffing and puffing as he dumped it into a muddy pit. Mud splattered high. Huh. Hiling spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm into the void. The Lord of the Ghost Car sent us to keep watch. I thought they were going to set up some ancient fierce formation to smash the southern heavenly gate. So they're just playing in the mud. Hiling scratched at the bird skin bumps on his neck, his nails scraping loudly. The little demon covered his mouth in amusement, his shoulders shaking. I think they've really become stupid from hunger, trying to dig up some rotten roots to fill their bellies. Inside the Pangu hall, Su Chun snorted coldly, tapping his fingers on his knee. A few idle scouts, did they even qualify for him to take action personally? Disgusted, he glanced down. In a pit 10 zhang away, Xing Tian was bent over, his big backside exposed. The famed primal divine axe known throughout the land was being used as a large shovel, digging into bronze fragments. The axe blade struck hard against the solid stone, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying. The sparks landed on Xing Tian's bare shoulders, scorching him and making him wince in pain. Su Chun jumped down from the coffin. Stepping on the ground littered with debris, he staggered a few steps to the pit's edge. Lifting his foot, the tip of his purple gold boot landed steadily on Xing Tian's mud-covered backside. Ouch, damn it. Xing Tian stumbled forward, nearly banging his forehead against the pipe, producing a muffled sound. He turned sharply, his eyes wide as copper bells. Just as he was about to curse upon realizing it was Su Chun, his anger was swallowed back, almost choking him. Cough, cough. Be boss. Xing Tian scrambled to his feet in a flurry, propping himself up with the axe stuck in the mud. He hastily wiped his muddy hands across his face. He smeared yellow mud all over his face, making him look like a big calico cat. Why did you kick me? He pointed nervously at the crooked, muddy ditch behind him. I dug this ditch pretty straight. I didn't slack off at all. Su Chun turned his head in disgust, waving his sleeve to fan away the sour stench of sweat coming from him. Straight. Your ditch twists so much it could give Gong Gong a backache. Su Chun slightly raised his chin and pointed at the gray clouds above. Stop digging like that. There are a few blind birds up there watching us witches make fools of ourselves. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian froze. Looking up in the direction Su Chun pointed, the sky was blue, the clouds white, and there was nothing there. The downside of not having a primordial spirit is the inability to sense the formation fluctuations in the void. Birds. Where? Xing Tian scratched his bald head, his nails scraping against his scalp with a scratching sound. Uncle, I'm blind, I don't see anything. Fool. Su Chun curled his index finger and delivered a sharp tap on Xing Tian's forehead. Southeast direction, thousands of miles away behind that cloud that looks like sheep droppings. Su Chun dusted off the earth on his purple gold cuffs. The ancestor intentionally let that bird go back to report. Xing Tian finally understood. His flowered face instantly flushed red, the veins on his neck bulging like old tree roots. This was the first time his uncle had assigned him a task alone. An opportunity to shine had arrived. Damn it. Xing Tian yanked the divine axe out of the mud. The splashing mud hit the nearby Chong Liang's face, provoking a sharp rebuke. Xing Tian paid no mind. He fixed his gaze on the direction Su Chun pointed, slightly spreading his feet into a firm stance. With both hands gripping the axe handle, his knuckles whitened and his joints cracked loudly. He didn't use any complex techniques, nor did he understand the principle of Tao and nature or the unity of heaven and man. It was pure, violent, physical, explosive force channeling all the destructive laws freshly engraved in his muscles into the axe. Get down here. Xing Tian let out a beast-like roar from his throat. The muscles in his calves tightened to the limit, cracking the blue brick ground beneath him with radiating fissures. Gravel flew everywhere. His waist suddenly exerted force. Swinging his robust arm, the divine axe, with a sharp whistling sound, tore through the air. A crescent-shaped violent wave of energy carrying pure physical destructive laws surged explosively into the sky. This force was devoid of any flashy illusions. It was pure brute force. Thousands of miles away, under the pressure of such violence, even the blink of an eye couldn't withstand it. In the void, Heiling was grinning with joy. Suddenly, he felt a chilling cold creeping up his neck, causing all his feathers to stand on end. The talismans of the cloaking formation in his possession emitted a shrill scream, instantly turning to a pile of black ash. Something's wrong. Retreat. His scream was only half out before it got caught in his throat. Crack. A sound more heartbreaking than shattering thousands of mirrors exploded in the clouds. The spatial barrier tore like a piece of fragile paper, creating a dark gash from that crescent wave of energy. A violent spatial turbulence surged in instantly. The cloaking formation shattered on the spot. 7 or 8 Demon Clan scouts fell out of the rift like dumplings, shrieking in terror. In midair, they were shredded into a fine mist of blood by the residual waves of the axe. Not a single feather was left, and blood droplets rained down freely. The intense smell of blood spread with the gale. Heiling, with his higher cultivation, barely managed to pull out a piece of innate spirit treasure turtle shell to shield himself. But that turtle shell couldn't withstand even half a second, shattering into a pile of powder. The lower half of his body was completely severed. Dragging his half-bloodied intestines, he rolled in the air, his features contorted in pain. These barbarians are not just playing in the mud. Heiling's mouth was full of blood froth, his eyes bulging out of their sockets in fear. Shaking, he pulled out a translucent communication jade slip from his storage bag at his chest, using his last. With his fingertips desperately pressing down, he crushed it. Report to the Emperor. The witch clan at the base of Buzhou Mountain is constructing a strange iron pillar. A white light shot out from his palm. With a whoosh, it burrowed into the void's crevice, fleeing straight toward the demon clan's heavenly court. Just as the white light left, Heiling's remaining half was pulled into the swirling spatial turbulence, ground into meat paste. In the yellow earth pit beneath the Panga Hall, Xing Tian still maintained the posture of swinging the axe while looking at the sky, gasping heavily. Sweat flowed from his forehead into his eyes, causing him to squint. He stared at the slowly closing dark fissure in the sky, grinning foolishly. Hee, uncle, my aim isn't bad. Xing Tian wiped his muddy axe back across his chin. But in the end, a beam of white light leaked through and flew into the sky. Frustrated, he stomped his foot, splattering mud onto his pants. Oh, that must be a distress signal. Uncle, wait a moment, I'll chop it down right now. Saying this, Xing Tian swung the axe again, ready to make another attempt. Enough, put away your broken thing. Su Chun extended his hand, the purple gold sleeve fluttering gently in the wind. A gentle force swept over, directly disarming the muscle strength Xing Tian had just gathered. He staggered, nearly falling as the axe planted itself in the ground. He turned his head in confusion, his face a mass of flesh. You, uncle, why not let me chop? He pointed at the sky. If that message leaks to June's ears, won't our pipe be completely exposed? Su Chun crossed his arms. Looking up at the white light that had long since disappeared, a trace of calculating coldness flashed in his deep eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. What are you afraid of being exposed? Su Chun kicked a piece of bronze debris at his feet, sending it rolling into the gutter. The ancestor intentionally let that bird go back to report. He turned to Xing Tian, his tone laced with a sinister flavor. Those guys in the heavenly court are bored out of their minds every day. If we don't show them something new, how would they have the motivation to come down and be our free punching bags? The white light, stained with blood, tore through the barrier of wind from 33 heavens above. Like a dead rat whose tail had been stepped on, it scurried in panic. It plunged into the Lingxiao Palace of the Demon Clan's heavenly court. The main hall, which originally wafted with the sweet scent of calming incense, was immediately filled with a strong smell of blood as the white light entered, stinging the nostrils. With a thud, a translucent communication jade slip smashed onto the white jade imperial desk. It cracked spiderweb-like and then buzzed before dispersing, transforming into a semi-transparent light screen about 10 feet wide. Dijun was holding a glass wine cup, his fingers pinching the rim. The liquor sloshed, spilling 2 drops onto the yellow robe embroidered with a golden crow, leaving a dark stain. Half closing his eyes, he scanned the light screen. The dozens of demon kings standing below in the hall halted their whispers and stretched their necks in unison. The image flickered. There were no armies of the Wu clan sharpening their blades, nor any devastating magical shadows in sight. Within the light screen, Quafu's corpulent figure was prominently displayed. He was shouldering a thick black iron pipe. The surface of the pipe was uneven, and Quafu stood in a muddy pit, sending yellow mud splattering high, catching the attention of onlookers. Not far away, he was not holding a bow. Instead, he gripped a strangely shaped glass lens, gesturing towards the sun. He also had a piece of charcoal in his mouth, sketching on several tattered animal skins. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, millions of barbaric Wu clan warriors resembled a nest of disturbed hornets. They were chaotically digging pits and burying iron pillars. The hall was quiet enough to hear the sound of lamp wicks bursting. The smoke from the incense burner wafted to Dijun's nose, and he couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. Rubbing his itchy nose, he exclaimed, "What? What is going on here?" Dijun slammed the wine cup heavily onto the table, the glass base emitting a crisp sound. Pressing on his throbbing temples, a chill crept up his fingertips. "I sent He Ling to investigate, and he risked his life to bring back images of a bunch of mud-legged people digging." Standing at the front, the demon master Kuanpeng, with his triangular eyes, rotated them twice. He held a tattered feather fan and took a half-step forward. His shoes scraped against the jade tiles, producing a harsh grinding sound. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Kuanpeng swallowed a dry gulp, his throat bobbing. Have these barbarians lost their minds? Instead of training their troops, they run off to bury iron rods in the fields. A demon king with horns interjected loudly, provoking a few scattered chuckles. Do they think they can grow an arsenal? Dijun's face instantly darkened. He abruptly stood up, his sleeve knocking over the wine jug on the table. The liquor dripped down the edge of the table, splattering onto the floor. "Burying things. You bunch of pig brains." Dijun's fingers trembled as he pointed at the light screen. "That iron pipe is oozing with sinister energy, and its position is right at the nodes of the primal earth veins." He slammed his palm on the table. "That lens in Ho Yi's hand is clearly measuring the trajectory of the stars. The Wu clan, those fools with only muscle in their brains, when have they ever done anything meticulous?" He ground his back teeth, producing a creaking sound. "Look at how they are positioning themselves to bury the pipes." Dijun, inherently suspicious, had his mind tightly wound, various conspiracy theories sprouting like weeds. That iron pipe is emanating a dense dark energy buried right at the primal earth vein nodes. He smacked the table with his palm. "That lens in Ho Yi's hand is clearly calculating the trajectory of the stars. Your meaning is this an ancient ferocious formation that has been lost to time?" Kuanpeng lowered his voice, sounding mysterious. "No kidding. This must be some ultimate formation capable of draining the luck of our heavenly court. They want to sever our roots." The crowd of demons erupted into chaos. The buzzing of discussions sounded like a swarm of greenhead flies, giving people a headache. "What should we do?" "Your Majesty, we must quickly send troops to crush them." The horned demon king stomped, anxiously shaking the great hall. "What a load of nonsense." Kuanpeng quickly jumped in, spitting saliva all over the bull demon's face. He was a person who wouldn't rise early without profit, and when encountering matters, he was accustomed to being cautious. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. This formation exudes an ominous energy." Kuanpeng wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. He Ling, a great Luo Jinxian, didn't even manage to send a distress signal before vanishing into thin air. He turned his green bean-like eyes and leaned closer to the imperial desk. "In my opinion, this matter is not simple. The Wu clan, those illiterates, could never draw such a complicated formation diagram." Kuanpeng lowered his voice, sounding mysterious. "Behind this, there must be an expert guiding them." "An expert?" Dijun collapsed back into his dragon chair. He felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. The starlight in the hall seemed to dim a few degrees, casting a pale light on his face. Being able to silently eliminate spies and manipulate the 12 ancestral witches to dig. Dijun nervously bit his thumbnail. His nail was chewed into a rough state, with a trickle of blood seeping out. What kind of monstrous being could this be? He stared into the void, his gaze flickering. "No good. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. Rashly sending troops will surely fall into a trap." Jun slammed his thigh in determination. Send a decree down. The heavenly court is to go on high alert. First we will observe the changes and investigate the details of that broken pipe before acting. The demon kings in the hall exchanged glances, none daring to breathe loudly. The air was stifling as if it were frozen. At that moment, a sharp and piercing cold laugh echoed from the shadows to the right of the hall. It shattered the heavy silence. Dong Huang Tai sat in a wide zetonwood chair. His long legs crossed the right foot, impatiently shaking in midair. His battle boots clacked against the chair leg, producing a series of sounds. The crimson gold battle robe he wore gleamed blindingly, radiating an overwhelming heat. Observe the changes. Brother, has your courage been nibbled away by rabbits? Tai slowly stood up. The air beside him twisted and warped from the intense heat of his solar true fire. He squinted, his eyes filled with disdain. His gaze sliced across Jun and Kunpeng's faces like a knife, brimming with unabashed mockery. What broken iron pipe, what expert? Tai scoffed and twisted his neck, the joints cracking. A few 100,000 mud-legged fools rolling in the dirt can scare you into wetting your pants. Kunpeng's face turned red. He stubbornly retorted, Lord Dong, Huang, being cautious is never a mistake. What if it really is a deadly formation? Get out of here, old slippery head. Tai waved his hand impatiently, the gust sending Kunpeng stumbling back 2 steps. He strode over to the light screen, fixating on the scene of Kwafu shouldering the pipe. Raising his right hand, a blinding golden light erupted from his palm. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that suppressed the primordial chaos, it exploded. The white jade floor tiles of the Lingxiao Palace cracked with tiny gaps. An ancient and heavy bronze bell engraved with the sun, moon, and stars spun in the air above Tai's palm. Once the chaos bell emerges, all laws submit. The sense of oppression forced several weaker demon kings in the front row to retreat repeatedly. One small demon's legs gave way, and he collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Tai reached out and patted the cold bell wall. A dull metallic hum resonated, making people's eardrums tingle. What formations, what conspiracies, they are nothing but papier-mâché in the face of absolute power. He raised his chin, his eyes fervent, as if they would burn through the dome of the hall. Brother, you just stay here in this hall, trembling with your paranoid thoughts. Tai single-handedly lifted the Dong Huang bell and turned around, striding toward the hall exit. The hem of his robe stirred a scorching gale, toppling several nearby wine jars. I want to go take a look at Mount Buzhou and smash all their broken bronze and iron into pancakes. Tai didn't look back, his voice thunderous. A heavy metallic reverberation rang through the dome of the Lingxiao Palace, sending flakes of gilded cloud relief tumbling from the ceiling. A bronze ancestral bell hovered an inch above Tai's palm, its surface etched with sun, moon, and stars that shimmered with a harsh dim light. The bell radiated a suppressive majesty, as if a solid iron mountain had been dropped upon the chests of the assembled demon kings. The horned demon king, who had been clamoring moments before, felt his kneecap crack and collapsed face first onto the white jade tiles. He clutched his ears so tightly that dark red lines of blood seeped through his fingers. His mouth hung open, but no sound came out. The other great demons fared little better, each hunched over like a shriveled shrimp, cold sweat trickling down. The calming incense that had floated through the hall was swept into ashes by the gust. Not even an ember remained. Kunpeng's battered feather fan fell at his feet. He shrank behind a coiling dragon pillar, his beady eyes fixed unblinkingly on the bell. His Adam's apple bobbed wildly as he swallowed several dry gulps, not daring even to draw a breath. Tai tilted his head and flicked a finger against the cold surface of the bell. It gave a crisp, crystalline ring. Tai snorted a sulphurous breath and sneered, ridiculing the prostrate crowd as pitiful and spiritless. His gaze settled at last on Jun, seated upon the dragon throne with a face the color of iron. A mocking curl tugged at Tai's mouth as he taunted, asking whether sitting on the heavenly emperor's throne so long had caused hair to grow in Jun's bones. Juggling the star-heavy Donghuang bell as if it were a worthless tuber, Tai continued deriding the clay-footed brutes for digging a few pits and burying a handful of rusted iron pipes. He stepped forward, and the sole of his warboot clicked on the jade. He mocked that these acts had scared Jun into sealing off the Tianting, and if such rumors spread, how could the demon clans ever hold their heads high in the wilds? Jun's head throbbed as if it would split. He pressed both hands hard to his pounding temples, his fingernails leaving crescent red marks on his forehead. Sweat had glued the embroidered golden-robed back of his imperial garment to his skin. He trembled, uncomfortable, the hem of his robe quivering. Jun sprang to his feet. A glass wine cup on the dragon table was overturned by his sleeve, rolled down the steps, and shattered into 8 pieces. Pointing at the still flickering curtain of light in midair, he spat. As he spoke, Hailing had the cultivation of a Deluo Jinxian. He descended to the lower realm to scout, and not a single feather returned. He was utterly wiped out. Open your eyes and look clearly, Jun ordered. The ditches they dug and the pillars they buried carried the stench of some earth-shattering perversity. They had even abandoned their axes and were shouldering those black lacquered pipes. Did Tai really think they were planting cabbages? Dejuan snarled, a sickly sweet metallic tang rising in his mouth. Without some unfathomable ancient fiend manipulating things from behind the scenes, could mere oafs, like Dejong, possibly have produced such meticulous work? Dejuan demanded. Tai threw his head back and let loose a reckless, unbridled laugh that shook the glazed palace lanterns at the four corners. Tears almost welled from his eyes as he wiped at them carelessly with the back of his hand, his chest heaving. When his laughter died, Tai's expression hardened. His gaze became two burning blades that pierced the light-screen image of Kwafu bearing iron pipes. In the presence of absolute might, he declared all conspiracies and stratagems were nothing but a fart in a hurricane. He raised his right hand, and the Dongwang bell swelled on the wind, expanding to many yards in size as it hovered and spun in the central air of the hall. A descending stream of chaotic energy crushed the white jade tiles below into powder stone dust, billowing and choking the coughing lesser demons. Tai puffed his chest and proclaimed the bell the finest defense under heaven, and that it smashed foes with ruthless efficiency, dealing with all manner of showy nonsense. His golden war robe billowed, though there was no wind, as the gale tore at it. Tai snapped his knuckles, licked his cracked lips, and revealed a predatory gleam in his eyes. If they liked burying pipes, he fumed, he would pull every one out, twist them into knots, and stuff them into the mouths of those barbarians. He raised his foot, as if to stamp down a burst of golden flame coiling beneath his soul. I want to see whether Dejiang's 6 wings are enough for me to tear apart by hand, and whether Zhurong's pitiful flames can withstand my solar true fire, he snarled. He scanned the hall, his voice booming like a great bell and aching the eardrums. He vowed to string the heads of the 12 Zuwu like candied hawthorns and hang them from the southern heaven gate as wind chimes for all the myriad tribes to hear. At that proclamation, the once slumped martial demon king's eyes ignited with fanatical bloodlust, and they began to breathe heavily. A hoarse cheer rose from some shadowy corner. Long live Dongwang. Smash those clay-footed brutes and show them who rules the heavens. Several more demon kings hastily echoed the cry. Dejuan grew dizzy with fury, blood churning in his chest, and nearly losing his footing. He knew his brother's temperament too well, utterly impervious to reason. Once his temper flared, not even 10 Mad Bulls could pull him back. Dejuan leaned on the table and barked a killing order at the skulk of demon attendants. Kunping, seal the palace doors now. No one is to step a single pace out of the Lingxiao palace, defy the order, and be executed. Kunping had been about to peer out, but Tai's murderous glare made him shrink back, close his eyes, and feign death, as if he had heard nothing. Tai taunted Dejuan that if he could not hold him, there was no point wasting effort on restraint. With a disdainful toss, Tai reclaimed the Dongwang bell and spun it in his palm. The white jade beneath his feet liquefied into a stream of golden magma as a world-burning solar, true, fire roared into being. The blaze wrapped him wholly, making him appear like a tiny sun ready to ascend. The heat was so intense no one could keep their eyes open. The surrounding demon kings had their eyebrows singed and reeked of scorched bristles. They scrambled and tumbled away in haste. Dejuan, frantic, overturned the imperial table and crawled, reaching out to grab Tai's sleeve, his fingers blistered from the heat. He screamed that this was a trap, calling Tai an idiot as Tai began to transform into a streak of molten gold poised to break through the palace dome and fly straight to Buzhou Mountain to settle the score with the Wu clans. At that crucial instant, heavy stumbling footsteps faltered and clattered outside the heavy rosewood doors of the Lingxiao Palace. A white rotund shape carrying the acrid smell of scorched earth was kicked into the hall, as if by some careless foot, vaulting over the high threshold with a muffled thud. The white form rolled across the tiles, leaving a bloody streak, and slammed into the burning heel of Tai, sizzling like meat on a spit. The newcomer paid no heed to the molten heat. With charred blackened paws, he clung to Tai's calves. His face buried in the blaze, he howled with a torn, cavernous voice like a broken bellows. Second master. He wheezed, begging, you must not go, you must not. You absolutely must not go. Tai frowned and was about to kick the fool away. But when he glanced down, the Dongwang bell nearly slipped from his hand. The figure clutching his thigh wore a tattered white Taoist robe riddled with holes from the flames. 2 goat-like horns rose from his brow, one snapped clean in half and wept dark red beads of blood. This bedraggled creature was to everyone's astonishment Baze, famed for his knowledge of the heavens and earth and notorious as the slipperiest of the 10 mighty demon marshals. Baze trembled like a fallen leaf in a cold wind, his teeth chattering. He forced his soot-stained face upward, tears and snot smeared across it, his throat split and raw. Disaster is upon us, he cried between coughs. Beneath Buzhou Mountain there hides a living progenitor so mighty it could chew up even the heavenly Tao. Baize's hands gripped tightly around Tai's calves like a pair of pincers. The flesh was sizzling under the scorching sun fire, emitting a pungent white smoke, and he didn't dare to utter a single sound. Second Master, please don't. Baizé's voice cracked like a broken gong as he banged his forehead hard against the white jade tiles. With several thuds, a glaring blood imprint appeared on the jade, trickling down through the cracks. He lifted his face, tears mixed with black soot smeared all over, and his nose was dripping long, no longer possessing any trace of the demonically handsome aura. The hall was eerily silent, only the humming of the Eastern Emperor bell spinning in the air could be heard. Dijun leaned against the edge of the dragon table, his fingers whitening as he squeezed. Baizé, release me. His brows furrowed, tightly fixating on Baizé's half-broken goat horn, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Why are you here causing a ruckus instead of guarding the star observation platform? Tai shook his legs in disgust. Yet he couldn't shake him off. Oh, Baizé only clung tighter. Big brother, this old goat is usually so superstitious. I reckon he must have secretly drunk my treasured elixir and is now deliriously insane. The golden flames beneath his feet suddenly shot upwards. If you don't let go, I'll roast you into skewered lamb for my brothers to drink with. The fiery tongue licked over Baizé's chin, singeing the proud tuft of his goat beard. The burnt smell invaded his nostrils, making him sneeze repeatedly. Achoo! No, I'm not drunk. I'm fully awake. Baizé shook his head vigorously, causing his disheveled hair to fly around, blood droplets splattering onto Tai's golden battle boots. He suddenly sniffed, pulling back the snot that hung from his nose, his eyes bulging out in fear. Your Majesty, Second Master, I just dozed off at the star observation platform, and as soon as the Second Master emitted his killing intent, my fortune-telling powers almost exploded. I thought, what ability could those mud-legged fellows at Mount Bougeot have? So I secretly deduced along the Second Master's causal line. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuanping, hiding behind a pillar, perked up his ears. Dijun leaned forward slightly, his dragon robe's sleeve brushing past a brush on the table. What did you deduce? Dijun's voice dropped, urgency lacing his tone. Baizé's pupils dilated in an instant, as if he had lost his soul, trembling all over like a sieve. The abyss. It is the abyss. He released Tai's leg, his hands flailing in the air, as if grasping for a life-saving straw. That is no Panga Hall, that is a mouth that devours people. There is no light, even the laws of the heavens have shattered into pieces. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and several small demons were frightened back by his neurotic appearance. I only took a glance. Just that one glance. Baizé clutched his head tightly, his nails digging into his scalp, oozing blood. A single eye. A purple eye opened from the black water. It looked at me. Baizé's voice turned into a desperate whimper, as if someone had grabbed his throat. The entire heavenly court, 1,000,000 demon soldiers along with your Majesty and Second Master, all turned to ashes. Even the causality has been wiped clean. He suddenly lunged at Dijun's feet, clutching the leg of the dragon chair tightly. Your Majesty, there's great terror hidden over there. If the Second Master goes, our demon clan will be extinct. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Dijun inhaled sharply, cold sweat instantly soaking his back, his inner garment sticking to his spine like ice. He understood Baizé, who, although this old goat was timid, his fortune-telling powers had never been wrong. Second brother. Dijun's voice was dry as he looked at Tai. Should we perhaps take it slow? Take it slow. Tai, he shouted angrily, the force of his voice knocking over the two large demons nearby. He looked down at Baizé, who was still convulsing on the ground, a cold, disdainful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are you scared to the point of wetting yourself by just one broken eye? Old goat, your courage is even less than those mud-legged fellows. Tai raised his right hand, causing the Eastern Emperor bell to spin faster in his palm. The sun, moon, and stars on the bell's surface seemed to come alive, emitting blinding light that forced people to squint. I was born to walk horizontally in the wilderness. What abyss? With one strike of my bell, I will fill it in. He furrowed his brow in annoyance, staring at the pool of blood and black soot mixed at his feet. Get lost. Don't dirty my battle boots. Tai didn't give Baizé a chance to babble further, lifting his right foot sharply. With the force of the sun's true fire, he kicked hard against Baizé's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Baizé flew out like a broken sack. With a thud, he crashed heavily against the thick doors of the Lingxiao Palace. The Zetan wooden doors were smashed with several deep cracks. Baizé slid to the ground violently, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Second Master. He weakly raised his hand, still wanting to stop him. Tai didn't even glance his way. His figure swayed, the scarlet gold battle robe transforming into a raging inferno. In this wilderness, no one can break my Eastern Emperor bell except the Tao ancestor. The arrogant voice echoed back and forth in the empty hall, shaking the gold paint on the pillars, causing it to flake off. The next moment, Tai transformed into a blinding golden rainbow, directly crashing through the dome of the Lingxiao Palace. The glazed tiles shattered all over the place. Golden light tore through the sky, carrying an unmatched arrogance as it rushed toward Mount Bougeot. In the hall, Dijun stared blankly at the large hole in the dome through which fierce winds poured. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on his eyelashes, causing a stinging pain. He fell back onto the dragon chair, his hands weakly hanging at his sides. Behind the pillar, Kunpeng cautiously poked half his head out, his green bean-shaped eyes filled with calculation and panic. "Your Majesty." Kunpeng rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. Should we send troops to assist the second master?" Dijun suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, like a beast cornered with nowhere to escape. He grabbed a remaining inkstone on the table and smashed it fiercely at Kunpeng's feet. Ink splattered on Kunpeng's pant leg. "Assist? With what?" Dijun gasped, a beast-like growl escaping his throat. "Send the order down. Close the southern heavenly gate. Activate the shield of the great array of stars." He pointed outside the palace, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. "No matter what commotion occurs outside, whoever dares to step a foot outside the heavenly court, I will skin him alive." A golden long rainbow tore through the thick clouds. Carrying a pungent smell of sulfur, it fell like a meteor upon the skies above Bougeot Mountain. The air beneath Tai Yi's feet was twisted by the scorching sun's true fire, swaying back and forth like boiling water. He stood in midair with his hands behind his back, his golden battle robe rustling in the fierce wind. Lowering his head, his gaze pierced through the gray earth, landing on the chaotic construction site below. The flesh at the corner of Tai Yi's mouth curled upwards, releasing a stream of scorching white gas from his nostrils. "I thought there was something remarkable going on here." He sneered, his eyes sweeping over the burly men rolling in the mud. Kwafu was bent over, shouldering a black iron pipe, grunting as he tossed it into the pit. "A bunch of brainless mud-legged fools." Tai Yi scoffed, his chest rumbling with laughter. "My elder brother is getting increasingly foolish, actually getting scared by these village— A bunch of brainless mud-legged fools." Tai Yi scoffed, his chest rumbling with laughter. "My elder brother is getting increasingly foolish, actually getting scared by these village peasants digging the earth. Truly a disgrace to our heavenly court." Below, the hot wind enveloped the yellow earth like a thick blanket. Zhu Rong was bare-chested, sitting beneath the furnace, scooping out ash. He wiped the yellow sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, smearing dirt across his face. He retracted his neck, feeling a bit of heat on his head. "Oh dear, why did it suddenly get so bright?" Zhu Rong tilted his dirty face skyward, squinting his eyes. "What the heck is that?" A fiery stone fell. In the nearby mud pit, Gong Gong was swinging 2 water whips to cool the iron pipe. Hearing the commotion, he straightened up, rubbing his sore lower back with his muddy hands. "What are you shouting about? It's midday, isn't the sun bright?" He shook the muck off his ankle. "Hurry up and weld that iron plate shut," the elder said. "If we don't finish before Shin time, we'll lose our dinner." Chong Liang passed by carrying a bundle of thick cables. He dropped the cables onto the ground, shaking the earth. "Something's not right, Lao San." He sniffed like a hunting dog detecting a scent in the air. "This hot wind carries the smell of roasted bird feathers. It's not the sun's odor." Tai Yi in the sky heard the chatter of these fools, and his expression instantly darkened. His eyes twitched slightly. As the formidable battle god of the demon race Dong, Huang Tai Yi personally descended upon Bougeot Mountain. Shouldn't these brutes be trembling in fear, kneeling and kowtowing, wetting themselves? They actually mistook him for a fallen stone. Those beasts down there with fur and horns, listened closely to this emperor. Tai Yi suddenly took a step forward. The true fire of the sun erupted beneath his feet, creating a visible golden-red shockwave in the air. The sound, imbued with majestic magical power, echoed through the valleys of Bougeot Mountain like rolling thunder. "Clean your rough necks and wait for death. Today Bougeot Mountain will be your grave." The clinking sounds of ironwork below paused for a second or two. Xing Tian thrust his divine axe into the ground. He picked at the earwax that had been buzzing from the shock and blew it away. "What's that bird in the sky squawking about? It's so loud it's shaking my ears." He turned and shouted at Dijiang. "Elder brother, which blind fool from the heavenly court came out here to make a fuss?" Dijiang was squatting on the ground studying blueprints, not even raising his head. He scribbled on the blueprints with fingers stained with oil. "Sounds like that thick-head younger brother of Dijun. What's his name?" he replied in a hoarse voice. "Don't bother with him. He must have had his head pinched by the gate of the southern sky and is here to die." Zhu Rong laughed beside him, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Exactly, our pipe isn't even finished yet. We don't have time to deal with a roast chicken falling from the sky." He waved the fire pliers in his hand. "Brothers, keep working. Once this pipe is connected, we can go back to the Great Hall for meat." He was ignored. Thoroughly ignored. Tai Yi's chest heaved violently, the veins beneath his battle robe bulging like old tree roots. The blood vessels in his inverted eyes crawled densely towards his pupils. Breathing became labored, and 2 plumes of smoke with sparks shot out from his nostrils. Seeking death. He bit down on his back molars, the grinding noise piercing his ears. Since you all are so eager to find death, I will grant your wish today. Tai Yi's right hand suddenly flipped. A burst of golden light erupted from his palm, causing the working ancestors below to instinctively squint. An ancient and heavy bronze bell hung in midair. The sun and moon carved upon its surface seemed to come alive, radiating a disquieting dark glow. As the chaos bell emerged, the surrounding space sounded like thin ice, unable to bear its weight, cracking with a dense series of pops. Tiny black fissures crawled outward along the bell's body. Tai Yi had no intention of wasting time on the scattered soldiers below. To capture the thief, first capture the king. To demolish the temple, first demolish the door. His gaze filled with killing intent pierced through the scattered iron pipes. It fixated on the distant bronze giant hall that exuded an ancient and desolate aura. The Penga Hall, the spiritual totem of the Wu tribe. As long as he smashed the 2 bronze doors engraved with primal divine patterns into pieces, the spines of these brutes would shatter along with it. Break for me. Tai Yi let out a roar that was far from. He lifted the Dong Huang bell with both hands, his entire being lunging forward. His body fused with the ancient bell, transforming into a solid fireball with a diameter of 100 feet. With a long fiery tail in a domineering manner that could tear apart the heavens and earth, it slammed straight towards the doors of the Penga Hall. A furious wind howled. Before the fireball even landed, the bronze debris and yellow earth at the entrance of the Penga Hall were swept up into the sky by the violent winds, crashing against the stone pillars outside with loud cracks. The temperature soared rapidly. The moisture in the air was instantly evaporated, making it feel as though he had swallowed sand into his lungs. Tai Yi's skin was pulled back by the rapidly descending gale. He looked at the increasingly large bronze door ring in his line of sight, unable to suppress a grin at the corners of his mouth. The arc widened. He could even vividly foresee that in the next second this imposing door would explode like a brittle cracker. The brainless ancestors inside would be buried beneath the rubble, wailing. 3 feet, 1 foot, 3 inches. The firelight had already illuminated the intricate patterns on the bronze door. Tai Yi's cruel smile was frozen on his face. Only half a fingernail's distance remained to the threshold. The wind stopped. Not a gradual weakening, but an absolute stillness, as if it had been severed. The raging flames of the sun's true fire froze in midair, maintaining their upward flickering posture with not even a single spark bouncing. The muffled oppressive sound of the Dong Huang bell suddenly ceased, as if someone had grasped its neck. Tai Yi's eyes bulged intensely. He felt as if he had crashed into an unseen bottomless sea of cotton. This force was soft and formless beyond reach. Yet it exuded a terrifying sense of absolute order that made one's scalp tingle and bones chill. There was no clash of magical power. No dazzling lights from any divine abilities. It was pure unreasonable stasis. He desperately urged the quasi-saint magical power within him, wanting to smash the Dong Huang bell down. Even if it was just a trace. But every muscle in his body felt like it had turned to stone, even his eyelids were too heavy to blink. That half-inch distance became an insurmountable chasm. Inside the Pengu Hall, a cool draft carried a metallic scent of rust. Su Chun comfortably leaned against the black Hongmeng burial coffin. His feet were crossed atop the coffin's edge, the purple gold boots swaying. In his left hand, he held a rough ceramic bowl with a large chunk missing. His right thumb and index finger pinched a dry leaf of uncertain origin, stirring it in the bowl. The surface of the water floated with bits of poor quality tea leaves. The firelight outside illuminated the underground palace in a bright red. Su Chun lowered his head, bringing his lips to the edge of the bowl, gently blowing away the tea leaf debris floating on the surface. He sipped a small mouthful of warm water. His tongue licked his left rear molar, smacking his lips a couple of times. He didn't even get up. He merely sluggishly lifted his eyelids, his eyes deep and devoid of any ripples. Following the open hall door, he lightly glanced at the golden-armored man, hanging stiffly half an inch outside. In the middle of the day, instead of sleeping, you come to hang a torch in front of my ancestor. Su Chun knocked the ceramic bowl against the coffin lid, producing a crisp sound. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly slipped into Tai Yi's ears through the crack of the door. What's up? Su Chun raised one eyebrow, his tone laden with unabashed laziness and mockery. Have you demonic clan's heavenly court failed to pay the electric bill and come here to audition for a streetlight? Su Chun's glance was light and airy. He slipped out through the half-open bronze door without stirring a single gust of wind, his gaze landing on Tai Yi hovering outside. Tai Yi maintained a fierce diving posture wrapped in true sunfire, resembling a glowing coal ball. Yet at this moment, he didn't even dare to blink. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Before it reached his chin, it was vaporized by the true fire into a wisp of white smoke carrying a salty and fishy scent. How is this possible? Tai Yi clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles in his cheeks twitching. He desperately attempted to mobilize the power within his dantian. He wanted to smash the Dongwang bell in his hand. But that gaze upon him felt like an entire Mount Bujo pressing down on his spine. A painful, grinding sound echoed from between his bones. He felt as though he couldn't breathe. The beating heart within his chest felt as though it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Suchin sat on the dark coffin's edge, sipping from a bowl of lukewarm water. He disdainfully spat out a piece of rotten tea leaf that had floated into his mouth. Broken bell. He brushed his lips together to utter these two words. A hint of impatience flashed in his deep-set eyes. The pressure of the Hunyuan Wuji Golden Immortal no longer restrained itself. Following that gaze, a thunderous collision struck the bronze ancient bell above Tai Yi's head. Buzz. A strange dull sound emanated from within the bell. Usually when this thing rang, all living beings in the primordial chaos would kneel. But at this moment the sound resembled a wild cat that had its tail stepped on. It carried a piercingly mournful wail. Tai Yi's eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets. He beheld the innate supreme treasure said to be unbreakable by any sage. The surface adorned with swirling patterns of the sun, moon, and stars unexpectedly ceased its motion. The bell began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. It scraped against the surrounding air, producing a sizzling sound like sparks. It was as if a living creature had encountered its natural enemy, instinctively wanting to retract. "Old buddy, why are you trembling? Steady yourself." Tai Yi's voice cracked, sounding hoarse like a broken windbag. He poured out his source blood, attempting to forcibly stabilize the treasure. Suchin raised an eyebrow. The pressure in his eyes suddenly dropped. Crack. A crisp sound exploded in the dead silence. The sound was not loud, yet to Tai Yi's ears it felt like 1,000 heavenly thunders striking simultaneously on his forehead. On the flawless bronze wall of the Dongwang bell, a hairline crack was forced out by Suchin's glare. The crack spread from the bell knob all the way to the pendulum, exuding an aura of the treasure's source collapsing. No! Tai Yi squeezed out a despairing cry from his throat, his life treasure damaged. Under the pull of the energy, the backlash surged into his body like a bursting flood. The violent true sunfire enveloping him extinguished in an instant, leaving only the charred smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air. His meridians shattered inch by inch. A series of crunching sounds melded together. Tai Yi tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of scalding golden-red blood. Before the blood mist could disperse, he resembled a dead sparrow with its wings torn off, plummeting headfirst. Thud! He landed heavily in the muddy pit that had been stirred up by Gong Gong in the water. The muddy slush splashed up over 2 meters high. It covered his head and face. Tai Yi collapsed in the muddy water, half of his face submerged in the foul-smelling yellow sludge, his ears stuffed with mud. His mind went blank. All notions of the demon race wore God, and pushing through the primordial chaos shattered into pieces along with that crack. He tried to move a finger. The excruciating pain instantly tore through his nerves, and all he could produce from his throat was the sound of bubbling blood. He resembled a dead fish flopped on the shore, with only his eyes still able to move slightly. Inside the Pango Hall, Suchun placed a rough pottery bowl with a missing piece onto the coffin board, producing a clanging sound. He raised his hand to yawn, and a bit of moisture gathered at the corner of his eye. So easily amused. He kicked at the bronze fragments by his feet. After all that noise, you can't even cross the threshold. The furnace below revealed Zhu Rong's head. His hair was scorched and curled at the edges, his face marked with black and white streaks. He held a glowing iron rod in his hand. "Uncle, there's no noise outside anymore. Just now it sounded like that bird was making a fuss. Did the gale blow it away?" Zhu Rong rubbed his nose with the back of his hand covered in charcoal dust. "What nonsense, I heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground." Di Jiang knocked the ground with his shovel. "Third brother, let's go check the door. What if it's a delivery at our doorstep? We might get a meat feast." The heavy bronze door emitted a series of grating sounds that made one's teeth ache. It was being pulled open from the inside with a creaking sound. A gap widened. The hot wind from outside, carrying the smell of earth, rushed into the underground palace. Di Jiang poked his large head out, looking around. When he lowered his gaze, he happened to see the blood-soaked, golden-armored man twitching in the mud pit. "Oh my!" Di Jiang was startled and took a step back, bumping his heel against the threshold. "Is this really a dead bird that fell down?" Zhu Rong squeezed over, peering out from the door frame. The glowing iron rod in his hand was still emitting white smoke. This ostentatious golden attire. Zhu Rong squinted his eyes, recognizing it after a moment, and slapped his thigh. "Isn't this the foolish younger brother of Di Jun?" He grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. "What was— Oh right, Tai. This guy usually acted extremely arrogantly, yet today, he came to our door looking like a dead dog." Tai lay in the muddy water. He could hear the ramblings of these two brutes, his lungs nearly bursting from anger. But he didn't even have the strength to retort. All he could do was stare, with one eye, the bloodshot scarab visible, his throat bobbing. Di Jiang walked over disdainfully, kicking Tai Yi's shoulder with his toe. "Hey, are you dead? If not, take a breath." Tai Yi's lips quivered, and he spat out a blood bubble that popped with a sound. Tisk, this is quite a severe injury. The bone fragments are almost poking through the skin. Dejiang bent down, roughly grabbing Tai Yi's left ankle. Tai Yi felt a tightness around his ankle. A wave of ominous premonition surged within him. He wanted to struggle, but Zhu Rong came over grinning as he grabbed his right ankle. Big brother, this bird looks quite plump, just a bit dirty. Zhu Rong tilted the weight in his hand, sparks falling through his fingers onto Tai Yi's battle boots. Didn't Uncle just complain about not having anyone to grind the mill, eh? If we drag him inside, he'd be perfect for Uncle to have some fun with. Dejiang nodded. All right, let's do that. Be careful with your strength, don't break his legs, they're still useful. The two of them proceeded to drag the demon race war god out like a dead dog, one on the left and one on the right. Tai Yi's back scraped along the rough gravel ground, leaving a trail mixed with mud and golden blood. His battle armor clashed against the stones, producing an ear-piercing scraping sound. Let me go. Tai Yi squeezed out fragmented syllables from his throat, the humiliation overwhelming him more than the severed meridians. He watched helplessly as the dark bronze doorframe drew nearer. There were still muddy footprints left by Xing Tian from earlier. With a thud, the back of his head collided with the threshold, causing stars to burst in his vision. The Pango Hall was dimly lit. Tai Yi hung upside down in the blur. He saw the black coffin, and the man sitting on the edge of the coffin toying with a tea bowl. Uncle, the goods have been dragged in for you. Dejiang shouted loudly, tossing Tai Yi's legs onto the ground. With a plop, Su Chun set down the pottery bowl, clapped his hands, and stood up, leisurely walking over to the pile of flesh before him, looking down at him. Old big brother, I find that this scruffy bird is quite annoying. Su Chun nudged the mud off Tai Yi's chin with the tip of his purple gold boot. He tilted his head, casting his gaze towards Dejiang. Hasn't anyone been working on that manure pit in the back? A dark red trail of blood dragged across the stone tiles, mixed with a pungent yellow sludge. Tai Yi's back burned painfully, fragments of battle armor digging into his flesh, scraping back and forth with his movement. The pain made him gasp. Dig, dig in the cesspool. The three words penetrated his ears like a chilling wind, causing Tai Yi's throat to convulse violently, nearly swallowing a mouthful of blood. He, the mighty war god of the demon clan Dongwang Tai, would rather die standing than endure such humiliation. He bit down on his tongue, drawing strength from the sharp pain that shot through his mind. He struggled to lift his head, which weighed over 1,000 pounds. In the dim underground palace, the charcoal beneath the bronze tripod crackled loudly. As his vision pierced through the dancing sparks, he finally saw the man sitting atop the black stone coffin. He had no 3 heads or 6 arms, nor did he display any grand magical form. He simply rested one leg lazily, the purple gold boots swaying idly. But at the moment their gazes met, Tai Yi's mind erupted with a buzz. He felt as if his soul had been stripped bare and thrown into an icy wilderness, even the deepest threads of causality trembling. The aura emanating from this man was ancient and profound, carrying an absolute sense of death. It was 100 times more terrifying than the old man who had merged with the Tao in the Zhixiao Palace. Just a glance felt as if his eyes might be blinded. Bye-bye, Zhe. That old goat isn't having a fit. Tai Yi's lips trembled, his teeth clattering, despair flooding his eyes. This is truly a mouth that devours people. He finally understood this was not just stepping into mud. He had crashed headlong into the abyss. Uncle, the cesspool is still empty. Dejiang released his grip on Tai Yi's neck, wiping his muddy hand across. Mud stuck in his beard, but he didn't care. It's just that this mixed feathered bird is too severely injured. Even the bone fragments are protruding. He should go scoop dung. Taking a few steps wouldn't cause him to tip the dung bucket onto his own head. He'll still have to waste water to wash the ground later. Zhu Rong flicked the sparks off his hands, spitting a mouthful of dusty saliva aside. What's there to fear? If he can't handle the heavy lifting, just tie him up. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. If it really comes to that, just lock him up with an iron chain and make him lick the edge of the pit. Tai Yi's vision darkened with anger upon hearing this, his chest rising and falling violently. His throat rumbled. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. This emperor will fight you to the end. He shouted hoarsely, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Desperately, trying to summon the last bit of primordial blood from his dantian, contemplating a self-detonation for a cushion. Annoying. Su Qin dug in his ear, flicking a speck of dust away with his fingertip. He lazily raised his eyelids, too disinterested to waste words on this molting wild chicken. The purple gold Tao robe on his body fluttered without wind. A thread of primordial divine pressure, thinner than a hair, flowed down the edges of the stone coffin, silently spreading across the stone tiles. The pressure just brushed against the tip of Tai Yi's nose. The meager bit of mana he had gathered within him melted away instantly, like ice meeting boiling water. An irresistible force directly shattered his spine. Bang! Tai Yi's knees uncontrollably smashed against the hard bronze tiles. The impact was too great. The sound of his kneecap shattering was crisp and piercing. The tiles were cracked spiderweb-like stones flying everywhere. Excruciating pain pierced through him. Taiyi's upper body was pressed down by an invisible hand, and his forehead slammed heavily against the ground. He ended up squatting in the blood and mud he had dragged out earlier. His posture was so humble, it was as if he had sunk into the dirt. You. Taiyi strained to lift his head, the veins in his neck bulging as if they might burst. But that pressure hung above him like an entire star sea. It pushed his eyes bulging out, and hot, heavy breaths escaped his nostrils. Su Chen strolled down from the coffin, stepping on the scattered debris. He walked leisurely to Taiyi's front. The tip of his purple gold boot stopped less than an inch from Taiyi's nose. It blocked the only flicker of light in his vision. So this is it. Su Chen's voice descended from above, filled with mockery like a rusty blade scraping against bone. Just now you were shouting in the sky about how you'd use their heads as skewers, huh? Su Chen ground the mud on the ground with the tip of his shoe. Show me what you got, or you mute now. Taiyi's psychological defenses crumbled completely in that moment. What dignity of the demon clan, what undefeated war god. In the face of this power that could easily erase his existence, it all felt like nonsense. Panic gnawed at his insides like a toothy worm. He didn't want to die, he still had ambitions to dominate the primeval world. I was wrong. Taiyi's voice trembled with evident tears, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Tears mixed with the mud on his face streamed down into his wounds, burning painfully. Great immortal ancestor, please be merciful, treat me like a fart. Let me go? He couldn't care less about his shattered knees desperately knocking his forehead against the hard bronze tiles. Thud, thud, thud. Each knock was solid, causing his forehead to bleed and blur his vision. He didn't even dare to wipe it away. It was my blindness, my heart clouded by grease. I shouldn't have disturbed your meditation. Taiyi babbled incoherently while knocking his head, his snot trailing down. As long as you spare me a dog's life, I'll give you all the treasures of the heavenly court. I can serve you like a horse. Di Jiang stood nearby, dumbfounded, his hand scratching his beard frozen in midair. He even forgot to flick the mud from under his nails. This is giving up. Just now you were so fierce outside, calling yourself this emperor. He lifted his foot and kicked Zhu Rong's heel. Old Four, listen to this guy. His head knock is even louder than when you burnt the wrong boiler a few days ago. TCH, Zhu Rong rolled his eyes, huffed, and flicked the ash off his hand. No kidding, with this pressure from my uncle you'd wet your pants too. Look at this bird. If he hasn't pissed himself, it's because his bladder is strong. He must not drink much water. Su Chen looked disdainfully at the blood on the ground, taking half a step back, fearing it would dirty his new boots. He looked down from above at the tail wagging Taiyi, stroking his smooth chin, his fingers tapping against his cheek. Kill you? Su Chen scoffed, his tone icy. If I killed you, I'd feel that the bird's blood would dirty the bronze bricks of my Pango Hall, and cleaning it would be a hassle. However, since you like to crash into doors so much. Su Chen waved his hand, instructing Di Jiang. Go find a sturdy iron chain from the storeroom in the backyard. He pointed at the open bronze gate, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tie him up by the door, and from now on the facade of Pangu Hall will be entrusted to him. Su Chen yawned, a bead of water hanging at the corner of his eye. Being a doorman is also a way to make use of him, so those cats and dogs outside won't keep bothering me. Taiyi lay in the pool of blood, gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently. Hearing the words watchdog, he was infuriated. His throat emitted a harsh sound, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. News with wings. The peerless demon clan Donghuang holding the chaos bell to cause trouble. Yet he couldn't even enter the door and was tied up at the foot of the Buzhou mountain as a security guard. This news within half a day spread through the streets and alleys of the primeval world, reaching the ears of the heavenly court and Zixiao Palace. Donghuang Taiyi grabbed the bell and slammed it against the door. The result was like throwing a meat bun to a dog, never to return. This news spread like a plague, quickly sweeping across the remote corners of the vast wilderness. In the celestial court of the demon clan, inside the Lingxiao treasure hall, the white smoke of calming incense was disturbed by heavy breathing. Emperor Jun slumped on the wide dragon chair like a pile of mud. He clutched the golden dragon head on the armrest tightly. His fingernails dug in, drawing dark red blood, and the dragon chair creaked under the unbearable weight. Sweat beads the size of soybeans dripped down from his forehead, splattering onto the dragon robe on his knees, creating damp water stains. Not back. Not even a word. Emperor Jun's voice cracked, sounding like a broken bellows. The demon kings below shrank their necks. The hall was so quiet that one could hear the sound of lamp flames cracking. Baizhe crouched under a pillar, coughing up a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Your Majesty, I have already said that it's a road of no return. He clutched his broken sheep horn. The celestial court was in chaos. The ancient beings who had been in seclusion for years could no longer remain still. At Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, the jade dust whisk in Zheng Yuanzi's hand fell onto the bluestone slab, making a crisp sound. Nearby, the redrobed ancestor Hong Yun leaned over. Sweat dropped from his nose onto the ground. Zhen Yuan, that fellow Tai has the chaos bell in his hands, and he hasn't smashed open the door. Hong Yun rubbed his hands, his knuckles cracking. Let's go, let's make a transformation and see the commotion. Zhen Yuanzi nodded repeatedly while tugging his beard. In a moment of excitement, he accidentally pulled out 2 strands of white hair, making him wince in pain. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, clouds swirled, and the air carried the burnt smell of scorched vegetation. The void was filled with various obscure gazes. The bloodline scions of the Mingyi ancestor and remnants of the Dragon and Phoenix clans were all hiding behind the clouds. Not daring to breathe, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun pushed aside a cluster of thorny clouds. Their gaze descended. The 2 large bronze doors of the Panga Hall were wide open. Inside, the sounds of metal clanging echoed along with some coarse curses. Outside the threshold, a man was bent over, gripping a nearly bald bamboo broom. Shoo shoo shoo. The broom scraped against the bronze floor tiles, stirring up a cloud of dust. The man sneezed twice, his shoulders twitching. Hong Yun narrowed his eyes and rubbed them vigorously. When he focused, his knees buckled, almost causing him to tumble from the clouds. Zhen Yuanzi quickly grabbed his red robe, but he too gasped in shock. His teeth ached as a chill penetrated deep within. That is... The sweeping man had disheveled hair and 2 chunks of dried yellow mud on his head. The crimson gold battle robe was long gone. He had changed into a poorly made beast skin outfit of the shaman tribe. The skin was not properly cured, still carrying blood and a pungent odor hanging loosely on his body. The man shifted a step to the left. His right leg clearly did not dare to exert force, swollen like a purple bun with bones pressing against the skin. Clang! A dull metallic collision sounded. A large rusty iron collar was tightly wrapped around the man. The collar was connected to an iron chain as thick as an arm, the other end firmly welded to the copper threshold of the Panga Hall. The chain dragged on the ground, sparking as it scraped. This person was none other than the demon clan's war god Dong Huang Tai, who usually looked down on everyone. The hidden great beings of the wilderness had their worldviews shattered in that instant like glass shards scattered everywhere. Silence. An oppressive silence, as if even the wind had its throat choked. Mingyi ancestor hid in the blood cloud, biting his lower lip until it bled. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down frantically. This is Tai. Mingyi trembled as he spoke, blood dripping down between his fingers. Taking the chaos bell to crash the scene, and in the end, ending up tied up at the door like a sweeping dog. This scene was too surreal, even more absurd than a nightmare. Tai halted his actions. He used the back of his hand covered in black ash to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The sweat mingled with dirt, flowing into the corners of his eyes, causing a stinging pain. He clenched his jaw, not daring to let out even a sound. Turning around, he continued to sweep the rubble from the doorframe. With each sweep, the humiliation and unwillingness in his gaze grew like poisonous weeds, but they were forcibly suppressed. The iron chain clanged, as if it were slapping the face of the entire demon clan. Behind a massive weathered rock on the outer side of the Pango Hall, a gaunt figure wrapped in a black robe was hiding. This was a loyal deputy of the demon lord Ghostkar, whose true form was a vulture. He had come to assist, but witnessed a scene more painful than being killed. The vulture demon bit down on a fine sharp tooth, his mouth filled with the scent of blood. Second master. His eyes were bloodshot red as 2 ripe hawthorns. His nails dug deep into his palm, trembling like leaves falling in a cold wind. This is too much. A bunch of mud-legged folks dare to humiliate our celestial court's heir like this. He let out a low growl like a beast on the brink of death. At that moment, a small figure crawled out from the mud ditch at the side of the Panga Hall. It was a shaman child who had just bare-bottomed, covered in yellow mud. The chubby little hand clutched a half-eaten green wild fruit, chewing it with juice flowed down the corners of his mouth, dripping onto his belly. The child stumbled towards the main door, giggling happily. He had no idea about the shadow lurking behind the rock. The vulture demon fixated on the unsuspecting little figure, the fury in his chest burning away his reason. First, kill the little one to cover our tracks. Create chaos and rescue the second master. He panted heavily, a strangely shaped black dagger suddenly sliding out of his sleeve. The blade of the dagger was coated with a dark green poison, exuding a nauseating stench of rotting flesh. The vulture demon's legs pushed off with great force. He kicked up a cloud of dust on the rock surface. Like a predatory bird, he darted out, concealed by the rage. The dark green poison blade cut through the air, letting out a sharp, whistling sound, heading straight for the tender neck of the shaman child. Die. Wash away the shame for the second master. Tai heard the sound of the wind and struggled to turn his stiff neck. When he saw that flash of green light and the assassin in demon attire, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. His heart skipped a beat. The tattered broom fell from Tai's hand with a thud onto the bronze floor tiles. He lunged forward, rolling and scrambling. The iron chain pulled taut, choking him, and causing his neck to crack, making him roll his eyes. "You blind fool, stop right now." Taiyi's voice cracked, his desperate roar echoing in the empty valley laden with despair. "Are you trying to kill me?" That streak of dark green poison light was about to strike the chubby boy on the back of his head. The stench made the soft hairs on the child's neck stand on end while he continued to chew on the wild fruit in his mouth, drool dripping down his chin. Taiyi's pupils contracted to the size of a needle's tip. The iron chain creaked and strained, pressing the veins on his neck outward like twisted ropes. His throat felt as though it were stuffed with dry grass, unable to produce a sound, and he could only watch helplessly as the vulture demon went berserk. It was over. Taiyi's mind went blank. The booming sound of his heart pounding in his chest filled his ears. If this ancestor were to get angry, not only he but the entire demon clan would be wiped out today. In the depths of the Pangu Hall, the light was dim. Su-chan was still leaning against the black stone coffin, his fingers pinching a grape to his mouth. He paused for a moment. The grape skin was broken by his nail, purple juice seeping out and staining his fingertip. "Dare to touch my junior." The voice was not loud, devoid of sparks. Yet it sliced through the air like an ice blade in the 12th month, scraping along the ground as it passed through the door. Su-chan did not even raise his eyelids, pressing his thumb against his middle finger and casually flicking in the direction of the hall's entrance. Whoosh. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even a decent flash of light. Only a strand of transparent sword chi as thin as a hair shot out from the bronze door with a ferocity that could tear apart all rules. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air collapsed into a black line. The sneer on the vulture demon's face had not yet faded. The poison black dagger barely brushing against the edge of the sword chi instantly vaporized into a wisp of green smoke. Not even molten iron was left. He paused for half a second, his throat rolling as he attempted to shout. But before the sound could escape his throat, the transparent sword chi had already pierced through his brow. No blood splatter, no shredded flesh. This great demon was like a fake figure made of sand blown away by a strong wind. From head to toe, fur, bones, and even the nascent soul hidden within its sea of consciousness were all scattered into invisible dust. All that remained was unseen microdust. Even the causal lines of existence were severed at the root by this sword chi. A gentle breeze swirled past, leaving the place empty. Not even a feather was left behind. The chubby boy finished the fruit, smacked his lips, and scratched the back of his head. Just a moment ago, there was a murderous assassin there, and now there was not even a trace left. Behind the clouds, the ancient beings lurking in the shadows fell silent collectively. Zenuan's hand, gripping his beard, trembled, pulling out half a handful of white hair, causing his eyes to twitch in pain. The red robe of the Red Cloud ancestor was soaked over a large area. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, sticky and uncomfortable. Go quickly." Red Cloud stammered, his tongue tying itself up as he pulled on Zenuan's sleeve, trying to retreat. "This isn't a spar, this is tearing up the book of life and death." He gasped for breath, the cloud cluster beneath his feet dispersing completely, nearly causing him to tumble. "We can't provoke him, truly can't provoke him. Brother, hurry and retreat. If we delay, the causality will implicate us both." A flurry of rustling sounds came from the cloud layer. The blood god of the underworld directly transformed into a puddle of foul blood and slipped into the ground. All sorts of remnants fled faster than rabbits, fearing that if they were slow, they would be targeted by that ominous sword chi. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, even the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings had vanished. At the threshold of the Pangu Hall, Tai lay there like a pile of mud on the bronze bricks, gasping for breath, inhaling the earthy smell. His combat armor was soaked, sweat streamed down his cheeks into his wounds, causing him to draw in sharp breaths. "Uncle, ancestor." Tai wiped his face with his muddy hand, his voice breaking. I don't know that bald beast. I really don't know. He is just a rogue cultivator trying to harm me." He desperately tried to distance himself, shrinking further into the threshold. This doorkeeper had taken a firm stand, refusing to leave as the outside world was too dangerous. Su-chan tossed the peeled grape in his hand into a nearby small copper basin. With a light clang, he pulled out a piece of dry cloth from his sleeve and leisurely wiped the grape juice from his fingertips. "Shut that broken mouth of yours." Su-chan glanced at the trembling, golden-armored man outside the door. "If you say another word, I will send you to accompany him." Tai gasped in fright, quickly covering his mouth tightly with both hands. He nodded repeatedly, his eyes bulging wide, making muffled sounds from his throat. Su-chan waved his hand in disdain, his gaze shifting to the side. Hotu was keeping her head down, her hands tightly rubbing the hem of her beast skin skirt, her knuckles turning white. She was also frightened by the earlier display. Naturally compassionate, she could not bear to see killings, but at this moment she inexplicably felt uplifted. "Girl, stop rubbing your skirt, you'll wear it out." Su-chan patted the black stone coffin. "Go close the hall door and come with me into the back secret room." Hotu was taken aback for a moment. A flush crept onto her fair cheeks, her heart racing. She hurriedly ran, overexerting all her strength to push the two heavy bronze doors. With a creaking sound, the doors closed, isolating Tai outside. The secret room was built deep within the Panga Hall, lit by a few dim beast oil lamps. The oily smoke was a bit choking, making one want to sneeze. Suchin leaned against a rough stone chair, tapping his fingers on the stone table, producing a rhythmic sound. Uncle, you called me here alone. Is it because I did something wrong? Hota lowered her head, her toes nervously grinding against the stone slab, scraping out some lime. She secretly raised her eyes, her gaze darting, not daring to look directly at Suchin. If you think I'm stupid, I can go dig the earth veins with my brothers tomorrow. Suchin sighed, placing his palm on the stone table. You're doing quite well, but your mind is too honest, making it easy for others to use you as firewood. He stared into Hota's clear eyes. You can see those drifting lonely souls and wild ghosts outside, right? Hota suddenly looked up, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She bit her lower lip, nodding, her voice muffled. I see them. They cry every day, and it makes my heart feel heavy. She twisted her fingers, sighing. Those who died in battle between our witch clan and the demon clan have no place for their souls to go. They just float in the wilderness. It's quite pitiful. Suchin sneered. The heavenly Tao is counting on your heart to feel heavy. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. That broken eye is plotting to fill you into that abyss called reincarnation, ensuring you can never turn back. Do you believe it? The secret chamber was built deep within the Panga Hall, lacking even a single window. In the four corners, several crude beast oil lamps flickered with wavering flames. A pungent smell of burning low-quality grease lingered in the air, drying out one's nasal passages and making one want to sneeze. Hutu followed Suchin inside. The heavy stone door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous sound, sealing tightly. It directly cut off the mournful wails from Tai outside. The underground palace was so quiet that only the crackling sound of flames licking the lamp wick remained. Hutu nervously ground her toes against the bluestone floor, scraping out some white lime dust. She clutched the washed-out hem of her beast skin skirt tightly with both hands. The knuckles of her fingers turned a bluish white from the exertion. Her heartbeat thudded like a drum in her chest, making her ribs ache. Uncle. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, like a mosquito buzzing, not daring to glance towards Suchin. You were guarding me outside the hall just now, even cutting off the assassin's cause and effect. Huta bit her lower lip, tasting a hint of rust in her mouth. Tu will remember it in my heart. If you tell me to go east in the future, I will never go west. Suchin leaned against the cold stone chair, rubbing his back against the rough surface. He crossed his legs, the purple gold boots swaying idly. Hearing Huta's pledge of loyalty, he disdainfully curled his lips. His fingertips tapped twice on the stone table. Put away your act of dropping gold beans. It makes my teeth ache. Suchin picked up a shriveled wild fruit from the fruit platter on the table, tossing it in his hand. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze like a hook, pinning it on Huta's face. Did you think I called you in here to listen to your gratitude, Oi? Huta was taken aback and raised her head. A hint of confusion flashed in her clear eyes, causing the few stubborn hairs on top of her head to sway. Then why did you call me uncle? Suchin tossed the wild fruit back into the platter, making a crisp sound. Just now outside I said that broken eyeball was scheming against you. He leaned forward slightly, his shadow elongated by the oil lamp, and cast over Hutu. They want to stuff you into a bottomless pit called reincarnation. Do you think I'm joking? Huta's breath hitched, and her pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Goosebumps crawled up her pale arms, and the hair on her body stood on end. Reincarnation, she stammered, swallowing down a mouthful that tasted earthy. What is that? Why is the heavenly Tao specifically targeting me, a witch of the unrefined spirit? Suchin scoffed, a sarcastic curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Because you have a soft heart, you're a do-gooder and easily manipulated. He gestured in midair. Look at this primal land shrouded in smoke and miasma. Suchin's tone was cold, devoid of any warmth. The group of mudfish phoenixes that died in the initial calamity, along with those you and the demon clan have killed now. Those shattered souls have lost their bodies and wander in the wilderness, crying and howling. As Huta listened, those limbless souls and wild ghosts unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Her eyes grew warm and moisture swirled within. The sounds of their anguished cries seemed to ring in her ears again, tightening her chest. Suchin paid no heed to her emotions and continued speaking. The malevolent energy is gathering more and more. The heavenly Tao's little stomach is about to suffer indigestion, and it must find a sewer to drain the waste. His finger tapped against the stone table, producing a dull sound. It can't bear to exert itself, so it has its eyes on your Pangu bloodline. Your Earth ancestor witch's body is thick and encompassing, just right to be the prime material for building that sewage station. Suchin fixed his gaze on Huta's pale face, articulating each word clearly. The heavenly Tao's abacus clicks loudly. It uses your kindness to force you to abandon your body and transform into the cycle of reincarnation. dubbed as great merit, but in reality it's just tricking you into becoming a free cleaner in the underworld for life. Huda felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her legs went weak, and she stumbled back a step, her back hitting the cold stone wall. The moisture on the wall soaked through her clothes, causing her to shiver. Abandoning my body. She trembled, her lips quivering, her mind buzzing as if filled with messy thoughts. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck through her chaotic thoughts. Huda gasped sharply, her teeth chattering. If I disappear, my older brothers won't be able to set up the 12 heavenly god array. She slapped her thigh, her palms sticky with cold sweat. Her voice filled with excessive shock broke, sounding cracked. This isn't just scheming against me alone. This would sever the lifeline of our witch clan. Huda finally saw through the heavenly Daos' malicious face. A double-edged sword, cleansing the primordial garbage while subtly stripping the witch clan of its strongest card. Such a cruel heart. She bit her teeth tightly, the muscles in her jaw twitching. Anger burned like fire in her chest, causing her eyes to redden. But just as this fire ignited, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. But Huda's knees buckled, and she slid down the stone wall to the ground. She covered her face, her voice thick with tears, and struggled, her shoulders trembling. But uncle, if I don't fill that pit, what about those 100,000 wronged souls outside? She sniffed, warm tears leaking between her fingers. They are also pitiful beings caught up in this, being torn apart by the raging winds every day. Every time I pass by and hear them cry, my heart feels as if it's being pricked by needles. Hutu raised her tear-stained face, looking at Su-chun. Her eyes brimmed with confusion and pain, forced to a dead end. Uncle, even if I know it's a fire pit, if I don't jump, those souls will never have a peaceful day again. Su-chun pinched the throbbing center of his brows, feeling a headache coming on. This silly girl, terminally ill with a savior complex, destined to be trapped until nothing remains. He exhaled deeply and stood up from the stone chair. His purple gold boots thudded heavily against the blue stone, stepping forward one by one towards Hudu. Su-chun did not reach out to help her. He looked down at the crying ancestral, which resembling a large flower cat. Without any courtesy, he curled his right index finger. With a flick of his thumb, bang! A solid smack landed directly on Huda's smooth forehead. This time it lacked restraint, and the crisp sound echoed in the secret chamber. Ouch! Huda covered her forehead, gasping in pain, tears streaming down even more. A visible bump rose on her fair forehead. It hurts. Uncle, why did you hit me? She pouted, looking up like a wronged little beast. Su-chun let out a cold laugh, a malicious curve forming at the corner of his mouth. I'm hitting that soft-hearted savior complex of yours to see if there's any water splashing inside. He bent down, his gaze level with Huda's, his eyes exuding a rogue's defiance. Who taught you that rotten rule? When faced with a mess, you must cut your own flesh to feed the dogs. Su-chun pointed at Huda's nose with his index finger, his tone domineering. You are my Su-chun's junior. As long as I, the ancestor, am here breathing, the rules of the primordial world will change as I please. Hutu was stunned by his words. She even forgot to lower her hand, covering her forehead, staring blankly at that handsome yet arrogant face. The despairing still waters in her heart suddenly bubbled up with some hopeful bubbles. Then I won't have to die. She stammered, her eyelashes still glistening with tears fluttering twice. What about those wandering wronged souls? How do we guide them? Su-chun straightened up, crossing his arms. The sleeves of his purple gold robe slipped down, revealing a solid forearm. He scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Guide them? What good is chanting scriptures and reasoning? Su-chun kicked the lime dust on the ground, looking at Hutu with a smirk. Revealing a mouthful of white teeth, he smiled like a bandit ready to rob. Today the ancestor will teach you a new term, as long as you understand this move. He deliberately dragged out his words, building suspense. I guarantee that those wailing ghosts outside will obediently line up for reincarnation, not daring to make a sound. Huta listened, stunned. She forgot the pain on her head, quickly propping herself up from the floor. Her eyes sparkled, filled with curiosity. What new term is it, uncle? Su-chun leaned slightly forward, staring into Huta's clear eyes. He enunciated each word, stressing heavily. This move is called physical guidance. Physical transformation. Huta covered her smooth forehead with both hands, feeling the heat radiating from the spot that had just been struck. Her eyes widened, filled with a clear confusion. These 4 words felt like a stone stubbornly lodged in her mind, devoid of a primordial spirit, making it hard to comprehend. The beast oil lamp in the secret room burst into a small flame with a soft crackle. The dim light flickered on the bluestone floor. Huta sniffed, her eyelashes still glistening with moisture that fluttered with each blink. Didada, isn't transformation done by chanting scriptures? She stammered, nervously intertwining her fingers, her nails digging into her palm. I heard people say that those bald monks from the Western sect just sit there preaching the great Tao, making the ghosts weep. Su-chun chuckled derisively. He crossed his arms, the sleeves of his purple golden robe falling back, revealing a strong wrist. Chanting scriptures. That's just being bored out of your mind. He kicked the leg of the stone table lightly, producing a dull thud. Those lost souls are dead, their hearts choked with resentment fueled by a surge of malice. Trying to reason with them is pointless, right? Su-chin straightened up and walked in front of Hutu. Transformation, to put it simply, is about straightening out that stubborn thought in their minds. He raised a finger, waving it in front of Hutu. Not listening. Then hit them. Smash that little resentment along with their brains, and their souls will naturally be cleansed. Hutu gasped in shock. She stepped back repeatedly, her back pressed against the cold stone wall, goosebumps crawling up her arms. Smash. Smash them. She swallowed a dry lump in her throat, shaking her hands, insistently, cold sweat pooling in her palms. No, Daba, those wrong souls are already suffering. If I go and beat them, wouldn't that be committing a crime? Committing a crime? Su-chin rolled his eyes, his expression filled with disdain for her naivety. He grabbed Hutu's arm, his grip firm, yet not overpowering. Letting them drift in the wild, torn apart by the fierce winds howling in despair. Doesn't that count as committing a crime? Su-chin turned his wrist. A purple glow erupted from his palm, making Hutu involuntarily squint. Buzz, accompanied by a low metallic hum, an exaggerated iron hammer appeared out of nowhere. The hammerhead was as large as a water tank, completely black. Spirals of primordial purple energy wrapped around it, exuding a violent force capable of shattering stars. Take this. Su-chin casually handed the large iron hammer forward and stuffed it into Hutu's embrace. Caught off guard, she stumbled under the weight, nearly losing her balance, and quickly wrapped both hands around the hammer's handle. The hammer looked rough, but felt peculiarly warm in her hands. Daba, what is this hammer for? Hutu managed to stabilize herself, her small face flushed red as she struggled to hold the hefty iron object. The purple energy from the hammer coiled up her arm, feeling cool against her skin. Su-chin stepped back a couple of paces, leaning against the stone chair. He pulled out the shriveled wild fruit he had not finished eating and tossed it in his hand. It's a tool for transformation. He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. This hammer is called the cleansing hammer, specially designed to deal with all forms of defiance, resentment, and stubborn souls. He pointed at Hutu's heart. Aren't you from the Wu clan, naturally infused with malice? Use that fierce spirit you have when fighting against the demon clan. Channel the malice as energy and infuse it into this hammer. He mimicked the motion of swinging the hammer down, creating a gust of wind. Look for the ghost that screams the loudest and give it a solid whack. Make it forget everything. Hutu was taken aback. She stared at the purple glowing weapon in her hands, her head buzzing. Forget everything. She stammered, even more, her gaze darting anxiously between Su-chin and the hammer. Wouldn't that make the soul stupid? That's exactly what makes it easier to manage. Su-chin bit into the wild fruit, the sour taste making him grimace. With an empty mind, the resentment dissipates pure as a blank sheet of paper, and the heavens will naturally accept them. He accurately tossed the remaining fruit into a waste pit in the corner of the wall. Isn't that 100 times better than putting yourself at risk and turning into a broken reincarnation channel? His twisted logic struck Hutu like a hammer, shattering her preconceived notions. She stood dumbfounded, her mind at war. One side was her deeply rooted compassion, while the other presented a method to break the deadlock. The secret room was so quiet that she could only hear her slightly hurried breathing. But, Hutu gripped the hammer's handle tightly, her knuckles turning white. I've never laid my hands so heavily. What if I smash their souls away? Su-chin snorted coldly, standing upright. Then it means their resentment isn't heavy enough and they aren't worthy of this hammer. He walked to Hutu's side and patted her shoulder. Stop hesitating. If you want to save people, you must first become the villain. Let's go, we'll take you outside to practice. With that, Su-chin strode toward the heavy bronze door of the secret room. The door latch made a dull scraping sound. The door swung open and a gust of hot wind filled with the strong odor of earth and demonic blood rushed in. Hutu took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. Carrying the cleansing hammer, which was larger than herself, she followed Su-chin closely. Upon exiting the Pango Hall, they stepped into a desolate wasteland resembling a mass grave. For years, the Wu clan and the demon clan had been at war, and this land had long been soaked in blood, devoid of any grass. A grayish malice hung in the air like thick fog. Countless broken apparitions flickered through the mist, emitting mournful wails. Some were missing half their heads, while others dragged their intestines on the ground in various forms. Did you spot the one screaming the loudest? Su-chin pointed not far away. A demon's soul shrouded in black energy was clawing desperately at a nearby Wu clan ghost. The demon soul's cries were heart-wrenching, filled with unwillingness and hatred. That's the one. Su-chin nudged Hutu from behind. Go, force out your ancestral malice, aim for its crown, and smash it. Hutu stumbled forward a couple of steps, steadying herself. She looked at the grotesque demon soul, feeling a flutter of fear in her heart. Sweat soaked the handle of the hammer in her palm. I really have to smash it. She shut her eyes, unwilling to look. Smash! Suchin shouted from behind his voice, carrying an irresistible pressure. Hutu gritted her teeth, suddenly opening her eyes, determination flashing in her gaze. She summoned the residual ancestral malice within her. A dark red energy surged into the hammer's handle through her arm. The originally black hammerhead erupted with a blinding purplured light, emitting a deafening buzz. "Take this," Hutu shouted. Her legs slightly bent, she exerted her waist, swinging the massive iron hammer in a full arc. With a whistling sound, she struck down at the still rampaging demon soul. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out across the wasteland. The shockwave rolled forth, scattering the surrounding malice widely. The demon soul didn't even have time to scream. The hammerhead struck true, smashing into its crown. The once solid spirit instantly disintegrated, turning into countless tiny specks of light. Hutu was startled, quickly dropping the hammer and stepping back 2 paces. Did I just smash it to pieces? She covered her mouth, her face pale, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Suchun stood nearby, arms crossed, a smug smile curling at his lips. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look." He pointed at the scattering light. Those tiny specks of light did not. Instead, they began to coalesce in midair. The previously vengeful demon soul was gone, replaced by a translucent figure with a serene expression. The black energy enveloping it had completely dissipated, and its eyes were as pure as those of a newborn baby. The apparition bowed deeply to Hutu, then transformed into a gentle breeze, disappearing into the universe. Hutu was stunned. She stared incredulously at her hands, then glanced at the large iron hammer on the ground. Did it really transform? When have I ever deceived you? Suchin approached and kicked the hammer's handle with his toe. "Hurry up, strike while the iron is hot. There are plenty of ghosts in this wasteland. If you don't smash 100 today, you won't get to eat." Huta's eyes brightened instantly. She grabbed the iron hammer from the ground, feeling a surge of strength coursing through her. The inner turmoil and guilt vanished, replaced by an unprecedented fervor. "All right," she responded cheerfully, hefting the massive iron hammer like a little tiger charging down the mountain, plunging into the thick mist. "You missing a leg? Stop howling. Take this hammer." Bang! "And you, just because you have horns, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Smash! Bang! On the wasteland, the dull sound of hammering echoed repeatedly, accompanied by the resounding bang-bang of crashes. One vengeful ghost after another was forcefully formatted. The sky was filled with crushed black energy. In its place were countless serene apparitions lining up to dissipate into the universe as Hutu swung the hammer faster and faster. Visible strands of golden light began to gather above her head. That was the purest merit of the heavenly Tao. This golden light of merit did not pass through the filtration of heavenly laws, but descended directly upon Hutu. The golden light grew denser, enveloping Hutu and making her appear as if she were a deity. The ancestral malice within her began to transform, becoming gentle and pure under the washing of merit. Tsk tisk, this girl swings that hammer more fiercely than Xing Tian himself. Suchun leaned against a large rock, stroking his chin, watching with great interest. The efficiency of this physical transformation is far quicker than reasoning. However, just as this golden light of merit grew ever more radiant, from 33 heavens away within the clouds that had just calmed down, a purplured vertical pupil began to flicker wildly once again. The eye of heaven's Tao fixed its gaze on Hutu, who was frantically swinging the hammer on the wasteland, the red veins on its white scara nearly bursting. Its underlying code was in severe error. That merit belonged to it. How could it bypass its allocation and directly descend upon a member of the Wu clan? Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed through the clouds. The sky seemed to be filled with a bucket of black ink, instantly darkening. In the thick, unyielding calamity clouds, dark red lightning slithered like venomous snakes, crackling with electrical sounds. The commotion was even greater than the earlier strike on the Pangu Palace, the earthy smell in the air overtaken by the burnt scent of ozone. The heavenly Tao was truly furious. The merit golden light above Hutu's head was so bright it could blind its vertical pupil. That was the reward it had painstakingly accumulated, now all benefiting this hammer-wielding woman who had no regard for martial ethics. This was outright robbery. It was robbing the source of the heavenly Tao. The rule codes were throwing wild errors, emitting a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. At the center of the calamity clouds, a massive purplish red eye was fixedly staring at Hutu on the wasteland. The scara was filled with red blood vessels, exuding a sense of frantic, murderous intent. The might of the heavens transformed into a tangible pressure, like an invisible iron mountain crashing down at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Crack! A fissure several meters wide split open beneath Hutu's feet, with shattered stones flying everywhere. The return to clean hammer in her hand felt as heavy as if filled with lead, trembling as she held it aloft. The fervor from earlier was instantly dissipated by this heavenly might. "You uncle," Huta swallowed a dry throat, her face pale, even the edges of her animal skin skirt trembled. Is that big eye in the sky trying to strike me dead, eh? She took 2 steps back, her calves cramping, almost tumbling headfirst into the newly split ground. Su-chun was leaning against a weathered boulder. He tossed a wild fruit he had picked up from the roadside in his hand, its skin somewhat wilted. He lifted his eyelids, glancing at the swirling black clouds above with a look of disdain. What a joke! He casually tossed the wild fruit, which hit the stone with a light thud. As long as I, your ancestor, am here breathing, even if they brought the purple cloud palace here, not a single hair on your head would be harmed. Su-chin straightened up, brushing off the dust from the hem of his purple-golden robe. He leisurely took 2 steps forward, stepping on the ground covered with dry yellow grass, producing a rustling sound. Looking up, his fathomless eyes stared directly at the eye of the heavenly Tao in the sky. This broken eye remembers its lessons, always hanging in the sky with a dark circle to scare people. Su-chin's lips moved as he let out a mocking cold snort. That little bit of origin just now didn't even make a burp, and now it's rushing to deliver takeout. He held his right hand in a grasp. A flash of purple light appeared in his palm, as if the surrounding space could not bear this power, producing a disquieting muffled sound. A long sword, entirely dark purple, with chaotic energy swirling around the blade, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The Hongming opening sword. The moment it appeared, even the surrounding air turned sharp. The wind swept past the blade, producing a sharp whistle, slicing into Huta's cheek painfully. The heavenly Tao eye above, which was preparing to gather strength to strike lightning, suddenly narrowed its pupils. Although it lacked intelligence, the instinct of the underlying rules made it perceive a deadly threat. The aura radiating from that sword was 100 times more terrifying than the broken axe in Pangus' hands back in the day. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the calamity clouds. A dark red lightning bolt as thick as a water tank roared down towards Hutu, carrying the laws of destruction. This lightning was both urgent and fierce, clearly trying to eliminate this bug that disturbed the program before Su-chin could act. Huta screamed in fear, instinctively closing her eyes tightly, raising the large iron hammer in her hand to shield her head. Uncle, save me. Her voice cracked, sounding broken as she crouched down in a ball. Before the lightning struck, the burnt stench had already filled her nostrils. Shut up, what a racket. Su-chin's impatient voice rang in Huta's ear, carrying a calming steadiness. He flipped his wrist, the Hongming opening sword pointing upward. There were no fancy sword moves nor any earth-shattering waves of magic. It was simply a straightforward gesture, pointing the sword tip at the descending red lightning. Hiss! A light sound like a fingernail tearing through a thin sheet of window paper. That frenzied purple cloud lightning suddenly halted a yard above Huta's head. It was not blocked, but rather cleaved in two by an unreasonable sharpness. The red lightning, like split bamboo, slid to the sides along the edges of the sword energy. Boom! It crashed into the wasteland on either side of Hutu, creating 2 bottomless charred pits. The soil was instantly vitrified by the high temperature, emitting acrid black smoke. And Huta, crouched in the middle, had not even singed a hair. She trembled, barely opening a slit in her eyes. Looking at the smoking pits on either side, her eyes nearly bulged out, her legs weak and unable to stand. Su-chun did not even glance at her, his gaze firmly locked onto the massive eye in the sky. His fingers gripping the sword handle, slightly tightened, knuckles turning white. The chaotic energy on the sword began to roll restlessly like venomous snakes, choosing their prey. You weren't satisfied before, so you had to rush back to serve me a second course, huh? Su-chin's voice was not loud, even carrying some laziness. But that voice pierced through the thick calamity clouds like invisible blades, stabbing deep into the heart of the heavenly Tao eye. The terrifying killing intent erupting from the sword, capable of severing the essence of the great Tao, instantly locked the entire calamity clouds in place. The temperature in the air plummeted, even the dark red lightning was frozen midair. The heavenly Tao eye became stiff, the red blood vessels in its sclera pulsating. It sensed a coldness more terrifying than death. That was a will to annihilate from a higher dimension, not concerned with any rules of the heavenly Tao. As long as that sword swung down, this heavenly Tao would be replaced today. A grinding sound echoed from within the clouds. It was the heavenly Tao rules, desperately struggling, trying to break free from this terrifying lock. Strike! Su-chin's lips curled into a mocking smile as he pointed the sword forward again. What, run out of steam? I'm just standing here, why don't you try striking down again? His provocative tone echoed across the desolate wasteland, unabashedly arrogant. If you dare strike down today, I'll use this broken eye as a side dish. As soon as Su-chin finished speaking, the heavenly Tao eye in the clouds twitched violently in a very anthropomorphic manner. Then, under Huta's dumbfounded gaze, the calamity clouds that had just threatened to destroy everything seemed to be pressed the rewind button. The thick ink-like dark clouds dissipated at a visibly fast speed, not even daring to release a thunderous sound. The dark red lightning retreated into the depths of the void like a frightened earthworm. The heavenly Tao I awkwardly blinked twice, transforming into a wisp of purple smoke fleeing faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the wasteland returned to a clear blue without a cloud. There were even a few rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds, warmly illuminating the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, raising a cloud of dust. Hota's mouth hung open, her jaw nearly dropping to her chest, as she mechanically turned her head to look at the calm Su-Chin beside her. It ran away. She swallowed, her voice floating. The heavenly Tao was scared away by you. Su-Chin casually tossed the Hongming opening sword, which transformed into a purple light and returned to the system space. He clapped his hands, turned to Hutu with an exasperated roll of his eyes. What else? Should we keep it for the new year? He walked up to Hutu, bent his fingers, and flicked her forehead. Clang. A crisp sound. Ouch. Hutu covered her head, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Get up quickly, don't squat on the ground like a mushroom. Su-Chun disdainfully curled his lips. I'm hungry, and in this wilderness there's not even a bite to eat. Let's go back and see if Di Jiang and the others have finished cooking. Hutu rubbed her forehead, hurriedly getting up from the ground and dusting herself off. She picked up the large iron hammer and followed Su-Chun like a little follower. Looking at Su-Chin's upright figure, her sense of awe had reached an unparalleled level. This uncle was too fierce. Even the heavenly Tao could be scolded away. The two walked one behind the other, following the original path back to the Panga Palace. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard a thunderous snoring sound coming from inside. Su-Chun frowned as he stepped over the threshold. Inside the underground palace, the ancestors who had worked hard all morning were sprawled all over the ground. Each was sleeping in a sprawled position, snoring loudly with drool trickling from their mouths. In the corner, Gong Gong lay sprawled by a mud pit, hugging a rusty pipe. These heartless fools. Su-Chun shook his head in disbelief. Just as he was about to kick a few awake, his peripheral vision caught a chained figure by the threshold. Tai was still slumped in a pool of blood, filthy like a dead dog. He had his eyes closed, brow furrowed, seemingly enduring immense pain. Su-Chun walked over and kicked his shoulder with his toe. Hey, are you dead? Tai let out a muffled grunt and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Su-Chun, a look of deep fear flashed in his eyes, instinctively shrinking back. The iron chain around his neck clanked as he moved. Hey, ancestor. His voice was hoarse, as if rubbing against sandpaper. I'm not dead. Su-Chin looked down at him, a playful smile curling his lips. As long as you're not dead, that's good. I'm lacking someone to chop firewood, and you seem quite fit for the job. He stroked his chin, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this suggestion seriously. Tai was so furious he turned black in the face, his chest heaving violently. As a dignified war god of the demon clan, he was actually being told to chop firewood. This was worse than killing him. But he dared not retort. He had seen clearly the earlier scene where Su-Chin scared away the heavenly Tao. He bit down on his teeth and swallowed back his anger. My injuries are too severe, I can't chop firewood. Tai lowered his head in humiliation, his voice barely a whisper. Can't chop. Su-Chun raised an eyebrow, seemingly regretful. Then go and stoke the fire. I see that your solar fire is quite effective for boiling water, much better than Zhu Rong's broken fire. He snapped his fingers and turned to leave, not giving Tai a chance to refuse. Zhu Rong, stop sleeping. Get up, I've found you a new disciple. Su-Chin's voice echoed in the underground palace. Zhu Rong sat up, groggily rubbing his eyes. Huh, what disciple? Following the direction Su-Chin pointed, he happened to see Tai slumped by the threshold. Zhu Rong's eyes lit up, instantly becoming alert. He grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, smiling like a villain. Wow, wait a minute. Are you saying this mixed-haired bird is under my care? Great. I was just worried about having no one to clean out the furnace ash. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and ran over. This is fantastic. Tai looked at Zhu Rong's grinning face, a deep despair surged in his heart. He closed his eyes, a drop of humiliating tear sliding down the corner. Big brother, please don't come down to find me. He prayed frantically in his heart, hoping that Di Jun would be smart enough not to come to his doom. In the heavenly court, a Lingxiao treasure hall, Di Jun suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. He looked at the trembling demons below, feeling an increasing sense of unease. Where's Bai Zhe? Is that old thing still not awake? He irritably slapped the table. Hurry and wake him up. No one is allowed to leave the heavenly court. The purplish-red lightning froze in midair. The enormous eye of heavenly Tao fixed its gaze on the dark purple long sword below the blood vessels, in its whites pulsating. Like a one-eyed dragon suffering from a heart attack, it twitched so violently that even the thunder got choked in its throat. The tip of the Hongming opening heaven sword pointed at the sky. There were no flashy lights or shadows, only a barely perceptible stream of chaotic energy circling around the blade. Yet this thin stream exuded a raw power capable of directly formatting the foundational codes of the primordial chaos. In the network of heavenly Daos rules a harsh alarm blared. This was not a warning, but was a death notice. If this sword truly struck the will of heavenly Dao, would have to resign on the spot with no chance of rescue. What's wrong, scared? Su Chun raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He slightly turned his wrist, causing the sword tip to trace half a circle in the air. The eye of heavenly Dao shrank back suddenly like a turtle afraid of being hit. This comical scene left Ho Tu, who was crouching below with her head covered, dumbfounded. She quietly peeked at the sky through her fingers. She watched helplessly as the once ferocious purple thunder appeared to play in reverse like a movie rewinding. It swiftly retreated back into the tribulation clouds. The thick, inky black clouds seemed to be swept away by an unseen hand, dissipating at a visible speed. The eye of heavenly Dao blinked awkwardly twice, then took a deep look at Su Chun before turning into a wisp of purple smoke, vanishing completely. Sunlight poured back onto the wasteland. Furthermore, a vibrant seven-colored rainbow stretched across half the sky, dazzling to the eyes. Ho Tu's mouth hung open, her jaw almost dropping to her chest. She stared blankly at the rainbow, then turned to look at Su Chun, who had already sheathed his sword. "Dad, did the heavenly Dao just back down?" Su Chun brushed the hem of his purple gold robe. "What else could it do? Could it jump down and bite me?" He picked up a half-eaten wild fruit he had thrown on the ground, disgustedly glancing at the dirt on it before tossing it aside. "A cowardly thing that bullies the weak and fears the strong." Su Chun snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the Pangu Hall. "Hurry up, are you wanting the wind outside to be even stronger?" In the Pangu Hall, the place was shrouded in darkness, year-round, always perfumed with a heavy scent of sandalwood. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a mat. His old face was wrinkled like dried orange peel, eyes tightly shut, as he focused on merging his spirit into the rules of heavenly Dao. This was a critical period of harmony, leaving no room for distraction. But suddenly an intense wave of fear surged through the connection to heavenly Dao, crashing into his mind like a tidal wave. This was no ordinary fear. It was the ultimate shudder of facing annihilation, the despair of foundational rules on the brink of collapse. Hong Jun suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Puff! He lunged forward, spitting a mouthful of golden blood onto the blue stone bricks before him. Blood sprayed everywhere, sizzling as it hit the ground. The originally stable harmony process was abruptly interrupted by this surge of fear, even causing a regression of 100 years of cultivation. Who is it? Hong Jun clutched his chest, gasping for breath. His murky old eyes were filled with crimson blood vessels, the corners twitching slightly. Outside, Hao Qian heard the commotion and hurriedly pushed the door open. "Master, what happened to you?" Seeing the golden blood on the ground, Haoshan's legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud. Hong Jun ignored him. He trembled as he reached into his sleeve and pulled out the cracked Chaos Jade disc. The light on the disc had dimmed significantly, and the crack seemed to have lengthened. "The heavenly Dao is afraid." Hong Jun murmured to himself, his voice trembling with an unrecognized tremor. "It's actually afraid of that variable beneath the Unzao mountain. How is that possible?" He had manipulated several Yuan meetings, playing the three clans and the witch demons like puppets. He was on the verge of completely controlling the primordial chaos, becoming the sole player above. Now suddenly a monster that even the heavenly Dao dared not provoke had appeared. How could the game continue? No, it absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Hong Jun gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He stood up abruptly. The sudden movement made him dizzy, and he swayed. "Hao Tian, go summon me Yuan Shi and Tong Tian." Hong Jun's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. "Just say, my master has issued an edict." Hao Tian nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll go right away." He scrambled out of the Zixiao palace, running faster than a rabbit. Hong Jun looked at the Chaos Jade disc in his hand, his expression dark enough to drip water. "No matter who you are, since you block my path, you must die." He chuckled coldly. Since he couldn't go out himself, he would let those three good disciples probe the situation. Kunlun Mountain. The three purities were discussing the Dao in the 8 Scenic Palace. Laozi had his eyes closed, wandering in the void. Yuan Shi stood with an air of arrogance. Tong Tian was lounging with his legs crossed, somewhat distracted. Suddenly, 3 beams of golden light broke through the clouds, landing directly before the 3 of them. The golden light transformed into 3 edicts, radiating the pressure of heavenly Dao. Laozi opened his eyes with a slight frown. An edict from the master. He reached out to catch the edict, sweeping his divine sense over it. On his previously calm face, a rare look of astonishment appeared. "There's an anomaly beneath the Unzao mountain commanding us to investigate, and if necessary, we can suppress it on the spot." Yuan Shi grabbed the edict that belonged to him. After reading it, he let out a disdainful snort. "Unzao mountain. Isn't that where those barbaric witches with fur and horns who don't understand the heavenly principles live?" He adjusted his luxurious robe, his eyes filled with arrogance. What anomaly could there be? It's probably just those barbarians stirring up some chaotic witchcraft again. Yuan sure looked at lousy. Senior brother, since the master has issued an edict, let's go take a trip treating it as cleaning up trash in the lower realms. Tong Tian, however, put away his nonchalant demeanor. He stroked his chin, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Second brother, don't speak so definitively. Whoever can make the master personally issue an edict is certainly not an ordinary being. He tapped the edict against his palm. And for some reason I feel as if the place mentioned in this edict is calling to... Tong Tian paused, his gaze becoming profound. That is the aura of the Father God. Lousy stood up and patted the blue ox's head. Since it's the master's command, we cannot delay. He mounted the ox. Let's go check out the Unzao mountain and see what kind of monsters dare to disrupt the Father God's domain. 3 streams of light shot into the sky, heading straight towards the Unzao mountain. In the Panga Hall, Su Chun had just laid back in the Hongming burial heaven coffin, preparing to take a comfortable nap. Suddenly, a noisy commotion erupted outside. Uncle! Uncle! Di Zhang burst, and like a gust of wind, his voice as rough as a broken gong. He clutched a dirty blueprint in his hand, his face a picture of impatience. Uncle, you have to come out and take a look. Di Zhang rushed to the side of the coffin, stamping his feet in a panic. Just now, 3 old Taoists suddenly fell from the sky, all pompous and arrogant. Su Chin kept his eyes closed, not even moving. Old Taoists. Where did these wild dogs come from? Just use a club to drive them off. I can't beat them. Di Zhang slapped his thigh, his voice shaking. Those 3 old geezers are frighteningly powerful, and they carry the pressure of the heavenly Tao. And they claim to be the true sect of Pangu, saying they were sent by some Tao ancestors' decree to suppress heretics. Su Chin's eyes snapped open, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. The true sect of Pangu. He sat up, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That old mud eel Hong Jun dares not come himself and sends 3 disciples to their doom. Su Chun adjusted his purple gold robe and jumped down from the coffin. Let's go, I want to see what these so-called true sect of Pangu are really about. 33 heavens away at the Zixiao Palace. This place has long been devoid of any trace of human activity, desolate as a frozen cave. The chaotic air currents swirling around were gray and murky, resembling dirty rags occasionally scraping against the threshold of the great hall, producing a strange scratching sound. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a worn-out mat with uneven surfaces. His face, as dry as a wind-dried old walnut, was now shrouded in an unshakable haze. His brows were tightly knitted, deep creases forming in the middle, and his eyes restlessly darted beneath his eyelids. The scent of sandalwood in the air was inexplicably mixed with a faint burnt odor, making his nasal passages dry. Waste. Hong Jun squeezed out these 2 words between his teeth, his voice hoarse, as if scraping glass with a rusty iron piece. His bony fingers clutched the gray robe on his knees tightly, the knuckles turning a shade of pale blue. The extreme feeling of fear that just returned from the heavenly Tao was like a bucket of ice water splashing down onto his previously placid Tao heart. It sent chills racing through him. Retreated. The lofty heavenly Tao, the master controlling the life and death of all things in the wilderness, was actually frightened away by some unknown scoundrel lurking beneath Buzhou Mountain wielding a broken sword. The absurdity of it was akin to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea being drowned by a land duck. Hong Jun felt a surge of blood and energy boiling in his chest, a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat. He swallowed hard, forcing the old blood back down. Closing his eyes, his hands quickly formed intricate hand seals in front of his chest. Fingers sparked with strands of golden law lines, weaving a complex net in the air. He needed to calculate. What kind of unknown wild dog dared to urinate on his chessboard? His divine sense silently probed down through the heavenly Tao network. Passing through layers of gale and malevolent energy, he was about to touch the great bronze hall at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. Suddenly, buzz. A barely perceptible purple energy flickered like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, lunging out. That energy carried a force that transcended all rules, directly colliding with Hong Jun's probing divine sense. There was no crashing roar, only the silence of being absolutely crushed. Ugh! Hong Jun grunted, his body jerking backward, nearly falling off the mat. He opened his eyes in terror, his murky old eyes filled with bloodshot veins. That energy not only blocked his calculations, but even retaliated along the causal line. Cut! Hong Jun panicked, fingers like knives decisively severing that portion of divine sense. Cold sweat trickled down into his mouth, tasting salty and bitter. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently like a broken cart being pumped. Even just a moment of contact allowed him to feel the ancient and pure nature of that power. It was older and more unfathomable than the creation jade disc in his hand. This isn't a being of the wilderness. Hong Jun muttered to himself, his dry lips trembling slightly. To even erase the causal line, what means? Could it be one of those ancient, undying beings that slipped through the cracks of chaos? He rubbed his throbbing temples, his mind racing. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes was a grand scheme he had planned for millions of years. The demon clan managed the heavens while the witch clan managed the earth, two brainless brutes clashing in the mire. Once they drained each other's blood and malevolent energy fed back into the heavens and earth, he, as the Tao ancestor, could seize the opportunity to devour more of the source. By then the Xianmen would flourish and he would be the one and only player in the wilderness. But now, the group at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain, who should have been hacking at each other with axes, were actually starting to engage in the detailed work of digging trenches and laying pipes under the command of that variable. The calamity energy not only did not rise, but showed signs of retreating. This was equivalent to directly smashing Hongjun's bowl of rice. Cutting off one's livelihood is like killing one's parents. Hongjun gritted his teeth, a hint of undisguised ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. His murky, lifeless eyes shone like two ghostly green flames. He stood up and walked to the center of the great hall. The purple-gold jade tiles creaked softly under his feet. He looked up at the gray, chaotic void outside the great hall. At the most critical juncture of the merging of Tao, his true body felt as if it were welded in this Zixiao palace, unable to escape to the lower realm. Since I can't go out naturally, someone will have to scout the way for me. Hongjun smirked coldly, the dry flesh on his cheeks twitching. Training soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for a moment. My 3 good disciples should be brought out for a spin. He walked back to the mat, lifted his robe, and sat cross-legged again. His withered palm reached into his wide sleeves and groped for a while. He pulled out the creation jade disc, which bore tiny cracks. As soon as the disc was taken out, the temperature in the great hall dropped a few degrees. The intricate Tao patterns carved on it flowed like living beings, emanating a chilling pressure from the heavenly Tao. However, the crack caused by Su Chun was somewhat glaring, disrupting the overall beauty. Old man Yuan Shi Tong Tian. Hongjun gently stroked the edge of the jade disc with his finger, feeling its cold touch. Pangus, true lineage. That name is quite useful. He squinted, his tone laced with mockery. When he accepted these 3 disciples, he had valued the trace of Pangus' legacy and immense fortune they possessed. Now they were just right to throw out as test stones. Since the variable was hidden in the Panga Hall, entangled with the witch clan, sending these 3 self-proclaimed orthodox fellows would surely spark some fire. Hongjun closed his eyes, his lips moving slightly as he rapidly recited a complex and obscure incantation. His voice was low and hoarse, as if chanting spells from beneath the earth. As the incantation was recited, the Tao patterns on the creation jade disc began to flicker violently, glowing brighter and brighter. The originally white jade surface gradually became enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Congeal. Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, his bony index finger pointing at the jade disc. Sizzle. 3 thick beams of golden light, like 3 golden dragons breaking free from their restraints, roared out from the creation jade disc. The golden light illuminated the great hall as bright as day. Within these 3 beams of golden light were 3 golden decrees exuding supreme heavenly authority. The decrees bore no unnecessary words. Just one character was inscribed. Go to Buzhou Mountain and stir that murky water upside down for your teacher. Hongjun looked at the decree in midair and sneered. Even if an ancient demonic god truly resurrects, they must kneel before me in the face of the heavenly trend. He waved his sleeve vehemently. A whirlwind rose, knocking over the incense burner in the great hall with a crash. Incense ash scattered everywhere, dirtying the pristine jade tiles. The 3 beams of golden light bearing the decree pierced through the dome of the Zixiao Palace with a whoosh, transforming into 3 shooting stars, trailing long golden tails. Rudely tearing through the chaotic air currents, penetrating the gale layer, they headed straight towards the eastern part of the wilderness. That was the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain Shilin Cliff. This place was shrouded in clouds and mist with spiritual energy, so dense it was almost condensing into droplets. Taking a deep breath felt soothing to the internal organs. In front of the 8 scenery palace atop the mountain, there was a massive stone platform. The 3 pure ones were gathered on the stone platform, discussing the Tao. Laozi, dressed in a faded Tao robe, had a youthful appearance with white hair, eyes closed as he sat cross-legged on a mat. His hands were folded over his abdomen, appearing as if he were wandering in the void unperturbed. Beside him lay a green ox, leisurely ruminating, occasionally swatting away flies with its tail. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat on the left, clad in a luxurious purple Tao robe embroidered with intricate cloud patterns in gold thread. He sat upright, his chin slightly raised, holding a white jade teacup. His gaze conveyed an innate sense of superiority, as if all beings in the wilderness were beneath his notice. Tong Tian, on the other hand, was far from formal. He wore a green sword robe with a slightly open collar revealing a sturdy chest. His right leg was bent upon the stone platform, elbow resting on his knee, casually twirling a blade of dogtail grass. Second brother, your discussion of the Tao is too dull. Tong Tian spat out the grass root he had been chewing, yawning, and letting 2 tears escape his eyes. Every day it's just about conforming to the heavenly Tao, understanding the heart of heaven, listening until my ears callous. If we have no sharpness left in our path of cultivation, what is the point of continuing? We might as well catch a couple of spirit cranes from the back mountain and roast them to eat. Yuan Shi frowned, slamming the teacup heavily onto the stone table. It made a crisp sound, splashing 2 drops of tea onto the table. Third brother, you are being too outrageous. Yuan Shi's face darkened, his tone stern, carrying the flavor of a senior's admonition. The teacher emphasized repeatedly that those who align with the heavens prosper, while those who oppose the heavens perish. How can you speak so recklessly? He glanced disdainfully at Tong Tian's slouched posture, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The disciples you usually take in those who are all fur and horns, turning Janeo Island into a mess. I haven't scolded you yet, and you're starting to lecture me. We are the orthodox lineage of Pangu. We must maintain our demeanor. Tong Tian rolled his eyes about to retort, when suddenly an immense and unmatched pressure descended from the 9 heavens without warning. It forced the surrounding sea of clouds to roll and scatter instantly. Moi. The ever-meditating Laozi suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed his originally placid gaze. He raised his head, his sight piercing through the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 glaring beams of golden light, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, directly pierced through the protective array of Kunlun Mountain. They hovered steadily in midair before the 3 of them. As the light dissipated, they transformed into 3 golden decrees. The large character Go on it shimmered with an undeniable aura of the heavenly Tao. Laozi waved his whisk, the white threads of dust creating a breeze. The decree belonging to him floated lightly into his hand. With a sweep of his divine sense, his brows raised slightly. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also each caught their decrees. After reading the contents, Yuan Shi snorted disdainfully. Buzhou Mountain. Isn't that the den of those uncivilized witch-clan brutes? He dusted off non-existent dust on his Tao robe, his face filled with disdain. What can these ignorant fools rolling around in the mud every day possibly create? Yuan Shi turned to Laozi. Elder brother, since the master has personally issued the decree, let us go take a trip. He paused, his tone carrying unabashed arrogance. Consider it a cleanup of the trash in the Taoist temple for our Father God. If those brutes dare to obstruct us, just suppress them directly. Tong Tian was not as quick to express his stance as Yuan Shi. He put away his playful demeanor, stroking the stubble on his chin. His gaze became somewhat profound. Staring at the decree in his hand, he gently traced its edge with his fingertip. Second brother, don't speak too confidently. Tong Tian rolled the decree into a tube, tapping it in his palm to produce a crackling sound. For our master to personally issue a decree at this critical moment of merging Tao for us 3 brothers to act together. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of excited amusement. This anomaly at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain is definitely a tough nut to crack. Tong Tian turned his head, looking towards Buzhou Mountain, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Moreover, I don't know why, but looking at the words Panga Hall on this decree, he smacked his lips, seemingly, I just feel like there's a presence there that's scratching at my heart. To be honest, I'm quite eager to meet this being that can provoke our master. The wind on Kunlun Mountain carries an unshakable cold fragrance. The bluestone platform is shrouded in mist, damp and slippery underfoot. Laozi sits cross-legged on a mat, his fingertips gently twirling a white jade whisk. The dust brushed against his knees without making a sound. He squinted slightly, his gaze sweeping over the golden edict twice. The tranquil depths of his eyes were stirred, revealing a hint of apprehension even he could not articulate. Laozi sighed. Second brother, third brother. His voice was a bit hoarse, as if filled with sand, his atoms apple rolling twice. The master issued this decree in haste, carrying an air of impatience. Laozi rolled up the edict and tucked it into his wide sleeve, tapping the fabric twice with his fingers. That place, Mount Buzhou, has been a nest of malice ever since the Pangu Father God transformed into the wilderness. Even ordinary Deluo golden immortals dare not approach it. He turned to look at Yuan Shi. Though those barbarians lack a primordial spirit and are foolish, we both understand the might of the 12 heavenly gods' great formation. The master wants us to go suppress the anomalies. Laozi paused, his tone growing solemn. These anomalies are likely not something those few barbarians can stir up. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat to the left, holding a white jade cup. The tea had gone cold, with a lone leaf floating atop. He snorted coldly, scraping the froth off the lid with his fingers, his eyes filled with disdain. Senior brother, you are overthinking things, being overly cautious. Yuan Shi slammed the teacup onto the stone table, producing a crisp sound. We Sanxing are the true lineage of Pangu, flowing with the purest essence of our Father God. He straightened his back, raising his chin high as the purple Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Those barbarians transformed from turbid chi, lacking even a primordial spirit. What claim do they have to the bloodline of Pangu? They are merely a bunch of muddy-legged creatures. Yuan Shi stood up, hands clasped behind his back, exuding arrogance. The master values us taking this opportunity to let us cleanse the portal and conveniently earn some heavenly Tao merit. His eyes darted around the corners of his mouth, curling into a cold smile. Once we suppress those damned anomalies, I wonder how those barbarians will dare to occupy our father's domain. Tong Tian sat at the edge of the stone platform, holding a stalk of dogtail grass, absent-mindedly sweeping the moss beneath his feet. Listening to his second brother's lengthy discourse, he couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. Second brother, stop it already. This bragging is giving me ear calluses. Tong Tian spat out the dogtail grass, dusted off his hands, and stood up in a tumble. He leaned awkwardly, one hand resting on the chinkping sword at his waist, the scabbard knocking against his thigh. You usually disdain those barbarians, but today's matter is not so simple. He stroked the stubble on his chin, his gaze growing deeper. Don't you feel it? Tong Tian leaned closer to the two, lowering his voice as if he were a thief. When those three characters Pangahal appeared on the edict, my heart felt as if it had been scratched by a cat, itching intensely. He slapped his chest, producing a dull thud. It was a call from the bloodline, 100 times stronger than when the master preached. Tongshin's eyes grew brighter with each word, resembling two wolves starved for 3 days. I dare bet there is a shocking secret related to our Father God hidden down there. Perhaps it is a fragment of the heavenly axe. He licked his cracked lips, swallowing hard. We'll take this job. I want to see what kind of sinister thing can compel the master to issue a decree from the mat in the Purple Sky Palace. Laozi looked at these two distinctly different junior brothers, helplessly rubbing his forehead. One is unrestrained, the other is eager for chaos. This team will be difficult to lead. Well, since the master has given orders, we shall obey. Laozi stood up, brushing the floating dust off his Taoist robe. He walked over to the Qing Neo, reaching out to touch its horns. The Qing Neo snorted, releasing a puff of humid air mixed with the scent of grass, nudging Laozi's palm with its large head. Second brother, third brother, prepare to set out. Laozi mounted the cow, riding backwards on its back, leisurely fanning himself with a worn-out palm fan. When we go to Mount Buzhou, remember not to be reckless. Everything depends on my lead. He paused, his gaze sharpening as it swept over Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Especially you, third brother, rein in that careless attitude of yours, and don't stir up any trouble. Tong Tian dug at his ear, perfunctorily nodding. Got it, senior brother. I've heard this 1,000 times. My ears are about to develop calluses. He twisted his toes on the stone platform, using the force to leap up. In midair, a blue cloud cradled his body, gently lifting him up. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, adjusting his attire. With a flick of his sleeve, a luxurious sandalwood carriage pulled by 9 5-clawed golden dragons shot out of the void. The golden dragons roared, shaking the 4 directions, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yuan Shi sat in the carriage, his gaze unwavering, like an emperor descending to inspect the realm. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. I haven't inhaled enough of Kunlun Mountain's pure chi yet. 3 streaks of light. 1 cow, 1 carriage, 1 cloud. Carved through the cloud sea above Kunlun Mountain, each exuding a distinct aura of strength. They sped straight towards Mount Buzhou. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, in front of the Pangahal, a whirlwind of hot yellow dust swirled up. Tai lay like a dead dog, tethered to the threshold of the bronze gate. His crimson gold battle armor had long been reduced to tatters, caked with black mud and dried blood clots. His hair was a mess stuck to his face, obscuring half of his vision. The iron chains dragged across the bronze bricks, emitting a piercing screech. Tai managed to roll over with great difficulty, a painful hissing escaping his throat. His meridians, broken by Su Chun, had yet to heal, though every movement felt as if knives were scraping against his bones. Cough, cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm mixed with blood onto the ground beside him. Weakly lifting his eyelids, he glanced at the bustling construction site around him. Those ancestral witches who should have ruled over the wilderness were now reduced to laborers. Bare-chested, they carried iron pipes, crawling in the trenches. Zhurong's face was blackened as if he had been in a furnace holding a sizzling electric welding gun. He squatted at a joint of iron pipes, cursing as he welded. Gong Gong, you son of a turtle. Reduce the water flow. You splashed mud all over me. Gong Gong, with half a pig's face, huffed and puffed, guiding the black water in circles. Shut your mouth. This iron pipe is hot enough to cook pancakes. If it explodes, without cooling, who's to blame? Tai watched this comical scene and should have felt vindicated. But all he felt was bitterness and despair. The great war god of the demon clan Dong Huang Tai had actually fallen to the level of these muddy-legged laborers. Moreover, he was reduced to the status of a mere gatekeeper. If this were to reach the heavenly court, wouldn't his brother Emperor June spit blood in fury? Oh, this mixed-feathered bird is still breathing. A rough voice boomed from above. Tai forced himself to lift his head, seeing a face full of blubber. It was Chong Liang. Chong Liang carried a bundle of thick cables, stopping in front of Tai. He kicked Tai's battle boots with his, "Hey, are you dead? If not, make a sound." Tai gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching. He wanted to curse to burn this arrogant barbarian to ashes with the true fire of the sun, but he dared not. His meager self-esteem had long shattered into pieces under Su Chen's slap and the weight of the chains. Not dead. Tai managed to squeeze out a broken syllable, his voice as faint as a whisper. Chong Liang grinned, exposing a set of big yellow teeth. "As long as you're not dead, Uncle said you must do your duty as a gatekeeper. If anything stirs outside, remember to bark a few times." With that, he laughed loudly, shouldering the cables and leaving with a swagger. Tai's vision turned black with rage, his chest heaving violently. He glared at Chong Liang's retreating figure, the humiliation in his eyes growing like poisonous weeds. At that moment, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly caught his attention. Tai abruptly turned his head, gazing towards the distant horizon. It was a presence he was very familiar with. Proud and cold, carrying an overwhelming pressure of the heavenly Tao. This is... Tai's pupils contracted sharply, his heart skipping a beat. He struggled to prop himself up, the chains clanging loudly. The pure chi of Pangus, true lineage. Sanqing. Tai's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. Why had these three old fellows come? And they were heading straight for Mount Buzhou. Did the Master Hongjun send them to save me? A spark of hope ignited in Tai's eyes. He trembled with excitement, trying to shout with his dry throat, but no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as three streaks of light, like three shooting stars, fell from the sky, crashing onto the empty ground in front of Pango Hall. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the valley, yellow dust swirling in the air. Three unmatched pressures descended like three towering mountains. The ancestral witches who had been working in the underground palace all halted their tasks, turning their heads in unison. As the dust settled, Laozi rode the Qing Niu backwards, his hand brushing the whisk, his expression stern. Yuan Shi sat in the sandalwood carriage, his purple robe billowing, exuding an aura of pride. Tong Tian stood on a cloud, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp. The three future saints arrived at the entrance of Pango Hall in a lofty and imperious manner. Laozi waved his whisk, dispersing the dust before him. He was about to speak, adopting the demeanor of the elder brother of the Xuanmen, ready to reprimand them. But when he saw the scene before him, the words, "I am the leader of the Sanqing," got stuck in his throat. What had he just witnessed? There were no hostile armies of the Witch clan, nor any fierce, malevolent formations. Only a group of muscular men, bare-chested and covered in mud, staring at them in shock. And at their feet, a thick iron chain tethered a bloodied man who looked like a beggar. The man was staring at them with eyes full of hope, as if he had seen a lifeline. Laozi's eyelids twitched violently. Yuan Shi's white jade teacup almost slipped from his hands. Tongshin's mouth fell open in shock, unaware that the dogtail grass had dropped from his mouth to his feet. That is... Tong Tian stuttered, pointing at the man tied to the ground, struggling to form coherent words. "Isn't that Dong Huang Tai?" The worldview of the Sanqing collapsed in that instant. Laozi sat on the back of the Qingniu, his body swaying with the cow's steps. The whisk hung in the crook of his arm, its white strands dancing in the wind, tracing elegant arcs. Purple chi trailed behind him for 30,000 miles, sparkling with golden light, a spectacle surpassing even the Emperor of Heaven's procession. Below, the creatures of the primordial earth, whether the pangolins hiding in the mud or the giant pythons coiled around trees, cowered in fear. Whenever these three streams of Pangus authentic pressure passed by, they all lay flat on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat in the fragrant palanquin, fiddling with the lid of a white jade teacup, producing a crisp, clinking sound. His eyelids drooped as he watched the trembling beasts below, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother, this is the way things should be in the primordial world." Yuan Shi adjusted the cuffs of his purple gold robe, his tone laced with arrogance. "When we of Pangus authentic lineage go out, these damp-born creatures must bow down completely." He cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian, who was stepping on the Qingyun. "Third brother, when you take disciples in the future, you must be selective. You do not just take any stray cat or dog to Gold Turtle Island." Tongtian, who was using a stalk of dogtail grass to clean his teeth, rolled his eyes at this remark. "Second brother, are you tired? You maintain such airs every day, aren't you afraid of straining your back?" He spat out the grass root and clapped his hands. "All beings have spirits. If someone wishes to cultivate the Tao, why should I not teach them? I enjoy lively company, and do you have a say in that?" Yuan Shi's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to reprimand. Suddenly, Laozi tugged on the cow's nose ring, and the Qingniu moved, slowing its pace. "All right, let's all say a little less. Ahead lies the territory of Buzhou Mountain." Laozi frowned slightly, his eyes, previously half-closed, now opened wide, revealing a hint of confusion. The wind had changed. The closer they got to Buzhou Mountain, the fainter the earthy smell in the air became. Instead, there was a freshness, as if the soil had just been turned, mixed with a sharp, burnt metallic scent. Strange. Laozi twirled his white beard, his divine sense probing forward like ripples in water. According to his calculations, the Wu clan, with their lack of nascent souls, spent their days either fighting or eating meat. The foot of Buzhou Mountain should be perpetually suffused with malevolent energy, shrouded in ominous mists. However, the images relayed by his divine sense caused his calm sage heart to skip a beat. What kind of formation is this? Laozi gasped, sitting upright on the cow's back. Below Buzhou Mountain bore no trace of desolation or malevolence. The once chaotic underground veins were now neatly organized. Thick black iron pipes like a spider's web were embedded in the newly turned yellow earth, crisscrossing in all directions. Spiritual energy flowed orderly through these pipes. It was even 100 times more intricate than the gathering formations of Kunlun Mountain. Senior brother, look over there. Tong Tian leaned in, pointing at a rising spiritual energy base below. His eyes bulged with excitement, his mouth slightly agape, not even feeling the pain from the chinkping sword sheath bumping against his leg. What is that thing? A glowing crystal ball on a metal pillar. Tong Tian swallowed hard, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. This concept must have been set up by an old immortal who knows what he is doing. How could this be something the Wu clan could accomplish? Yuanqi's face darkened to the point of dripping water. What he prided himself on was the arrays and artifact refining of the Xianmen. Yet now, in the territory of these lowly beings he despised, there appeared a method even more refined than his. This was more difficult to bear than a slap to the face. Playing tricks. Yuanshi slammed his hand down on the armrest, causing the fragrant palanquin to jolt violently, and the 9 golden dragons pulling it let out a terrified roar. He gritted his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze on the Wu clan laborers below. Huafu was currently carrying 2 iron pipes, huffing and puffing as he tossed them into a pit. Hui was using a strange crystal lens, measuring and directing the work. Even Xingtian had tossed aside his axe and was laboring hard with a shovel. Senior brother, this must be the work of the so-called anomaly. Yuanshi pointed below, his fingers trembled. These brutes must be controlled by some evil force laying down such a bizarre formation here, attempting to overthrow our Pangus authentic lineage. Laozi took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He felt that things were not so simple. The spiritual energy flowing through those iron pipes was too pure, even carrying a faint primordial aura. This could definitely not be achieved by ordinary evil beings. Second brother, do not rush to conclusions yet. Laozi tugged on the cow's nose ring, halting Qingyo in midair. This formation is peculiar. I will first use the Taiji diagram to deduce its nature before making plans. He reached into his robe and took out the flowing black and white Taiji diagram. Just as he was about to activate his powers, Yuanshi beside him could no longer contain himself. He looked at the bare-chested, sweat-drenched Wu clan below, especially upon seeing Zhurong squatting in a large mud pit, stoking a fire like a mortal blacksmith. His disgust and arrogance exploded instantly. What is there to deduce? Just a bunch of horned beasts. How dare they make my senior brother use the Taiji diagram? Yuanshi scoffed coldly, his voice carrying the pressure of a Kwasa saint, like rolling thunder. I want to see what kind of turtle hides below, daring to play tricks in the hall of the Father God. He suddenly stood up from the fragrant palanquin. His purple gold robe fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. With a flip of his right hand, a translucent, 3-colored divine light, Jade Rui, appeared in his palm. Second brother, don't be impulsive. Tong Tian exclaimed, reaching out to stop him. This place is very sinister. Let us clarify matters first. Clarify what? What is there to discuss with these brutes? Yuanshi pushed Tongshan's hand away, his eyes sharp. Looking down at Buzhou Mountain, a cruel smile twisted at his lips. Today I will help the Father God clean up the garbage in this hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanshi raised the 3-colored Jade Rui high above his head and swung it down violently. Boom! A dazzling 3-colored divine light carrying the destructive Kwasa Saint's pressure descended like a massive guillotine, ruthlessly cleaving towards the working Wu clan army below. If this struck true within 100 miles, even an ant would be ground into dust. Below, the Wu clan laborers were working vigorously. Suddenly they felt a shadow overhead, a terrifying pressure crashing down like Mount Tai. Oh no, what is falling down? Xingtian tossed aside his shovel, looking up, blinded by the 3-colored divine light. Huafu thrust the iron pipes on his shoulder into the ground and squatted down, hugging his head. The sky is falling. Hurry and hide. The scene descended into chaos, dust flying everywhere. Inside the Pango Hall, Su Chan was leaning against the Hongming burial coffin, idly picking his teeth with a jade stick. He had long sensed the 3 familiar yet disgusting auras outside. He had planned to wait until these three old fellows landed before slowly dealing with them. Unexpectedly, one of them had such a short fuse, daring to dismantle his construction site right away. Tisk, that old man Yuanshu really doesn't learn from his mistakes. He spat the jade stick onto the ground, sneering. Daring to smash my ancestral infrastructure, you must not know how to write the word death. He didn't even get up. Just casually raising his left-hand, fingers spread wide, he made a grasping motion towards the descending three-colored divine light. Dissipate. One word, light as a feather devoid of any mortal energy, yet as if it commanded the law itself. That overwhelmingly powerful three-colored divine light capable of destroying half of Buzhou Mountain suddenly froze Zhang above the ground, as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. The next moment, bang, a muffled sound. The three-colored divine light shattered in midair into countless light points like a firecracker going off quietly. The light points drifted down, not even raising a layer of dust from the yellow earth below. In midair, the cold smile on Yuanshi's face instantly froze. The three-colored jade rui in his hand let out a mournful wail, its brilliance dimming. The backlash coursed down his arm, making his palms tingle and half of his body numb. How is this possible? Yuanshu stared wide-eyed in disbelief, looking down at his trembling right hand. That strike, just now, although not using his full strength, was not something any random person could withstand, let alone being crushed like a balloon effortlessly. Laozi's brows furrowed even tighter. The Taiji diagram in his hand had just unfolded halfway before he silently tucked it back into his robe. Second brother, be careful. That person below is not simple. Laozi tightened his grip on the cow's nose ring, his voice deep, revealing an unprecedented gravity. I did not sense any fluctuation of magical power just now. Such means are unheard of. Tongshin's eyes brightened, all his earlier worries flung to the winds. He excitedly slapped his thigh, the Qingping sword at his waist swaying even more joyfully. Haha, second brother, you've hit a hard wall. I told you this place is sinister. He leaned towards Yuanshu, winking. The expert hiding below has an even bigger temper than you. Yuanshi's face turned ashen with anger, glaring fiercely at Tongtian. Shut up. Do not raise others' spirits while extinguishing your own. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and once more raised the jade rui. Playing tricks. I want to see how capable you are, daring to take my second strike. Yuanshu was ready to mobilize all his magical power for a life-and-death struggle. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from the direction of Pango Hall below. Though not loud, it clearly reached the ears of the three pure ones. Have the three up there on their cows finished their little show? Su Chen strolled out from Pango Hall, still holding a half-eaten wild fruit. Squinting, he looked up at the three pure ones in midair, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Running to someone else's doorstep at noon to throw trash, don't you have any public morality? You broke my newly laid pipes, can you afford to pay for that? The three pure ones looked down in unison. When they saw Su Chen's young, unfamiliar face, yet exuding an eerie pressure, they all froze. Who was this person? When did such a figure emerge in the primordial world? Moreover, that purple gold robe. Why does it look so familiar yet is more advanced than any innate spiritual treasure? Yuanshu reacted first. Seeing Su Chen's nonchalant demeanor, utterly disregarding them, his anger. Where did this arrogant fool come from? How dare you be so disrespectful to Panga's authentic lineage? He pointed at Su Chen, shouting angrily. Are you the anomaly that disrupts the heavenly order? If you have any sense, kneel and accept your fate, lest you suffer the pain of annihilation. Su Chen found this amusing. He accurately tossed the remaining fruit pit into a nearby wastebasket. Clapping his hands, he crossed his arms. Panga's authentic lineage. Su Chen sneered, his eyes full of disdain. With you three kids who have never even seen what Panga looks like, how dare you call yourselves authentic in front of me? He stepped forward, the purple gold boots striking the bronze floor tiles with a dull thud. Today I will teach you what rules are. Su Chen slightly lifted his chin, his gaze turning piercingly cold. Since you've come, don't just hover in the sky, get down here. Just now Su Chen's languid words, get down here, struck like a filthy shoe sole, landing directly on the well-maintained face of the primordial heavenly sovereign. The primordial sovereign sat in the fragrant palanquin, his consistently cold face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, his brows furrowing so tightly they could crush a fly. He felt a surge of wicked fire rising from the soles of his feet, igniting his temples. Impudent. The primordial sovereign abruptly stood, the wide sleeves sweeping across the jade rui on the table. With a crisp sound, the jade rui struck the chariot shaft and rolled aside. He pointed at the chaotic, dust-filled construction site below, exhaling two streams of scorching breath from his nostrils. A bunch of ignorant fools with horns and fur. You're ruining the sacred ground of the Father God, turning it into a filthy mess. What kind of decorum? His voice, infused with power, reverberated like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the Buzhou Valley. It startled the azure bull beneath him, causing it to snort loudly. The azure bull flicked its tail anxiously, its hooves restless in the clouds above. The primordial sovereign's chest trembled with anger. The hem of his purple-gold robe puffed up from the aura he exuded, resembling an irate toad. Normally, when he was in Kunlun Mountain, just glancing at those untransformed demon cultivators would feel like an insult to his eyes. Let alone these ruffians below who lacked even a primordial spirit rolling in the mud every day. Now a young brat had popped up in their territory. How dare he point at the nose of the Pango lineage and shout for him to get lost. Today I shall teach you what it means to know your place. The primordial sovereign's gaze turned icy, too lazy to even form a hand seal. He stomped down hard on the jade stone base of the fragrant palanquin. A terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of Quasi-Saint surged forth like a flooding river. It cascaded down towards the Pango Hall and the chaotic construction site below. The white clouds in midair were instantly shredded to pieces by this violent force, transforming into a haze of water vapor. A sharp scent of ozone filled the air, reminiscent of the suffocating feeling just before a thunderstorm strike. If this pressure truly landed, forget about the yellow earth below. Even a mountain forged from refined steel would be crushed into a thin iron sheet in an instant. In the large muddy pit below, waves of heat rolled, and the air was baked into a distorted haze. Zhu Rong was bare-chested, his red hair matted with sweat against his forehead. He held a welding gun that was sizzling with blue flames, sparks popping on his shoulder, creating a smell reminiscent of burnt pig hair. Third brother. Damn it, turn down the water flow a bit. Zhu Rong wiped his oil-covered hand across his face, leaving a black streak. He hollered across at his companion. You just cracked the weld with a splash of water. Are you trying to redo this? Gong Gong squatted on the opposite side of the pit, his half-swollen face resembling a purple bun, with his eyes squinting into a thin line. In his hand, he held a rough black pipe, idly chewing on a bitter root. You old fire monster don't know anything. This is called quenching technology. Just as Gong Gong was about to retort, he suddenly felt a shadow overhead, like a thick black cloth covering him. Hiss! Why is it suddenly so cloudy up there? Is it going to rain? He tilted his head back, a drop of sweat rolling into his right eye, stinging it. The overwhelming pressure above had already pressed down to within 3 yards. The fierce wind made their body hair stand on end, and a layer of goosebumps rose on their skin. Shut up. It's just those old geezers up there making a racket again. Zhu Rong irritably dug at his ears, exhaling a small spark from his nostrils. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the weld point in his hand. Hey, what was that pressure-resisting divine pattern my uncle taught me the other day? Zhu Rong elbowed his side. Hurry up, don't let that wind blow out my welding gun, or I'll have to eat raw tree bark again tonight. He felt his shoulders sink, his lat muscles tightening suddenly. The dark, red muscle fibers instantly glowed beneath his skin, like living magma, radiating a sense of unsettling heat. Gong Gong also reacted, shaking his robust chest as the blue water divine pattern spread along his thick arms. As their auras intertwined, a thin redan blue light membrane, resembling a soap bubble, formed silently 2 feet above their heads. This was the physical law pressure-resistant shield that Su Chen had taught them. Without using a bit of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, it relied purely on muscle fibers to lock in local spatial density, incredibly forceful and unreasonable. In midair, the primordial heavenly sovereign stood with his hands behind his back, a cruel and arrogant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was waiting to see the pitiful sight of these muddy-legged fools lying in the mud, frothing at the mouth and having their bones shattered. Boom! The Quasi-Saint's pressure slammed solidly against the soap bubble-like light membrane. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor was there any earth-shaking tremor. The terrifying pressure capable of crushing a great Luo Jingxian landed on the light membrane like a damp firecracker. Sizzle! The immense force of the pressure followed the slippery physical arc of the light membrane. It was directly offloaded, losing 99% of its strength, sliding toward the ruins on either side. It stirred up a pile of oily leaves and plastic sheets, spinning in midair. Zhu Rong's welding gun continued to emit blue flames steadily. Not even that weak flame flickered. Hey, the wind from above is pretty cool. Gong Gong wiped the sweat and mud from his face, inching the black pipe a bit closer. Stop the nonsense and get back to welding. If that pipe doesn't connect, we'll be gnawing on raw tree bark again tonight. The two continued their work without lifting their eyelids. They completely treated the Quasi-Saint above as a large electric fan. In midair, there was a deathly silence. The wind ceased and the clouds dispersed. The cold smile on the primordial sovereign's face froze completely, like a dried orange peel clinging tightly to the bones. The hand he reached out to form a seal was still suspended in midair. His fingers twitched spasmodically and his eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, staring fixedly at the muddy pit below. This, how is this possible? The primordial sovereign gasped sharply. He inhaled too quickly, causing a cramp in his throat, and couldn't help but awkwardly cough twice. His face turned bright red. The quasi-saint pressure he was so proud of, which intimidated the wilderness, actually didn't even bend a single hair of these brutes. Even more absurd was that he had been staring intently, and those two fools below hadn't even used any treasures. Not even a fluctuation of spiritual sense. They had completely relied on 2 layers of flesh to withstand it. What does this mean? This is akin to tearing off the face of his orthodox lineage and throwing it into the muddy pit to be trampled on. The primordial sovereign's face visibly turned a deep purple, swelling from his neck to the back of his ears. The burning sensation made him wish he could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and his nails nearly dug into the flesh of his palm. It was too embarrassing. This was undoubtedly the greatest Waterloo he had faced since attaining Tao. Beside him, Laozi tightened his grip on the bull's nose ring. He accidentally pulled out a tuft of white hair from the azure bull's nose. The azure bull mooed in pain and shook its large head in grievance. Laozi took a deep breath, his previously half-closed eyes fully opened. The gravity in his gaze transformed into deep caution. He stared at the thin, light membrane below. This path to achieving sainthood through the flesh can be so overbearing. Laozi muttered quietly to himself, his voice soft enough only for him to hear. His brows furrowed into a tight knot. To be able to forcefully slide through even the laws of heaven and earth with physical density, this absolutely could not be a heretical technique that the 12 ancestors of Wu could comprehend on their own. The scene grew increasingly strange. The air felt as if it had frozen dense enough to make one gasp for breath. Just as the primordial sovereign was about to lose face, gritting his teeth to summon a treasure in desperation, the Tontian master, following closely behind, suddenly burst into laughter without a care in the world. He slumped against the cloud cluster as if lacking bones. He still held the half-chewed dog-tail grass in his hand, his eyes shining like 2 little searchlights in the dark night, fixating on the Pangu Hall's large gates below. "Oh my second brother." Tontian clucked twice, his mouth stretching into a wide grin, revealing a set of white teeth. His voice was filled with gleeful malice. "Is your pressure a bit expired from staying too long on Kunlun Mountain?" He scratched his chin with the dog-tail grass, chuckling so hard his shoulders shook. "Not even a hair of the workers below was stirred by your show of power. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?" Tontian completely disregarded the primordial sovereign's murderous glare, licking his slightly dry lips. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable curiosity and excitement. "What did I just say?" He pointed at the strangely atmospheric bronze giant hall. "Down there's an incredible treasure waiting for us." The laughter of the Tontian sect master echoed jarringly, piercing the eerie silence of the half-empty space. His eyes bulged, fixated on the soap bubble shield below, which shimmered with a red and blue halo. The lines of law flowing across the light membrane reflected in his pupils, causing his breath to quicken. He could sense that this thing was far superior to the most profound formations hidden in their Xuanmen's scripture pavilion. This was definitely not something created by accumulating spiritual energy. This was a pure physical barrier formed by forcefully compressing spatial density with a physical body. While this method is hardcore indeed. Tontian smacked his lips, licking the cracked corners of his mouth. Unknowingly, he had snapped the dogtail grass in his hand, leaving a sticky green residue on his fingers. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face had turned as black as soot. Being undermined by his own brother in front of him, he felt a scorching heat on his face. The veins on his neck throbbed violently, and his nails dug into the edge of the white jade teacup, producing a harsh scraping sound. "Third brother, do you have any sense of propriety left?" Yuan Shi's voice was lowered, squeezing out the words through gritted teeth, clearly filled with anger. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 treasures jade rui reappeared in his palm, emitting a faint, 3-colored glow. "These ungrateful barbarians, if I don't flatten this filthy place today, I won't be called." Hey, second brother, please calm down first." Tontian was quick to react, grabbing Yuan Shi's sleeve. A flattering smile adorned his face, masked with a hint of mischief as his eyes darted downward restlessly. "Don't be so quick to rage. Let's first probe the situation." He leaned closer to Yuan Shi, lowering his voice, excitement unmistakably seeping through. "Second brother, can you feel it?" Tontian pointed with his finger at the ancient and desolate aura emanating from the bronze giant hall below. "There's a certain scent within that great door." "What scent? Besides the mud and blood of those beasts, what else could there be?" Yuan Shi disdainfully shook off Tongshin's hand, brushing the wrinkled sleeve. "No, it's not the smell of mud." Tontian anxiously stamped his foot, scattering the qingyun beneath him. "It's the aura of the Father God. The purest essence of the Father God." He pressed his hands to his chest and took a deep breath. "My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all trembling in response to that aura." Tontian swallowed hard, his throat bobbing twice. Second brother, think about it. A master capable of teaching such a heavenly shield must also be able to invoke the essence of the Father God. He raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. There must be great fortune awaiting us in this Pango Hall. If you smash that fortune with your Rui, who will you go? Yuan Shi's jade Rui halted in midair. Although arrogant, he was not a fool. He felt uneasy after his previous failed strike. The thin layer of light membrane below exuded an enigmatic aura that he couldn't comprehend. Moreover, he also vaguely sensed the essence of the Father God that Tong Tian spoke of. Laozi, sitting atop the azure bull, slowly spoke up at that moment. Third brother has a point. He flicked the dust away from the bull's horn, the white dust glimmering in the sunlight. There may be a master guiding the witch clan from behind. It is unwise to oppose them. Diplomacy before conflict is the way to go. Laozi squinted, his gaze sweeping across the interwoven black iron pipelines below. Let's go down and pay a visit to probe their intentions. It won't tarnish our Pangu orthodox reputation. Despite the anger boiling within him, Yuan Shi could only relent. He snorted coldly, retracting the jade Rui into his sleeve. He adjusted the collar of his purple gold robe and straightened the jade pendant on his belt. Very well, let's give big senior brother some face. Yuan Shi lifted his chin, resuming his lofty sage demeanor. We shall lower ourselves and see what these mud-legged folk are up to. Tong Tian clapped his hands in delight, his eyes shining bright as bulbs. Let's go. I want to see which deity of talent came up with such a cunning scheme to resist oppression. The three of them exchanged glances. Each withdrew their divine forms and dissipated the surrounding phenomena. Laozi patted the bull's rear, and the azure bull moved slowly, descending the cloud ladder. Yuan Shi's fragrant palanquin retracted the golden dragon, transforming into a beam of purple light that landed on the ground. Tong Tian stepped onto the Qingping sword like a suave swordsman, swooping down beside Laozi. The three future saints, adorned with the trappings of Xianmen Orthodox, descended gracefully before the grand entrance of the Pangu Hall, their garments fluttering like ethereal beings. This place had just been struck by Tai, and several broken bronze door bricks were scattered on the ground. The air was thick with a hot, earthy scent mingling with a faint trace of blood. Laozi flicked his dust away, the white strands landing on his left arm. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the two heavy ancient bronze doors, radiating a sense of oppressive power. Clearing his throat, he prepared to present himself grandly. I am. As Laozi uttered the first two words, his voice had yet to fully disperse. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something moving in the enormous shadow cast beside the Pango Hall. Before he could react, whoosh, 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 a few dark figures carrying a strong stench of mud and sweat burst forth like cannonballs from the shadows. Their speed was so great that even the air let out a sharp whistle. What the hell? Tong Tian was startled, instinctively reaching for the Qingping sword at his waist. Just as his hand brushed the hilt, darkness engulfed his vision, and a figure like an iron tower was already in front of him. Xing Tian stood bare-chested, his face smeared with dry yellow mud. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth speckled with grass, looking like a wild dog that had just spotted a bone. He didn't hold his signature dry chi divine axe. Instead, he clutched a thick, dark rope thicker than a child's arm. The rope dripped with a viscous black liquid, exuding a pungent smell of heavy oil. Brothers, it's time to work. Xing Tian bellowed, swinging his rough hand. The oily, law-infused thick rope slithered like a black snake. Swish! It shot toward Tong Tian's face with a whooshing sound. Damn! Do you barbarians understand the rules? Tong Tian cursed, leaning back abruptly to avoid the pungent stench. His fingertips glowed with a celestial light, preparing to sever the rope. Daring to use a rope to ensnare me, you must be tired of living. Tongshin's words were not yet finished. The seemingly unremarkable black rope, upon contact with the celestial light, did not break. Instead, it absorbed the sharp celestial light, as if it were a sponge soaking up water. This rope, has it been soaked in laws? Tongshin's pupils constricted sharply, his heart skipping a beat. It was too late for him to dodge. The snake-like rope accurately ensnared his neck. Xing Tian's muscles bulged instantly as he yanked back. Come here. Tong Tian felt a tightening around his neck, an overwhelming force surging through. Despite being at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he was pulled off the ground like a straw man by this sheer physical strength. Second brother, help! Tong Tian flailed his arms and legs in midair, the sheath of his sword clanging against his leg. Oil smeared his neck, causing him to roll his eyes in disgust. Nearby, Yuan Shi Tianzun was also bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The saintly demeanor he had just assumed was shattered by this crude spectacle. Watching Tong Tian being dragged away like a wild horse caught in a lasso, Yuan Shi was enraged. How dare you? How dare you insult my Xianmen Orthodox? He bellowed, his right hand forming a spell. He prepared to summon the three treasures Jade Rui to turn this reckless barbarian into mush. But just as he raised his hand, two massive figures burst forth from the shadows. Huafu and Hui. Both were caked in mud barefoot and stepped quietly on the rubble. What are you shouting about? Is having a loud voice impressive? Quafu stood directly in front of Yuan Shi, blocking all his line of sight. He raised the black iron pipe, not bothering with any technique, swinging it like a bludgeon, aiming directly at Yuan Shi's meticulously styled hair. Whoosh! The iron pipe cut through the air with a dull whoosh. Yuan Shi was startled, quickly raising his arm to block. Bang! The iron pipe struck solidly against Yuan Shi's arm, filled with the heavy laws of earth, as heavy as a mountain. Yuan Shi felt a sharp pain in his forearm, as if it would fracture. He gasped, staggering back. His usually proud magical shield crumbled like paper before this brute force. Before he could steady himself, like an eel slipped behind him. The wire in his hand wrapped around Yuan Shi's waist, and arms like a pig being tied up. Stay still. Move, and I'll electrocute you. Skillfully tied a knot, pulling it tight. Yuan Shi grunted, the purple gold robe wrinkled tightly around him. He felt like a zongzi sticky rice dumpling, his limbs bound, unable to channel his magical power smoothly. You uncivilized beasts. Let go of me. His eyes reddened with rage like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, struggling frantically. Meanwhile, Laozi, sitting atop the azure bull, watched in disbelief as his two disciples were subdued in the blink of an eye, his brows furrowing deeply. He was about to activate the Taiji diagram. A face covered in flabs suddenly emerged from beneath the azure bull. It was Chong Liang, holding a pair of pliers, grinning innocently. Sir, your bull looks quite sturdy. How can we borrow it for a couple of trips? Without waiting for Laozi to respond, he directly grabbed the azure bull's tail. The azure bull startled, mooed, and kicked its hind legs. Chong Liang did not dodge, taking the kick he'd in, patting the hoof print on his chest. With a hard yank, he pulled the azure bull and Laozi down from midair. Laozi fell from the bull's back, landing on his backside. He clumsily got up, his dust falling to the ground. Just as he was about to speak some profound words about the universe, Xing Tian approached with another oiled rope, a grin on his face. Old man, don't just stand there. Xing Tian shook the rope in his hand, tying a knot. Big Uncle said that today, even if a fly flies by, it must be caught and interrogated. Let's go 3 orthodox ones. Xing Tian gestured toward the ominous black door of the Pango Hall with his chin. They still need hands for the fecal pit inside. Big Uncle is waiting for you to interview. Yellow dust laced with the acrid scent of machine oil swirled violently at the base of Buzhou Mountain, stinging the eyes shut. Xing Tian gripped a coarse hemp rope slick with black grease, grinning broadly to reveal teeth dazzlingly white. A strand of meat still lodged between his teeth from lunch. Old man, don't just stand there idle. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the rope, infused with primordial law, snapped midair into an ornate, unyielding knot reeking of cheap, burnt cooking oil. Uncle said even if a fly dares to buzz past this gate today, it must be seized and interrogated. Xing Tian's feet, larger than palm leaf fans, planted themselves firmly atop Laozi's pristine, white jade fly whisk. His saws ground down twice, crushing several gleaming whisk hairs deep into the mud's fissures. Laozi tumbled backward onto the ground, his coccyx throbbing with dull, insistent pain. He hastily smoothed his beard flecked with dirt, his eye twitching uncontrollably. In all his eons of existence, he had never before been overpowered like wild game, right on his own threshold. Barbarian, cease this insolence. At last, Laozi's face, usually as placid as a still mountain lake, cracked, blue veins erupted from his temples to his forehead. He drew a deep breath, his withered chest swelling as he attempted to summon the vast oceanic Taiching immortal energy coiled within his dantian. But halfway through the inhalation, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he choked on a sudden gust of wind, erupting into violent racking coughs. Cough, cough, cough. This realm's fundamental laws. His eyes flew wide in terror, the dull fish-like pupils contracting sharply. Gone. The power that once resonated with heaven's Tao, the very essence of his being, had been severed as cleanly as a snapped fuse, leaving not even a single spark. Within 100 li of Pangu Hall, the heavenly Tao's laws had been utterly nullified, not by subtlety, but by something far more brutal, far more absolute. Here, even celestial sovereigns were bound by the cold, unyielding laws of physics. Nearby, Yuan Shi Tianzuan fared even worse. Bound tight as a sacrificial zongzi with thick black rubber-coated wires, his purple-gold Taoist robe was crumpled beyond recognition, like salted rotting cabbage. You foul beasts clad in fur and horn. I am the true heir of Pangu himself. You dare, true heir. To what? A leg of mutton. Quafu surged forward, a mountain of muscle casting a suffocating shadow over Yuan Shi. The iron pipe, clutched in Quafu's hand, dripped muddy water steadily. Without a word, he jabbed a thick finger hard against Yuan Shi's forehead, a sharp resounding ping. A dull thud echoed. Instantly, a plum-sized purplish red welt swelled on Yuan Shi's smooth brow. He gasped, tears welling helplessly in his eyes, every curse strangled in his throat. I care not whether you're a true heir or false heir. Step into our construction site, and dragon must coil, tiger must crouch. Kwafu dug a finger into his ear, flicked away a pellet of wax, and sneered with open disdain. Skin so soft, so delicate. You clearly can't handle heavy labor. Hui, bind him tighter. Don't. Hui, chewing a stub of charcoal pencil, mumbled indistinctly, don't worry. I've woven Ruosho's law of metal into these wires. The more he struggles, the tighter they constrict, like iron bands. Elsewhere, Tongtian Jiaozhu dangled midair, his neck ensnared by Xingtian's greasy black hemp rope. His hands clawed desperately at the noose, striving to free his throat, but the oil made it impossibly slick, tightening with every frantic grip. Let go. I can't breathe. Tongtian rolled his eyes upward, legs kicking wildly in empty air. His chinkping sword clattered onto the bluestone bricks, snatched up instantly by a passing young Wu tribesman who began prying at nearby clay clods with it. Hey, my sword. That's a primordial spirit treasure. Don't use it to dig mud. Tongtian shrieked, voice cracking with oxygen deprivation, sounding uncannily like a rooster strangled mid-crow. Xingtian ignored him entirely. Veins bulged across his biceps as he hauled Tongtian downward like a lifeless carcass. Thump. Tongtian hit the ground face first, swallowing a mouthful of Buzhou Mountain's yellow loam. The gritty metallic tang of earth mingled nauseatingly with the pungent reek of machine oil, triggering dry convulsive heaves. Stay still. Xingtian planted a foot squarely on Tongtian's back, its weight like a small mountain descending. Tongtian felt his organs compress, inward bones grinding with a sound that set teeth on edge. The Wu tribe's sheer physical might defied reason, utterly monstrous. No cultivation energy bolstered them. This was pure unadulterated flesh and bone force. Scholar meets soldier. Logic dissolves before brute reality. After a final dusty flurry of punches and kicks, the three pure ones, who moments earlier had stood aloft in transcendent arrogance, lay trussed and sprawled in undignified postures beside the muddy ditch before Pangu Hall. Yuanshir's eyes rolled back, his robe shredded into ragged strips. Laozi's beard was plastered with sludge, his jade fly whisk snapped cleanly in two. Tongtian looked worst of all, face smeared with oil and dirt resembling a miner freshly crawled from a coal seam. Brother, these three old fellows look soft and pampered. What kind of work could they possibly do? Hui tucked the charcoal pencil behind his ear and nudged Laozi's lower back with his toe. Laozi groaned, wincing, too spent even to curse. No matter what, they're inside now. Let Uncle decide. Xingtian brushed dirt from his palms and grinned. Uncle's been lamenting the lack of hands for those massive projects in the rear courtyard. These three arrived right on schedule. Free labor is wasteful labor. He bent and scooped up several tattered, grimy black rags from the ground. These rags, likely used for wiping machinery, were stiff with viscous oil and unknown gray particulates. Here, blindfold them. Xingtian slapped one foul-smelling rag directly over Yuanshir's face and tied it roughly behind his head. The sour stench nearly made Yuanshir faint. A scholar may die, but never submit to humiliation. You barbarians, kill me if you dare. His voice raw, he thrashed like a fish flung onto a cutting board. Slap. Kwafu's palm cracked against Yuanshir's skull, stars exploding behind his eyes. Settle down. We'd rather not stain our newly laid floor tiles with your blood. Muttering curses, Kwafu turned and waved towards several young Wu tribesmen hauling iron pipes nearby. Hey, you lot. Come lend a hand. Carry these three spies inside like wild boars. Deliver them to Uncle for judgment. Several broad-shouldered youths dropped their tasks and sauntered over, grinning. Two grabbed ankles, two hoisted shoulders. Like piglets at year-end slaughter, they lifted the blindfolded three pure ones high into the air. Tongtian, slung across a shoulder, felt his stomach press hard against the warrior's rigid scapula, each jolt sending acidic while surging upward. Gently, brothers, please. I'm about to herniate my lumbar disc. He whispered, tears welling. What madness was this? He'd come seeking destiny, and found only capture mistaken for game. Laozi hung upside down, blood roaring in his ears, his face flushed crimson. The air grew increasingly frigid, laced with the sharp metallic tang of molten metal and the acrid bite of burning timber. All around him rang the deafening clangor of hammers striking iron and the guttural rhythmic chants of laborers. This was no celestial paradise. It was a living, breathing forge of hell. Put me down. I am Taiching Laozi. His feeble protest dissolved into the thunderous din. No one heeded him. With a grating metallic shriek, they heaved open Pangu Hall's massive bronze doors, then slammed shut behind them. Shielded from the outer gales, the inner heat struck the three pure ones like a solid wall. Uncle, we've captured 3 suspicious spies. Xingtian bellowed, voice shaking rafters. Thud, thud, thud. With zero ceremony, the bearers dropped their burdens onto the ground. They landed hard beside a heap of oil-licked scrap iron pipes. Tongtian reeled, convinced, his tailbone. He sucked in sharp, whistling breaths, struggling to rise. What wretched place is this? It's digging into me. Remove their blindfolds. A lazy, languid voice drifted down from above, soft yet radiating an unmistakable instinct. It carried no trace of spiritual energy, only the absolute, innate dominance of a sovereign over his subjects. Rip! Xingtian yanked the rags from their faces with brutal haste. Blinding light seared their retinas, forcing them to squint. As their eyes adjusted, they slowly opened them, not to a misdreaved Taoist sanctuary, nor a vault glittering with primordial spirit treasures, but to a colossal, chaotic, open-air courtyard. At its center, a copper cauldron, several zhang tall, bubbled and steamed fiercely, fueled beneath by azure white Nanming Lihua, the southern brilliant flame of departure. Piles of black iron pipes loomed nearby, bare-chested men welded with tools spitting showers of white-hot sparks. And what shattered their composure most utterly, beside that immense cauldron rose a mountainous pile of enormous iron basins, slick with congealed greasy broth, splintered bones of unknown demonic beasts, and thick layers of black ash. A nauseating sour stench assaulted their nostrils, the aftermath of a meal devoured by tens of thousands of Wu warriors. Before this towering basin mountain sat a battered, ancient armchair. Upon it reclined a young man draped in a purple-gold Taoist robe. One hand held a teapot, the other wielded a toothpick, idly cleaning between his teeth. Beside him stood Dongwang Tai, the peerless war god of the Yaos, instantly recognizable to them. Now clad in torn beast-hide, a heavy iron chain fastened around his neck. In his hands a massive palm leaf fan, a sweat streamed down his face as he labored to cool the robed youth. Seeing the three pure ones, he froze. Then upon his swollen porcine face twisted into a grotesque, almost gleeful grimace, born of shared humiliating ruin. Lousy Yuanshi Tongtian. Their minds fractured utterly in that instant. Their entire cosmology shattered like glass. Oh, new arrivals. Su Chun spat out the toothpick, lifting his lashes just slightly as his gaze settled upon the three humiliated figures sprawled at his feet. A cruel, predatory smile curled his lips as he gestured lazily toward the towering mountain of greasy basins. Senior brother, don't let them idle. Su Chin yawned, raising the teapot for a slow, deliberate sip. Go, hand each of these delicate fellows a rag. His fingertip tapped once crisply against the armrest of the armchair, a sound that brooked no dissent, resonating with unassailable command. Want to live? Then lick every single basin in that mountain clean, down to the last speck of grease. The blinding sunlight, sharp as an awl, pierced through the gaps of the torn black cloth, stabbing straight into Sanking's eyelashes. He shielded his face with his filthy sleeve, his dry eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The intense light forced out 2 drops of physiological tears, which trickled down the creases at the corners of his eyes and mingled with the mud in his beard. He squinted, taking a long time to adjust. When he finally made out the mound-like thing before him, the sage nerve that had been taught for tens of millions of years in his mind snapped with a crisp crack, cleanly severed. It was no treasure pile, nor any altar for worshipping heaven. It was a mountain of trash built from tens of thousands of large bowls, rusty iron basins, and broken wooden troughs. It was caked with gleaming white animal fat, dried blood, and chewed bone fragments. When the summer wind swept by, a stench mixed with saliva and sour rotten meat slapped Sanqing across the face like a heavy blow. Flies buzzed around the pile of dishes in a dense black cloud. Ugh! Tongtian was the first to break, his stomach churning as sour bile rose to his throat. He grabbed a rusty iron pipe nearby, buried his face by the edge of a mud pit, and retched repeatedly. The dirt he had just swallowed mixed with his bile, spilling onto the ground, tears and snot smearing his face. Second brother, what is this smell? It's worse than the dead fish and rotten shrimp in the Eastern Sea. Tongtian muttered indistinctly, wiping his mouth frantically with his sleeve. Yuanshi Tianzuan collapsed in the sewage, the hem of his purple-gold Taoist robe soaked through with dishwater. His fingers dug deep into the mud-black grime, filling his nails, his knuckles white from the strain like a corpse's pallor. He stared fixedly at the mountain of dishes, biting his lower lip until blood beaded up. The blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. This is utterly outrageous. How dare they humiliate us like this? Yuanshi's voice cracked like a duck being choked. He whirled around, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the worn-out armchair not far away. Su Chun was lying back in it, one leg draped over the armrest. The tip of his purple-gold boot bobbed up and down his sole, even tapping along to the rhythm of the blacksmithing nearby. In his left hand, he held a coarse porcelain teapot with a large chip in the rim. He tilted the spout into the air, parted his lips slightly, and a thin stream of light green tea arced through the air, landing precisely in his mouth. Gulp! Su Chun smacked his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. He frowned in distaste and set the teapot down on the stone table beside him. This tea dust is sour, smells like feet. He turned his head, not even glancing at the 3 pure ones on the ground, and swept his gaze elsewhere. Dongwang Tai was dressed in a ragged animal hide. The iron chain around his neck was rusted yellow from sweat chafing against his skin and leaving a ring of bloody raw flesh. He gripped a tattered palm leaf fan, pumping it mechanically to cool Su Chun. Sweat poured down his swollen pig-like face and splattered on the ground. When Tai heard Su Chen's complaint, the fan in his hand faltered. His throat tightened, a flicker of humiliation in his eyes quickly replaced by undisguised fear. Master. Tai stammered, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. That tea was freshly picked from the back mountain. Maybe it wasn't roasted dry. He kept his head down, not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes, terrified that the Lord might in a fit of displeasure send him to clean the cesspit again. Su Chun snorted coldly. If it's not dry, use your fire to roast it. You have no discernment, no wonder you get beaten. He casually pointed at the 3 still-dazed spies on the ground. Big boss, don't let them lie in the mud growing mushrooms. Dijiang leaped out of a nearby ditch, a shovel over his shoulders, splattering mud everywhere. He walked up to the 3 pure ones and kicked Yuanqi's shoulder with his big foot. Hey, uncle has spoken. Dijiang grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. Wanna live? Then get to work. He pointed at the greasy mountain of dishes and kicked 3 broken wooden buckets. The buckets were half filled with murky black water with a few torn rags floating on the surface. Wash every single dish on this mountain clean. Dijiang crossed his arms, looking down at them. If one isn't clean, or if you break one, uncle said. He chuckled, a hint of eager excitement in his voice. Hell strip you naked and hang you from the southern heavenly gate as wind chimes. Then those feathered beasts of the demon clan will get a daily eyeful of your bare asses. Now that would be a real laugh. At these words, Laozi's hand trembled violently, and the wooden handle of his whisk cracked under his grip. He had lived for eons preaching tranquility and non-action, the supreme detachment. But now that sentence was like a ladle full of filth slapping squarely across his serene, detached face. Absurd. Preposterous. Laozi's lips quivered with rage, his white beard bouncing. We are the true descendants of Panga, born to attain sainthood. He struggled to rise, trying to muster some saintly dignity. How can we stoop to such base labor as washing dishes? To hell with your true descent. Kwafu walked over, a piece of bloody raw meat in his hand, stuffing it into his mouth. He chewed and cursed, his words garbled. In Panga Hall, only those who work get to eat. If you don't work, you can only eat shit. He tossed the leftover bone aside, landing right at Yuanqi's feet. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Once it gets dark and the water turns cold, you won't be able to wash off the grease. Yuanshi stared at the bone with teeth marks by his feet, and the last thread of his sanity snapped. He, the exalted Yuanshi Tianzuan of jade purity, who prized cleanliness above all, who deemed even a speck of mud an eyesore, was now being ordered to wash tens of thousands of filthy bowls left by stinking barbarians. And with that black water full of tattered rags. This was 100 times worse than killing him and using his primordial spirit as a lantern wick. Ultimate humiliation. Ultimate humiliation. Yuanqi's eyes instantly flooded with blood, blazing like 2 fireballs about to explode. He clenched his teeth so hard the muscles in his jaw twitched. A thick, coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. He had bitten his own tongue. Elder brother. Third brother. Yuanshi roared, his voice shrill as a ghost's wail. A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Would rather shatter like jade than endure this filth. He lurched upright from the muddy water, his knees striking the brick floor with a dull thud. Ignoring the deadly electrical wires still tangled around him from Hui's shot, Yuanshi closed his eyes. He no longer tried to channel the meager spiritual power in his dantian. Instead, he directly ignited the most primal wisp of Pangus pure chi buried deep within his primordial spirit, the very foundation of their sainthood. Every wisp burned was lost forever, irrecoverable for tens of thousands of kulpas. But now he didn't care. Boom. An extremely pure destructive burst of azure light erupted from the crown of Yuanqi's head. Though faint, the light was of the highest quality, forcibly tearing a tiny crack in the law-sealing force field. 3 treasures Rui. Taiji diagram. Rise. Yuanshi bellowed. The electrical wire on his body sizzled, emitting white smoke as the azure light burned it, the acrid stench of melting plastic spreading. At his summons, the 3 treasures Rui, previously confiscated and tossed onto a scrap heap, and the Taiji diagram, which had lain dormant in Laozi's embrace. As if hearing their master's desperate call, hummed violently. The mud caking their surfaces was instantly shattered. A tricolor divine radiance, and the light of the black and white Eons fish shot into the sky, piercing the heavens. The 2 supreme innate treasures, driven by a determination to perish together, hurtled towards Su Chun, who was still lounging in his armchair and yawning. Holy shit. Second brother, have you lost your mind? Are you tired of living? Tong Tian, startled by the sudden turn of events, fell back into the muddy water with a splash, scrambling away on all fours. He watched the primordial essence burning atop Yuanqi's head, his heart aching. That's the very foundation of sainthood. You'd rather die than wash dishes. Laozi was also frantic, reaching out to stop him, but stumbling back 2 steps from the backlash. Second brother. Stop now. This place is strange, the treasures can't harm him. Too late. The 3 treasures Rui shrieked through the air, tearing space, while the Taiji diagram transformed into a massive millstone of yin and yang, sealing off all of Su Chen's escape routes. The shockwave overturned several large iron basins nearby, spilling soup and water everywhere. Tai was so frightened, he dropped his fan, crouched on the ground with his head in his hands, trying to shrink into the cracks between the bricks. It's over, it's over. These lunatics are going to drag me down with them. Su Chun lay in his chair. Beneath his wind-tousled bangs, his deep eyes widened slightly. He watched the 2 supreme treasures hurtling toward him, not a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, there was a glimmer of pity, as if looking at idiots. Burning your primordial essence. Su Chen sneered. He didn't even sit up, merely raising his right hand slowly. The purple gold thumb ring engraved with the character Zhu Ancestor glinted with a cold, eerie light in the sun. Since you're so eager to gamble with your lives, this old ancestor will graciously grant your wish. Su Chen's lips moved slightly. His finger curled casually in the air, aiming at the descending Taiji diagram. And with a gentle flick, Su Chen flicked his finger. The knuckles of his finger distinctly tapped lightly on the rapidly spinning Taiji diagram, without any sparks or thunder. A muffled sound that made one's teeth ache echoed, akin to a rusty iron skewer piercing a pig's bladder. The black and white yin-yang fish of the Taiji diagram bit into each other's tails. It was as if the backbone had been pulled out, abruptly frozen in midair, unable to move. A wisp of purple primordial energy spilled from Su Chen's fingernails, threading into the fabric of the Taiji diagram. Like a scalding knife slicing into frozen lard, it stirred the yin and yang energies that he had nurtured for countless yuan meetings into a chaotic mess. And this was not the end. Beside him, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, wrapped in 3-colored divine light, was shaken away, having not even brushed against Su Chen's sleeve. With a splash, the Jade Rui plunged headfirst into the foul water pit in the backyard, where dishes were washed, splattering half a foot high of yellow mud, and the handle of the Rui was left with a gnawed piece of rotten bone. The backyard of Pangu Palace was so quiet that one could hear the flapping of a fly's wings. Su Chen yawned, and 2 drops of physiological tears squeezed out from the corners of his eyes. He leisurely straightened up from the armchair, the legs of the chair screeching against the bluestone slab with a sharp creak. With a flick of his wrist, that innate treasure reputed to calm the waters and fires of the earth fell into his palm, like a piece of rain-soaked rag, soft and limp. It felt icy to the touch, and the material was surprisingly smooth. Su Chen looked down and caught sight of his left foot, which was splattered with 2 mud spots the size of soybeans on the upper part of his purple gold boots. His brows immediately knotted into a tight ball. Su Chen shook the Taiji diagram, producing a whoosh sound. He stepped on one corner of the diagram with his right foot and lifted his left foot. He rubbed the upper part of his shoe vigorously against the interwoven black and white Dao patterns of the Taiji diagram. The soles of his shoes scraped against the treasure, making a screeching scrape sound. The mud instantly smeared the yin-yang fish into a patchy face, and the Taiji diagram emitted a weak, buzzing lament. Tisk, what kind of poor material is this? Its water absorption is so poor. As Su Chen rubbed his shoe, he disdainfully curled his lip, applying more force underfoot. The old one on the ground watched this scene. His eyes were bloodshot red as a rabbit that had simmered for 3 days and nights. He clawed aimlessly in the mud, his nails digging yellow mud into his flesh, trembling uncontrollably. That was his accompanying innate treasure. It was the foundation of the establishment of the Tao. Now it was being trampled underfoot as a rag to wipe mud. The old one emitted a huss sound from his throat, unable to catch his breath, rolling his eyes. My diagram. He stuttered, his heart aching so much that his insides twisted. The old one struggled to crawl towards Su Chen's feet, using both hands and feet. Don't touch it, he muttered, trembling hands reaching out to grasp that filthy treasure. Just as he touched it was accidentally kicked away by a small shaman passing by with a pipe, and the Taiji diagram slid another 2 feet, landing on a pile of rotten vegetable leaves. Tears streamed down the old one's face, his heart like it was being sliced by a knife. Yuan Shi Tianzun had already burned the source. At this moment, his life treasure was thrown into the foul water ditch, causing his blood to surge. The veins on his neck bulged as if they were about to burst. His stomach churned violently, and Yuan Shi suddenly opened his mouth. Wow, he vomited out a large mouthful of dark red primordial blood. The blood splattered onto the tattered Dao robe. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving, glaring at Su Chen with eyes that seemed ready to devour. Tong Tian sat slumped in the muddy water, supporting himself on the ground with his hands mouth agape and forgotten to close. He swallowed a mouthful of spit mixed with mud, his Adam's apple bobbing. What the hell is he really using the Taiji diagram to wipe his feet? Tong Tian threw down the welding gun and came over feeling as if he was in a nightmare. This temper is absolutely insane, truly suits my taste. He muttered softly, a glimmer of excitement oddly appearing in his eyes. The 12 ancestral shamans standing nearby were also stunned. Xing Tian wiped his finger which had just dug his nose on his pant leg and leaned towards Di Jiang. Big brother, this uncle's footwork is quite nimble. That rag looks even flimsier than our shaman clan's beast skin. Shut up, Di Jiang slapped Xing Tian on the back of the head, making him retract his neck. Be quiet, watch more, this uncle is teaching us the rules. Kuafu squatted beside a large iron basin, still holding a half-eaten big bone, chewing it with a crunch. That old man spat blood. Is he trying to pretend to be dead to avoid washing dishes? Kuafu shouted indistinctly. Tai Yi, tied at the threshold, was so scared that he curled up, hugging his head. The iron chain clanked on the ground. He watched the Taiji diagram being trampled underfoot, and the last remnants of his pride shattered into pieces. Even the Taiji diagram dares to be stepped on. If my Eastern Emperor bell gets touched, it would be truly unjust. Tai Yi trembled, burying his face in his knees, fearing that Su Chun might target him next. Yuan Shi Tianzun knelt on the ground, his hands gripping the gaps in the tiles tightly. His nails broke, blood seeping out, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. The feeling of humiliation gnawed at his sanity like a poisonous fire. You fiend! How dare you insult my treasure? Yuan Shi's voice cracked, tearing apart, spitting wildly. He struggled to lift his head, his face smeared with blood and mud, glaring fiercely at Su Chun. We are the true Panga lineage. We carry the legacy of the opening of the heavens. You dare to do this? You insolent wretch, you will surely face heavenly retribution. Yuan Shi gasped for breath, his body swaying like a tattered sack blown by the wind. The Father God in heaven has a spirit, will never let you go. Tong Tian watched his second brother Yuan Shi still stubbornly cursing, anxiously pounding his thigh. Second brother, just shut up. That person isn't afraid of heavenly punishment. Who are you trying to scare with heavenly retribution? Tong Tian lowered his voice, sweating profusely. Did you not see that he is using Big Brother's Taiji diagram as a rag? If you say another word, he might use your jade rui to unclog the drain. Yuan Shi couldn't hear any of it. His mind was consumed entirely by anger. You soft-boned third brother. You've embarrassed the face of the Taoist sect. Yuan Shi turned and shouted at Tong Tian, eyes filled with madness. Even if we burn together today, I will never bow down to such fiends. Su Chen finally cleaned the upper part of his shoes. He kicked the muddy, crumpled Taiji diagram aside. Su Chen clapped his hands, took a dried fruit from the table, and tossed it into his mouth, crunching loudly. Burning together. Do you even have jade? He stood up, his purple gold boots thudding against the bluestone slab, producing dull footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps. Su Chen slowly walked in front of Yuan Shi, looking down at him. Zhu Rong tossed down the welding gun and came over to metal. Uncle, this old man has a worse temper than me. How about I try to singe his beard with fire? Looking to see if his mouth was still stubborn. Gong Gong shot him a glare. Singe what? His beard is covered in mud and won't catch fire. It's better for me to soak his head in water. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling these two lively ones to step back. His gaze returned to Yuan Shi's face, looking into those eyes filled with resentment. Left saying Panga lineage, right saying the Father God in heaven has a spirit. Su Chen crouched down, resting his elbows on his knees. He watched Yuan Shi's angry, contorted face as if hearing the biggest joke. You bunch of defective products that have only developed a primordial spirit and lack any flesh. He leaned closer to Yuan Shi, his voice deep and playfully provocative. Do you truly think that just by hanging Panga's name you can walk sideways in the primeval wilderness? Su Chen slowly straightened up, brushing off the fruit crumbs on his hands. His eyelids slightly drooped, and the layer of languid aura around him instantly vanished. Panga lineage. You dare to use these for characters to pressure me. Su Chen's lips curled up into a smile devoid of warmth. All right, today, they'll let you all broaden your Pangu authentic. Su Chen chewed on these 4 words as if gnawing on a piece of tough straw. He let out a cold laugh, the tip of his purple gold boot flicking upward. The Tai Chi diagram, smeared with mud and used to wipe his shoe, resembled a spoiled rag. With a whoosh, it flew out and landed on the edge of a nearby slop bucket, half submerged in water, half dangling. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He was bound by electric wires like a zongzi, struggling in the mud like a loach out of water. You demon! You brat! How dare you! His voice cracked and spittle sprayed into the muddy water before him. How dare you insult the treasure of the Father God? I will risk my life today. Risk your life? Su Chen interrupted his howling, casually digging at it, flicking away a non-existent speck of earwax with his fingertip. You all call him Father God so cheerfully. Do you think that just because you carry a trace of the 3 pure ones' aura, this wasteland is your backyard? I sat down heavily on the ground, my white beard trembling like withered grass in the autumn wind. I clutched my chest, the internal injury from the backlash still subtly aching. Taoist friend, your actions are so outrageous. Do you not fear the heavenly Tao's punishment leading to eternal damnation? I gasped for breath, my dead fish eyes staring at Su Chun, still trying to regain my footing with that set of profound theories. Heavenly Tao. Su Chun looked up at the layer of gray chaotic energy above the Panga Hall. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. That broken eyeball was just scared off by me. Are you blind, or just pretending to be? He retracted his smile, and the mockery in his gaze was instantly replaced by a layer of bone-chilling cold. Fine, since you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin. Su Chun placed his hands behind his back, standing tall. He closed his eyes, no longer deliberately suppressing the primordial aura sealed for millions of years inside him. That was the elder brother bloodline forged to withstand the world-destroying lightning tribulation during the chaos period, tempered by the great Taoist laws. Boom. There was no earth-shaking spellcasting or raging winds. Only an utterly pure ancient aura of bloodline pressure that was suffocating. It erupted like an ancient volcano that had slept for endless ages. This aura carried no fluctuations of spiritual energy, having nothing to do with magical power. It was like a high-dimensional being crushing the genes of a low-dimensional insect. Overbearing, tyrannical, unreasonable. The 3 pure ones bore the brunt of it. Yuan Shi was still there, cursing and pretending to be profound while I was still feigning depth. But the moment this aura spilled out from Su Chun and touched them, the 3 of them felt as if their spines were snapped at once. Bang, bang, bang. 3 synchronized dull thuds echoed in the backyard. Lousy Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, the 3 self-proclaimed high and mighty Pangu authentic. Their knees buckled, kneeling firmly in the muddy water mixed with oil and sweat. The patella struck the bluestone slab, causing excruciating pain, yet they did not dare to utter a sound, because they were horrified to discover that the Pangu pure chi they had always been proud of and relied on to attain sainthood had rebelled. That pure chi quivered madly in their meridians as if it had encountered the ancestral source of their bloodline, submitting to it. Not only refusing to obey their commands, but also pressing down on their limbs and bones, forcing them to bow their heads deeply. Lousy shook like a sieve, cold sweat instantly soaking through his thin Taoist robe. Sweat dripped into his eye sockets, stinging painfully, yet he had no strength to even lift a hand to wipe it away. This aura. Lousy's jaw trembled, his teeth clicking together with a clack-clack sound. In his eyes, which were usually calm as a deep well, now brimmed with intense horror. Older than the Father God. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face was already pressed against the muddy ground. Mud and water rushed into his nostrils and mouth, the salty and fishy taste assaulting his senses. He desperately tried to lift his neck even an inch to maintain his ridiculous dignity. But the joints in his neck made a cracked sound under the unbearable pressure, yet he could not move an inch. That kind of suppression coming from the depths of his soul stripped him of all pride. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuan Shi whimpered indistinctly in the muddy water, tears mixing with mud flowed into his mouth. In this world, how could there be a source purer than the Father God? Not far away, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Although Su Chin's pressure was not directed at them, the sense of bloodline oppression from the same source still made them unconsciously bend their waists. Di Jiang swallowed hard, his rough hands wiping sweat from his chest. Goodness. Uncle's aura is even fiercer than last time in the hall. He lowered his voice, elbowing Zhurong beside him. Old for look at those 3 old men, weren't they just so arrogant a moment ago? Now why are they lying in the dirt? Zhurong grinned broadly, laughing heartily, holding a welding gun in his hand. Deserved it. Let them flaunt like big shots. Bringing up authenticity in front of Uncle is like showing off a big sword in front of Guangdong. He kicked a scrap iron pipe by his feet, making a clattering sound. I think they've hit solid steel this time. Their toes must be crushed to bits. The East Emperor Tai, who was tied to at this moment he had curled himself into a ball. He pressed his hands tightly over his ears, not daring to look this way. Crazy. All crazy. Tai trembled all over, the chains clanged loudly. Even the 3 pure ones have knelt. I really deserve that beating. In the backyard of the Panga Hall, a dead silence reigned, only occasionally punctuated by the crackling of sparks from the fire pit. Su Chun walked slowly to the 3 pure ones, hands clasped behind his back. The tip of his purple gold boots stopped half a foot in front of Tongshan's head. Among the 3 pure ones, Tong Tian was the least injured and also the most casually bound. He lay with his face sideways in the mud, his nose touching a small patch of black oil. Compared to the collapse and despair of Lousy and Yuan Shi, there was a hint of indescribable fervor mixed with fear in Tongshan's eyes. He struggled to tilt his head, his gaze following Su Chen's purple gold boots upward. Behind Su Chun, within that layer of gray chaotic energy, a vague and enormous phantom emerged, extremely illusory, yet too vast to describe. The phantom revealed only half a shoulder. Yet the domineering aura that tore apart everything emanating from the ancient chaos made Tongshan's Pangu pure chi churn like boiling water. It was a call from the same source, yet it bore the gaze of an absolute superior. You? Tong Tian opened his mouth, rain mixed with mud falling into it, and he could not be bothered to spit it out. His throat moved violently, as if he had swallowed a heavy stone, making it difficult to swallow. His teeth clacked together, producing a crisp clack-clack sound. This aura. Tong Tian stared at Su Chun, his eyes bulging wide. His voice split due to extreme shock, tinged with an unmistakable tremor. Who exactly are you? Who are you? The voice of Tong Tian cracked, straining to maintain composure as he stared fixedly at the phantom behind Su Chun. That pressure was too familiar. Besides the Pangu Father God inscribed deep within their souls, there was no second in the primordial world. Yet the person before them was clearly not their Father God. With his hands behind his back, Su Chun stepped through the muddy water in his purple gold boots, making a squelching sound. He approached the three pure ones, looking down at the three of them trembling on the ground like frightened quail. A cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Who am I? Su Chun lowered his head, his gaze sharp as two bloodied knives piercing directly into Tongshin's eye sockets. When I was drinking with Pangu in chaos, you three weren't even a puff of clear energy. He kicked the white beard scattered on the ground, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Laozi shuddered all over, instinctively trying to pull his beard back, but he couldn't muster a shred of strength. A bunch of half-wits who only inherited remnants of the primordial spirit. Su Chun straightened his back, his voice not loud, yet reverberating through the copper cauldron in the back courtyard of Pangu Palace. Every day you hang onto the word authentic. Do you really think of yourselves as the masters of the primordial world? He pointed at Yuanqi's face caked with mud and mercilessly scolded. Especially you, always putting on airs, looking down on this, and that is beasts. That bit of clear energy in my eyes isn't worth a fart. Yuan Shi, lying in the mud, was so enraged by these words that his vision turned dark. He desperately tried to lift his head to retort, but the pressure from deep within his bloodline weighed heavily on the back of his head, making it hard for him to even breathe. You are spreading demon words to confuse the masses. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth, his lips split and oozing blood. The Father God opened the heavens and the earth. Where did any brothers come from? How dare you slander the Father God? Slander? Su Chun laughed angrily, yet mockingly, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. It seems you wastes of primordial spirit not only lack intelligence, but even your inherited memories are incomplete. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking loudly. Fine, since you want shed tears until you see the coffin, I will take it upon myself to give you a history lesson. Su Chun walked to the large copper cauldron. Zhurong was crouching in the pit, startled by the previous pressure to the point of forgetting to light a fire. Old Four, start the fire. Su Chun kicked the cauldron leg. Make it burn bright today. I need to boil these three hard-headed ones, let them wake up properly. Zhurong jolted, hurriedly rubbing together a ball of Nanmingli fire. Hey, all right, uncle. The fire is coming right up. He didn't dare to slack off. The flames shot up too high, distorting the air around. Su Chun turned around, looking at the three pure ones lying on the ground. He began to narrate the chaotic tales that the heavenly Tao had deliberately erased. Back when chaos was not yet opened, 3,000 demons fought fiercely, and the great Tao was like an old brothel keeper, always stoking the flames. His tone was flat, as if he were recounting someone else's story. That foolish Pangu, deceived by the great Tao, insisted on splitting the heavens. What was the result? A great calamity of opening the heavens. The great Tao unleashed the purple sky annihilation thunder, intending to turn him and the 3,000 demons to ash. Su Chun squatted down before Yuan Shi, his gaze icy as he locked onto his dubious eyes. If it weren't for me risking my life to withstand that thunder tribulation, preserving a strand of his true spirit. You three, how you would have long turned into ashes with those demons. Laozi struggled to swallow his throat. Taoist friend, what you speak of we have never seen in the Father God's inheritance. His voice was weak, filled with disbelief. Inheritance? The heavenly Tao would allow you to see these? Su Chun scoffed, standing up. Hongjuan, that old mud eel treats you as pawns, naturally erasing those memories that are detrimental to him. He crossed his arms, looking at the three pure ones with their still doubtful gazes. Don't believe it, huh? Su Chun smirked. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you three blind ones open your eyes. He turned to look at the 12 ancestors of sorcery not far away. Dijiang, gather your brothers and force out the Pangu turbid chi within you. Dijiang was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Got it, uncle. Brothers, it's time to work. He called, and the 12 ancestors lined up in formation. Though there was no formation, they shared the same bloodline. With Dijiang's mighty shout, the 12 roared together. 12 streams of violent turbid chi surged from their bodies, rising into the sky and converging into a gray cloud above Pangu Palace. That turbid chi, imbued with pure power and indomitable fighting spirit, was the essence of Pangu's flesh. Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. He turned to face the three pure ones on the ground. You three stop pretending to be dead. His gaze condensed, an invisible force lifted the three pure ones, forcibly pulling them up. Release the Pangu clear chi that you take pride in. Su Chen's voice carried an irresistible command. Though their bodies were controlled, the clear chi within them overflowed uncontrollably under that pressure. Three beams of clear light shot straight into the sky, facing the turbid chi in midair. The clear and turbid chi were originally two primordial essences separated after Pangu opened the heavens. At this moment, they miraculously converged in the sky above Pangu Palace. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The clear and turbid chi intertwined and fused under the astonished gazes of all present. Within that gray-white cloud, a massive outline of a human face gradually took shape. The face was rugged and bold, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. It was the common source of memory for the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the three pure ones. Pangu. Father God. Laozi fell to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Yuanqi's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, murmuring to himself. Tong Tian was even more agitated, trembling all over, clutching his clothes tightly. The giant face of Pangu in midair, though only a remnant, held an unmistakable essence of pure origin. The face slowly turned. Its gaze swept over the three pure ones and the 12 ancestors, filled with a hint of affection and helplessness. However, when Pangu's gaze fell upon Su Chen, who stood beside the copper cauldron, that rugged face unexpectedly revealed an extremely human-like, somewhat endearing and simple smile. Haha, big brother, you've caused quite a stir here. A deep, rough voice echoed in everyone's minds. Though faint, it was unmistakably clear. The voice brimmed with reverence and affection towards Su Chen, like a younger brother who had made a mistake trying to curry favor with his older brother. Boom! The term big brother detonated like a nuclear bomb in the minds of the three pure ones. Laozi's eyes widened like copper bells, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest. Yuanshi appeared as if his soul had been drained, collapsing in the mud, his gaze utterly vacant. Tong Tian gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time, making strange sounds from his throat. Their proud father god. The Pangu authenticity they spoke of every day. Actually calling this seemingly carefree youth big brother. What kind of magical realism is this? The remnant of Pangu in midair lasted only a moment before dissipating, transforming back into the clear and turbid chi, each returning to its place. But that fleeting smile and that call of big brother were imprinted deeply in the souls of the three pure ones. The back courtyard of Pangu Palace fell into a deathly silence. Even Zhurong, who was stoking the fire in the furnace, stopped his actions, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Su Chen clapped his hands, brushing off the dust from his sleeves. He approached Yuanshi, kicking at his tattered Taoist robe. Now, you three brats, what else do you have to say? Yuanshi lay on the ground like a corpse, staring blankly at the muddy water before him, his lips trembling. Impossible. This can't be. His voice was as thin as a wisp, sounding like a fevered dream. How could the Father God call him big brother? I am the Pangu authenticity. How could I be a joke? Yuanqi's Tao heart shattered into pieces at that moment. The pride and faith that had supported him all this time were ruthlessly torn away by Su Chen, thrown onto the muddy ground, crushed to dust. Laozi closed his eyes, tears streaming down the wrinkles at the corners. He knew he had lost utterly today. It wasn't just a crushing defeat in power, but also a dimensional blow in terms of lineage and law. In the face of this being who even the Father God called Big Brother, their so-called Pangu authenticity was simple. Tong Tian tilted his head with great difficulty. He looked at Su Chen's young yet profoundly weathered face, his mind a tangled mess. Yet the spark of fervor in his eyes grew brighter. The big brother's big brother. That would be. Tong Tian swallowed hard, his teeth chattering, yet he forced those words out of his throat. That would be. Our granduncle. As soon as he said this, both Laozi and Yuanshi trembled simultaneously. Laozi's eyes widened, looking at Tong Tian with a complex expression. Su Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this title. Oh, this kid is quite quick on the uptake. He turned around and walked back toward the tattered master chair. Since you know your lineage, why don't you hurry up and crawl over here to bow and recognize your ancestor? The smiling face of Pangu in midair burst like a popped bubble, quickly dissipating into a grayish, chaotic flow. Yet that simple and affable smile remained. It was like a burning iron nail firmly driven into the brains of the three pure ones. Laozi's face was tightly wrinkled, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Yuanshi lay in the muddy pit, staring blankly at the pool of bloody, dirty water in front of him, as if his soul had been extracted. What is this all about? Tong Tian swallowed a mouthful of spittle mixed with yellow dirt, his neck stiff, wanting to turn, but not daring, to the joints in his bones creaking. Di Jiang jumped out from the side, his big feet splashing water everywhere. He was bare-chested, the flesh on his chest jiggling, his face filled with the delight of a little man who had gained recognition. These Taoists who looked down on others in the heavenly court had finally stumbled on their own turf today. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Di Zhang's palm, as large as a fan, slapped against his own chest with a loud smack, causing his flesh to quake. He leaned closer to the three pure ones, spitting as he spoke. Even Father God calls me big brother. What are you old geezers still pretending to be big shots for? He kicked Yuan Shi at the thigh, splattering mud all over his face. Hurry up, get over there, and bow 3 times to our uncle. Di Zhang shouted hoarsely, his voice shaking the nearby rusty pipes. Acknowledge your roots. If you're late, he'll take a shovel and chop your heads off to use as night pots. Zhu Rong joined in the ruckus from the side. The electric welding gun in his hand was still sparking with blue flames, the sparks scorching Laozi's white beard, creating a stench of burning. What are you stalling for? If you don't bow soon, he'll burn that broken whisk of yours first. Su Chen strolled back to the broken armchair and sat down heavily. His purple gold boots rested on the knee of the other leg, his toes idly swaying. He grabbed the teapot on the table and took a big gulp from the spout. The cooled tea carried a hint of bitterness as it slid down his throat. What now? Su Chen set the teapot down, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. The sound was not loud, yet it felt like it was knocking on the hearts of the three pure ones. Do you expect me to prepare a grand palanquin and blow trumpets to invite you over for a family reunion? His eyelids half lifted, his gaze as deep as a bottomless black hole. By seniority, even that fool Panga would have to call me big brother. Su Chen coldly snickered, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You few who haven't even achieved your true forms, is it too much to call me uncle? The wind carried the scent of machine oil from the backyard, rustling the rotten leaves on the ground. Laozi's hands dug fiercely into the rotten mud of the ground, his fingernails breaking and oozing fine beads of blood. He was as clear as a mirror in his heart. Today the three brothers had firmly kicked against this iron plate. Their bones would surely break. Fighting was futile. That pressure capable of suppressing even the heavenly Tao could crush them to dust with the slightest movement of a finger. Even the remnants of Father God acknowledged this person's identity. Law, lineage, strength, all pressed down and rubbed against the ground. For the sake of survival, to preserve the roots of this profound gate. Laozi closed his eyes, 2 streams of murky tears sliding down the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, splashing into the muddy water. We. Laozi's voice was hoarse like sandpaper, as if a piece of glowing charcoal was stuck in his throat. He struggled to lift his upper body, placing his hands on the blue stone slab, which was covered in machine oil and dirty water. His back slowly bent down. That once straight, noble pride of the saint crumbled before the pressure of survival, shattering into pieces. No, senior brother. Yuan Shi cried out in despair, his eyes red as if they were about to bleed. He wanted to reach out and pull Laozi up, but he was bound by electric wires like a zongzi, only able to squirm in the mud like a worm. We are the true lineage of Pangu. How can we kneel to this demon? Yuan Shi roared, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face, feeling humiliated to the point of wanting to bite his tongue to end his life. Shut up. Laozi suddenly turned his head, angrily shouting at Yuan Shi. This roar drained all his strength, and he began to cough violently, spitting out a mouthful of bloody spittle. If you want to die, don't drag third brother with you. Laozi turned back, taking a deep breath. He bore the humiliation, his forehead heavily knocked against the stinking muddy ground. Bang! A muffled sound. Junior Taiching. Bow bow to uncle. As this uncle was shouted, Laozi felt that his cultivation of countless years had dissipated by half. The invisible saintly fortune in his heart seemed to have burst like a popped balloon, leaking out considerably. Yuan Shi watched his senior brother bow his head, his whole being frozen. His face, smeared with mud and water, twitched violently. Despair, anger, and unwillingness rolled in his eyes, eventually transforming into ashes of dullness. Even senior brother bowed his head. What pride did he, the so-called second senior brother, have left? Yuan Shi felt like a deflated balloon slumping down on the ground. He closed his eyes, letting the muddy water flow into his mouth, the salty bitterness spreading. Yu Qing. Bow to uncle. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, filled with the despair of preferring death. Beside him, Tong Tian also followed suit and bowed. Shang Qing bows to uncle. His shout was crisp and clean, resonating loudly without a hint of feeling stifled. Mud splattered across his face, yet he paid no mind to wipe it off. After shouting, Tong Tian suddenly raised his head sharply, his face covered in black ash and dirt. His eyes were frighteningly bright, like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, suddenly spotting a piece of blood-dripping fat meat. The bizarre fervent light in his eyes did not extinguish due to the surrender. Instead, it grew brighter, like 2 small torches. Uncle. Tong Tian stumbled forward a couple of steps, his knees scraping against the gravel. He extended his oil-slicked black hands, wanting to grasp Su Chen's pant leg. Laozi and Yuan sure heard the commotion and turned in horror. Third brother. Are you crazy? Don't cause trouble. Laozi was so anxious he nearly choked, his heart rising to his throat. This third brother was usually unmanageable, and if he went crazy now, all three brothers would be doomed today. Su Chun disdainfully pulled his leg back, avoiding those black claws. He raised his eyebrows, looking at Tong Tian's face that was excited to the point of distortion. What? Did bowing knock your brain loose? Or is the mud on the ground so tasty that you want another bite? Tong Tian completely disregarded Su Chen's ridicule. He swallowed his tongue, licking his cracked lips. His Adam's apple bobbed rapidly. Uncle, that moment, just now, you didn't use any spiritual energy, right? Tong Tian's voice trembled, excitedly stumbling over his words. It was purely relying on your physical body. You effortlessly slid off second brother's pressure and stepped on big brother's Taiji diagram like a rag. His eyes sparkled, pointing at the ancestors' welding pipes nearby. And them. That layer of light film was taught by you, right? Tong Tian poured out words like beans. I sensed it. It wasn't a formation at all, it was physical compression. It was the laws etched into the muscles. This is simply a genius idea. Laozi and Yuan Shi were dumbfounded. What nonsense was this third brother spouting? What physical compression? What etched into the muscles? Where did all this come from? Tong Tian completely ignored the puzzled gazes of his two brothers. He suddenly lunged forward, not caring about the dirt. He wrapped his arms around Su Chen's other leg like a child wanting candy. Uncle! Dear uncle! He yelled, shaking the nearby broken copper and iron. Please take me in. I can't stand this broken profound gate for even a day. Tong Tian wept bitterly, accusing the frustration in his heart. Big brother pretends to be profound every day, and second brother always puts on airs and talks about rules. Taking in a disciple still depends on looks and background, all these dos and don'ts. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, spitting as he talked. It's much better here with you, uncle. No nonsense, just talking with fists. This is what real men do. Yuan Shi, lying in the mud pit, was enraged by these words, a mouthful of old blood surging to his head. He trembled all over, pointing at Tong Tian, his lips quivering. Third brother. You ungrateful wretch. He screamed hysterically, his voice tearing apart. How dare you betray the profound gate? Betray the master. Tong Tian didn't look back, straightening his neck, directly firing back. Second brother, just give it a rest. With those broken rules of yours, I can't be bothered to serve you anymore. The cries of uncle from Laozi and Yuan Shi were pitiful, as if forced out by a knife pressed against their throats. After they shouted, they deflated like punctured balloons, collapsing into the mud. The hem of the Taoist robe was completely soaked, sticking to his legs in a sticky mess. Laozi stared blankly at a crack on the bluestone slab, his eyes unmoving for a long time, completely withdrawn. Yuan Shi was in a worse state, looking as if had been struck by lightning. His lips trembled, his gaze vacant, repeatedly murmuring, impossible. I am the authentic one. Their worldview had collapsed to the point of leaving no trace behind. Su Chun leaned back in the armchair, picking at his teeth with his nails. He looked at the two of them, resembling defeated quails, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, stop pretending to be dead here. He lifted his foot and kicked Yuan Shi's shoulder with the tip of his golden boots. Go wash those broken iron basins over there. If you don't finish, you won't get any food today. As soon as he finished speaking, before Yuan Shi could react, a sudden swoosh sounded nearby. Tong Tian, like a slippery loach, rolled and crawled through the mud, directly crashing at Su Chen's feet. Two paws covered in oil and yellow mud clung tightly to Su Chen's calf. The grip was incredibly tight. Uncle, dear uncle. Tong Tian looked up with his big patterned face, tears and snot streaming down. He managed to create 2 white streaks on his muddy face. His voice was incredibly loud, causing the nearby scrap iron pipes to buzz. You've finally shown your divine presence. After suffering here in the wilderness for so many years, I've finally found my organization today. Su Chun was startled by this sudden tackle, pulling his leg back in disgust. Let go. You've smeared your snot on my boots. He frowned and kicked Tongshin's shoulder twice with his heel. It didn't budge. This kid held on tightly like a stubborn adhesive plaster on his leg. Uncle, please listen to me, I'm suffering inside. Tong Tian buried his face in Su Chen's knee, wailing heartbreakingly. You have no idea how competitive this broken Xianman is. He cried while wiping his eyes with his dirty hands, rubbing oil into his eye sockets. It stung, making him blink rapidly. My elder brother acts all mysterious every day, talking about tranquility and non-action, even timing a good hour to relieve himself. Tong Tian pointed at the withdrawn Laozi beside him, his face full of resentment. Second brother is even more ridiculous, insisting on some innate courtesy while eating, with rules on how many chews before swallowing. He turned to point at Yuan Shi, spitting out words in anger. When I take in a disciple with long hair, he insults me for being unrefined. When I take one with scales, he criticizes me for lacking enlightenment. In Kunlun Mountain, I had to cover my mouth even when sneezing, or else I'd feel like my lungs were going to explode. Tong Tian became more animated, his eyes shining like two small searchlights. I've long been displeased with that old loach from Zhixiao Palace. He lowered his voice, sneakily glancing at the— What nonsensical theories they preach, it's enough to make me fall asleep. Where is your powerful style? Tong Tian slapped his thigh, excitedly trembling. Pure physical domination. Etch the laws into your muscles. If you don't agree, just fight. That's the true way of being a man. He tilted his head back, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. Uncle, take me in. I won't serve this ridiculous Xianmen Sanqing anymore. These words exploded like thunder, directly causing an uproar in the backyard of the Panga Hall. The ancestors who were working nearby all stopped their shoveling and welding. Each one had their mouths agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Dijiang scratched his ear, turning to look at Jerome with disbelief written all over his face. Fourth brother, did I hear you wrong? This pretty boy is going to rebel. Jerome grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of big teeth, still holding a welding gun that was sizzling with blue flames. Hey, this kid has guts. Much stronger than those 2 old fogies lying on the ground with their tempers towards lousy. He gave Tong Tian a thumbs up. Brother, well done. Come to our witch clan, and it'll guarantee you meat to eat every day. The previously despondent Yuanshi, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang back to life, as if his tail had been stepped on. He trembled violently, his face turning purple with veins bulging on his forehead. Third brother. You. This wicked spawn. Yuanshi pointed at Tong Tian, his finger trembling like leaves in the wind. He was so angry that a mouthful of old blood lodged in his throat, unable to be spit out or swallowed, making him roll his eyes. How dare you betray the Xianmen? Betray your master. He shouted hoarsely, his voice tearing through the air like a night owl crying at a grave. You beast who betrays your teacher and ancestors, even if I risk my life today, I will cleanse the sect. Yuanshi struggled desperately, trying to break free from the black adhesive wires wrapped around him. But those wires contained the law of gold, tightening with each struggle, causing his ribs to crack. Tong Tian clung to Su Chen's thigh without turning his head. He rolled his eyes widely, snorting coldly from his nostrils. Second brother, just give it a rest, and save your energy for washing dishes later. He turned to look at Yuanshi's furious face, full of disdain. Rules, is that all that's left in your head? Tong Tian pouted his tone, revealing a complete sense of liberation. I am rebelling today, what can you do? If you're capable, come crawl through this iron pipe and bite me. Second brother, just give it a rest. With your ridiculous rules, I can't even be bothered to serve you. Tong Tian shouted back, spitting as he spoke. He simply let go of Su Chen's calf and sat down on the ground, covered in yellow mud, crossing his legs. He rested his hands on his knees, adopting a casual demeanor. I've had enough already. Tong Tian pointed at Yuanshi, rolling his eyes dramatically, nearly having them turn to the sky. Look at you, all tied up like a pretzel, yet still acting like a saint. Aren't you tired? Doesn't your lumbar disc protrude? He wiped his nose with his dirty hand, leaving a black mark. Uncle, this place is great with no complicated rules. When you can use your hands, don't use your mouth. That's the right path to cultivating the Tao. Tong Tian became more animated as he spoke, his eyes sparkling brightly, fixed intently on Su Chen. His face was clearly saying, please take me in, I'm easy to take care of. Su Chen leaned back in the armchair, watching this kid show off, unable to hold back a light chuckle. His purple gold boots tapped on the ground, making a crisp sound. Your face is so thick it could rival the door of the Panga Hall. He leaned slightly forward, a glint of amusement. Want to join the witch clan? To break away from the Xianmen? Su Chen rubbed his chin, lightly tapping his fingers on his smooth skin. If that old mudfish from the Zhixiao Palace knew you were betraying, he'd probably spit out 3 more liters of blood in anger. He paused, his tone chilling. Aren't you afraid he'll bring down the Zhixiao divine thunder and smash your crown? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian not only wasn't scared, but instead burst into laughter. He pointed at the large hole in the sky, still marked with scorch marks, waving his hand dismissively. Let him strike if he really dares, uncle. Can you just sit idly by? He winked at Su Chen, grinning like a cunning fox. I've seen it clearly. Your shield is an iron turtle shell that even the Tao cannot break through. Tong Tian slapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably. As long as I cling to your thigh, that old mudfish will die of anger while merely watching. His shameless demeanor nearly made Laozi and Yuanshi beside him choke with anger. Yuanshi's vision blurred, his chest heaving violently, breathing rapidly like a broken bellows. You wretched thing. He gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out, as if through clenched jaws laced with a heavy scent of blood. Laozi kept his eyes closed, unwilling to even glance at Tong Tian, as if looking at him would tarnish his serene and effortless way. Su Chen watched Tong Tian, the rhythm of his finger tapping on the armrest quickening slightly. This kid, though, he talks too much and has a mind full of nonsense. But his insight and shamelessness really do match his temperament. Much better than those 2 old fossils who only know how to put on airs. All right, since you are so sincere, your ancestor will give you a chance. Su Chen kicked Tong Tian away with a light force, sending him rolling in the mud. Tontian wasn't angry. He got up grinning, brushing the mud off his rear. Uncle, at your command, I'll go through fire and mountain without batting an eye. He patted his chest earnestly. Su Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile as he pointed to the large iron basin piled high not far away. The remnants in the basin emitted a pungent, sour smell, with flies buzzing around. Forget the mountains, go wash those dishes instead. He leisurely picked up the teapot and poured himself another. Wash them clean enough to reflect your punchable face, and that will count as your letter of allegiance. Tontian followed Su Chen's finger and instantly froze, his smile vanishing. He swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching slightly. That pile of dishes. Was it too much? And that smell was 100 times worse than the refuse from the East Sea Dragon Palace. This, Uncle, I'm the future saint, isn't washing dishes a bit. He chuckled nervously, trying to negotiate, but his feet unconsciously shuffled back a step. What do you find it beneath you? Su Chen snorted coldly, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Who was it that said they wouldn't flinch at going through fire and mountain just moments ago? He flicked the lid of a teacup with his fingertip. The lid transformed into a beam of purple light, brushing past Tongshin's scalp and severing a few strands of hair. With a bang, it embedded deeply into the bronze wall behind him, shaking the wall violently. If you want wash, then get lost. The Panga Hall does not support idlers. Tontian shrank his neck, feeling a chill on his scalp. He hurriedly shook his head like a rattle drum. Wash, wash, I'll wash. Without another word, he rolled up his greasy sleeves, took a deep breath like a warrior heading to the gallows. He charged straight into the pile of sour-smelling iron basins. Splash! A series of teeth-grinding clinks of metal against metal echoed. Tontian pulled out a cloth that emitted a strange smell from the barrel and, disregarding everything, began to scrub a basin vigorously. Oil splashed all over his face, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. While scrubbing, he turned back to shout at Laozi and Yuanshi, who were sprawled on the ground. Big brother, second brother. Come quick. He waved the dripping black cloth enthusiastically. This water is still warm. Washing it is invigorating. You? Shameless wretch. Yuanshi, hearing Tongshin's call, was so furious that he saw stars. He was already severely injured, and now the anger ignited his fury. With a loud wow, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted in the muddy water. Laozi sighed slowly, opening his murky eyes. He knew that today those dishes had to be washed. He trembled as he stood up, dragging his heavy steps toward the mountain of basins. With every step, his heart bled. Such a dignified Panga sect had really fallen to the point of washing dishes. This is how it should be. Su Chen looked at Laozi's hunched back, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to look at Xingtian and Quafu beside him. You two go supervise. He pointed at the 3 authentic ones washing the dishes. Keep a close eye on anyone who dares to slack off or wash poorly. Su Chen's lips curled up, revealing his white teeth. Just whip them. Don't hold back, their skins are thick enough. Xingtian and Quafu exchanged glances, chuckled, and walked over, fists clenched. In the backyard of the Pangu Hall, the symphony of dishwashing officially commenced. The clanging of iron basins mixed with Tongshin's incessant grumbling and Laozi's occasional sighs. Echoing in the valley of Buzhou Mountain, it sounded particularly eerie. Meanwhile, 33 heavens away, within the tightly shut crimson door of the Zixiao Palace, the air was as cold as if frozen in an ice cellar for millions of years. Even taking a breath could crack the lungs. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on the cushion, his expression darker than a pot's bottom. On the creation jade dish before him, the absurd scene of the Pangu Hall's backyard was being vividly displayed. In the image, his 3 disciples, who he had high hopes for and considered a trump card of the Xianmen, were currently squatting in a pile of greasy and fly-infested iron basins, holding a cloth that exuded a foul smell. They were huffing and puffing as they washed the dishes. Especially Tontian. That kid was not only washing happily, but was even humming an unknown tune while scrubbing. The smug expression on his face clearly showed he was enjoying himself. What made it even more unbearable was that the luck belonging to the Xianmen that Tontian possessed was visibly dissipating at an alarming rate. The dissipating luck was transforming into strands of elusive, clear energy, silently merging into the earth vein of Buzhou Mountain, intertwining with the luck of the witch clan. Wretched, wretched thing. Hongjun suddenly stood up, the cushion before him being crushed into powder by the force of his aura. His bony fingers gripped the creation jade dish tightly, the knuckles turning white as if he wanted to crush the dish. His eyes were filled with blood-red veins bulging out from extreme rage. His chest heaved up and down violently, his breath heavy and frightening. After all my scheming and planning for countless years. Hongjun gritted his teeth, his voice seeping through clenched jaws filled with soul-tearing hatred. How could it be ruined by you, this ignorant variable? He abruptly lifted his head, his murky dead fish eyes now filled with a frenzied intent to kill. He stared fixedly at the figure lounging in the armchair, leisurely sipping tea. Su Chun. Do you think hiding in Buzhou Mountain blocking the heavenly secrets means I can't do anything about you? Hong Jun sneered repeatedly, his laughter chilling and terrifying like a sinister wind sweeping through hell. The grand scheme of heaven cannot be reversed. He took a deep breath, his hands suddenly forming a complex and obscure hand seal. Above the Zixiao Palace, the originally gray chaotic air currents suddenly boiled. Violent purple thunder roiled through the clouds, emitting a deafening roar. That was no ordinary thunder, it was the wrath of heaven ready to unleash the destructive Zixiao divine thunder. Since those three useless ones can't even wash a plate properly. Hong Jun's voice was cold as ice, carrying a resolute intent to annihilate. Then I will personally take action and reduce you all along with the Pango Hall to ashes. He pointed his bony finger sharply at the position of Tongtian within the creation jade dish. Let's start with inside the Zixiao Palace. It was as cold as an ice cellar with not a single blade of grass to be seen. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a mat, his bony fingers trembling tightly, gripping the edge of the creation jade disc. The sound of his fingernails scraping against the jade surface was grating enough to make one's teeth ache. The image flashing on the jade disc was firmly fixed in the backyard of the Pango Hall. The entire screen was filled with greasy light. Tongtian was squatting in the mud, his butt sticking up. In his hand, he clutched a tattered rag that was unrecognizable in color, tirelessly scrubbing a black iron basin larger than himself. As he scrubbed, he grinned broadly, nearly drooling into the basin. Splash! Tongtian flung the rag, sending a series of foul, dirty bubbles flying off. With a splat, it landed squarely on Laozi's forehead. Laozi's already wrinkled face turned darker, his beard trembling with rage, and his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yuan Shi was even worse off, slumped nearby with his eyes rolling back, covered in mud, resembling a dead dog just pulled from a pigsty. Puffed! Hong Jun's Adam's apple bobbed, a sweet and fishy taste surging in his throat. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden essence blood. The blood splattered on the green bricks in front of him, sizzling and emitting white smoke, burning small charred pits. His weathered face, resembling dried orange peel, turned the color of pig liver. Bloodshot eyes were filled with crimson, looking frightening. His chest heaved violently like a leaky bellows. Rebellious disciple. Rebellious disciple. Hong Jun squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, his voice sounding inhuman. He clutched his chest, gasping in pain. He had sent these three disciples to leverage the name of Panga's authentic lineage to probe the situation's undercurrents. Even if they couldn't win, they might at least force the opponent to reveal some flaws. But now, these three good-for-nothings not only failed to fight, but also bowed down and acknowledged their ancestors. Even more outrageous, they were squatting in the mud washing dishes. Hong Jun was so furious that smoke was practically rising from his head. They were the three saints of the Xianmen he had personally designated. They were his pawns to control the fortunes of the Hongwang. Now, with such humiliation, the entire Zixiao Palace could hardly contain it. He fixed his gaze on Tongtian, and the image, the muscles in the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Something's not right. Hong Jun suddenly leaned closer to the creation jade disc, nearly pressing his nose against it. He discovered that the layer of azure fortune originally tied closely to the heavenly Tao on Tongtian was slowly fading at a visible rate. Instead, there was a murky, thick, earthy yellow aura of the earth's fate seeping in. It was gradually infiltrating his meridians along Tongshan's feet, which were covered in yellow mud. This boy was integrating with the fate of the witch clan. Rebellious child. Hong Jun roared, shaking the Zixiao Palace's dome with his voice. How many Yuan meetings had he painstakingly plotted? Just as the script for the Fengshan calamity was half written, one of the protagonists was planning to switch sides. If Tongtian completely bound himself to the earthly path, it would directly collapse 1/3 of the foundation of his Xianmen. Wanna run? Not a chance. Hong Jun bit his tongue, disregarding the tearing pain in his meridians, forcibly squeezing out the last bit of unmerged heavenly Tao essence from his body. His hands formed seals, rapidly, golden light flashing from his fingertips. The chaotic air currents above the hall instantly became violent. Dark purple thunderclouds gathered out of nowhere, swirling with terrifying energy capable of obliterating the myriad worlds. Zixiao Divine Thunder. The most severe punishment of the heavenly Tao, carrying the will to eradicate all heresies. Before the thunder struck down, the smell of charred flesh already permeated the entire Zixiao Palace. Today I must shatter your sinful head and cleanse you of all that rebelliousness. Hong Jun's eyes widened, his right hand forming a sword gesture, pointing fiercely at Tongshan's head in the creation jade disc. Fall. But just as the thunder was about to cross the disc and strike down in the image, Su Chun, who had been lying on a broken Grand Master's chair, suddenly moved. He yawned, 2 drops of watery light gathering at the corners of his eyes. Slowly rising, his purple-gold boots tapped the ground. Su Chun neither looked up at the sky nor down at the 3 pure ones. He simply tilted his head slightly, his unfathomable gaze accurately meeting the perspective of the creation jade disc as if he were staring straight at Hong Jun's face across a void of countless miles. There was no anger in his eyes, only a thick sense of mockery and pity, as if looking at a fool. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile that was infuriating yet unrepentant. Then he leisurely raised his right hand, forming a fist. His middle finger slowly and firmly pointed toward. With clearly defined knuckles, he made a universally recognized gesture of friendliness. Hong Jun was stunned. That middle finger felt like an invisible sword directly stabbing into his eye socket. It shattered the dignity of the Dao ancestor he had upheld for thousands of years. You rebellious. You insolent wretch. Hong Jun trembled with rage, the lightning in his fingertips dissipating due to the chaos in his aura. Before he could gather the thunder again, a strand of purple primordial aura suddenly burst forth from Su Chen's finger. This aura was as fine as a strand of hair, yet it carried a tearing sensation that was overbearing and unreasonable. Crack! A clear sound of shattering echoed in the Zhixiao Palace. The creation jade disc in Hong Jun's hand cracked wide open in the middle, creating a gap 2 fingers wide. The jade surface, once radiating the brilliance of the heavenly Dao, instantly dimmed. On the jade disc, accompanied by a piercing noise, the screen went black. It was like a broken television with the power pulled, leaving no static behind. The secrets of heaven were thoroughly blocked off. No, my jade disc. Hong Jun cradled the cracked stone in his hands, his fingers trembling as if he were plucking cotton. The light in his eyes extinguished completely, leaving only endless hollow emptiness. The backlash of the heavenly Dao flowed back into his body through the jade disc. Bang! Hong Jun's knees buckled, collapsing onto the floor tiles. He gasped for air like an asphyxiated old dog, his throat producing a gurgling sound. Despair washed over him like a tide. He knew he had completely lost control of this game. In the backyard of the Pangu Hall, Su Chen retracted his hand, patting off non-existent dust from his palms. Peeping Tom. He mumbled to himself, leaning back against the Grandmaster's chair. He picked up the cold tea from before and took another sip. Beside him, Dong Huang Tai, he was fanning himself desperately with a broken banana leaf fan, his face swollen on one side, like a pig's head, with only a narrow slit for his eyes. Earlier, when Su Chen had raised his middle finger, a hint of that aura had nearly scared his soul away. Now he had to be cautious, even while breathing, lest the sound of his breath irritate this ancestor. By the muddy pit, Tantian had no idea he had just walked through the gates of death. He was polishing the iron basin in his hands until it shone, the bottom reflecting his oil-stained face. Uncle, look at this basin, it's so shiny. Tantian proudly lifted the iron basin over his head, grinning like a fool. How am I doing with this work? Can I join our witch clan? He shouted while kicking Laozi, who was still dazed nearby. Big brother, could you move a bit? The water's gone cold and the grease is sticking. Laozi jolted from the kick. He looked at his hands smeared with stinking slop, then at the third brother, excited like a fool. The feeling of suppressed anger surged within him. He sighed in resignation, picked up a tattered rag, and mechanically wiped the bowl in front of him. Third, you, take care of yourself. Laozi's voice was thin as a thread, filled with a sense of desolation. Su Chen glanced at Tantian. This kid was working hard, a smear of black grease on the tip of his nose, looking quite ridiculous. All right, stop showing off with that broken basin. Su Chen set down his teacup, tapping the edge of the stone table with his finger. Wash your hands and come here. Tongshin's eyes lit up instantly at the words. He tossed the rag aside, which landed on Yuan Shi's face with a soft thud, causing a weak grunt. He rubbed his hands on his crumpled blue sword robe. The mud and grease stained the robe black. He then scampered over to stand properly in front of Su Chen. Uncle, you command. Tantian rubbed his hands together, his face filled with anticipation. Are you going to teach me the supreme technique you used to break through second brother's pressure? His eyes darted as he already began to plan how to show off this technique in Hongwon. Su Chen snorted coldly, sizing him up as if looking at a fool. Supreme technique. Is that all that's in? Su Chen pulled out the crumpled blueprint from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, it unfolded with a whoosh. Here I don't talk about anything like peace and non-action, nor do I engage in any of that esoteric nonsense of the Zhixiao Palace. Su Chen pointed at the dense physics-like symbols on the blueprint. Want to become stronger? He smirked, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Sure. Here I only care about results. Su Chen flipped his wrist, pulling out a thick stack of bound scrolls made from animal hide from the system space. With a slap, it landed squarely on Tongshin's chest. The heavy animal hide scroll knocked Tantian back half a step, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He clumsily embraced the stack of scrolls, looking down at it. A line of large characters read, Fundamentals of Hongwong Physics and Chemistry Revised Edition, from Beginner to Ascension. What? What is this? Tantian flipped to the first page, staring at the twisted symbols and shape. What with law of energy conservation, spiritual energy, magnetic field resonance analysis, and high-temperature fusion reactions of formation nodes. He felt like a swarm of flies buzzing in his head. Every word was familiar, but put together it was even more dizzying than the heavenly Tao mantra of the Zhixiao Palace. Examination paper. Su Chun leaned forward, pointing at the cover of the stack of animal hide scrolls. I have broken down the heavenly Tao principles of Hong Huang into the most basic physics and chemistry formulas. He pointed at Zhu Rong, who was welding pipes nearby. See, he controls fire not with magic, but with thermodynamic laws. Su Chun then pointed at the distant spiritual energy conversion tower. That thing combines formation and nuclear fusion principles. He observed Tongshin's face gradually stiffen, his tone carrying an unyielding dominance. Want to learn skills? Fine. First you must thoroughly digest this physics and chemistry book. After completing this set of papers with passing grades, I will teach you how to engrave the principles as tattoos on your body. Tong Tian, holding the stack of heavy animal hide scrolls, felt like crying without tears. He swallowed hard, feeling the weight of what he held was hotter than a Tai Chi diagram. Uncle, I can't deduce these things without a primordial spirit, he said with a forlorn expression, wanting to back out. Su Chun let out a cold laugh. No primordial spirit. What I'm teaching is physics, relying on your brain to calculate and your hands to conduct experiments. He kicked Tong Tian in the butt. Go to that muddy area and draw diagrams with a twig for me. If you can't solve the first question within 3 days, it'll make you lick all the remaining dishes clean. Su Chin's kick was merciless, the tip of his golden boots landing firmly on Tong Tian's backside. Tong Tian stumbled forward, nearly losing his grip on the heavy stack of beast skins in his arms. Several sheets of draft paper covered in chaotic symbols were swept away by the wind, spiraling down into a muddy puddle. Ouch, uncle. Please kick gently, my back is already in bad shape. Tong Tian shouted hoarsely. He quickly squatted down with his big backside sticking out frantically, trying to retrieve the draft papers from the muddy water. The paper was smeared with yellow mud, rendering the already obscure formulas completely illegible. Tong Tian winced in pain, carefully wiping the dirt with his sleeve. This is a treasure. If I ruin it, I'll really have to lick plates clean. He muttered, rearranging the scrolls and finding a slightly drier piece of blue stone to sit cross-legged on. The 12 ancestral witches had already stopped their work and gathered around. Each one bare-chested, their bodies reeking of sweat, mixed with the burnt smell of welding, surrounded Tong Tian. They looked like they were watching monkeys at a circus. Gong Gong, with half his face swollen, moved in closest. He leaned forward, squinting, his only remaining eye peering at the beast skin scroll. I say, dear brother Sanqing, do you recognize the characters on this thing given by Uncle A? Gong Gong poked the beast skin that read, kinetic energy equals 1/2 mass times velocity squared, with his oil-smeared finger. What does mass mean? What does speed mean? This looks like a worm crawling, even harder to recognize than the Taoist runes. Zhu Rong, standing nearby, crossed his arms and laughed maliciously. He revealed a mouthful of teeth stained with ash. Haha, little brother, you don't know this yet, do you? He kicked a scrap iron pipe by his feet, producing a crisp sound. This problem from Uncle is far more unbearable than being struck by lightning. Zhu Rong recalled the sour experience of controlling the temperature of the southern Ming fire just now and couldn't help but shiver. I just miscalculated that. That whatever it is the second law of thermodynamics. He pointed to his half. I almost roasted myself into well-done meat. Listening to the ridicule of these muscle-bound men, Tong Tian's face shifted from green to pale. As the esteemed leader of the Qing Tong Tian sect, he was born with knowledge and had outstanding comprehension among the Sanqing. Usually when listening to Hongjun's teachings, he was always the first to comprehend. But now, staring at this stack of beast skin papers, he felt his intelligence was severely insulted. You all don't understand a thing. Tong Tian strained his neck, putting on a brave face. This is the supreme Tao passed down by Uncle. It is the truth that subverts the rules of the Tao. He casually picked up a broken tree branch that someone had discarded on the ground and began to scribble wildly in the mud. Isn't it just kinetic energy? If I, Tong Tian, can't solve this, I'll eat this branch. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the formula on the beast skin scroll. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Not far away in the shadows, Laozi and Yuan Shi were squatting in front of a basin of dirty water, holding a cloth. Both were silent, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt like it could drip water. Yuan Shi was washing a chipped, broken bowl, his knuckles turning white from pressure. He listened to Tong Tian's fervent declarations from afar, his breath quickening with anger, his chest heaving violently. This wretch. Simply incomprehensible. Yuan Shi's voice was low, laced with a gritting of teeth hatred. Instead of cultivating the proper Tao of the mystical gate, he runs off to learn those barbaric tricks. He is willingly descending into depravity, completely losing face for the authentic Pangu. Laozi remained silent. His murky eyes stared at the oil-stained cloth in his hand. Yet in his mind the image of Su Chun flicking away the Taiji diagram replayed repeatedly. That power was neither magic nor formation, but a pure physical crushing. Laozi sighed, placing the cleaned bowl aside. Second brother stopped talking. His voice was hoarse, filled with profound fatigue and confusion. Perhaps our Tao has really gone astray. Yuan Shi was stunned, looking at Laozi in disbelief. You? How can you also? Laozi shook his head, no longer speaking, but bowed his head to continue washing dishes. The sun in the backyard of Pango Hall was growing more scorching. The heat caused the muddy water on the ground to rise in waves of white smoke. Tong Tian had already been sitting on the blue stone slab for 3 hours. Around him, the muddy ground was filled with various strange symbols and figures, all drawn with that broken tree branch. Some looked like a tangled mess, others like dog footprints. Tong Tian's once neatly tied hairband had long since come undone, his hair hanging down like weeds over his shoulders. He held his head in both hands, fingers digging into his hair, pulling desperately. No, this isn't right. He muttered nervously, his eyes red and bloodshot. Mass times velocity squared. If I consider spiritual energy as mass, then speed. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes unfocused, looking like a crazed madman. How do you calculate speed? Does the speed of a magical artifact flying out relate to wind resistance? Tong Tian snapped the branch in his hand in two, throwing the pieces hard to the ground. This isn't even a problem made by a human. He howled to the heavens, his voice filled with despair and breakdown. Uncle, what kind of technique is this? My brain is about to explode. Su Chun was comfortably napping in the armchair. Tai Yi diligently fanned beside him, afraid of displeasing the master with a small breeze. Hearing Tong Tian's wail, Su Chun didn't even lift his eyelids. He turned over, finding a more comfortable position, mumbling indistinctly. If you can't figure it out, go wash plates, don't disturb my sleep. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian shivered in fright and quickly clutched the scattered beast's skins tightly. No. Uncle, I can calculate it. I will definitely figure it out. He glanced at Laozi and Yuan Shi's stooped figures in the distance, a surge of inexplicable competitiveness rising in his heart. Tong Tian will never follow in their footsteps. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes. Since there was no primordial spirit deduction, he could only rely on the simplest method. Trying again and again, simulating over and over, he began to construct that formula in his mind. He imagined sword chi as a heavy object and wind direction as resistance. Time passed second by second. The sun was setting and the sky gradually darkened. Torches were lit inside the Pango Hall. The flickering flames illuminated Tong Tian's face, covered in grease and dirt. He remained still like a statue. Di Zhang walked by with a shovel, peering over. Uncle, this kid isn't stuck on the problem, is he? He scratched his scruffy beard. He's been sitting there for half a day, not even making a peep. Su Chen opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched. He looked at Tong Tian, a hint of barely noticeable appreciation flashing in his eyes. The tenacity of this kid was quite beyond his expectations. Suddenly, Tong Tian's tightly closed eyes burst open. In those bloodshot eyes, two brilliant flashes of light erupted, like two torches suddenly igniting in the darkness. I understand. He leaped up from the ground, his voice sharp with extreme excitement. I understand. Kinetic energy equals 1/2 mass times velocity squared. Tong Tian danced around like a madman. He grabbed the broken branch on the ground. A glimmer of pure celestial light emerged from his fingertips, forcefully infusing it into the branch. The once fragile branch instantly became as hard as iron, radiating a faint blue light. He turned around, his gaze fixed fiercely on a desolate mountain outside the wall of the Pango Hall. Uncle, watch closely. Tong Tian roared, his right arm yanking back, muscles tensing instantly. He did not use any spells or recite any incantations. He simply transformed the calculated value of velocity squared into the explosive power of his physical body. Whooshed! The branch was released. There was no dazzling light, nor was there an ear-splitting sonic boom. Only an extremely faint whoosh sound. It pierced through the air silently like a needle. In that instant of release, the ordinary branch astonishingly broke through some kind of limit. It left a nearly imperceptible transparent shadow in the air. Boom! A few breaths later, the desolate mountain 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, it snapped cleanly in two from the middle. The upper half of the mountain slowly slid down, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The earth shook as if there had been an earthquake. In the backyard of the Pango Hall, there was a deathly silence. Only the crackling of the burning torches could be heard. The 12 ancestral witches were dumbfounded. Zhu Rong's grass stick fell from his mouth, and he didn't even notice. Gong Gong's single eye was nearly bulging out. This was done by that broken branch just now. He stuttered, pointing at the distant broken mountain, his voice trembling. Tong Tian remained in the pose of throwing the branch. He stared at the masterpiece in the distance, his entire body shaking violently. Not out of fear, but extreme exhilaration. This is the power of physical laws. This is the truth Uncle spoke of. No need to expend vast amounts of magical power, no need for complicated formations. Only the simplest formula, the purest explosion. Uncle, I figured it out. Tong Tian suddenly turned his head, looking at Su Chun with eyes that sparkled with excitement. He held up another piece of iron covered in crooked array patterns, rushing over like a child seeking praise. If this array is engraved on a sword, it can allow the flying sword's speed to break through the light barrier. Not even a Quasi-Saint could react in time. Laozi and Yuan Shi were washing dishes not far away. Seeing the usually unruly third brother unleash such terrifying power at this moment, a twinge of subtle jealousy arose in both their hearts. The cloth in Laozi's hand fell into the water, splashing a few drops of dirty water. Yuan Shi stared at Tong Tian intently, his expression utterly complex. He actually learned that kind of demonic technique. Yuan Shi muttered to himself as his faith crumbled completely in that moment. Su Chen looked at Tong Tian, who was excited to the point of nearly jumping up. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. He stood up and patted Tong Tian on the shoulder. Not bad, you've passed this first problem. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Then, uncle, what should we learn next? Can you teach me how to engrave the laws into my muscles? He rubbed his hands, eagerly asking. Su Chen glanced at him, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What's the rush? He pointed at the several large baskets of untouched beast skins nearby. This is just the first problem. There are still 10,000 more to go. Tong Tian's smile instantly froze. 10,000 more. He swallowed hard, feeling his legs weaken. Yes, if you don't finish, you're not allowed to eat. Su Chen yawned and lay back down in the armchair. By the way, those baskets contain advanced mathematics and the fundamentals of quantum mechanics. He closed his eyes. Study hard, learn math and chemistry well, and your ancestor will lead you down the path of scientific cultivation. Tong Tian sat cross-legged on the scorching green stone slab. He gripped a half-broken tree branch tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain. He stared intently at the convoluted symbols on the animal skin scroll before him, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The wind carried the scents of machine oil and sweat, tangling his disheveled hair against his muddy face. What on earth is this bizarre symbol, uncle? What does equivalence of mass and energy mean? Tong Tian irritably tugged at his hair. With a sharp pull, he yanked out a small tuft of black hair, which was swept away by the wind into a nearby muddy pit. His current appearance bore no trace of the future sage's ethereal demeanor. He resembled a mad diviner lost in obsession. The following days, the atmosphere in the backyard of the Pango Hall had completely gone awry. Su Chun had somehow procured a massive black stone slab propped up next to the high furnace. He held a large, ghostly white bone as a teaching pointer. Smack! Smack! The bone struck the black slab, sending chalk dust. No stone powder flying everywhere. Everyone lend me your ears. Su Chen stood before the blackboard, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms. He pointed at the circles and connecting lines drawn on the blackboard. This is not called the heavenly Tao formation. This is the molecular fission diagram of spiritual energy. Seated below was a row of students. Tong Tian sat in the middle, his back straight, frantically recording in the mud with the tree branch. To his left was Zhu Mang, sporting a head of verdant grass for hair, looking utterly bewildered. To his right was Ho Tu, clutching a large iron hammer, his eyes wide as copper bells. Even Xing Tian and Kwa Fu, who had just finished their work, were squatting behind, eavesdropping on the lesson. When you fight, you just waste energy without thinking. Inefficient. Su Chen tapped Zhu Mang's head with the bone pointer. You, the ancestor of, would need to gather energy for half a day just to release a vine. Do you understand what cellular accelerated division means? Zhu Mang scratched at the green leaves on his head, two falling off. Uncle, what is a cell? Can it be eat? Su Chen rolled his eyes, barely suppressing the urge to kick him. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. Go home and solve these 10 plant growth cycle problems. He turned to Tong Tian, who was currently bent over, his nose nearly touching the ground. The tree branch was sketching rapidly in the mud while he muttered to himself. Spiritual energy density. Resistance coefficient. Friction generates heat. He didn't use his divine sense at all, since Su Chun had said that using divine sense was cheating and would not allow him to grasp the true essence of physical laws. Tong Tian was using the most primitive and clumsy method. He was calculating hard. Laozi and Yuan Shi were squatting nearby by the washing basin, mechanically scrubbing the never-ending pile of greasy iron pans. Yuan Shi's hands had turned pale, the gaps in his nails filled with black mud. Occasionally, he would glance over at the frenzied Tong Tian, his eyes filled with complexity and reluctance. Big brother. Is little three really going insane? Yuan Shi whispered, his throat feeling like it was clogged with phlegm. He's ignoring the supreme Tao methods to learn those crude tricks that even beasts disdain. Laozi sighed, the cloth scraping against the bottom of the basin, producing a harsh sound. Second brother, can't you see? A deep sense of apprehension flickered in his murky eyes. That's not brute force. What he's teaching seems to directly point to the very foundation of the great Tao. Laozi gazed at the incomprehensible symbols drawn by Tong Tian on the ground, his fingers trembling involuntarily. The heavenly Tao. Perhaps it truly is just a shell. In a blink, half a month had passed. The air in the backyard of Pango Hall was permeated with a strong mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Tongshan's eye sockets were deeply sunken, sporting two large dark circles. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, giving him the appearance of a starving wolf that hadn't slept for days. The muddy ground beside him had been dug half a foot deep, littered with his discarded drafts. Suddenly, with a crit, the tree branch in Tongshan's hand broke. He froze in place. The ancestral beings working around him all stopped, looking at him with curiosity. Jerome, holding a welding gun, made a sizzling sound. What's wrong with third brother? Has he lost his mind? The next second, Tong Tian suddenly jumped up from the ground. With his arms raised high, he howled at the sky, his voice infused with a joy that seemed to tear everything apart. Ah, I understand. I finally understand. This roar shook the nearby scrap metal pipes, causing them to vibrate loudly. He charged towards Su Chun like a cannonball, clutching a piece of iron engraved with crooked and rough formation patterns. The edges of the iron plate still bore the sharp burrs from when it was cut. Uncle! Uncle! Tong Tian dashed in front of the armchair, stepping into a puddle, splashing muddy water onto Su Chen's boot. He paid no heed to this. With both hands, he lifted the broken iron plate before Su Chen's eyes, shaking with excitement. I've figured it out. The formula for air resistance and the conversion of spiritual energy, kinetic energy. Tongshan's saliva flew everywhere, spraying Tai's face. Tai, tied up beside him, turned his head in disdain, but dared not speak. Uncle, look. Tong Tian pointed at the ugly patterns on the iron plate. As long as this thing is engraved on the sword, it won't consume a bit of magical power and can perfectly cut through air resistance. This formation can make the flying sword's speed directly break through the light barrier. Tongshan's voice was almost cracking. The light barrier. Even the divine sense of a Quasi-Saint can't react to its speed. Su Chun lay on the armchair, his eyelids slightly lifting. He looked at Tongshan's face, twisted with excitement, and the rough iron plate in his hand. He reached out to take the iron plate, running his fingers over the formation patterns. The fragments of chaos, primordial treasures, let out a mournful wail in the divine fire. Even the once invincible fragments of the annihilation, although it was a bit slow and the drawing looked like a dog's paw, at least you didn't embarrass me as your ancestor. He yawned and clapped his hands. Congratulations, you've touched the threshold of scientific cultivation. Tong Tian hugged the iron plate as if it were a priceless treasure. He grinned widely, showing a mouthful of teeth stained with mud. Hee, uncle, when shall we conduct an experiment? I'll go carve a wooden sword right now to try it out. He turned around, eager to run. Just then a loud crash came from the washing basin area. A large iron basin in Laozi's hand had fallen to the ground, shattering into pieces. Both Laozi and Yuanshi stared intently at the iron plate in Tongshan's hand. They exchanged glances. In each other's eyes they clearly saw a flicker of something. It was not disdain for strange tricks, but rather a hint of suppressed faint. Jealousy. Yes, jealousy. They had cultivated for countless years, still having to look up to the heavenly Tao to borrow a sliver of the power of the laws. Yet little three, in just half a month, through those incomprehensible symbols drawn in the mud, had managed to grasp the power that could surpass Quasi-Saint perception. Yuanshi bit his lower lip, the metallic taste spreading in his mouth. His hands, gripping the dirty cloth, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Scientific cultivation. He silently recited these 4 words in his heart, feeling the Tao heart he had upheld all along crack open with a deep fissure. The rough iron shard in Tongshan's hand looked like an unfinished scrap. Its edges were jagged with sawtooth burrs that tore the calloused skin of his palm, letting a thin vein of blood bead out. Yet the crooked array glyphs etched upon it sizzled, exuding a faint, ghostly blue glow. The light was dim, but it carried a savage force, as if it could rend the very air. Su Chen lay back in the Grandmaster's chair. He idly plucked a wild fruit from the platter beside him, tossed it up, and caught it in his mouth. The flesh snapped crisp beneath his teeth. Tart sweet juices burst across his tongue. Not bad, third brother. Su Chen mumbled indistinctly, his peripheral vision fixed on Tong Tian. This rough iron shard may be crude, but it has at least absorbed those basic formulas. He brushed the fruit crumbs from his purple gold Tao robe. Seems you didn't waste my few days of spittle then. That rare compliment landed in Tongshan's ears like a benediction, sweeter to him than a millennium of Hongjun's sermons in Zixiao Palace. Tongshan's bloodshot eyes flared bright, like twin lanterns. His atoms apple bobbed twice as he swallowed a dry mouthful that tasted faintly of earth. Uncle, you mean my approach is sound, he cried, stamping with excitement, until the slate beneath his feet, covered with scrawled drafts, gave a complaining thud. How will you know unless you try? Su Chun yawned lazily, nodding toward a nearby corner piled with discarded iron tubes. There's plenty of material there. Fiddle with it yourself. Don't stand in my wind. With that, Tong Tian bolted like a loosed hound. His soul splashed through a muddy pit, flinging a half-meter spray that plastered mud over Kwafu, who was kneading clay nearby. Boy, what the... You pampered Predaboy hurrying to be reborn. Kwafu wiped the muck from his face and spat curses at Tongshin's retreating back. Tongtian did not hear him. Tongshin's head buzzed only with dancing physical formulas, array nodes, and energy conversion rates. In that instant, the first volume king of Honghuang was born. In the days that followed, the rear courtyard of Pango Hall was utterly ravaged. Tongtian cradled thick stacks of beast-hide scrolls and darted around Mount Buzhou like a tireless madman. He forsook sleep and food. Even his once elegant cyan sword robe was burned through in a dozen uneven black holes, giving off the acrid stench of char. Chang Liang, where have you gone? Tongtian bawled, sprinting up the mountainside as thunder roared. Chang Liang, perched on a stone, picking at his toes, lurched in fright at the shout, nearly tearing his nail free. What? I just finished receiving lightning. Am resting. Seeing Tongshin's face twisted with feverish excitement, he instinctively recoiled. Tongtian seized Chang Liang's arm with surprising force. No resting. Elder Uncle said this is a conductivity test. He produced from his bosom a long iron rod that glinted blue, its surface carved with countless array glyphs. Come on, direct the fiercest lightning onto this pipe. They'll see if I can compress and channel the thunder's power twofold. Chang Liang swallowed, his skin crawling at the sight of the dangerous rod. Can that work? Don't blow the two of us to pieces. Enough talk. If it explodes, it's on me. Tongtian barked, thrusting the iron rod into Chang Liang's hands and running Tinzhong away to take notes. A purple thunderbolt as thick as a water jar slammed into the rod. A blinding flash lit half of Mount Buzhou, followed by an ear-splitting detonation. The rod shattered into a rain of iron shards. Chang Liang was daubed in soot hair, standing on, and he spat a mouthful of black smoke. The blast tossed Tongtian into the mud, but he popped up as if unscathed, dusting himself off with terrifying bright eyes. Oh, I see. The glyph's load limit is insufficient. The material is no good. He ran off like a gust, leaving Chang Liang bewildered in the wreckage. What the hell is that monster? Chang Liang rubbed his numb arm in bitter disbelief. Tongshin's next victim would be Zhurong. Beside the smelting furnace, the heat could fry an egg. Zhurong stood, shirtless, sweat pouring as he regulated the southern flame of Nanjingli. Fourth brother. Tongtian trotted over like a supplicant, clutching a handful of strange multicolored ores and dumping them into a spare crucible by the furnace. Melt these in a 3:1 ratio. Elder Uncle Scroll calls this alloy smelting. Zhurong wiped sweat and scowl from his face. Get lost. I'm busy turning pipes into iron. No time for your pretend play. Please, if this works, hardness will increase tenfold. Our pipes won't blow to pieces from lightning anymore. Tongtian pestered him shamelessly. Half an hour later, a pungent green smoke hissed from the crucible. Zhurong choked and coughed until tears ran. Tongtian, ecstatic, drew out with great tongs a lump of metal glowing with a dim golden sheen. Huh, it worked. I told you the formula was right. Yet this triumph would not end the chaos. Tongshin's mad experiments inevitably spawned repeated failures and explosions. Once he created a so-called spirit energy turbine acceleration array plate. One misetch stroke, and the plate ran wild. Terrifying currents of spiritual energy whipped through the backyard like a tornado. Laozi and Yuanshi, washing dishes at the time, suffered the worst. Laozi's battered wooden tub was shredded, soapy water splashed all over him. A flying iron shard clipped a chunk from Yuanshi's beard. Third brother. You wretched child. Yuanshi hurled his filthy cloth to the ground, pointing and railing at Tongtian. Tongtian emerged from the ruins sullen and smudged, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ah, big brother, my mistake. The variable control wasn't precise. His eyes darted guiltily toward Laozi and Yuanshi. Hey, big brother, second brother. Tongtian suddenly brightened as if had discovered new land and ran over in a few strides. Elder Uncle said scientific experiments require rigorous protective measures. He pointed at Yuanshi. Second brother, can't your Sanbao Yurui stabilize earth, water, fire, and wind? Lend it to me. Next time, help dampen the shockwave when it explodes. Yuanshi nearly fainted with indignation. You are dreaming. I would hand my venerable innate treasure to you to shield your frivolous contraptions. Laozi's face darkened like a burnt pan. Third, do not be excessive. Tongtian shrugged and spread. Fine, never mind. Elder Uncle says we lack experimental data. Tonight no one eats. He drew out the word as if sighing. At the mention of no food and 10,000 iron basins, Laozi and Yuanshi's expressions changed at once. They had nearly broken from washing plates these days. To starve tonight would break a sage's dignity. Laozi clenched his teeth and, trembling, pulled from his bosom the Taiji chart, smudged with a little mud. I will help you stabilize the chaotic spiritual currents, but do not take advantage of me. Yuanshi folded his eyes in humiliation and reluctantly manifested the Sanbao Yurui. Thus, the most absurd scene in Hongwang history appeared in the rear courtyard of Pango Hall, two future celestial sages standing guard, clutching top-tier innate treasures. Like beleaguered safety officers, they stood tensely nearby, ready at any instant to suppress whatever bizarre experiment Tongtian might unleash. Through failure and refinement, Tongshan's cyan sword robe lay in tatters, its original form lost. But the light in his eyes grew only brighter. He not only mastered those basic physical formulas, he began to extrapolate, fusing the sect's future array concepts with scientific principles into a seamless whole. One day, on a side peak of Mount Buzhou, the autumn wind cut cold. Tongtian stood upon a makeshift stone. He cradled a sphere the size of a basketball, forged entirely of a dark golden alloy. Its surface was etched with dense, exquisitely intricate microglyphs. The thing emanated an unstable aura like a miniature star ready to detonate. It was his sleepless, feverish culmination, the concentrated spirit energy bomb. All 12 Zhuwu ancestors had come peering from behind a distant earthen mound. Laozi and Yuanshi were drafted as unwilling assistants, faces drawn as they stood at Tongshan's sides. They gripped the Taiji chart and Sanbao Yurui so tightly their palms sweated. "Big brother, second brother, are you ready?" Tongshan's voice trembled with excitement. "If this detonates, its force will be 10 times greater than a Quasi-Saint's full strike." He licked his cracked lips and set a finger upon the activation node of a starting glyph. "On my count, rate 3. Laozi inhaled deeply as the yin-yang on the Taiji chart began to turn. 2. Yuanshi gritted his teeth as the Sanbao Yurui emitted a faint tricolored radiance. Just as Tongtian was about to shout, 1, the western horizon shifted. The sky, once clear blue, was suddenly tinged with a sickly dark golden halo. 2 dry, rasping coughs, edged with bitterness, echoed across the valley without warning. The sound was small but sly, and then 2 somewhat shabby golden lotuses, petals browning at the edges, drifted lazily from the clouds. Standing upon them were 2 gaunt figures in tattered kasayas. Amitba, intoned one of them, a bald, sallow-faced monk with triangular eyes, hands clasped in prayer. His eyes slid with a roving cunning and landed precisely on the metal sphere in Tongshan's hands, which thrummed with terrifying energy. He swallowed his atoms, apple bobbing, as a green gleam of avarice flashed in his gaze. "Well done, well done." He croaked, his voice like a public duck's, uttering one of Honghuang's most notorious robber aphorisms. "Gold radiates to the heavens here, spiritual energy presses upon the air." He shamelessly pointed at the bomb in Tongshan's grasp. "It seems such a wondrous treasure is most intimately connected to my west." The dry wind swept 2 faded golden lotuses, swaying as they fell onto the mound outside the pane. Jane and Junti stepped down from the lotus platform. The 2 were so emaciated that their skin clung to their bones, and their oversized tattered robes hung on them like 2 sticks wrapped in cloth bags. A gust of wind blew, causing the 2 thin legs beneath their robes to shake precariously. "Oh, senior brother, take it easy." Junti reached out to support Jane. As he stretched out his hand, his gaze was drawn to the blue network below, which seemed to stick to his eyes, refusing. "Hiss." He took a deep breath of the metallic-tasting air, his throat quickly rolling and making a dry swallow. Jiayan's face, already resembling a bitter melon, contorted further, looking as if he had just chewed 3 pounds of bitter herbs. He rubbed his icy fingertips, squinting his triangular eyes to slits gleaming with greed. "Junior brother, the spiritual energy in this realm is at least several hundred times richer than that of our broken hills in the west." Jane lowered his voice, tinged with an unmistakable sourness. He pointed to a high tower not far away, topped with a crystal ball. The crystal ball was radiating a pure, deep blue spiritual light, piercing his eyes painfully. "Look at that pillar. The jewels encrusted on it must be innate treasures for gathering spiritual energy." The 2 had been out for several days, taking advantage of the autumn winds. With the spiritual veins in the west severed and impoverished, even the spiritual grass had been completely pulled out. Earlier, from afar, they saw flames rising from the direction of Buzhou Mountain and thought it was the tomb of some powerful being exploding. They hurried over, hoping to pick up some scraps. Unexpectedly, what greeted their eyes was a steel forest they couldn't comprehend, yet it was overflowing with wealth. Zhuanti licked his cracked lower lip, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. He adjusted his patched robe and pretended to join his hands in prayer. "What senior brother said is true." Zhuanti squinted around with thieving eyes. The group of bare-chested men were engrossed in fiddling with iron pieces, ignoring the 2. As for the young man in a tattered blue robe, shouting excitedly while holding a round ball, he didn't give him a second glance. He looked like a scattered cultivator with unclear wits. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to the virtuous. Zhuanti cleared his throat, adopting a mask of compassion. He stepped through the mud, stumbling towards the center of the construction site. "Amitba." He lingered on the tone, his voice dripping with insincere piety. "I am Zhuanti, honored to meet you fellow Taoists." This invocation lacked any magical power, but was loud enough. Tong Tian, who was busy winding up the spiritual energy bomb, trembled, nearly misplacing the formation pattern. He looked up, his face covered in soot, glaring angrily at the two uninvited guests. Who are these beggars? Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost. Tong Tian had a volatile temper, and now, lost in the fervor of his scientific experimentation, he had no time to spare for them. Meanwhile, Laozi and Yuanshi, who were acting as security, had the time to observe. The two recognized these notorious beggars from the west. Laozi sighed as the light of the Taiji diagram in his hand dimmed. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his face away in disgust. Two beggars daring to come to this filthy place for a thrill, truly birds of a feather flock together, he muttered softly. Zhuanti seemed not to hear Tongshan's insults, his face thick enough to block the sun's true fire. He fixated on a newly welded, still warm, main pipe at Tongshan's feet. The pipe, as thick as a water tank, flowed with highly compressed liquid spiritual energy, blue light flickering through the pipe wall. Oh dear, my sin, my sin. Zhuanti hurried forward, his face creased in a smile like an old chrysanthemum. He joined his hands in prayer and deeply bowed to the pipe. I observe this black iron pillar containing profound mysteries and reclusive spiritual light. As he spoke, he shamelessly extended his withered chicken-like hand. There was still black dirt hidden beneath his fingernails. This item has a great destiny with our West. Zhuanti chanted scriptures, but his hands were not idle. He had fallen into his old habit. Whenever he spotted something good, he would utter that famous saying, and his hand would instinctively reach for his pocket. It didn't matter if it was a metal pillar or a tree branch, he planned to take it back to the West. How dare you? Tong Tian was furious. He had just calculated the node, and if this bald donkey messed it up, the entire construction site would explode. He placed the round ball on the ground and grabbed a nearby broken branch, ready to strike. However, before Tong Tian, in midair, a sudden rush of wind came. Whoosh! The air was scratched by some coarse fibers, releasing a pungent odor of earthy dirt and musty sweat. Zunti's fingertips were less than half an inch away from the scorching pipe. He could even feel the warmth emanating. He felt pleased that this trip was not in vain. At least he could scrape some iron back to forge a bowl. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. A massive shadow descended from above, blocking out the sunlight. An overwhelming, strange stench, as if mixed with tens of thousands of foul socks and rotten pickled vegetables, slammed into his nose. What? What is that? Zhuanti was momentarily stunned, tilting his neck to see. Smack! A huge rough sack, still bearing several strands of rough hemp rope, fell down. With a heavy downward force, it precisely and forcefully landed on the smooth, bald head of Zhuanti. The opening of the sack slid down, completely enveloping Zunti's upper body along with his restless chicken-like hands. Whoa! As the sack covered Zunti's head, he inhaled half a mouthful of fresh air, only to have it transformed into an unbearable stench of dust. He let out a muffled, strangled cry from his throat, like a chicken caught by the neck. Inside the sack, it was pitch black, and the overwhelming stench almost made him pass out. He desperately waved his arms, trying to tear off the sack covering his head. Junior brother, Jane, standing behind, was startled by this sudden turn of events. His bony face turned pale instantly, his triangular eyes bulging wide. He instinctively stepped forward, wanting to pull Zhuanti back. Whoosh! Before Jiayin's hand could reach out, a black, rusty metal crowbar brushed past his nose. The gust from the crowbar whipped Jiayin's gaunt face painfully. Several dry yellow eyebrows were cleanly sliced off, falling to the ground. Bang! A dull sound resonated. The crowbar smashed into the bluestone slab just an inch from Jiayin's toes, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. The bluestone slab instantly cracked open with a wrist-wide gap. Jiayin was startled, his whole body shivering and his calves cramped. With a thud, he plopped down onto the ground. His dry tailbone hit the gravel, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, gasping for air. He looked up along the crowbar embedded in the ground. Against the sunlight, a young man in a purple golden Dao robe was leisurely stepping on the main pipe that Zhuanti had just set his sights on. Su Qin stood on the pipe with one foot, while casually resting the other beside it. He had a piece of dry grass in his mouth, chewing it as it swayed up and down. In his deep-set eyes there was a glint of mockery and coldness, as if he were looking at a corpse. He extended a finger to dig in his ear, flicking away a speck of dust. Who are you two trying to get close to? Su Qin's voice was not loud, but it was laced with a chilling coldness. He looked down at the writhing Zhuanti in the sack, who resembled a large maggot. A wicked smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Here with me, the ground is filled with treasures. Su Qin lightly kicked the broken sack with the tip of his shoe. A muffled grunt escaped Zhuanti from inside the sack. Look at this mud, look at this iron pipe. Su Qin raised his hand, pointing at the chaotic construction site around them. Isn't everything here worth more than your broken hills in the west? He spat the dry grass from his mouth onto the ground, sneering. Destiny. Today I'll show you what a fateful bond really means. Meanwhile, Xingtian and Quafu had already put down their work. The two exchanged glances and approached with grins. Xingtian clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. Kuafu held a half-eaten large bone glistening with grease. Tongtian, also holding a spiritually volatile energy bomb, excitedly moved forward to join the scene. Uncle, this bald donkey just tried to steal our main pipe. I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, Tongtian no longer cared about Saints pointing at Juanti in the sack and reporting. His paw was almost on it. If you hadn't acted quickly, this pipe would have exploded today. Jane, sitting on the ground, watched as this group of fierce-looking brutes surrounded them, especially the young man in the purple-golden robe whose hidden aura made him feel a primal shudder. He swallowed hard, feeling as if his throat was about to ignite. This gentleman, fellow Taoist, Jane stammered, attempting to invoke some backing. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He pointed at the sack on the ground, his voice trembling. My junior brother. His eyesight is poor and his mind is a bit slow. Jane stuttered desperately, trying to invoke the title of named disciple of the Dao ancestor. We are disciples named by the Dao ancestor Hongjun of the Zhixiao Palace. As he spoke, he observed Su Qin's expression closely, not looking at the monk's face, but at the Buddha's face, considering the Dao ancestor. Dao ancestor. Hearing these two words, Su Qin's mockery deepened rather than fear. He lifted his foot off the pipe and walked over to the writhing sack. Raising his purple golden boot he stomped hard on the protruding part of the sack. Bang! A deep, thunderous impact echoed, accompanied by a distorted scream from Juanti inside the sack. Ow! Juanti was flattened against the ground, his spine making a painful grinding sound. He curled up in the sack like a ripe shrimp, unable to make a sound from the pain. Su Qin stepped on Zunti's back, even applying pressure for a couple of times. It was like crushing a stinky bug. He looked down at Jane, who was stunned. The cold light in his eyes made that old mud fish Hongjun doesn't even dare to descend and meddle in ancestors' affairs. Su Qin leaned slightly, his voice carrying an unreasonable bandit tone. You two beggars think you can use him to pressure me. He pressed down again with his shoe, and Juanti let out a weak whimper from within the sack. I see you two are really asking for it. Su Qin looked up, nodding at Xingtian. Old Seven, go. He grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Tear open the sack and let this bald head breathe. Don't let him suffocate. We still need to settle the score later. Su Qin stood on the back of Juanti, his purple golden boots sinking into the filthy folds of the burlap sack. The dirt and grime from the soles of his shoes were now smeared all over the spine of the future saint from the west. In his hand, he wielded a pitch-black crowbar, the tip still bearing traces of rust. As he twisted his wrist, the crowbar cut through the air, producing a sharp whoosh sound. Dao ancestor. Su Qin raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. The smile held no warmth, resembling a shard of ice. Oh, is that the named disciple of the old mud eel from the Purple Cloud Palace? How truly disrespectful. He deliberately elongated the last syllable, twisting it like a performer in a play. Yet the force beneath his feet suddenly pressed down fiercely. The purple golden boots seemed to carry immense power, directly shattering the protective golden light that Juanti had just gathered. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as bones misaligned. A shrill scream erupted from the sack like a cat with its tail stepped on. Ah, senior brother, save me. This brute has broken my ribs. Juanti flailed desperately within the sack, his thin arms thrashing against the coarse fabric. He resembled a fat white maggot rolling in a pit of filth. Jane sat 2 steps away on the bluestone slab, still recovering from the pain in his tailbone. He watched his junior brother convulsing in the sack, fear draining the color from his face, making it look as if it were coated in a layer of gold leaf. His bony fingers gripped a handful of mud on the ground, tightly, dirt filling the crevices of his nails. Dao friend, please show mercy. Jie swallowed a mouthful of foul-tasting saliva, his voice cracking. My brother and I are merely following the Dao ancestor's decree, coming down to forge a good relationship. If you injure us today, it would be like striking the face of the Dao ancestor. The purple cloud divine thunder does not recognize kinship. He trembled, trying to pull the tiger skin flag. Su Qin dug at his ear, flicking away a speck of dust. You want to strike me with thunder again? The lightning from last time hardly filled the gaps in my teeth. He curled his lip, a clear disdain in his eyes. But you're right, since the disciple of the old mud eel is here, I should not be stingy. Su Qin moved his foot aside. Juanti inhaled a mouthful of the earthy air from the sack, gasping like a dying fish. Before he could collect himself, Su Qin nodded toward Xingtian, who was watching the show. Old Seven, pulled the sack open and let this destined person breathe. Xingtian grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, smiling like a butcher ready to slaughter. He stepped forward and grasped the bottom of the sack with his rough hand. Rip! The tattered burlap sack, which had probably been smeared with oil countless times, was forcibly torn in half. Juanti's smooth, bald head finally came into view. Once a dignified visage, it was now smeared with a layer of greasy dirt and filth resembling a coal miner who had just crawled out of a coal mine. He clutched his lower back, grimacing in pain, gasping for air. You bunch of fur-clad barbarians. Zhuan-Ti, seeing the situation around him, grew bolder, emboldened by his brother's earlier mention of Hongjun. He pointed at Su Chun, his finger trembling uncontrollably. I, the poor Taoist, have set my sights on this iron pillar. It is the fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes. How dare you cover me with a sack and break my ribs? Zhuan-Ti grew increasingly agitated, his eyes filled with greedy and resentful green light. For this matter today, if you don't produce 3 to 5 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, you can forget about resolving it. He forced himself to stand up despite his back curving like a shrimp, yet he projected an imposing demeanor. After this proclamation, all the ancestral witches working nearby halted. Hua Fu slammed the large bone club in his hand onto the ground, causing stones to scatter. Hey, this old bald donkey came to our territory to steal and dares to turn around and extort after being beaten. He cracked his knuckles, the joints popping ominously, striding over. Tong Tian, holding the spiritual bomb, also joined in the excitement. His face was smeared with oil and he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Uncle, these two are also here looking for trouble, right? Should I test the power of this newly developed bomb on their bald heads? Tong Tian was eager to try, looking at Zhuan-Ti's reflective head as if it were a perfect test subject. Seeing this, Zhuan-Ti's legs began to cramp again. He took 2 steps back, colliding into Jieyin. Senior brother, these people seem unreasonable. Jieyin grimaced, cursing Zhuan-Ti in his heart for being a troublemaker. But there was no alternative. After all, they were bitter melons on the same vine. Su Chun ignored Tong Tian and Hua Fu, casually tossing the crowbar onto the ground. Clang! The crowbar struck the bluestone slab, sparking a few embers. Extorting. Su Chun placed one hand on his hip, the other stroking his chin, gazing at Zhuan-Ti as if he were a rare animal. When I roamed the chaos, you were still in some mud pit groping around. A peculiar smirk curled at the corner. Suddenly, Su Chin's expression changed. The previously languid demeanor vanished, replaced by extreme terror and pain. Ouch! Su Chun exaggeratedly clutched his chest, his body staggering back, as if all strength had been drained. He fell heavily onto the thick main pipeline, beads of cold sweat dotting his face. It hurts. I'm dying. He gasped heavily, his face pale, as if it were a sheet of paper. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Xing Tian, frightened, rushed over to support him. Uncle, what's wrong? Did the backlash from earlier strike again? Tong Tian also hugged the bomb tighter, afraid of accidentally triggering it. Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. This brute was just vibrant and full of life. How could he suddenly appear to be on the verge of death? Was it divine retribution? Su Chun pushed away Xing Tian's hand, trembling, pointing at the main pipeline that Zhuan-Ti had touched. His finger shook like a sieve. He touched my pipeline. Su Chen's voice was hoarse, unmistakably tinged with tears. It's terrible. The Western sect is robbing and killing. He screamed, his voice echoing in the vast courtyard of the Pangu Hall, sounding exceedingly mournful. He damaged my conduit worth 10 tribulations of primordial level innate spiritual roots. My chest aches, my essence is damaged. While shouting, Su Chun pounded his chest vigorously. This is a priceless treasure I used to clear the veins of the wilderness and benefit all beings. And it was ruined just like that by this beggar. My hard work. All destroyed. The scene fell into dead silence. The wind ceased. The sound of forging stopped. Even the dust in the air seemed to freeze. Xing Tian's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly hitting his chest. Hua Fu, holding his half-eaten bone, forgot to continue chewing. Tong Tian watched Su Chen's exaggerated performance, his eyelids twitching violently. He swallowed hard, secretly thinking my uncle's shamelessness is simply a model for our generation. Zhuan-Ti stared blankly at Su Chun on the ground. He looked down at his hand, then at the intact black iron pipe that showed no signs of even a fingerprint. His mind was blank for a full 3 seconds. You are spewing blood. Zhuan-Ti finally reacted, shaking with anger, pointing at Su Chun and cursing. In his life, he had encountered countless scams, but today he witnessed what true ancestral-level fraud looked like. I didn't touch a single hair. Your pipe is just fine. Where is it broken? Zhuan-Ti stamped his feet in frustration, splattering yellow mud on the ground. How dare you argue? Su Chun lay on the pipeline, breathing weakly, yet his gaze pierced into Zhuan-Ti like a knife. This pipe of mine is made from the 9 nether cold iron from the chaos inception, and it flows the first strand of primordial purple energy that opened the heavens. His fabrications grew more and more absurd. You bald donkey carry the aura of Western poverty. The moment your hand reached out, it directly polluted my primordial purple energy. Su Chun clutched his chest, wearing a look of deep sorrow. Though this pipe looks fine now, its internal structure has completely collapsed. The entire wilderness veins face the risk of rupture because of your one touch. Jie sat on the ground listening to Su Qin's nonsensical ramblings. Cold sweat instantly poured down. This accusation was too heavy. Not just the two of them, even Hong Jun would lose some skin. Dao friend, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. Jie stammered, attempting to reason. My junior brother really didn't touch anything. So many pairs of eyes are watching us here. Watching? What good is watching? Su Chun let out a cold laugh. He shot a glance at Tong Tian, who was already dumbfounded. The look in his eyes conveyed an irresistible cunning. Tong Tian was also clever. With just a glance from his uncle, he understood what it meant. This was a great opportunity to perform in front of the elders. Tong Tian, clutching the spiritual orb that could explode at any moment, took a large step forward. His big head shoes stomped heavily in the muddy water. What luck! That step happened to crush a weed growing in the crevice of the pipeline. This weed was an ordinary wild grass. Earlier, Su Chun had flicked a strand of purple energy onto it. It looked like some kind of extremely rare spiritual plant. Crack! An extremely faint cracking sound. Tong Tian exaggeratedly looked down, then gasped sharply. He pointed at the crushed weed, his voice filled with horror and grief. Uncle, it's bad. They not only damaged the main pipeline. Tong Tian shoved the spiritual bomb into Chang Liang's hands. He knelt on the ground, cradling the crushed weed with both hands, tears streaming down his face. That bald donkey stepped on our 9-turn primordial purple spirit grass that we cultivated for millions of years. You are spitting blood. Zhuan's bald head was covered in mud and oil, resembling a freshly unearthed black-skinned potato. He pointed at Su Chun, who was still pretending to rub his chest, his finger trembling as if it would break. I haven't even touched a hair. This is blatant extortion. You're just faking it. He was so furious that smoke was rising from the top of his head, and his already meager chest was heaving violently. Having lived so long in the wretched mountains of the West, he had always been the one to swindle others. He had never endured such grievances. Faking it? Who faked it? Su Chun rolled his eyes and dusted off his hands the tips of his purple golden boots, making two crisp sounds as they struck the ground. His unfathomable gaze shot a sidelong glance at Zhuan Ti, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous smile. When I faked it, you two destitute souls were still wallowing in chaos and mud. Ignoring Zhuan Ti's outburst, he turned his head towards Tong Tian, who was standing by to watch the show, raised an eyebrow, and gave a very subtle signal. Tong Tian was holding the spiritual energy metal ball that could explode at any moment. He was watching intently when he suddenly received this meaningful glance from his uncle. He froze for half a second. Then the thread in his mind that was almost snapped from scientific experiments suddenly went awry. Oh no, I understand. Tong Tian shouted in his heart. This was an opportunity given by his uncle to shine. Without hesitation, he shoved the dangerous metal ball into Chang Liang's arms. Hold it, don't move. Tong Tian shouted in a low voice. Chang Liang instinctively caught it, and when he looked down at the buzzing blue light in his arms, he was so frightened that electricity coursed through his body. Third brother, what if this explodes? Chang Liang was on the verge of tears. Tong Tian did not care about him, his big clunky shoes squelching in the mud as he took a huge step forward. He took this step with a reckless abandon. Coincidentally, the sole of his oil-covered shoe landed precisely, squarely on a wild grass growing in the crevice of an iron pipe. This wild grass, originally dull gray, was just the most common weed at the foot of the Buzhou mountain. However, during Su Qin's reprimanding just now, he had casually flicked a trace of purple primordial energy onto the grass leaves. Now those leaves shimmered with colors, appearing as some extraordinary treasure. Crack! A very faint crisp sound. The grass stem was brutally crushed in two by Tong Tian's foot, green juice splattering into the mud. Tong Tian suddenly looked down at the ruined grass beneath his feet. He took a deep breath, his features contorting as if he were a cat that had just had its tail stepped on. Uncle, it's bad. Something huge has happened. Tong Tian screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating through the clouds. This startled a few crows perched on the nearby tree, which took off in a flurry, leaving behind a droppings. He knelt down in the muddy water with a thud. His hands trembled as he held the broken grass, as if it were a rare treasure. Tears streamed down his face like a waterfall, leaving two white streaks on his oil-soaked cheeks. Not only did they damage the main pipeline, this bald donkey stepped on our cultivated for millions of years. The 9 turns primordial purple spirit grass. He pointed at the standing Jie and Zhuan Ti while crying snot and tears flowing. Jie sat on the ground, already grimacing in pain from his tailbone. Hearing this, he gasped in shock. His triangular eyes widened in horror, almost popping out of their sockets. You're talking nonsense. You clearly stepped on it yourself. He pointed at Tong Tian, his voice trembling, as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. Besides, that's just a piece of broken dogtail grass. Where did the 9 turns primordial purple spirit grass come from? Nonsense. Zhu Rong was the first to disagree. He tossed the welding gun in his hand, which fell into a puddle with a sizzling sound, producing a cloud of white smoke. He was bare-chested, his red hair standing up like flames. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Jia by the tattered collar of his robe. "You old bald head, are you blind? Didn't you see the purple aura rising above it? That is the divine grass nurtured by our uncle's blood and sweat." Zhu Rong spat saliva all over Jia face, the heat making Jia skin tighten. "One piece can make you a saint. Can you afford it?" Gong Gong also joined in. Although one half of his pig head was still swollen, it did not stop him from joining the fray. "Exactly. This grass is the treasure of our Pango Hall." He pointed at Zhuan Ti, his single eye gleaming with ferocity. "You two Western bumpkins stepped on our treasure and still want to deny it. Do you believe I will drown you with water?" The 12 ancestors of Wu surrounded them fiercely, each looking ferocious with clenched fists, their knuckles cracking. Hua Fu held a large bone club, tapping it in his hands. Xing Tian wielded the divine axe, sharpening its blade against the blue stone, producing a harsh scraping sound. The scene instantly turned into a large-scale medical disturbance. Tong Tian was still kneeling on the ground, crying as if his heart were torn apart. "Uncle, this grass was meant for you to replenish your strength. And now it's gone." He howled while stealing glances at Su Chun from the corner of his eye, secretly feeling proud. "Look at my acting. This pledge is definitely a perfect score." Su Chun watched Tong Tian's exaggerated performance, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This kid was overdoing it. However, the effect was not bad. He coughed twice, cleared his throat, and slowly stood up from the Grandmaster chair, patting the hem of his purple golden robe. He walked in front of Jia and Zhuan Ti, looking down at the two Western leaders whose faces were ashen. "Did you hear?" Su Chun extended his hand, stroking his chin. "I won't bully you. Let's set a clear price and do things by the rules." He flipped his wrist, pulling out a blank jade slip from his sleeve. His fingertips glowed faintly as he pretended to write on the jade slip. He murmured, "Repair costs for the main pipeline, ill count your fates from 5 tribulations." Su Chun did not lift his head, his fingers moving rapidly on the jade slip. "As for my spiritual damage and nourishment fees, that would be 2 tribulations." He glanced at the ruined grass on the ground. "And for this 9 turns primordial purple spirit grass." Su Chun sighed, a look of deep sorrow on his face. "This is an invaluable treasure. I'll count it as 3 tribulations, which is already giving face to that old mudfish Hong Jun." After calculating, Su Chun tossed the jade slip into Jia embrace. The jade slip struck Jia bony chest, making a crisp sound. "A total of 10 tribulations of fate. No credit allowed." Su Chun crossed his arms, smiling as he looked at them. "How will you pay? Is it by cutting flesh or using the spiritual mountains of your west as collateral?" Jia trembled as he picked up the jade slip, scanning it with his divine sense. That long string of astronomical numbers could drain the entire Western Church 10 times. It struck like a heavy hammer on his already fragile Tao heart. 10 tribulations. Jia face turned pale, his eyes darkening as he nearly fainted. Zhuan Ti also leaned over to take a look. The mud on his bald head was almost dried up from anger. You are robbing us. This is extortion." Zhuan Ti shouted hoarsely like a wild dog pushed to the edge. "We Westerners are already impoverished. Where would we get so much fate to compensate you? Just kill us." "Kill you?" Su Chun scoffed. "Killing you would just mean I'd have to find a place to bury you. That would be such a hassle." He turned to look at Di Jiang beside him. "Oldest brother, take out our unpaid labor contract." Di Jiang grinned and pulled out a wrinkled piece of beast skin paper from his pants. It was filled with all sorts of outrageous clauses. "Uncle prepared this long ago." He slapped the beast skin paper onto Zhuan, his face accompanied by a pungent smell of sweat. "Sign it." Su Chun pointed at the beast skin paper on the ground. "By working 10 tribulations for free here at my place, the debt will be settled. Meals and lodging will be provided with excellent treatment." He paused, his expression turning cold. "Not signing. Then you will stay here as fertilizer today." Jia and Zhuan Ti looked at the stinking, then glanced at the fierce, eager ancestors around them, and at the devilish smile on Tong Tian's face. They knew that today they had to jump into this pit whether they wanted to or not. The two exchanged glances. In each other's eyes they saw a deep despair and a hint of "Senior brother, let's do it." Zhuan Ti suddenly transmitted a message to Jia, his voice filled with madness. "This barbarian is too sinister. If we stay here, we'll surely be played to death." Using that move, escape. Jia understood, immediately gritting his teeth. He abruptly crushed the jade slip in his hand. At the same time, Zhuan Ti joined his hands, unleashing all his remaining power in a sudden explosion. Western Paradise. Golden cicada shedding its shell. 2 blinding beams of golden light burst forth, shooting up from the mud. The speed was so fast that even Xingtian beside them did not react. The golden light sliced through the air of the Buzhou mountain valley, producing a sharp sonic boom, rushing straight into the heavens. Wanna run? Suchin looked at the two fleeing golden lights, not even moving an inch. He merely tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Eating a free meal at the doorway of my Panga Hall. Not a chance. He casually snapped his fingers in the air. Snap. A crisp sound echoed like a ripe watermelon crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. The two beams of golden light shot up, barely reaching Tinzhong, high, not even touching the clouds halfway up the mountain. In midair, a dark shadow suddenly descended. It was the enormous phantom of a stone coffin, pitch black and emanating a chilling purple light. The Hongming burial coffin. As this phantom appeared, the surrounding air instantly froze, even the wind stopped. It sealed the void within 100 miles tightly, like an upside-down iron pot. The golden light from Jane and Junti crashed solidly against the invisible barrier. It was like two blind flies colliding headfirst into a thick glass pane. The golden light instantly dispersed. The two of them fell like broken kites, flailing as they dropped straight down from the air. Ouch! Junti cried out in agony, landing on his back. His old frail body crashed heavily onto the hard bluestone slab, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. This time, without a sack to cushion him, his tattered robe scraped against the ground, creating a large hole. It revealed his gaunt spine, skin torn and oozing tiny beads of blood. Cough! Cough! Junti curled up on the ground in pain, coughing up blood while rolling his eyes, nearly losing consciousness. Jane fared no better. He fell face first into a mud pit. The muck plastered his face, flooding his nostrils and mouth, choking him into retching. Junior brother. Jane struggled to lift his head, his face smeared with filthy yellow mud. Blood was still seeping from the broken horn atop his head. He looked around in despair. It was over. This time he had truly fallen into this den of bandits. Why aren't you running? Suchin strolled over leisurely, his purple golden boots splashing through the puddle, sending mud flying. He looked down at the two Western leaders whose faces were ashen. Is the food at my Pangu Palace so delicious? He squatted down, resting his elbows on his knees, still holding the jade slip filled with astronomical figures. 10 calamities worth of fortune, not a single bit less. Suchin waved the jade slip in front of Jane, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you can't provide the fortune, then your lives will suffice as payment. At the side, Xing Tian clenched his fists the size of sandbags, the joints cracking ominously. He approached step by step, the veins on his muscular arms bulging. Uncle, why waste words with these beggars? Xing Tian grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Just split them in half with an axe and use them as fertilizer for our plants. Quafa's large bone club thudded against the ground with a loud bang. Exactly. They dare to trample our 9 turns Hongming purple spirit grass. Let's chop them into pieces to feed the pigs. Tong Tian clutched his unstable spiritual bomb. His face smeared with grease, he rubbed his hands together excitedly. No, chopping them into pieces would be such a waste. He kicked Junti in the rear, provoking a weak cry of pain from him. Uncle, this new bomb hasn't been tested on live subjects yet. Tong Tian's eyes glinted, fixated on Jane and Junti. Let them hold on to this bomb. I want to see if a Quasi-Saint's body can withstand the force of spiritual energy fusion. Jane and Junti listened to these insane suggestions, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, their hearts quaking with fear. This group of brutes had no sense of martial ethics whatsoever. They dared to use saints as test subjects. This was 100 times more brutal than the demonic path. Please spare us, great immortal. Jane disregarded his status as a named disciple of the Tao ancestor. He couldn't care less about wiping the mud off his face, crawling to Suchin's feet. Well, compensate, won't that suffice? His face was filled with despair, tears mixing with the mud. But we in the West are simply too poor. Even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't gather 10 calamities worth of fortune. Junti kept bowing, his forehead thudding against the bluestone slab with a loud bang. Great immortal, have mercy. As long as we can keep our lives, we will do anything you ask. Suchin gazed at the two weeping future saints. The cold light in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of cunning calculation. He brushed the dust off his hands and stood up. I, your ancestor, am a person who values reason above all else. Suchin pointed at the animal hide on the ground. Sign this contract and you will work 10 calamities. I, your ancestor, am a person who values reason above all else. Suchin pointed at the animal hide on the ground. Sign this contract and you will work 10 calamities for free in this Pangu Palace. Once you complete 10 calamities, this debt will be erased. Otherwise, Suchin narrowed his eyes. I will stuff you two into that coffin right now and suppress you at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain, never to rise again for eternity. Jane and Junti stared at the animal hide, covered in tyrannical clauses. Their hands trembled, unable to hold it steady. This was not a contract, it was practically a slave contract, and it demanded 10 calamities of unpaid labor. But looking at the surrounding ancestral witches with their predatory gazes, and that Tong Tian holding the bomb, they knew that if they didn't sign today, this would be their death day next year. I sign. Jane gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. He trembled as he bit through his fingertip, humiliatingly pressing his blood seal onto the animal hide. Zhuanti followed suit, pressing his handprint down, tears flowing uncontrollably. This outing to gather fortune had cost them the entirety of the Western Church's assets. Suchin picked up the 2 signed slave contracts with satisfaction. He blew on the ink, carefully stowing them away in his sleeve. All right, now that you've signed the contract, you're one of us. He patted Zunti's bald head. I, your ancestor, am fair with rewards and punishments, as long as you work well, all your meals and accommodations are covered. Zhuanti shivered under the pat, not daring to say a word. Su Chun turned to look at Xing Tian. Old 7, these 2 newcomers are your responsibility now. He stroked his chin, pondering. Over in the extreme north, there's a mine buried underground filled with extreme cold spiritual, or that needs to be excavated. Su Chin pointed at Jane and Zhuanti. Let them go. Remember, no using magical powers, they can only dig with their hands. He sneered. They must present 100 pounds of extreme cold spiritual, or daily. If they fall short, by even a tael we will deduct their fortune from the Western Church. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuanti nearly fainted again. The extreme north was a bitterly cold place that could freeze even a great Luo golden immortal into a popsicle. And they couldn't use magical powers, having to dig with their bare hands. This was treating them like livestock. Great immortal. This is too cruel. Jane tried to plead. That extreme cold spiritual, or is as hard as iron. If we don't use magical powers, our hands will break. Cruel. Su Chun glared at him. When you trampled my 9 turns Hongmeng purple spirit grass, did you not think it was cruel? He kicked aside a nearby rock fragment. Enough talk. Old 7 Quafu Ho, you 3 go supervise them. Got it, uncle. Xing Tian rubbed his hands together excitedly, fists clenched as he walked toward Jane and Zhuanti. I like this job. I will make sure to keep a close watch on these 2 old geezers. Quafu and Ho also rolled up their sleeves, ready to join in. Let's go, 2 fated individuals. Xing Tian grabbed Jane by the collar, lifting him up like a little chick. The scenery in the extreme north is wonderful. You will definitely be captivated. Under the escort of 3 strong men, the 2 future Western saints, clad in thin, tattered robes, carried 2 rusty iron picks. They trembled as they walked towards the extreme north amid the wind and snow. In the cold wind, Jia Yin's sobbing voice could be faintly heard. Junior brother. The people from the east are too unscrupulous. Jane walked while wiping his tears, his voice torn apart by the wind. We shouldn't have come to stir up trouble. Wanna run? Su Chun sneered, his laughter laced with icy shards. He kicked the mud off the soles of his shoes on the main path, and the purple golden boots emitted a dull thud. Eating a free meal at the entrance of my Panga Hall. Thinking you can slip away. Not a chance. The golden lights of Jane and Zhuanti had just shot up, not rising very high. The wind stirred up the yellow earth below, swirling it upwards. It seemed they were about to touch the edge of the clouds. Suddenly the sky darkened. Without warning, a massive pitch-black coffin lid appeared, exuding a bone-chilling aura. It descended silently like a mountain stained with ink. The shadow of the Hongmeng burial coffin sealed the void within 100 miles tightly. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed heavy enough to unsettle one's heart. Jane and Zhuanti collided with the invisible barrier like 2 blind flies crashing into it with a jolt. The golden light shattered instantly. The 2 didn't even have time to scream as they flailed their limbs in midair before crashing to the ground. Oh no! Zhuanti fell hard, landing headfirst with his bald head hitting the ground first. Tasting the dirt, he rolled on the ground in pain. Jane fared little better, sprawled on the pile of rubble, his tattered robe. His emaciated chest, resembling a rack of ribs, was exposed. Su Chun strolled over leisurely and stopped in front of the 2. He bent down and slowly pulled out 2 crumpled beestskin papers from his sleeve, carrying a whiff of mutton. With a flick of his wrist slap, the 2 beestskin papers stuck to Jane and Zunti's muddy faces. I, your ancestor, value reason above all, and I always win people over with virtue. Su Chun straightened up, crossing his arms, looking down on them. 2 choices. He extended 2 slender fingers. Either right now, immediately, I have Lao Chi chop you 2 into mincemeat with a single axe. He pointed to the side where Xing Tian was sharpening a divine axe on a slab of bluestone. The screeching sound sent chills down people's spines. Or sign this servitude contract and work 10 terms of labor for me on my construction site. Jane trembled as he peeled off the beast skin paper sticking to his face. He squinted, his triangular eyes barely scanning the first 2 lines on the paper. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This is not a contract. This is clearly exploitation. It's robbery. Jia Yin's voice trembled with anger, his Adam's apple rolling violently. It clearly stated no base salary, no holidays, a daily quota of spirit mines must be submitted. Failure to complete the task would lead to deductions from the already meager luck of the Western Church. There was even a clause stating, in case of work-related death, we bear no responsibility, and the body belongs to the Panga Hall Fertilizer Department. Xuanti also saw it holding his injured forehead, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Taoist friend. No great immortal. You are too cruel. He tried to force a flattering smile, but it ended up looking worse than crying. 10 terms of labor. If we finish our brotherhood's bones will turn to ash. Please have mercy, can we get a discount? Discount? Su Chun snorted coldly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. You broke my 9 revolutions Hong Ming purple spirit grass, and still expect to bargain. He slightly bent down, leaning closer to Zunti's distressed face. This isn't a vegetable market. One question, will you sign or not? Meanwhile, Xingtian stopped sharpening his axe. He walked over with his bare arms, muscles bulging. Uncle, why waste words on these 2 bald heads? Xingtian raised the divine axe, its blade glinting coldly. Just chop them up? I happen to feel this axe is a bit dull. Oh, let's sharpen it on their bones. Huafu was on the other side, munching on a large bone he had somehow acquired. Crack! He crushed the bone to pieces. I think it's a good idea. The fragments could also feed the newly cultivated soul-eating flowers on the back mountain. At this moment, Tong Tian stopped drawing blueprints. He held the metal sphere that could explode at any moment, moving to the front with an excited expression that oil couldn't hide. No, brother Xingtian, it would be wasteful to chop them up. Tong Tian winked at Jane and Xuanti, smiling like a devil with ill intentions. Uncle, I'm just looking for high-level live subjects for my new bomb experiments. How about we tie them up and try a test explosion? Jane and Xuanti felt their spines chill at such insane words, cold sweat soaking their already tattered robes. Is this really Panga Hall? This was nothing short of a den of demons. All these righteous powers are nothing but a bunch of unreasonable bandits and madmen. Xuanti swallowed a dry lump, staring at the axe of Xingtian, which was just half a foot from his forehead. Then he glanced at the dangerous object in Tongshin's hand that was sizzling with blue light. His psychological defenses completely crumbled. I will sign. Xuanti held his voice cracking. Brother, don't hesitate. A bad life is better than a good death. These people are truly willing to act. Jane closed his eyes, 2 streams of murky tears rolling down his mud-stained cheeks. He bit down on his teeth, trembling as he put his finger in his mouth and bit down hard. With humiliation and unwillingness, he shakily left a blood-red fingerprint on the beast skin paper. Xuanti quickly followed suit. The 2 collapsed on the ground like 2 clumps of mud drained of moisture. The future heavenly saint and registered disciple of the Zixiao Palace signed a humiliating servitude contract for 10 terms right there in the mud pit. Su Chen picked up the 2 beast skin papers with blood fingerprints satisfied. He even blew on the still wet bloodstains, carefully folded the beast skin papers, and tucked them into his sleeve. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the direction north of Buzhou Mountain. In the extreme north beneath lies the extreme cold spirit mine. Su Chen tucked away his teasing expression, his voice cold as ice. Lao Chi Kwafu Hoi, you 3 will go supervise. Take them over there. He coldly stared at the 2 Western saints on the ground. Remember, no using magic, only dig with your hands. Since you've signed the contract, you're family now. Su Chen calmly folded the 2 blood-scented beast hide indentures twice. He slipped them into the capacious sleeve of his purple gold Taoist robe. Bending low, he tapped twice upon Zunti's bald head, slick with grease and yellow mud. Pat, pat. Clods of dried grime crumbled away as Zunti flinched instinctively, a flash of humiliation flickering deep in his eyes. In my Panga Hall, we keep no idle hands. Su Chen straightened, brushing dust from his palms. Lifting his gaze, he looked past the chaotic construction site toward the far north of the primordial chaos. There the sun never rose. Only perpetual gloom, dense clouds hanging low, exuding a deathly ashen stillness. Go to the northernmost wastes. Beneath that frozen expanse lies the glacier-deep spirit, or the spirit coal I spoke of. Su Chen nudged Jiayin's tattered saffron robe with his foot. That stuff is harder than stones from a privy wall. You too, report as the first shift of miners. He paused, his lips curving with the unapologetic swagger of a bandit chieftain. Remember, no cultivation arts are permitted. Should I catch you sneaking a spell or channeling divine power? His eyes hardened, cold light slicing like a blade across their napes. I shall come myself, extract your nascent souls and burn them as lamp oil for 10 cosmic eons. Jane sat motionless in the mire. At those words, his sorrow-stricken face crumpled entirely, tears welling once more at the rims of his eyes. Great immortal. His Adam's apple bobbed. He swallowed dryly, voice trembling uncontrollably. The northernmost wastes. That place freezes even Tai golden immortals solid. He pointed to his own emaciated arm, ribs starkly visible beneath parchment-thin skin, a living skeleton draped in rags. We brothers have always been frail, without spiritual energy, relying only on bare hands. How can this not be a death sentence? Zhuanti nodded vigorously beside him, the fresh hematoma on his forehead, still oozing yellowish fluid. Yes, yes. Great Immortal, please show mercy. Assign us any other task. Even washing dishes here would be bliss. Glancing at the towering mountain of plates nearby, he truly believed dishwashing was the most blessed labor under heaven. Washing dishes. You flatter yourself. Tontion squeezed forward, cradling a sputtering azure-glowing spirit energy bomb. His face smudged with grease, he grinned like a mischievous demon. Dishwashing is a refined craft. You clumsy fools would shatter every plate. Even selling your entire Western teaching wouldn't cover the loss. Tontion prodded Zhuanti's backside with his toe. Mining coal is far better. It builds character. This is your elder uncle's blessing. Hearing such callous banter, Jane and Zhuanti ground their teeth, but dared not utter a single sound. 100 Jane per person daily. 1 liang short, and we'll deduct the deficit from your Western teachings, celestial fortune. Suchin, weary of debate, issued his final decree. Turning, he addressed several burly men standing ready nearby. Lao Chi Kwafu Hoi, present elder uncle. Xingtian planted his Ganshi divine axe into the earth with a thunderous thud, sending up a plume of dust. Leave these beggars to us. We'll watch them tighter than a miser guards gold. Kwafu polished off the last scraps clinging to his giant bone club, then tossed it carelessly into a scrap bin. He belched contentedly, rubbing his round, taut belly. Ha ha, I've been itching to stretch my limbs in the northernmost wastes anyway. Kwafu picked up 2 dented rust-eaten iron picks and tested their weight in his palms. With a clang, he dropped them at Jane and Zhuanti's feet. Grab your tools and move. No dawdling. Hoi leapt down from a dirt mound, his massive wooden bow slung across his back. A grass stalk hung between his teeth, his gaze razor sharp. Rest assured, elder uncle. If these bald monks try to flee, my arrows won't hesitate. Jane stared at the rusted picks lying in the snow. Then he scanned the surrounding overseers, wolf-eyed, merciless. He knew at last they were utterly undone. With a trembling skeletal hand, he reached out and gripped the icy frost-rimed pick handle. A shock of cold surged up his palm, piercing straight to his crown, and he shuddered violently. Zhuanti, face twisted in despair, stooped to lift the second pick. Under the rough shoving of 3 giants, the 2 future celestial sages, clad in threadbare, tattered robes, shouldering corroded iron picks, departed Pango Hall step by faltering step, bound for the northern wastes. Wind whipped sand and ice crystals across their faces, each sting like a knife's edge. Jane led the way, sinking deep into the snow with every uneven stride. His robe snapped fiercely in the gale, lonely, desolate. Zhuanti trailed behind, sobbing softly at intervals. Senior brother. Zhuanti wiped his nose with a grimy sleeve. The wind shredded his voice into fragments. We never should have come to stir this pot. Jane lifted his face to the leaden sky. Tears finally spilled over, tracing paths through the creases of his cheeks. Whoa, these eastern cultivators, they're too ruthless. He wailed as he walked, piercing raw. Their schemes run too deep. The northernmost wastes. Here day and night bled into one endless blizzard. Feather-like snowflakes struck their faces, melting instantly into freezing water that seeped into marrow and bone. Gales shrieked like legions of hungry ghosts gnawing at their ears. Jane and Zhuanti sank knee-deep into drifts, stumbling forward with each labored step. Their ragged robes had long since stiffened into brittle ice armor, biting into flesh with every movement. Their faces turned livid, lips cyanotic. They couldn't even form a coherent sentence. As senior brother, my feet. I can't feel them. Zhuanti trembled, using his pick as a crutch against the ice. He hunched inward, breath pluming white, immediately crystallizing into frost upon his bare, gleaming brows. Jane fared no better. His broken horn still oozed yellowish fluid, frozen now into a slender icicle. Hold on. Brother, don't fall asleep. His teeth chattered, clack, clack, clack. Ahead, Kwafu strode, bare-chested, steam rising from his body like a walking furnace, snowflakes vaporized upon contact. Hurry up. What's the delay? Kwafu roared back, his voice like temple bells. That black maw ahead is the mine shaft. Get down there and work. Jane followed Kwafu's pointing finger. There, carved into the ice plain, yawned a colossal, bottomless cavern, black as oblivion. Frost-white chill vented from its maw, so frigid it made the scalp crawl just to behold it. This isn't mining, it's an icebound hell. Zhuanti moaned, voice thick with tears. At the shaft's rim, Xingtian seized Jane's collar and hoisted him aloft like a sack of grain. No more talk. Down you go. With a casual toss, Jane tumbled headlong across the ice, rolling, bouncing, before vanishing into the abyss. Oof. Zhuanti flinched, then scrambled after him. Pick clutched tight, sliding headfirst into darkness. The mine tunnel swallowed them whole. Colder still than the surface, this air bit deeper. Jane groaned as he staggered upright, massaging his bruised lower back. By the faint light filtering from above, he surveyed walls of hard cobalt blue ice, dense as tempered steel. Within its crystalline depths flecks of black or shimmered faintly, spirit coal. Begin digging, brother. Jane sighed, a sound hollow with despair, and raised his rusted pick. He brought it down with all his strength upon a protruding vein of spirit coal. Clang! A deafening ring echoed through the cavern. Sparks erupted, his palms burned, the pick nearly flying from his grip. Yet the ore remained unmarked. Not even a scratch marred its obsidian surface. How is this possible? Juenti swung next, only to suffer worse. The pick rebounded, striking his kneecap with sickening force. He screamed, clutching his leg and rolling across the ice. No slacking. Fail to meet your 100-gene quota, and you sleep tonight on this frozen floor. Ho Yi's voice cut down from the shaft's mouth, icy, implacable. Jane clenched his jaw. He understood. If they didn't finish today, they might never leave this tomb alive. Brother, rise. We'll take turns. Jane gripped the pick's haft with both hands and struck again. Clang, clang, clang. Dull rhythmic echoes reverberated through the hollow vault. Each blow tore at sinew and nerve, agony pure and unrelenting. Two future celestial sages, once revered, pampered, untouchable, now labored as the lowest of bondsmen, swinging iron picks in a frozen hell, fighting only to draw another breath. How long passed? No one could tell. Jane's palms blistered open, blood wept forth, then froze instantly into crimson shards. Juenti's fingers split wide, nails peeled back raw and bleeding. At their feet lay only a meager heap of shattered ore, a pitiful fraction of the 100-gene target. Senior brother, I can't. Juenti slumped against the ice wall, gasping, his face pale as Mimi nascent soul feels frozen solid. Jane too stood at his breaking point. He dropped the pick, collapsing onto the ice, inhaling ragged, tearing breaths. His lungs burned, as if filled with shards of glass. Each inhalation was torture. Brother, what sins did we commit in past lives? He tilted his head upward, tears mingled with sweat carving tracks down his cheeks. Had I known we'd end up here, I'd never have gone begging to that accursed place. The gales of the northernmost wastes howled on. Meanwhile, 10 million li away, at Panga Hall, a different scene unfolded. Boom! As the final colossal iron plate, etched with intricate formation arrays, was welded shut. The great spirit energy conversion tower in Panga Hall's rear courtyard shuddered with a deep, resonant groan. Soft yet uncanny, the sound traveled along ley lines, rippling outward across 10,000 li. Tong Tian emerged from the control chamber at the tower's base, his face streaked with soot. Clutching a sheepskin scroll, he slapped his thigh in exhilaration. Elder uncle, the circuit is complete. Fully synchronized. He pointed upward to the massive crystal sphere crowning the tower. Inside, its once faint azure glow now blazed with violent, incandescent intensity, the forced compression of liquid spiritual energy. Su Chun strolled forward, hands clasped behind his back, pausing before the tower. He gazed upward at the industrial titan, its cobalt radiance pulsing like a living heart, and smiled satisfied. My first move, set firmly upon the board. The wind in the extreme north was like a dull knife, without a blade, scraping against the bones of the people with snowflakes bit by bit. The ground was covered with ancient, profound ice that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. In this cursed place, there were no breathing creatures, not even a blade of grass could grow. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the broken iron pickaxe in Juenti's hand struck the ice layer, sending up two pitiful sparks. The recoil from the impact traveled along the handle of the pickaxe, numbing his tiger's mouth. His hand trembled, nearly losing grip of the iron pick. Lowering his head, he saw that his already bony hand had formed 3 or 4 blood blisters the size of soybeans. Blood mixed with ice shavings stuck to his palm, and even the slightest bend of his fingers sent sharp pain shooting through him. Ouch! Juenti couldn't help but gasp, his body swaying as he fell onto the ice. The icy surface sent chills through him, his 2 thin legs shaking beneath the tattered robe like a sieve. He was a dignified Deluo golden immortal, a named disciple of the Zhixiao Palace. When had he ever endured such suffering? Normally in the West, despite being poor, he was still a notable figure, always surrounded by golden lotuses. But now, he had to dig for spiritual coal with his bare hands on this ice layer harder than stone, without any magical power. This wasn't mining, or it was like having their very marrow boiled out to extract oil. Don't slack off. Jane, less than 2 zhang away, struggled to swing his iron pickaxe. His face, frozen and blue like a bitter melon, had a red nose with snot frozen into icicles hanging at his lips. Cough, cough. Junior brother, hurry up and dig. This mine entrance is quite sinister. The more we rest, the colder it gets. Jane panted, his speech becoming slurred. Every time his iron pickaxe fell, it felt like he was smashing his own lifeline. Bang! Another strike. Only a shallow white mark remained on the ice. Jiayin looked at the small pile of pitiful black spiritual coal fragments at his feet, his nose tinged with sadness. Tears filled his eyes, unable to be held back any longer. Tears' droplets rolled down, freezing into ice lumps before they even hit the ground. They struck the handle of the pickaxe, making a faint tapping sound. Junior brother. Jiayin wiped his frostbitten hand across his eyes, crying out in a sobbing tone. We shouldn't have come to this mess. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. This trip to the east was nothing short of a complete tragedy. I thought we could smoothly bring back 2 innate spiritual treasures, but who would have thought? Jiayin cried, while digging, tears flowing. Those Easterners are so black-hearted. Their schemes are too deep. He recalled the extravagant performance of Su Chun at the entrance of the Panga Palace and Tong Tian's perfectly timed kick. His chest heaved with anger. Our little tricks in the West wouldn't even qualify us to carry their shoes. Jiayin grew more sorrowful, throwing down the iron pick and sitting on the ice shards. With his hands covering his face, he began to sob. Zhuan-Ti looked at his elder brother's pitiful state, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. But he understood their situation better than Jiayin. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the excruciating pain in his hands and shakily crawled up from the ice. He poked Jiayin's shoulder with the bloodied handle of the pickaxe. Elder brother, stop crying. Zhuan-Ti lowered his voice, casting a terrified glance at the mine entrance. Hurry up and dig, that barbarian named Fu just said. He swallowed a dry lump, his throat painfully constricting. If we don't meet today's quota of 100 genes, we'll be stripped and made to sleep in the ice cave tonight. Zhuan-Ti's words hit Jiayin like a bucket of cold water. It stifled his cries. Sleeping in an ice cave. That was no joke. Without magical protection, they would turn into 2 ice statues in the extreme north by morning. Dig? He'll dig. Jiayin jumped in fright, quickly picking up the iron pick from the ground. He wiped the icy tears from his face, swinging the pickaxe like a madman. Bang! 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 The echoes of the 2 desperately smashing ice resonated in the mine, accompanied by heavy gasps and the occasional sharp intake of breath. The wind and snow swallowed their figures in the vast white ice field. 2 future saints at this moment resembled the most humble laborers struggling for survival in this frigid hell. At the same time, in the backyard of the Panga Palace, thousands of miles away, the air was filled with a pungent metallic, burnt smell, and sparks flew in all directions. Tong Tian had a face covered in soot, holding a strange crystal wrench. He was bent over at the base of the towering spiritual energy conversion tower. He was completely immersed in a tangle of complex pipes. Fourth brother, lower the flame. This array template is about to be fused. Tong Tian shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice buzzing from within the maze of pipes. Zhurong rolled his eyes nearby, bare-chested and sweating profusely, with sweat flowing down his muscular form. Hurry up. All you do is urge me. Zhurong cursed, but the Nanjingli fire in his hand steadily lowered in temperature. I've got this flame under control, so hurry up. Tong Tian poked half his body out from the pipes, holding a deep blue metal plate engraved with intricate physical array patterns. The light flowing from this plate was dizzying at a glance. This is the last piece. Success or failure hinges on this. He took a deep breath, holding it in. Carefully, he aligned the metal plate with the final gap in the tower's base. Click! A very faint mechanical interlocking sound echoed. The metal plate fit perfectly into the gap. At the moment it was embedded, the entire backyard of the Pangu Palace seemed to have been pressed on pause. The wind stopped, the flames in the fire pit ceased to flicker, and even the dust in the air hung suspended. Buzz! A heart-pounding, low-frequency vibration emanated from the base of the spiritual energy conversion tower. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to possess a kind of penetrating power that spread swiftly through the earth veins in all directions. Boom! A deep, prolonged sound erupted from the depths of the earth. It was not thunder, but rather like the heart of the earth suddenly beating strongly. The entire primal world trembled slightly at that moment. The black iron pipe network buried beneath the yellow earth was activated. The originally dull runes on the surface lit up with a dazzling, ghostly blue glow. The light spread through the pipes like a spider web in all directions. It traversed mountains and crossed rivers, extending into every corner of the primal world. The chaotic and violent spiritual energy and malevolence roaming between heaven and earth. It seemed to respond to some irresistible call, surging wildly toward the crystal bases erected everywhere. The crystal balls greedily devoured this energy, compressing and filtering it. Then, following the underground pipeline, it sent a continuous supply to the main conversion tower of the Panga Palace. The enormous crystal ball at the top of the conversion tower. It had only been glowing faintly before, but at this moment it brightened visibly. The light became increasingly intense until it resembled a small blue sun fallen to the ground, illuminating the entire Buzhou Valley. It worked. Tong Tian crawled out from the pile of pipes, sitting down on the ground. He didn't even bother to wipe the machine oil off his face, staring blankly at the towering tower, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. Uncle, this is simply a miracle. His voice trembled half from exhaustion and half from excitement. The energy conversion rate is 3 times higher than I calculated. At this rate, within 3 months, we will capture all the wandering spiritual energy of the entire primal world. Tong Tian gestured wildly towards the crystal ball atop the tower. Nearby, at a pile of scrap iron, Laozi and Yuan Shi were squatting down washing dishes. Hearing the massive commotion, both looked up simultaneously. Gazing at the blue giant tower piercing the clouds, their eyes were filled with uncontainable shock. Laozi dropped the rag in his hand into the water basin, splashing a few drops of dirty water, yet he remained oblivious. What kind of method is this? Laozi muttered, a glimmer of horror flashing through his murky fish-like eyes. To extract the spiritual energy from heaven and earth so recklessly without relying on the power of the heavenly way or cultivating the primordial spirit method. Yuan Shi's face turned pale. He stared intently at the glowing pipes, feeling that the Tao heart he had steadfastly maintained was crumbling little by little. This is stealing the essence of the primal world. He gritted his teeth, his voice barely a whisper. What on earth do these barbarians want to do? Tai, tied at the threshold, was already terrified into a ball. He covered his ears, watching the tower, more terrifying than the Eastern Emperor Bell, with only one thought left in his mind. Big brother, please don't come here. Su Chan, lounging in a recliner, had already been awoken by the commotion. He stretched lazily and yawned. His purple gold boots clacked on the ground as he stood up slowly. He walked to the conversion tower, reaching out to pat the cold metal tower wall. Feeling the liquid spiritual energy rolling inside like a tsunami, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the first step of the infrastructure is considered finished. He turned to look at the excited Tong Tian and the awestruck ancestors around him, a calculating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that the power station is built, we should find a big client to test the waters right. His gaze pierced through the clouds, looking towards the 33 heavens. Those feathered beings in the heavenly court seemed to enjoy absorbing spiritual energy in the skies. Now that the pipeline is laid out, it's time to collect some toll fees from them. The dull rumbling sounded as if a giant drum was being struck beneath the earth. Waves of invisible vibrations traveled along the bronze floor tiles, reaching his heels. The tremors made his disheveled hair dance, and the blackened face, smeared with oil, had eyes that glinted fiercely, almost bursting with flames. Uncle, it worked. It really freaking worked. He scrambled out from a tangle of messy. His big shoes stepped into an oil pit, splashing black liquid onto the pant leg of Zhu Meng beside him. Ouch. Watch where you're walking, Sanqing. Zhu Meng wiped his pants with the back of his hand, his fingers slick with oil, infuriated as he kicked Tong Tian's backside. Tong Tian seemed unfazed, lunging forward. His dirty hands gripped a giant metal lever nearly half his height, embedded in the black iron control panel. 100,000 miles. The entire network is connected. He gasped for breath, his throat producing a wheezing sound like a bellows, spitting saliva everywhere. The formation circuit hasn't collapsed, the resistance coefficient is within 2,000s, and my hair hasn't turned white for nothing these past 2 weeks. Tong Tian pointed at the lever, turning back to Su Chun, grinning like a dog seeking praise. Uncle, you have to come. This historic moment requires your push. Su Chun reclined in the armchair, yawning. He slowly lowered his purple gold boots, stepping down on the stone slab with a soft thud. He lazily stood up, tidying the hem of his robe. Look at your excitement. He shot a sideways glance at Tong Tian, his tone dripping with casual disdain. It's just a power station. Oh, why are you acting like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world? The surrounding ancestors gathered around in a flurry, each one shirtless, sweat trickling down their muscular bodies, forming tiny streams. The acrid smell of sweat mixed with the burnt odor of melting metal made everyone rub their noses. Di Jiang squeezed to the front, his palm the size of a fan continuously rubbing his rough thigh. Uncle, if we push this lever, will our tube be able to breathe? His wide eyes stared at the lever as if it were a rare treasure. Su Chun approached the control panel, reaching out to grasp the cold metal lever. Breathe. He smirked slightly, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. I am about to give this desolate land a good cleansing of its lungs. As soon as he spoke, he pressed down on the lever. Crack. Accompanied by a heavy mechanical clanking, the metal lever was pushed down to its lowest point. In an instant, silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the courtyard of Pango Hall. Even the crackling sound of burning wood in the fire pit mysteriously vanished. Everyone instinctively held their breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. Buzz. A high-frequency humming sound sharp enough to make teeth ache suddenly pierced from deep within the earth. Immediately, the black iron pipelines buried beneath the yellow earth. It was as if ancient dragons that had slept for billions of years all opened their eerie blue eyes at once. Dazzling blue light shone through the ground, illuminating the muddy terrain at the foot of Buzhou Mountain as if it were a vast blue ocean. Oh my, it's bright. It's really bright. Chang Liang jumped 3 feet high, causing the blue bricks to shatter upon landing. He pointed at the blue light racing through the pipelines, lightning crackling between his fingers. High above, the chaotic and disorderly malevolent energy and residual demonic energy that had been drifting near Buzhou Mountain seemed to be caught in an unseen massive funnel. Spinning in circles, they formed gray-black whirlwinds howling as they were sucked into the spiritual energy bases standing erect in various locations. The crystal balls emitted blinding light accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity. The filtering formation within the base operated at high speed. The bizarre formulas drawn by Tong Tian now played a terrifying role. The violent, malevolent energy was forcibly stripped of harmful impurities. The impurities were directly expelled into the deep lava beneath the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining energy, pure to the extreme, was compressed into liquid, eerie blue spiritual liquid. Rushing along the main pipeline, it surged towards the main transformation tower of Panga Hall like a breaking river. Boom! The massive crystal ball at the top of the transformation tower erupted with a blue brilliance brighter than the sun, illuminating the courtyard of Panga Hall as bright as day. The blinding light forced Laozi and Yuan Shi to shield their eyes with their sleeves. Laozi's wrinkled face appeared especially pale under the blue glow. The dirty rag in his hand fell into the water basin, splashing a few drops of dirty water, completely oblivious. This is forcibly depriving the world of its creation. He trembled, his dry lips quivering as his dead fish eyes fixed on the glowing giant tower. No need to obey the timing of the heavens, no need to comprehend the Tao, and it just pulled it all in. Yuan Shi slumped beside the mud pit, his wires making him roll his eyes. Upon seeing this scene, the last remnants of his pride melted away like snow in the spring sun. Cunning tricks. Is this really something cunning tricks can achieve? He despairingly closed his eyes, 2 lines of murky tears seeping from the corners. The pure blue spiritual liquid gathered within the tower, reaching a critical point. Hiss! The discharge port at the bottom of the transformation tower suddenly spewed forth visible mist-like spiritual energy storms. This spiritual energy, gentle and pure without a trace of volatility, was even easier to absorb than the innate pure energy from Kunlun Mountain. The spiritual energy storm swept over Pango Hall, brushing past the witch tribe's settlement at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. A miracle unfolded before the eyes of these muscular men. A nearly withered dogtail grass by the roadside absorbed a hint of blue spiritual energy. Instantly, it was as if it had consumed a complete tonic, and the yellowed leaves visibly turned green and thick. In the blink of an eye, it grew to half a man's height, its top heavy with seeds that even emanated a faint scent of spiritual herbs. Zhu Meng's eyes nearly bulged out. He squatted down, trembling fingers reaching to touch the dogtail grass, as if he were sifting through chaff. "You uncle, this grass has become spiritual," he stammered, turning to Su Chen, his face filled with disbelief. "It takes me half a day of mana to nurture a spiritual herb, and with a puff of this energy the grass grows taller than me." Not just the grass. Even more terrifying things were yet to come. Not far away, several ordinary witch warriors responsible for carrying pipes lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. After inhaling this spiritual energy, the wounds on their bodies previously cut by steel astonishingly stopped bleeding, scabbed over, and fell off in just a few breaths. Their already sturdy muscles bulged as if iron blocks were stuffed beneath their skin. Their skin even took on a faint metallic sheen. One warrior tentatively punched a nearby rock. Bang! The grinding stone shattered into powder, and his fist didn't even break the skin. "Oh my, I feel like I could punch a great Luo golden immortal to death." The warrior stared at his fist, laughing foolishly. The entire witch camp erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and roars mixed with beastly howls shaking the heavens. "Long live uncle." Xing Tian brandished his divine axe, excitedly spinning around 3 times on the spot. "This is what true cultivation looks like. If we absorb this stuff every day, even without a primordial spirit, our bodies can directly smash the heavenly court." Tong Tian leaned against the control panel, exhausted and sitting down, but the smile on his face was brighter than anyone else's. Looking at the scientific crystallization he had created, the sense of accomplishment in his heart was even more exhilarating than when he had once become a saint. "Uncle, what should we name this power station?" Tong Tian looked up, raising his voice to ask Su Chen. Su Chen pulled a blade of grass from his sleeve, biting it as he leaned against the back of the armchair. Half closing his eyes, he gazed at the glowing giant tower. "Let's call it the first water pump of the primordial world." His tone was lazy, but the words carried an undeniable authority. "Water pump. That's a cool name." Zhu Rong slapped his thigh. "It just means we'll drain the water from the heavenly pool dry." However, At this very moment, while the courtyard of Panga Hall was bustling with celebrations over the power station's completion, 33 heavens away, the tightly closed vermilion door of the Xiao Palace remained shut. The purplish red heavenly gears moved like an unyielding colossal machine, silently maintaining the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the cycles of calamity. But just as Su Chun pushed down the metal lever, in the split second when the energy conversion tower erupted with blinding blue light, creak, screech, a sharp piercing sound as if metal was being forcibly scraped and fractured. In the core of the heavenly logic, it erupted with a thunderous roar. That was the energy originally meant to flow into the source of the heavens, forcibly intercepted by an overwhelmingly strong suction. Not only was it intercepted, but this suction was also pulling back. Inside Xiao Palace, Hong Jun, who had just spat a mouthful of blood due to Tong Tian's luck draining away, was seated, cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. He was trying to stabilize the creation jade disc, which was covered in cracks. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him vanish. It was as if the cushion he was sitting on had been pulled away. The entire Xiao Palace, along with the portion of heavenly space he had harmonized, trembled violently, without warning. What's happening? Hong Jun's eyes snapped open, the red blood vessels in his eyes still apparent. He looked down in horror at the creation jade disc in his hands. The disc, which had been slowly rotating at this moment, suddenly halted as if it were a gear that had jammed. The light flickered erratically, alternating between brightness and dimness. An unprecedented sense of weakness spread through Hong Jun's limbs and bones via the connection to the heavens. The source of the heavenly path is dissipating. Hong Jun's voice cracked, unable to conceal his panic. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, he frantically gestured with his hands, trying to investigate the source. As soon as his divine sense probed out of Xiao Palace, he saw a scene that completely shattered his Dao heart. In the eastern lands of the desolate world beneath Buzhou Mountain, a massive, eerie blue whirlpool appeared. That whirlpool resembled a giant mouth of an abyss, greedily and recklessly devouring all stray energy between heaven and earth. The cycle of malevolent energy and the flow of luck originally arranged by the heavenly path. Before that giant mouth, it was as fragile as paper. Even the slightest energy drifting from the source of the heavenly path was forcibly pulled over by that suction. Buzhou Mountain. It's that variable again. Hong Jun's bony fingers dug deep into the cracks of the jade disc. His nails broke, oozing golden blood. His teeth gritted, eyes burning with a mad, killing intent and deep fear. You little brat. How dare you sever the foundation of my heavenly path? Hong Jun stood up, panting heavily, his voice hoarse. Someone, go summon Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti. I must. Before he could finish, Hong Jun suddenly remembered those two beggars who had just gone missing. In the courtyard of Panga Hall, Su Chen spat out the dried grass leaves in his mouth and stood up. He walked up to Tong Tian, kicking his oil-smeared boots. All right, stop dawdling here with your silly grins. Su Chen slightly tilted his head, looking in the direction of the extreme north. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. The power station is built. There needs to be fuel to keep it running right. He moved his wrist. Let's go check on those two new miners in the extreme north, see if they're digging the coal properly today. In the depths of the chaotic void, 33 heavens away, the eye of the Tao abruptly opened, its eyelids twitching and rippling the fabric of space. This time, there were fewer terrifying red veins in the whites of its eye. Instead, a sickly pallor of gray replaced them. It blinked twice, and within its once cold and proud vertical pupil, an indescribable sense of weakness emerged. It resembled a beleaguered worker who had endured 3 months of night shifts, drained of the last ounce of energy by an overbearing boss. The sound of the Dao's gears turning had shifted in tone. The formerly resounding caca had transformed into a grating creak as it turned, its massive eyeball piercing through the heavy clouds fixated on the direction of Buzhou Mountain. The land below had completely transformed. It was supposed to be filled with malevolent energy and a toxic haze, a pit where daily brawls occurred. Now it was as clean as if it had just been washed with water. Not only was there no malevolent energy produced, but there also stood an eerie tall tower radiating blinding blue light. The crystal ball atop the tower resembled a greedy abyssal mouth. The Tao felt a sharp pain in its. It was horrified to discover that the once unclaimed spiritual energy in the surrounding world, along with a trace of the original source derived from the calamity, was all cascading down like sand through a funnel. The target was that blue light tower. The energies had originally been allocated by the Tao to maintain the operations of the primordial world and to grant itself a bit of a year-end bonus. Now it was worse. Those wretched mortals had built a broken pipeline that diverted the flow. It watched helplessly as the pure spiritual energy flowed through the interwoven black iron pipeline, all rushing into the backyard of the Panga Hall. This was not simply a diversion. It was akin to a pump being used to siphon wildly from its blood bank. The Tao grew anxious, the chaotic energy around its eyeball swirling madly. It attempted to mobilize control permissions from the lower levels, seeking to cut off the supply of spiritual energy from the ley lines beneath Buzhou Mountain. The permission command was just issued. It was like a mud cow sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. The Tao was dumbfounded. Upon careful inspection, it nearly choked on its own surprise. Those chaotic black pipes underground were engraved with incomprehensible demonic symbols. They were clamped down like iron hoops, firmly locking the nodes of the ley lines. This nominal landlord of the primordial world found itself unable to even access the switches of its own territory. In a fit of rage, dark thunderclouds began to gather around the Daos, electric sparks crackling within. It wanted to unleash divine thunder from the purple heavens to obliterate that broken tower and all those pipes beneath it. Yet just as the thunderclouds began to coalesce halfway, an image suddenly flashed in its mind. A young man clad in a purple and gold Taoist robe held a dark purple longsword, its tip aimed straight at the sky. The chaotic energy swirling around the blade exuded a raw power capable of splitting it in two. The Daos shivered violently, its vertical pupil contracting sharply. The thunderclouds it had just gathered dissipated like a deflated balloon. It was frustrated. The great Tao had been outmaneuvered by a variable it couldn't even fathom. Watching its own resources being drained, it didn't dare make a sound. With a sense of grievance, the eye of the Tao blinked and could only roll its eyes, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke retreating back into the depths of chaos. If it couldn't confront it, it could at least hide right. In the backyard of the Panga Hall, the spiritual energy conversion tower emitted a deep and powerful hum. Blue spiritual liquid flowed joyfully through the thick main pipeline. Su Chen stood on the steel platform extending from the tower's peak. The wind at that height made his purple-gold Taoist robe flutter, bringing with it a refreshing scent of earth after rain. He took a deep breath. The rich and gentle spiritual energy flowed into his lungs through his nostrils, making him feel a delightful tingling sensation in his bones. Yawning, Su Chen stretched his arms widely, crossing them behind his head as his joints cracked twice. This first wave of resources was quite satisfying to reap. He looked down at the bustling construction site below. Tong Tian was in a heated argument with Zhu Rong over the issue of a pipeline joint. Their spittle flew in all directions. Xing Tian held a crumpled blueprint directing a group of minor shamans who were compacting the foundation using the divine axe as a hammer. Every day stuck in this broken courtyard doing construction. Su Chen rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit of soreness in his cervical spine. Although watching these laborers working hard is quite enjoyable, it is a bit too dull. He let his hands drop and turned his head. Ho Tu was standing just 2 steps behind him. Her once crude animal skin skirt was now covered in dust with a spot of black oil smeared on the hem. Her hands were obediently clasped in front of her, her head lowered in humility. Yet in those clear eyes of hers, when she looked at Su Chen, they sparkled with admiration. They shone brightly enough to serve as searchlights. The earlier scene of her uncle pushing down the lever and the explosion of spiritual energy from Buzhou Mountain had utterly captivated her. This is the true powerhouse capable of defying fate for the Witch Clan. What are you staring at? Your eyes are about to pop out. Su Chen raised a finger and playfully flicked her forehead. Clang. The force was not great, but the sound was crisp. Ouch. Ho Tu covered her forehead, pouting in grievance as 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Clang. The force was not great, but the sound was crisp. Ouch. Ho Tu covered her forehead, pouting in grievance as 2 blushes appeared on. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He turned around, hands clasped behind his back, looking at the distant rolling mountain. Let's go, girl. He tilted his chin, his tone casual, as if they could leave at any moment. I, your ancestor, am in a contemplative mood. Let's go out for some fresh air and see if there are any other treasures in this primordial land that we can bring back. Upon hearing they could go out, Ho Tu's eyes lit up. Really, uncle. Where are we going? She excitedly took a small step forward. Where to? Su Chen stroked his smooth chin. Let's just wander around casually, see what we encounter. If we happen to run into those dullards from the heavenly court on patrol, I might just pluck some feathers from those birds to make a cushion for the old ancestor's bed. The clear eyes of Ho Tu suddenly brightened, resembling 2 small stars hidden within. Go. Uncle, I haven't been out of this broken valley for ages. She exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together as fine sweat slicked her palms. Every day spent in the mud with those rough men, surrounded by the smell of oil and the sound of hammering. Not to mention girls, even a stone golem would be driven to madness. All right, stop grinning like a fool here. Su Chen pulled his hand from behind his back and brushed off the specks of dust on his cuffs. Go change into something more presentable. This animal hide you're wearing makes you look like a wild man coming down the mountain to rob. He scrutinized Ho Tu with disdain. Ho Tu's face flushed as she hurriedly covered the torn hem of her skirt. Hey, I'm going right now. She turned and dashed back to her stone house like a playful rabbit. Half an hour later, in the backyard of the Pango Hall, Su Chen changed out of the conspicuous purple golden Taoist robe and put on a plain, unremarkable gray shirt. The fabric felt soft and clung to his body like water woven from the primordial spiritual energy as a reward from the system. It was dust-proof, lightning-resistant, and could even prevent saints from peeping, more useful than any innate spiritual treasure. Ho-Tu also came out wearing a simple coarse linen skirt. Her hair was casually tied up with a twig resembling a newly civilized village girl from the human race. "Uncle, how do I look?" She tugged at the hem of her dress and twirled in front of Su-chun, causing a whiff of soapberry scent to waft around. Su-chun nodded and pulled 2 broken bamboo fans from his sleeves, tossing one to her. "It'll do. Remember, once we step out this door, we are just wandering cultivators looking for food." He fanned himself, trying to dispel the stuffy, earthy smell in the air. "Don't go shouting about fighting and killing, it makes us seem uncouth." The 2 quietly slipped out of the Panga Hall without greeting Di Jiang and the others. With that lunatic Tongtian monitoring the formation and the 12 ancestral witches providing muscle, this base was as stable as Mount Tai. Su-chun was pleased to act as a carefree manager, stretching his limbs outside. Beyond Mount Buzhou, the world was vast. The wind swept across the plains, carrying the scent of desolate wild grasses. The sky was clear, the sun scorching the cracked earth, and the air shimmered with waves of heat. The 2 walked through the mud without soaring on clouds. The soles of their shoes snapped twigs beneath them, producing a crisp, crackling sound. "Uncle, which way are we going?" Ho-Tu asked, shielding her forehead with the fan as she squinted at the distant hills. Su-chun chewed on a sweet grass root he had plucked by the roadside, savoring a hint of bittersweetness. "Just wandering around, wherever we end up is fine." With his hands behind his head, he hummed an unknown tune nonchalantly. "I just want to see what kind of mess the heavenly Tao has turned the wilderness into." Just as he finished speaking, a large black-haired tiger demon of the great Luo Golden Immortal level suddenly leaped out from a pile of rocks ahead. The tiger demon was the size of a small mountain, its 4 paws shaking the ground as it stood. It was opening its massive maw, saliva dripping as it prepared to swallow a trembling spotted deer whole. "Roar!" The tiger demon let out a thunderous roar, the foul wind blowing against Su-chun's gray shirt, causing it to cling to him. It turned its head, its eyes as large as copper bells, fixating on Su-chun and Ho-Tu. 2 ignorant, wandering cultivators. Just right for me to snack on. Ho-Tu was startled, instinctively preparing to summon ancestral witch energy. "Don't move." Su-chun didn't even spit out the grass root in his mouth, merely raised his eyelids. He leisurely took a step forward, his right hand lifting lightly. There was no sign of incantation or fluctuations of magic. It was simply a pure, sweeping motion of his arm. Smack! A resounding slap echoed like a thunderclap, landing solidly on the tiger demon's furry. The sound was as crisp as if he had slapped a watermelon. The tiger demon, weighing thousands of pounds, didn't make a sound. It was sent spinning 3 times in midair by the force of the slap. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily into a distant dirt mound, unable to extricate itself. A few bloodied tiger teeth rolled around in the mud. The spotted deer that had narrowly escaped looked dumbfounded. It knelt on the ground, trembling, its 4 legs as weak as noodles forgetting to run. Su-chun disdainfully took out a handkerchief, wiping off the tiger fur that clung to his palm. "This beast of the wilderness really has no sense of decorum, blocking my view of the scenery." He threw the handkerchief aside and clapped his hands. Ho-Tu watched, eyes wide with astonishment. A great Luo Golden Immortal. Just like that, it was sent flying by a slap. Just how absurdly powerful was Uncle's physical strength? "You uncle is mighty." She swallowed hard, quickly jogging to catch up, her initial nervousness transformed into a sense of security. The 2 continued forward. Having walked less than 10 miles, a rustling sound came from beneath their feet. A carnivorous flower with jagged teeth surged up from the soil, taking advantage of their momentary inattention. The petals opened, releasing a pungent green poison mist aimed directly at Ho-Tu's ankles. "Oh my!" Ho-Tu exclaimed, startled, and tried to dodge, but the flower spirit was too fast. Su-chun furrowed his brow. "Tch, how annoying." He didn't even look down. His purple golden boots transformed into a pair of tattered straw sandals, precisely stomped down on the carnivorous flower stem. He pressed down forcefully with his foot. Squish! The carnivorous flower let out a shrill scream, its petals rapidly withering. Su-chun bent down, grasped its roots with both hands, and yanked it out of the ground along with the dirt, shaking off the excess soil. He surprisingly brought it to his mouth, taking a bite of the emerald green root. Huh! After chewing a couple of times, Su-chun disdainfully tossed the great, immortal-level carnivorous flower into a ditch. "Too tough, tastes like spoiled water, not even as good as the bird meat my 4th brother roasted yesterday." Ho-Tu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Following Uncle out, this wasn't a covert visit at all. It was more like a max-level boss sweeping through the beginner village. Along the way, whether it was the mountain-occupying demon king or the aquatic spirits hiding beneath the water, as long as they dared to show their faces, they could not escape from Su-chun's powerful slap or a swift kick. They walked on continuously, eliminating evil and restoring order. The two climbed over a dirt slope, and their vision suddenly opened up. Ahead was a sunken valley with a clear little river flowing within the water, splashing over the pebbles, producing a soothing sound. The banks were covered with unknown wildflowers, and a faint scent of grass and trees wafted through the air. Unlike the murderous atmosphere outside, this place was serene, like a hidden paradise. "Uncle, this place is really beautiful." Hotu took a deep breath, feeling much refreshed. Suchin didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on a shallow area by the riverbank. There, squatting in the mud, was a woman dressed in colorful attire. She rolled up her pants, exposing her fair calves. Her hands were covered in black river mud as she panted and kneaded a lump of dough. Next to her on a large stone were 7 or 8 oddly shaped mud lumps. Some were missing arms, others legs, looking quite bizarre. The woman furrowed her brow, pinching a piece of yellow mud, biting her lip, mumbling to herself. "No, this form is still wrong." She poked a hole in the mud lump for eyes, but lacked control over her strength, causing the whole lump to crumble into a puddle of goo. Annoyed, the woman slapped her muddy hands against her thighs, instantly leaving 2 black handprints on her colorful attire. Frustrated, she grabbed at her hair, the originally smooth strands now stuck together with mud. "Why is the law of creation so hard to comprehend? This mud simply won't listen," she shouted in exasperation. Her voice was crisp, yet it carried a deep sense of helplessness. Hotu recognized the woman and exclaimed in surprise, tugging at Suchen's sleeve. "Uncle, that's Sister Nuwa." Suchan crossed his arms, leaning against a crooked willow tree. Watching Nuwa clumsily shape the mud figures, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. With skills like this, how can she aspire to be the creator? He muttered softly, "What she's making is even uglier than those freshly hatched turtles from the back mountain." Hotu didn't catch what he said, only noticing Suchen suddenly stepping forward toward the riverbank. Nuwa was deeply troubled by the pile of mushy mud on the ground. Suddenly, she heard footsteps crunching twigs behind her. She quickly turned her head. Seeing 2 shabby-looking wandering cultivators, she initially wanted to explode. But as her gaze swept across Su Chen's face, an inexplicable wave of intense pressure surged within her. The calmness in the eyes of this man in gray was unnervingly tranquil, like a pool of stagnant water, yet it made even her Aquasa Saint feel a shiver of dread. "Who are you?" Nuwa, alarmed, stood up, dropping the mud in her hands, and warily stared at Su Chen. Su Chen walked up to her pile of works and halted. He looked down at a mud figure on the stone with no nose and disdainfully kicked it with his toe. The mud figure rolled off the stone, tumbling into the river and instantly dissolving into yellow soup. "You." Nuwa was furious, about to perform an incantation. But Suchen spoke first, his tone heavily laced with mockery. "What on earth is this supposed to be?" He raised an eyebrow, looking at Nuwa. "Your technique is coarser than my nephew's attempts at playing in mud back in my last life. What is this thing you're molding?" Suchan raised an eyebrow, pulling his gaze away from the yellow muddy water in the river. "This woman is indeed beautiful, her features so exquisite that one could not find a flaw, her figure wrapped in a stunning attire. But right now her face is covered in mud, making her look somewhat diminished. Your technique is even cruder than my nephew's from my past life, who played with mud in the fields." He pointed to the few misshapen mud figures left on the large stone. "They lack structure and are just a pile of soft flesh huddled together. What you've created isn't a living being, but it's a damn soft-bodied creature, isn't it?" Nuwa's chest heaved with anger, her breath quickening. "She is the illustrious empress of the demon race, a formidable being in the late stage of the Quasi Saint realm. Wherever she goes, she is worshipped and revered. Today, while comprehending the Tao by the river, she encountered a bottleneck that left her vexed. And now this unknown loose cultivator in a blue robe dares to point at her and criticize her craftsmanship. Presumptuous." Nuwa shouted angrily, her voice crisp, yet filled with uncontainable rage. She suddenly raised her hand, flinging mud from her fair fingertips, splattering it onto the nearby grass. A force of the law of creation erupted from her body, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. The small stones on the ground were drawn by the energy hovering in midair. "You, a mere loose cultivator, what do you know about the great Tao of creation?" She glared at Suchan, her beautiful brows furrowed. "I am Nuwa. This 9 heavens essence, earth, and 3 light divine water. Do you think a crude person like you can comment on them?" Suchen looked at her fierce demeanor without a flicker of his eyelashes. He crossed his arms, leaning back comfortably against the crooked willow tree. The Quasi Saint's pressure crashed into him like a spring breeze, rustling the willow branches, not even stirring the hem of his blue robe. "Nuwa." Suchen scoffed, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That title is indeed quite impressive. He even had the leisure to extend his pinky finger and clean his ear. "Your voice is quite loud, buzzing in my ears." Nuwa was taken aback. She thought that by releasing her Quasi Saint pressure, this loose cultivator would at least be scared into kneeling and begging for mercy, if not immobilized. But this person before her not only acted as if nothing was wrong, but even had the audacity to clean his ears in front of her. Is this the kind of reaction one would expect below the great Luo Golden Immortal level? Hutu stood behind Su Chun, unable to help but cover her mouth and stifle her laughter at Nuwa's defeated expression. She had witnessed her uncle scare away the eye of heaven. In front of her uncle, even Nuwa's croissant pressure probably wouldn't qualify to even tickle. Who are you exactly? Nuwa swallowed hard, her tone softened by a hint of uncertainty. She quietly retracted her pressure, and the floating stones clattered back to the ground. Su Chin ignored her question. He walked over to the large stone, casually picking up a mud lump that barely resembled a human form. The mud lump was soft and easily deformed in his hand. The 9 heavens essence, earth, and 3 light divine water are indeed good materials. Su Chun lifted the mud figure to eye level, wrinkling his nose in disgust. What a pity such good cabbage has been trampled by pigs. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed the mud figure against the stone, splattering it into a pile of mud. Nuwa was enraged, pointing at Su Chun, her fingers trembling. That was something she had painstakingly molded for half a day. Don't glare at me. Su Chun shot her a cold glance. Your mud figure has form, but lacks spirit. Why? He brushed the mud off his hands and pointed at Nuwa's chest. Because you don't even know what you want to create. Nuwa's face stiffened as she was hit where it hurt. The Tao of Heaven gave her guidance, instructing her to mold earth to create beings, claiming it would lead to great merit. But what exactly to create and how to do it was entirely up to her to figure out. The Tao of Heaven's guidance said that if she created a race, great merit would descend. Nuwa bit her lower lip, her voice weakening. I tried creating flying and terrestrial beasts, but none were satisfactory. This path is the most difficult. The Tao of Heaven's guidance. Su Chin scoffed repeatedly, his voice laced with a chilling disdain. The schemes of that old turtle Han Jun are only something fools like you would believe. He walked to the riverbank, looking down at the gently flowing water's reflection. Creating humans is your opportunity, but within that opportunity lies a deadly poison. Su Chun turned his head, his gaze sharp enough to strip away Nuwa's disguise. Do you think that is merit? That is a dog leash wrapped around your neck. Nuwa gasped, sharply stumbling back a step. The river water soaked her embroidered shoes. Stop speaking nonsense. The Tao of Heaven is just and cannot be. She wanted to refute, but the words stuck in her throat, unable to escape. Because the certainty in the eyes of this blue-robed man made her uneasy. Hutu beside her nodded in agreement. She had just experienced the reincarnation crisis and was deeply aware of the Tao of Heaven's deceptive tricks. Sister Nuwa, my uncle is right. The Tao of Heaven is not a good thing. Hutu poked her head out and murmured. Nuwa abruptly turned her head, finally noticing the person behind Su Chun. Hutu, what are you doing here? She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. How could the great ancestor of the witch clan be following this mysterious loose cultivator in a blue robe, calling him uncle? I came out with my uncle to see the world. Hutu scratched her head, smiling foolishly. Su Chun impatiently interrupted their reminiscing. He grabbed a handful of damp yellow mud from the stone. He weighed it in his hand. Watch closely. Su Chin's tone was flat, but carried an undeniable authority as he kneaded the handful of earth. Without using any magical power or the 3 light divine water, he said the skeleton is the foundation that supports the flesh. Your method is like soft bones, the things you create won't even stand up. Su Chin's fingers danced skillfully. The mud seemed to come alive in his hands. The spine, ribs, and joints of the limbs. Every detail was perfectly grasped. In less than half a tea's worth of time, a small, exquisite, lifelike mud figure stood proudly on the large stone. Though it was just ordinary yellow mud, the mud figure's upright posture radiated a spirit of resilience, with even the muscle fibers clearly visible. Nuwa was stunned. She stared at the mud figure, feeling as if something in her mind exploded. Though the mud figure lacked life, its perfect body structure resonated with some profound truth of heaven and earth. This was a realm she had never touched despite molding thousands of failed products. How did you do this? Nuwa murmured, her gaze fixated on the mud figure in fascination. She even forgot her earlier anger, instinctively taking a step forward, wanting to reach out and touch it, but hesitating, fearing she would ruin this perfect piece of art. Bones, muscles, nerves, organs. Su Chun clapped his hands, pulling out a stem of dogtail grass from his pocket to chew on. This is called anatomy. If you don't understand the internal structure and just mold a hollow shell based on your own appearance, what use is that? He looked at Nuwa's naive expression with a sense of satisfaction. This feeling of being a mentor to a top-tier expert is quite nice. Those 9 heavens essence, earth, and 3 light divine water are top-tier materials. But if used incorrectly, it's a waste of heaven's treasures. Nuwa took a deep breath, suppressing her shock. She finally understood that this blue-robed man before her was absolutely not an ordinary loose cultivator. Such a profound understanding of the structure of life was beyond the reach of any ordinary expert. She gritted her teeth, setting aside her previous pride. She placed her hands together in front of her and deeply bowed to Su Chun. You are right, senior. Nuwa is foolish, please guide me, senior. She bent her waist, deeply conveying her sincerity. Guide you? Suchin raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a teasing smile. Why should I teach you for free? What benefit do I get? Nuwa was taken aback, clearly not expecting Suchun to be so straightforward about wanting a reward. Her face flushed as she searched her mind for anything valuable she could offer. I have a top-notch, innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball. Forget it, that kind of toy for little girls is just an eyesore to me. Suchun waved his hand dismissively, his face filled with disdain as he stepped closer to Nuwa, his gaze intense. What I want is not a magical treasure. Suchun lowered his voice, his tone laced with a madman's calculation. I want you to create the human race and not align with that so-called Tao of Heaven saint. Nuwa's eyes widened in shock as she suddenly looked up. Not align with the Tao of Heaven. Then, how will I become a saint? Becoming a saint. That's just being a dog for Hongjun. Suchun snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. I want you to use the laws of creation you comprehend to achieve the status of a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. I want you to become the only supreme of humanity in this wilderness. Suchin's words struck Nuwa's heart like a heavy hammer. She felt her heart racing on the verge of leaping out of her throat. A mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. To jump out of the control of the Tao of Heaven. That is a realm even the Demon Emperor Dejuan wouldn't dare to dream of. But if I don't accept the merit from the Tao of Heaven, I will face divine retribution. Divine retribution? With me here, does it dare? Suchin interrupted her forcefully, his eyes filled with disdain. Just mold as I say. If that broken eyeball dares to explode. He smiled cruelly. I will personally go, and so its eyelids. Nuwa took a deep breath, looking at Suchin's utterly confident gaze. The suppressed ambition within her suddenly grew wildly like weeds. She gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. All right, I will listen to you, senior. That's the spirit. Suchin smiled with satisfaction. He flicked his wrist, pulling out a thick-bound book from the system space. With a thud, it landed in Nuwa's hands. On the cover, it read Fundamentals of Human Anatomy, Illustrated Edition for the Wilderness. Follow the diagrams in this book as you mold. Suchun crossed his arms and stepped back 2 paces. The pebbles by the riverbank were smoothed by the water reflecting the glaring sun. The wind carried the damp, fishy scent of aquatic plants. Nuwa squatted on the muddy shore, her colorful skirt trailing into the water soiled with black-gray mud. She paid no heed to it. Furrowing her brows, she fixed her gaze on the lump of freshly kneaded yellow clay in her hand. The clay was mixed with 3 light, divine water shimmering faintly. No, that's not right. Still not right. She murmured, her fingers quickly pinching the clay. She shaped a round head, pulled out 2 long clay strips for arms, and casually pressed down to form legs. The figure looked more awkward than a chubby little fish just learning to walk. Nuwa sighed, a sheen of fine sweat forming on her forehead, and wiped her muddy hands carelessly. A prominent mud mark appeared on her fair face. She placed the misshapen clay figure on a nearby large blue stone. Plop. As soon as the clay figure touched the stone, its flimsy arms drooped down and its head tilted towards its chest. In less than 2 breaths, it turned into a puddle of mush. Nuwa's chest heaved violently with anger, her breath quickening. She suddenly stood up, kicking the pebble in the water, sending up a spray of water. How can this path of creation be so hard to comprehend? She bit her lip, her voice tinged with a frustrated whimper. She clearly felt the opportunity lay within this mud, yet she lacked that final push. The things she had molded were lifeless, inferior even to the most basic of demonic beasts. Not far away, under a willow tree, Suchun leaned against the trunk, chewing on a half-eaten sweetgrass root. Huta stood behind him, peering curiously at the riverbank. Uncle, what is that woman trying to make? It looks quite... Huta mumbled softly, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Suchun rolled his eyes and spat out the grass root. What is she making? She's molding your future, master. He replied grumpily, standing up straight. The sound of his purple gold boots crunching on fallen leaves broke the silence. Suchun strode towards the riverbank. The woman's technique for molding clay figures was an outright insult to his 9 years of compulsory education in his past life. She didn't even understand the basics of skeletal support, yet she aspired to create a myriad of races. It was a dream. As he approached, Suchun wasted no time and kicked the figure. Splash! The purple bamboo basket filled with 9 heavens essence was kicked over by him. The precious essence mixed with the 3 light divine water, spilling everywhere and blending with the ordinary river mud. Nuwa was startled, spinning around abruptly. Seeing the overturned essence, her eyes reddened, and she gasped in distress. Who is this rogue cultivator daring to ruin my grand design? She shouted angrily, her quasi-saintly pressure erupting with a thunderous force. The surrounding river water was drawn by this aura, spiraling upwards into a towering water curtain, pressing towards Suchun like a wall. Suchun didn't even blink. With his hands in his blue robe pockets, he lazily stood in place, casually just that one glance. Nuwa felt as though her heart was gripped tightly by an invisible, icy hand. The spiraling water curtain suddenly lost control, halting half a foot away from Su-chun. Splash! It crashed back into the river, splashing water all over Nuwa, drenching her colorful attire completely. The pressure was forcibly suppressed back into her body, causing her throat to taste blood. She stared in terror at the seemingly unremarkable blue-robed man before her. The absolute suppression from a higher dimension rendered her proud Quasi-Saint cultivation a joke. The aura emanating from this man was even more profound and terrifying than that of the Tao ancestor of the Purple Cloud's palace. Who are you? Nuwa's voice trembled, her feet uncontrollably stepping back, slipping in the mud, almost falling. Su-chun ignored her question. He walked up to the large blue stone, disdainfully playing with the puddle of mush. With your clumsy hands you aspire to create a race. He scoffed, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Su-chun turned to look at Nuwa, whose face was flushed with both anger and fear. You don't even understand the structure of a skeleton. When molding a clay figure, it's all a limp mess. He pointed a finger at Nuwa, sparing her no dignity. What you created is nothing but a soft-bodied worm. Do you expect this thing to stand upright and dominate all beings? Nuwa's face burned red from the scolding, her neck flushed. She had always held herself in high regard, never having endured such a pointed insult. But facing the unfathomable strength of her opponent, she dared not retort, biting her teeth to swallow her grievances. Her hands twisted the soaked hem of her clothing tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Then, what do you think I should do? She lowered her head, her voice barely audible, as if she were gritting her teeth to force out this question. Su-chun stroked his smooth chin. Want to learn? He raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flashing in it. This skill of mine is a unique craft that is not passed on lightly. He took out a handful of primordial melon seeds, a reward from the system, and cracked one open. The seed shell was casually spat out at Nuwa's feet. However, considering that your materials are somewhat adequate, Su-chun pointed at the overturned Nine Heavens essence on the ground. If you are willing to obediently listen, I wouldn't mind teaching you what true high-end customization is. Nuwa suddenly raised her head, her eyes complex, as she stared at Su-chun. This person was so audacious. The creation race was a predetermined fate. How dare he teach her? What? Don't believe me. Su-chun noticed her thoughts and chuckled softly. He bent down and casually grabbed a handful of essence mixed with 3 light divine water. His fingers moved swiftly without using any of his power. The clay seemed to come alive in his hands, stretching and kneading rapidly. In just a few breaths, a petite clay figure stood in Su-chun's palm. It had a head and face with limbs well proportioned, and the contours of its muscles and bones were distinctly visible. Though small, this clay figure exuded a spirit of resilience and vigor. The stark contrast with the deformed creatures Nuwa had just made was like comparing clouds to mud. Nuwa stared in awe, her eyes nearly popping out. What an exquisite structure, she murmured to herself as if she had glimpsed another door to the path of creation. Su-chun casually placed the clay figure on the large blue stone, brushing off the dirt from his hands. This is called anatomy, do you understand? He looked at Nuwa, a smirk of calculation on his lips. If you want to learn this skill, you must first agree to one condition of mine. Please, senior. Nuwa, stripped of her pride, resembled a humble apprentice seeking knowledge. As long as you can create such a perfect being, Nuwa will agree to anything. Su-chun leaned in a bit, lowering his voice, his tone laced with a maddening temptation. I want you, after creating the human race, to refrain from accepting the so-called merits bestowed by the heavens. His eyes were sharp, piercing into Nuwa's soul. I want you to abandon the heavenly path and forge your own way to becoming a Hunyuan Dayo Jinxian. The wind blew along the river, carrying moisture that clung to Nuwa's sweaty, ethereal garments. She couldn't help but shiver, not from the cold, but from the words that Su-chun had just spoken. Do not accept the merits of the heavenly Tao and certify as a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. These 2 phrases struck her like heavy hammers, firmly pounding against the crown of her head. Her head buzzed from the impact, causing her vision to waver. As senior, Nuwa stumbled back a step, her heel slipping on the smooth pebbles, nearly twisting her ankle. Her face turned pale, her lips trembled, and even her delicate features were slightly distorted. What you say is profoundly rebellious. She swallowed a dry lump in her throat, her eyes darting fearfully towards the sky, fearing that a bolt of divine lightning might strike her down at that moment. The heavenly Tao guides my creation, that is destined great merit, the only opportunity to become a saint. Nuwa wrung her hands, her nails digging into her palms, leaving red marks. If I do not accept the merit and go against the grand trend of the heavenly Tao, then not only can I not become a saint, but this quasi-saint body of mine will likely be reduced to ashes under divine retribution. Su-chun looked at her terrified expression and snickered. He turned around and strolled back to the gnarled willow tree, leaning back against its rough trunk. He casually pulled out a primordial melon seed from his pocket, cracking it open with a crunch, the seed's flesh crackling in his mouth. Profoundly rebellious. Su Chen spat out the seed shell, his eyelids half-flitted, his gaze dripping with disdain. Hong Jun has thoroughly brainwashed you all. He pointed skyward, his tone mocking. What predetermined grand trend, what great merit. That's just a collar to control you. Su Chen suddenly straightened up, his voice dropping low but piercing with a soul-piercing edge. He wants you to create people not for the sake of the common folk, but to label the human race with the mark of the heavenly Tao puppet. Nuwa gasped, her chest heaving violently. Su Chen's words were like a rusty knife brutally cutting a gash in her previously steadfast Tao heart. You take the merit and become a saint. He stepped closer to Nuwa, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through her. It looks glorious and is said to be indestructible, but in reality, he sneered, your primordial spirit is bound to the heavenly Tao. Your life and death lie entirely within Hongjun's whims. If the primordial chaos shatters, you die with it. If Hongjun commands you east, you dare not go west. Is this what it means to be a saint? Su Chen stood half a step in front of Nuwa, looking down at her. This is nothing more than a high-level worker. She didn't understand the term worker, but she grasped the phrase life and death lie entirely within a thought. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto a nearby large stone. Her gaze became vacant, her mind a chaotic mess. Puppet. Worker. Nuwa muttered to herself, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. She had cultivated for countless years, severing innumerable karmic ties in pursuit of becoming a saint, only to find it all a schemed deception. Hutu, who had remained silent, moved closer and tugged at Nuwa's cold hand. Sister Nuwa, the elder is right. Our witch clan has been manipulated by the heavenly Tao into self-destruction, nearly exterminating ourselves. Hutu's voice was muffled, tinged with fear. The elder possesses great wisdom. You cannot go wrong by listening to him. Nuwa took a deep breath, suddenly raising her head to look at Su Chen. The confusion in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolve born from struggle. Senior, if I do not rely on merit, my laws of creation, though strong, are insufficient to break the shackles of quasi-sainthood. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly. Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, that is a realm only achievable by the legendary Pangu Hao. How could I possibly attain it? If I say you're foolish, you really are getting a bit cocky. Su Chen rolled his eyes and turned towards the pile of overturned Jutian Shirong. He bent down and fished out a thick-bound book from his sleeve. The cover was yellowed with rough handwriting declaring Basics of Human Anatomy, illustrated version for the primordial era. With a snap, he tossed the book into Nuwa's arms. Open it and take a look. Su Chen crossed his arms, tilting his chin slightly. Nuwa hesitantly flipped the pages, and at first glance, she inhaled sharply. The book depicted not profound Taoist formations, but densely packed, intricately detailed illustrations of bones, muscles, and vascular systems. Every line corresponded with the fundamental physical laws of heaven and earth. This is... Nuwa's hands trembled, nearly dropping the book, her eyes shining like two flames. Skeleton support, muscle force, organ circulation. She read aloud eagerly as she flipped through the pages. The mud you molded before was merely a heap of dead flesh forcibly glued together by your powers. Su Chen's voice rang out beside her, carrying a mentor's authority. Such a creation, a mere touch, and it shatters. How could it carry the fortunes of the world? He walked over to the large stone, pointing at the little clay figure he had just made. Use your laws of creation to perceive the structure within this book. Embed the laws into every bone and every meridian. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, his voice booming. Do not seek the heavenly Tao for a soul. Use your Tao of creation to bestow them with their own independent life as members of the human race. Nuwa trembled all over as if enlightened. She abruptly closed the book, no longer showing even a hint of confusion. Nuwa understands. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Without hesitation, she dove into the pile of mud. Her hands moved like phantoms. This time, she did not wield immense powers to forcibly shape, but transformed the laws of creation into fine threads, merging them into her fingertips. She grabbed a handful of Jyotian Shirong, mingling it with the divine water of the three lights. First, build the skeleton. The spine is the celestial pillar, and the limbs are the four poles. Nuwa recited the theories from Su Chen's book. The mud rapidly took shape in her hands. No longer was it a limp noodle, but a body with hard bones and a sense of power. Veins were delineated by the laws, and organs slowly formed within the chest cavity. In less than half an hour, the first flawless clay figure appeared in Nuwa's hands. The clay figure's eyes were tightly shut, yet its chest rose and fell slightly, its skin radiating a faint flesh-colored glow. Though it had yet to awaken, it already exuded a vibrant life force. The riverbank was densely populated with 129600 clay figures. Nuwa stood up, letting out a long breath. The laws of creation within her surged to a peak at that moment, as if ready. The riverbank was densely populated with 129600 clay figures. Nuwa stood up, letting out a long breath. The laws of creation within her surged to a peak at that moment, as if ready to shatter some kind of shackles. Awaken! Nuwa shouted loudly, biting her fingertip. A drop of blood containing the purest essence of creation shot into the air. It transformed into a rain of blood falling upon each clay figure. Buzz! A deep humming resonated through the universe. The 129600 clay figures opened their eyes simultaneously. They did not look confused. Instead, they uniformly gazed at Nuwa. Their eyes were filled with a desire for life and reverence for their creator. We bow to the Holy Mother. The thunderous shout echoed through the valley, infused with the unique vigor of new life. At the very moment the human race was born, outside the 33 heavens, the originally clear sky was suddenly tinted a blinding golden hue. Endless golden clouds of merit roiled, carrying the immense pressure of the heavenly Tao, cascading down upon Nuwa like a waterfall. That was terrifying merit sufficient to elevate any quasi-saint to the status of a saint in an instant. Here it comes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, watching the golden clouds above. He spat out the seed shell from his mouth and sneered. The eye of the heavenly Tao was faintly visible within the golden clouds, exuding an urgent aura. It sought to forcibly inject this merit into Nuwa, shackling her with the title of predestined saint. The golden light blinded Nuwa, and the overwhelming temptation felt like countless hands tugging at her soul. As long as she accepted this merit, she could instantly become invincible, unending through the ages. Nuwa's breathing quickened, her legs felt slightly weak, and a flicker of struggle passed through her eyes. What's wrong? Do you want to become a dog? Su Chen's cold voice landed on her like a bucket of ice water. Nuwa suddenly bit her tongue. The sharp pain brought her back to clarity. She raised her head, staring fiercely at the oppressive cloud of merit above. Her eyes erupted with unprecedented defiance and madness. I, Nuwa, will not cultivate the heavenly Tao. She let out a howl that split the tranquility of the valley. I cultivate my own Tao of creation. Nuwa fiercely gathered her aura, completely isolating herself from the golden clouds of merit. No matter how the golden clouds rolled and pressured her, she firmly kept her mouth shut, refusing to absorb even a hint. The eye of the heavenly Tao grew furious. Thunder rumbled from the clouds as if it intended to forcefully shove the merit inside. You think you can give me a face and not get one, huh? Su Chen sneered. He didn't even draw his sword, merely raising his right hand slowly, his purplish golden sleeve sliding down. He slapped the golden clouds above with a light flick. Su Chen's slap seemed featherlight, not even carrying the sound of air being rent. The purple gold sleeve rolled forth a wisp of sharp wind, smashing directly into that golden gleaming cloud. Slap! A crisp sound exploded by the riverbank. The commotion was identical to a street thug delivering a resounding slap. The oppressive, suffocating aura pressed down by the heavenly Tao was instantly torn into a gaping hole. The churning golden cloud of merit, like a fly struck by a door panel, visibly caved in several zhang deep. Within the cloud, the faintly visible purplured eyeball shrank its pupil to a needlepoint. It didn't even dare to spark a single bolt of lightning, shrinking back as it tried to retreat. Get back, Su Chen said, shaking his wrist as his joints emitted a sharp crack. He spat on the ground. The one this old ancestor has taken a liking to doesn't need your measly eyeball to toss scraps. Nuwa, who had been struggling to breathe, her knees trembling, felt the weight lift. With this slap, the heavy burden pressing on her spine dissipated in an instant. Her legs gave way and she collapsed onto the damp, slippery cobblestones. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, trickling down her pale chin and dripping onto the muddy stain on her chest. Su Chen flicked his sleeve. A wisp of faint purple primordial chi emerged, forming an inverted hemispherical barrier. Steadily it enclosed Nuwa and the over 100,000 clay figurines within. The golden cloud circled twice outside the barrier like a stray dog catching the scent of meat, but unable to get its jaws on it. Cough. Cough, thank you, senior. Nuwa clutched her chest, gasping for breath, her lungs rattling. She wiped her mouth with the back of her mud-stained hand, smearing her face into a mess. That merit. I didn't accept it. Her voice sounded distant, her back drenched in cold sweat. Su Chen pulled another melon seed from his pocket and cracked it open with his front teeth. Good thing you've got some sense, he said, spitting out the seed shell and pointing at the still unopened eyes of the clay figurines on the ground. Don't just sit here in a daze. While the creation chi hasn't dissipated, quickly infuse your laws into them. Nuwa was startled, then quickly sat up straight, crossing her legs. She closed her eyes and plunged her hands into the pile of yellow mud mixed with divine water. The mud was wet and sticky cool against the crevices of her fingers. Her mind was filled with images from the anatomy diagrams Su Chen had given her. How to build the bones, how to lay out the meridians, how to generate flesh and blood. The creation laws, once a tangled mess, now flowed as smoothly as if combed through. The pelvis should have a bit of a curve, don't make it like a straight, stiff fire poker, Su Chen directed, lazily leaning against a willow tree. Make the leg bones thicker, these little ones will have to work the land later, don't let them break at the slightest touch. Nuwa took a deep breath, suppressing the panic in her heart. A layer of pure white radiance enveloped her. The light wasn't harsh, it carried the fresh grassy scent of spring sprouts. She layered the mud onto the formed skeletons. The radiance flowed from her fingertips into the bodies of 129,600 clay figurines within the barrier. The last trace of earthy smell on those clay figurines was washed away by this radiance. Their skin became soft and warm, and blood vessels like fine spiderwebs spread beneath the flesh. Thump thump. The sound of heartbeats merged into one, pounding across the empty riverbank. Nuwa's white light grew brighter and brighter, outshining the reluctant golden cloud in the sky. The shackles within her body shattered like ice under a hammer. A dull crack sounded. The bottleneck of the quasi-saint realm broke into pieces. An immense aura, far surpassing that of a heavenly Tao saint, surged from her slender form. This wasn't a shortcut borrowed from the heavenly Tao's power. This was a path she had forged herself. Hunyuan Daluo, golden immortal. Nuwa opened her eyes, her pupils seeming to hold two starry rivers. She couldn't even control her strength. When she stood up, she crushed a millstone-sized rock beneath her foot. "Ah," she exclaimed softly, pulling her foot back. She looked at the crushed stone, then at her mud-covered hands, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This uncontrollable surge of power left her disoriented. The newly born humans on the ground fell to their knees and drove their heads thudding dully against the cobblestones. Hail to the Holy Mother. Their voices were young, but together they carried a resilient, unending vitality. Hoodoo, watching from the side with eager eyes, tugged at Su Chin's sleeve. "Uncle, has Sister Nuwa become a saint? She looks way more impressive than those old fogies." Su Chin disdainfully pulled his sleeve back, smoothing out the wrinkles she had created. "Saint? That's nothing," he said, walking up to Nuwa and giving her a once-over. Nuwa quickly stood at attention, not knowing where to put her hands, finally clasping them behind her back. Like a young student waiting for the teacher's lecture. "As senior." She swallowed, her voice trembling. Su Chin pointed at the humans kneeling below. "From today on, toss that crown of the heaven-ordained saint into the latrine," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck the riverbank like a nail. "You cultivate creation and walk the path of the Hunyuan." He took a half-step closer, locking eyes with Nuwa. "This old ancestor hereby decrees you the human sovereign of the primordial world. From now on, you don't have to live under the thumb of that measly eyeball. These little clay figures are all under your protection." The golden cloud in the sky, as if understanding the provocation, churned twice before slinking away in disgrace. Nuwa's eyes grew hot, tears welling up. She had endured bitter cultivation for so many years, constantly suffocated by the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao. Today that layer of shackles was finally torn away completely. She bent her knees gracefully and bowed deeply to Su Chin. "Nuwa, thanks, senior, for showing me the way." Her forehead touched the back of her hands as tears splattered onto the ground, forming tiny mud pits. "In the future, if senior has any orders, Nuwa will not hesitate to lay down her life." Su Chin rubbed his ear and yawned. All right, cut the formalities." He pointed at Nuwa's wet yellow mud-stained dress. "Go find a place to wash that messy face of yours." Nuwa followed his finger and looked down. Her lapel was covered in black mud and her skirt was dripping yellow water. Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. She frantically formed a cleansing seal, and with a flash of white light, she was finally clean. Meanwhile, in the 33rd heaven at the Azure Bamboo Astral Divination Hall of the Demon Clan's heavenly court, the room was thick with the pungent smell of star sand. Fushi, dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe, sat cross-legged on a white jade cushion. Before him lay a bronze Bagua plate. Dozens of counting rods, neither metal nor wood, spun rapidly on the plate, tracing chaotic star trail lines. The rods clinked against each other with crisp sounds. Dark circles hung under Fux's eyes as his fingers ceaselessly performed divination calculations. Lately, the Demon Clan had been plagued with troubles, and Dejuan kept dragging him to meetings, driving him to a nervous breakdown. "This celestial mechanism is as tangled as a ball of twine," he muttered, tugging at a beard hair. But before he could finish his sentence, the main counting rod representing Nuwa on the Bagua plate suddenly shook, as if electrified, clattering wildly. The red line that had been following the heavenly Taoist trajectory snapped cleanly in two without warning. The broken end abruptly veered off at a sharp angle, plunging into a void dimension he couldn't even fathom. It was a causal deviation that jumped off the chessboard. Crack! The main counting rod couldn't withstand the force of this trajectory shift and exploded into several splinters on the spot. A sharp piece of wood flew off. It stabbed directly into Fux's thumb, drawing a bead of blood. Fushi gasped sharply, not even bothering to remove the splinter. He scrambled to the Bagua plate, his eyes fixed on the broken star trail. Little sister's causal line. How did it break? A chill ran down his spine, and his hands trembled like a man with palsy. The trajectory of a heaven-ordained saint was a path drawn by the Tao ancestor himself. How could it deviate so far that even he, the foremost diviner of the primordial world, couldn't find his bearings? Fushi stuck his bleeding finger into his mouth and sucked the metallic taste spreading. His mind felt like it was being struck by lightning. Little sister didn't become a saint. No, this aura was even more vast and profound than a saint's. Oh, she had achieved the Hunyuan Dao. Fushi swallowed hard. He grabbed a handful of new counting rods, trying to divine the heavenly court's upcoming fortune. The rods had just landed on the plate. Bang, bang, bang. Over a dozen rods exploded in succession, covering his face with powder. The golden dragon representing the heavenly court's fortune visibly shriveled by a small section. Its scales fell off everywhere, looking dejected and listless. We're screwed. Fushi collapsed onto his cushion, his face ashen. Little sister jumped ship. This sinking vessel is doomed. He wiped the wood chips off his face, a sly glint appearing in his eyes. Fushi turned to glance at the hall's entrance. The demon soldiers on guard outside were still yawning, their long spears wobbling as they leaned on them. He lowered his voice, trembling as he unfastened the jade belt from his waist. No way. If that bastard Berdijuan finds out little sister has run off, he'll take it out on me. Fushi swiftly pulled a storage pouch from under his cushion. He stuffed several tortoise shells for defense into it, not forgetting to pocket the bronze bagua plate from the table. Let whoever wants to stay in this heavenly court stay. That lunatic Tai is nowhere to be seen, and little sister pulls this stunt. He hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder and tiptoed to the back window. I need to find little sister quickly. The world is vast, but finding a strong thigh to cling to is the most. The back window of the purple bamboo star chamber was slightly ajar, allowing a stream of cool starlight to seep in. Fushi had already half of his body propped out on the windowsill. He tightly clutched a bulging gray storage bag in his arms, filled with turtle shells, jade slips, and a change of Taoist robes. He had rushed too hastily, and his toes had bumped against the windowsill. The pain made him wince, and he inhaled sharply. This broken wood is really sharp on the feet. He rubbed his tingling toes with his heel, turning back to glance at the scattered wooden shards on the bagua plate. His heart raced in his chest. The matter of his little sister jumping out of the heavenly Tao was far too significant. He had to make a quick escape. Jun, that suspicious firebird, was probably going mad in the Lingxiao Palace over the dwindling fortunes of the heavenly court. If he were even a moment late, he would definitely be captured and used as a punching bag. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood. This mess from the demon race, whoever wants to deal with it, can do so. Fushi gritted his teeth and muttered while gripping the window ledge, then suddenly pushed off with force. His entire being slid silently into the vast sea of clouds like a great black fish. The wind whistled past his ears. He followed the faint remnants of Nuwa's creation aura speeding down toward the lower realms. The clouds shattered upon his impact. After flying for half an hour, the scenery below gradually came into focus. It was an unnamed valley with a river flowing swiftly. Fushi performed a hidden wind technique to slow his descent, drifting behind a weathered stone like a falling leaf. He poked his head out, squinting at the riverbank. My goodness. Just one glance made his legs turn to jelly and his knees buckled, almost causing him to kneel in the crevice of the rocks. The riverbank was densely packed with 129,600 small mud figures. Although small in stature, the vitality emanating from them was almost scorching. But that wasn't the key issue. The key was his usually aloof and proud little sister Nuwa. At this moment, she was lowering her brows, her hands neatly folded in front of her. Like a maid who had made a mistake, she stood respectfully half a step behind a young man in a blue robe. That young man leaned against a willow tree, chewing on a blade of grass, idly shaking his legs. Next to him, there was a familiar figure crouching on the ground. Fushi rubbed his eyes, focusing intently. Hodo. It was truly unbelievable. The ancestral shaman of the Wu tribe, who was a sworn enemy of his little sister, how could they end up together? And they were both obediently facing that young man in blue. Fu's mind raced. This young man showed no signs of magical fluctuation, appearing just like an ordinary person. Yet the terrifying primordial aura emanating from his little sister, more fearsome than that of a saint, was certainly not a facade. To be able to scold a sister who had attained the primordial Tao like a grandson, this figure had to be remarkably powerful. Still hiding there to watch the show, the young man in blue suddenly spoke, his voice lazy and devoid of anger. He didn't even turn his head, his gaze remained fixed on those newborn humans. You've run all the way from the heavenly court to here, carrying your bedding quite securely. Did that old mudfish not notice you? Fushi jolted. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, soaking his inner garments in an instant. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling laboriously. He had been discovered. This person had his back to him, yet from several miles away he seemed to know what was in Fu's storage bag. The mental thread weighing the pros and cons in Fu's mind snapped. He couldn't run away. Since his little sister was here clinging to a powerful ally, how could he, as her older brother, fall behind? Thud. Fushi rolled out from behind the stone in a tumble. The urgency of his movement caused his left foot to trip over his right, sending him rolling on the grass like a potato for 2 complete turns. He didn't care that he was now covered in mud and grass clippings. He dropped to his knees using the momentum from rolling to create a harsh scraping sound on the cobblestone riverbank. "Senior, sister, take me with you." Fushi shouted hoarsely, his voice straining. He knelt down, sliding to a stop half a yard in front of Su-chun, his forehead hitting the ground with a thud, creating a small mud pit and splashing several drops of muddy water. "I, Fushi, am proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and my skills in bagua divination are unmatched in the primordial world." He didn't even dare to lift his head, his rear high in the air, speaking rapidly as if spilling beans. "In the future, whether it's serving tea, fortune-telling, or even holding the reins for you, I will not have a second word." Hotu was stunned. She covered her mouth, watching Fu's comical appearance, her eyes nearly popping out. "This is the Shi Huang of the demon race," she murmured softly, her face filled with disbelief. Nuwa was also taken aback, her expression as complex as if she had spilled a palette of colors. There was shock, embarrassment, and a hint of undiminished shame. "Brother, what are you doing? Get up." She quickly stepped forward, wanting to pull Fu's sleeve, but was pushed away by him. "Get up. Sister, you found such a powerful support. Why didn't you tell your brother earlier?" Fushi raised his head, his face smeared with mud, a dry leaf stuck to the tip of his nose. He looked at Su-chun with a flattering smile, his eyes squinted into a narrow slit. "Senior, do you think I am qualified to be your errand boy with my talent?" Su-chun spat out the grass root in his mouth and crossed his arms. Looking at this shameless demon race strategist, his lips twitched twice. The speed and proficiency of that sliding kneel were smoother than even the old ancestor of the underworld river. "You're quite clever," Su-chun snorted coldly, tapping his toes on the cobblestones, producing a crisp, clattering sound. "You dare to dig at the corner of that firebird in the heavenly court. Aren't you afraid it will roast you?" Fushi hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. "Not afraid, not afraid. Di-jun is suspicious and ungrateful. Following him is a matter of time before death." He patted his chest resolutely, proclaiming, "Although my cultivation is not as good as my sister's, my eyes are the best at discerning people. Following you, senior, is to abandon darkness for light, to align with the great Tao." Su-chun stroked his chin. This Fushi, though slick indeed, had a knack for bagua divination. In the future, when it comes to infrastructure at Pangu Palace, laying out formation lines, they were in need of a knowledgeable surveyor. Although Tong Tian was a research fanatic, his temperament was too rigid. With a fortune teller assisting him, efficiency could be greatly improved. "Enough, stop bowing here, you've splashed mud on my shoes." Su-chun stepped back in disdain, pointing at Fushi. "If you want to hang out with the ancestor, you must follow the rules. With your bit of talent in divining heavenly secrets, when you go to Mount Bujo, make sure to measure the ley lines properly." Fushi felt as if he had been pardoned, scrambling up from the ground with astonishing agility. "All right, senior, rest assured, I am quite familiar with measuring ley lines." He hurriedly brushed off the mud and gave Nuwa a wink. The implication was clear. "Look, my ability to cling to powerful allies is no less than yours." At that moment, Hotu, who had not dared to speak until now, suddenly tugged at Su-chun's sleeve. "Uncle, since Sister Nuwa has become the supreme of humanity, how should these newborn humans be settled?" "Why?" She looked at the pure-hearted humanoids on the riverbank. They were staring at this side with eager eyes. "Although the scenery in this valley is lovely at night, those tiger and wolf monsters come down to drink water. They will not be able to defend against them." Nuwa was troubled as well. She had been so focused on creating people that she had no plan for how to sustain these 129,600 souls. "Predecessor, since Nuwa has just taken charge of humanity, please bestow your wisdom on how to settle them." She wore a humble expression, her posture very low. Su-chun yawned, rubbing the corners of his eyes. "Settle what? Can a flower bud in a greenhouse grow into a towering tree?" He pointed at those newborn humans, his tone flat, yet laced with undeniable force. "I brought you into this world not to be kept as pets." Su-chun stepped in front of the humanoids, who immediately quieted down, looking at him with respect. "Your flesh and blood were molded according to my design. They inherently possess an unyielding toughness." He scanned the surroundings. "This primal land is fraught with danger and monsters run rampant. The ancestor will not provide you with a cozy nest." Su-chun pointed to the distant mountains and dark forests. "Go in there. Go fight for territory against the wild beasts. Go struggle against natural disasters for survival. Drink river water when thirsty and eat the flesh of monsters when hungry. This first rule is to exchange blood for the right to survive." Nuwa felt her heart race and instinctively wanted to plead. "Predecessor, they have just come into the world and don't even have clothes to cover themselves. This is too cruel." "Cruel?" Su-chun shot her a cold glance. "If you keep them in captivity, waiting for the day the heavenly Tao or the demon race descends upon them, they will be wiped out without a trace. Is that not cruel?" He snorted coldly, not allowing for debate. Only a race forged through blood and fire deserves to be called humanity. Fu Shi listened nearby, swallowing hard, feeling even deeper respect for this ancestor. This was a true ruthless character. Ruthless to his own people, even more so to his enemies. Go on, disperse. Su Chun waved his hand, as if shooing away a flock of ducks. The 129,600 humanoids, though not understanding those profound principles, felt Su Chin's will through the instincts in their blood. They did not wail nor shrink back. Led by a few strong leaders, this naked humanoid group turned around silently, resolutely. They headed toward the unknown wilderness forest. Along the way, they broke off branches for weapons and picked up. Watching their figures fade, Nuwa felt a lump in her throat, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Su Chun, however, nodded in satisfaction. Enough, stop watching. Su Chun turned to Fu Shi. You take your bedding and lead the way. It's time for us to return to Mount Buzhou. Fu Shi quickly slung the storage bag over his shoulder, happily running ahead. Senior, this way, please. When I came earlier, I found a shortcut behind this valley that can save a lot of effort. The four of them leisurely made their way back along the small path of the valley. Meanwhile, far away in the Lingshao Palace of the Demon Race's heavenly court, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could solidify. Dijun sat on the dragon throne, facing a pile of shattered white jade wine cups. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was somewhat disheveled. Tai Yi was missing, and now even Fu Zai's aura had completely vanished from the heavenly secrets. Search. I want to turn the entire primal world upside down to find him. Dijun roared in a hysterical fit, his voice echoing in the great hall laced with a crack. Issue a command. The Zhoutian star array is on standby at all times. I want to see who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. The demon kings below did not dare to breathe, each lowering their heads, afraid of attracting trouble. At that moment, a strange fluctuation emanated from the direction of Dijun's palace. Dijun suddenly stood up, his expression drastically changing. This aura. Is she he? A strong sense of unease inexplicably rose in his heart. This unease was 100 times stronger than the disappearance of Tai Yi and Fu Shi. He couldn't care less about instructing the demons. His figure flickered like a beam of golden light, heading straight for the rear palace. The moment he pushed open the door to the palace, Dijun was utterly dumbfounded. In the celestial palace of the demon clan, the Sun Palace, hundreds of large pearls hung in the grand hall, illuminating the surroundings, brightly blinding to the eyes. Emperor Jun kicked open the intricately carved golden door of the sleeping chamber. With a loud crash, the two doors slammed against the wall and splinters of wood fell like rain. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gasped for breath. The true fire of the sun uncontrollably spilled from his hair, filling the air with a dreadful burnt smell. She, he shouted hoarsely, twice his voice echoing hollowly in the grand hall, but there was no. The vast sleeping chamber was eerily quiet. The calming incense that was usually burned had long since extinguished, leaving only a small pile of ash. On the dressing table, the phoenix comb that she cherished was carelessly inserted into a jade box. Next to it lay a silk cloth with some large characters hastily written on it, its corners slightly curling in the wind. Emperor Jun strode over and snatched up the silk cloth. His fingertips turned white as his nails nearly pierced into his palm. The elegant characters on the silk cloth struck him like a heavy blow, landing solidly on the crown of his head. The world is so vast, I want to see it. What the hell is this nonsense? Emperor Jun's eyes bulged, blood vessels spreading like a web across the whites of his eyes. His hand holding the silk cloth trembled violently, his teeth clattering. Bang! He violently threw the silk cloth to the ground, and in a fit of rage stomped on it twice. She ran away. She actually left me at this critical moment. Emperor Jun felt a buzzing in his head, as if hundreds of wild bees were crashing around. Tai Yi, who was supposed to smash the unmoving mountain with the chaos bell, was nowhere to be seen, and the heavenly luck was inexplicably being intercepted, about to be drained. And now even his empress had left a note to Rome, as if it were a casual trip. Is this the heavenly court or a vegetable market where one can come and go as they please? Emperor Jun was enraged, his insides churning. He suddenly turned around and slapped the dressing table. Boom! The priceless purple jade dressing table instantly shattered into fine powder. The jade fragments mixed with the true fire of the sun scattered chaotically. He paced back and forth in the sleeping chamber like a beast cornered to desperation. With every step, cracks appeared in the jade stone tiles beneath his feet. Investigate. Find her for me. Search the vast wilderness if you have to. He shouted towards the door. The two small demons guarding the entrance were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they fell to their knees, trembling like leaves. Your Majesty, please calm down. The small demon on the left with two bull-like horns stammered, bowing his head repeatedly. I just saw Lord Fu Shi. He also. What happened to Fu Shi? Emperor Jun stepped forward to the door, grabbing the small demon by his collar and lifting him into the air with one hand. The true fire of the sun scorched the small demon's horns, making them sizzle. Speak. Where did he go? The small demon, terrified, wet himself, a foul smell wafting out. Lord Fushi was carrying a large gray bag, sneaking towards the southern gate. He said he was going to measure the earth veins. Measure the earth veins. Emperor Jun was taken aback, loosening his grip, causing the small demon to fall to the ground. His brows furrowed tightly, an unsettling feeling growing wildly in his heart. Fushi was the brain of the heavenly court, the foremost in divination of the primordial chaos. Why would he be measuring some nonsense earth veins at this time? No way. Emperor Jun suddenly realized a chill running up his spine. That old slippery one is usually too lazy to lift a finger. How could he possibly go down to the mortal realm to do hard labor now? The image of Baiz's terrified face in the hall flashed through his mind, along with the earlier silk cloth with the words, "The world is so vast." He ran away. He must have escaped as well. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, squeezing out those words through clenched jaws. It felt as if dry kindling had been stuffed in his chest, igniting a fire that burned him from the inside out. Fushi, you ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Emperor Jun roared skyward, his voice shaking the entire Sun Palace. Puffed. Unable to suppress a mouthful of old blood, he spat it directly onto the golden pillar in front of him, letting it trickle down the column. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman. You all betrayed me. All of you betrayed me. He drew the sun god's sword from his waist and wildly slashed around the hall like a madman. Sword energy surged forth. Crack. Several of the pearls hanging from the beams were shattered and shards of glass rained down like raindrops. Boom. The white jade pillar was cleaved in two and tiles from the ceiling came crashing down in a shower. The small demons guarding the door had long since fled. The entire Lingxiao Palace was reduced to a dilapidated state by Emperor Jun's rampage, with shattered walls, charred marks, and a pungent smell of smoke everywhere. After a long while, Emperor Jun sat panting in the ruins, the sword tossed aside. His hair was disheveled, and his once splendid golden crow robe had several large tears covered in dust. He looked as disheveled as one could be. He suddenly laughed maniacally, the laughter sharp. Oh, how wonderful. Each of you has gone to cling to the Wu clan, right? He raised his head, glaring fiercely in the direction of the unmoving mountain. His eyes revealed a madness that seemed ready to burn everything to the ground. Since you all don't want to live, then let's die together. Just as Emperor Jun was about to issue orders, even if it meant exhausting the last remnants of the heavenly court to activate the great formation of the stars and fight the Wu clan to the end. In a corner of the hall behind a broken stone pillar, a half-bald head quietly peeked out. The demon master Kuenpeng held a shedding feather fan, his green bean eyes glinting with cunning light. He had been hiding behind for a long time, watching the scene, taking in Emperor Jun's crazy demeanor. Kuenpeng rolled his eyes, swallowed nervously, and adjusted his dusty long robe. He carefully stepped over the shards of glass scattered on the floor. The sound of crunching underfoot was particularly jarring in the empty grand hall. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Kuenpeng stopped 2 steps away from Emperor Jun, bending his waist like a shrimp. He intentionally lowered his voice, which sounded like 2 dry tree barks rubbing together. Emperor Jun gave him a cold glance. That gaze was like a knife, making Kunpeng's scalp tingle. You old fool, where were you earlier? Emperor Jun snorted coldly, scolding him impatiently. They all ran away, and you're here pretending to be a loyal minister. Kuenpeng was not angry. Instead, he smiled, even more flatteringly. He tucked the feather fan into his waistband and took half a step forward, rubbing his hands. Your Majesty, I assure you my heart is devoted to the heavenly court. He glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Then he leaned closer to Emperor Jun's ear, lowering his voice, exuding a sinister vibe. Your Majesty, Tai, he has gone missing. Fushi has betrayed us, and now the heavenly court is in a state of panic. Kuenpeng paused, his triangular eyes narrowing. If we fight Hedon, we will definitely suffer losses now. Emperor Jun pushed him aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Spare me the nonsense. Do I need you to tell me this? Without Tai Yi and Fushi, the power of the great formation of the stars is directly halved. He gritted his teeth. What can we use to fight the monsters hidden under unmoving mountain, which can scare even the heavenly Daowei? Your Majesty, Kuenpeng chuckled dryly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If we can't win in a straightforward fight, we can resort to underhanded tactics. I just used secret methods to scout around and discovered a rare opportunity. Emperor Jun paused his movements, raising his head to stare at him. What opportunity? Stop keeping me in suspense, just say it. Kuenpeng swallowed hard, glancing around. The high-ranking individual hidden in the Pango Hall, along with Fushi and the others, just left unmoving mountain. He suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. They headed down the river valley towards Mount Wanshou, seemingly going incognito for a visit. Emperor Jun was taken aback. They left. Yes, Your Majesty. Kuenpeng slapped his thigh excitedly, spitting out words. Now that the Pango Hall is empty, the ancestral witches are all busy digging trenches and laying pipes. Their so-called defensive formations were all cobbled together by that madman. Tongtian surely can't withstand a mass assault. He leaned closer to Emperor Jun, his gaze sinister like a snake ready to strike. Your Majesty, grant me 10,000 elite demon soldiers. Kunpeng clenched his teeth, viciously mimicking a slicing action. I'll lead the troops to sneak in while that expert. Not only can we rescue Lord Tai, but we can also smash all their pipes. As Emperor Jun listened, his eyes gradually brightened. His breathing quickened. This was indeed a good opportunity. He desperately needed a victory to stabilize the wavering hearts of the heavenly court. Are you sure? That expert is not there. Emperor Jun was still a bit uneasy, staring intently into Kunpeng's eyes. Absolutely. Kunpeng patted his chest to assure him. I would stake my head on it. If that person were there, even if I had 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare to go. Emperor Jun fell silent. He looked at the ravaged hall, recalling the note left by Shi He and the image of Fushi's cowardly escape. The fire of anger surged up again. He had to act. If he didn't take a gamble, the heavenly court would eventually fall apart. Good. Emperor Jun suddenly stood up, tearing off the purple gold tiger talisman that represented military authority from his waist. With a slap, he placed it in Kunpeng's hands. 100,000 elite troops, all at your command. He stared fiercely at Kunpeng like a gambler placing his last bet. Go. Smash the Pango Hall to smithereens. If you don't bring back Tai, then you can forget about your... Kunpeng held the tiger talisman with both hands, grinning from ear to ear. This was a great chance to achieve merit. If he succeeded, his status in the heavenly court would surely rank second. Old minister will follow your orders. I will not disgrace my mission. Kunpeng deeply bowed and turned to run out. After running a couple of steps, Emperor Jun suddenly called out to him. Wait. Kunpeng quickly stopped, turning around with a smile. Does your Majesty have any further instructions? Emperor Jun looked at him, hesitating for a moment. If you encounter Shihi. He ground his teeth, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, filled with both anger and unwillingness. If you see her, don't act immediately. Emperor Jun took a deep breath. Tell her that as long as she is willing to return, I will not hold past grievances against her. Your Majesty, temper should be tempered. It is not worth getting so angry over a few reckless fools. Kunpeng's bony fingers pinched the tattered feather fan joints, turning white. He moved half a step forward, his body hunched, his voice slithering like a venomous snake, hissing as it drilled into Emperor Jun's ear along the cold jade floor of the Lingxiao Hall. Emperor Jun gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a fully drawn bellows. He fixed his gaze on Kunpeng's old face, which wore an ingratiating smile, while the true fire of the sun in his eyes had yet to be suppressed, sizzling the air. Temper. What should this emperor use to temper my anger? He abruptly waved his sleeve, knocking over the only remaining white jade wine cup on the imperial table, which tumbled down the steps and shattered. That fool Tai invested himself into this, while that ungrateful wolf Fushi fled in the night with his betting. Emperor Jun clenched his molars, blood gushing from between his teeth. And she. The words were on his lips, but were forced back down. The weight of this green hat was too heavy, making his spine ache, and he simply could not bear to reveal it before the assembly of demons. He fell back onto the broken dragon, thrown, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. That monster beneath Mount Buzhou could even curse away the heavenly Tao. Are we really going to clash, Hedon? Isn't that just courting death? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Kunpeng's beady eyes. He tapped the fan handle against his palm, coughed twice, and lowered his voice. Clashing Hedon is certainly not feasible. That monster is quite sinister, and our demon tribe is large and prosperous. It would be foolish to engage in a death struggle with him. Kunpeng glanced around with shifty eyes to ensure no other demon kings were listening, then leaned in close to Emperor Jun in a mysterious manner. But just now I was bored and used my listening to winds of the underworld secret technique to quietly probe the depths of Mount Buzhou. He licked his cracked thick lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Guess what? The terrifying pressure inside the Pango Hall is gone. Emperor Jun abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Kunpeng. Gone? What do you mean gone? His heart skipped a beat and his hands instinctively tightened around the armrests of the dragon throne. It means the person is not home. Kunpeng slapped his thigh, his excitement causing spittle to fly, landing on Emperor Jun's boots. I heard it with my own ears. That monster took the barbarian girl Hutu and strolled out of Mount Buzhou, heading east for adventures. He rubbed his claw-like hands together, his face wrinkling with excitement. Your Majesty, think about it now. The Pango Hall is leaderless. The fools from Emperor Jiang's faction, whose muscles have grown into their brains, are currently digging mud and laying pipes outside. Kunpeng grew more excited as he spoke, gesturing animatedly. Their main base's defenses are currently flimsier than paper. Only that lunatic called Tongtian set up a few layers of broken formations. He snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Those tricks devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, can they withstand the iron hooves of our demon army? As Emperor Jun listened, a spark of madness began to ignite in his originally dull eyes. He suddenly stood up and paced anxiously in front of the dragon throne. His breathing grew heavier like a starving wolf eyeing a dripping chunk of meat. Are you suggesting? Emperor Jun halted in his tracks, gripping Kunpeng's shoulder tightly, nearly crushing the old bones. Ouch! Your Majesty, be gentle, this old arm is about to break. Kunpeng winced in pain, but quickly followed Emperor Jun's lead. Exactly. Take advantage of his illness to steal his life. His eyes sparkled with greedy light. You give me 100,000 elite demon soldiers. I will lead them quietly up the back of Mount Buzhou. Kunpeng made a slicing gesture. Not only can we rescue Lord Tai, but we can also smash those black iron pipes and spiritual energy stations that the witch tribe worked so hard to set up. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Cutting off their roots, let's see what those mud-legged fellows will use to fight us in the heavenly court. Emperor Jun's breath was completely disordered. This plan is too ruthless, yet also too tempting. As long as the witch tribe's infrastructure is destroyed and Tai is rescued, the dwindling fortune of the heavenly court can be stopped, and he, as the heavenly emperor, can barely salvage his face. Good. A splendid plan to cut off the firewood from under the pot. Madness erupted in Emperor Jun's eyes as he yanked off the purple-gold military. Good. A splendid plan to cut off the firewood from under the pot. Madness erupted in Emperor Jun's eyes as he yanked off the purple-gold military talisman engraved with a three-legged golden crow from his waist. With a sharp clap, he slapped the military talisman into Kunpeng's hands. The cold touch of the talisman made Kunpeng tremble with excitement. This old minister will not disgrace my mission. This time I will definitely strip the Panga Hall down to its underwear. Kunpeng held the military talisman with both hands, his mouth stretching wide with joy. He seemed to envision his monumental achievement and being granted the supreme glory of being above all demons. Half an hour later, outside the southern heavenly gate, the wind howled like a knife. 100,000 elite demon soldiers formed a great formation, silent as the grave. No war drums, no banners. Kunpeng transformed into an enormous form, his wings flapping, blocking out the sun. The inky black clouds instantly enveloped the 100,000 demon soldiers, concealing their demonic aura and murderous intent tightly. Go. Follow me to Mount Buzhou for a feast. Kunpeng let out a low, cold laugh from within the clouds, his voice laced with bloodthirsty cruelty. The black clouds merged silently into the primordial night like a giant stain. Following the layers of gale, they avoided the witch tribe's surveillance, slithering like a venomous snake towards the rear of Mount Buzhou. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, behind the Panga Hall, the night wind carried a mixed scent of dirt and oil swirling past the wall. A few dim beast oil lamps flickered on the columns, casting long, twisted shadows. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the occasional hooting of night owls in the distance. Tong Tian, sporting a messy hairdo, sat cross-legged beside the enormous spiritual energy bomb. He held a small iron piece in his hand, squinting as he carved the last array pattern into it by the firelight. Kinetic energy compression. And add a recoil matrix. He muttered nervously, his eyes filled with a dense network of red veins. Nearby by the water pool, drops were leaking steadily. Laozi and Yuan Shi lay in the mud, still tightly gripping a greasy rag. Both of them were so exhausted they could hardly lift a finger, their breaths weak, as if they might stop at any moment. Second, brother. Tong Tian suddenly stopped writing and took a couple of deep sniffs. Aside from the smell of oil, there seemed to be a foul odor of feather-shedding wild chickens mixed in. He wrinkled his brow, wiping his nose with the back of his sooty hand. Do you smell? It seems like a sour stench of feather-shedding wild chickens is wafting over. Tong Tian clenched a half-broken carving knife between his fingers, his wrist suspended in midair. His nostrils twitched sharply twice. The sour, putrid reek of rotten fowl, fermented and clinging, was hurled in by the gusts over the wall, forcing him into 3 thunderous sneezes. Achoo! He rubbed his reddened nose, then carelessly wiped his oil-darkened hand on his trouser leg, leaving a black smear. Second, brother, do you smell that? Something's wrong. On the other side of the wall, the night wind rustled through waist-high wild grass. In the quagmire, a dense black mass stumbled forward, 10,000 elite demon troops shivering violently. The hem of Kunpeng's gray, bedraggled robe was already caked with sticky yellow mud. He gripped the tattered feather fan until the feathers fell away, his soul on slick moss, as he slid a step forward, nearly splitting himself apart. He scrambled to brace himself against a pitted stone, mud packed into his fingernails, cold to the bone. My lord, please slow down. A small demon commander hunched and crept closer, his voice a thin, buzzing whisper. The spear in his hand trembled, its shaft clinking against his armor. The place was thick with malignant chi. The little demon felt a chill creep along the back of his neck. Kunpeng glared savagely at the lackey and rapped him on the forehead with the fan's handle. A dull thud rang out. Shut that beak of yours. What do you think these mudlegs need help hearing? He lowered his voice and squinted through a gap in the bronze courtyard wall. Within the towering wall, a bluish light crawled up the black iron pillars, turning that stretch of ground as bright as day. A cold wind rolled in, carrying thick smells of machine oil and ozone that made Kunpeng blink. He swallowed a mouthful of earth-tasting saliva, his Adam's apple bobbed. Greed flashed green in Kunpeng's eyes like a wolf starved for weeks, spotting a bleeding steak. "See that," he said, jabbing his fan at the towering spiritual energy conversion tower, the fan's rib nearly poking the little demon's nose. "That glowing great pillar is surely a supreme treasure that can reverse fate," the little demon exclaimed, rubbing his aching nose and nodding repeatedly. "Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. Shall we charge in and seize it now?" Kunpeng grinned, revealing yellowed teeth with a scrap of green vegetable caught between them. "Don't rush, this shabby wall might hide traps." He stepped back half a pace, crushing a dead twig beneath his foot with a crisp snap. "Go, spread the order. Have the brothers form a Tianlang fierce fire array." Kunpeng sneered, a cruel curve tugging at his mouth. "First smash this damned wall, blow the gate to pieces, then we'll swagger in and take what's left." The little commander spun and waved his tattered black banner. 10,000 demon soldiers fanned out across the slime, the scraping of armor plates blending into a single sound, like countless rodents gnawing in the night. Crimson fireballs were rolled into being in their hands. The moisture in the air vanished in an instant, the stifling heat tightened the skin on their faces. The fireballs coalesced into a colossal meteor of flame, dozens of zhang in diameter, suspended in midair. Its glow painted the valley red, even the dead leaves on the ground curled at the edges. "Smash it down for me." Kunpeng roared hoarsely, brandishing his battered fan. The great fire meteor howled through the air, trailing a thick black plume of smoke. It hurtled toward the battered bronze wall that enclosed the rear courtyard of Pangudian. Inside the wall, Tontian was wiping machine oil from his hands with a rag. A blinding red light suddenly flared overhead, a wave of heat washing over him and scorching the roots of his hair. Collapsed beside the pool, Yuanshi Tianzuan forced his heavy eyelids open. His purple gold Dao robe had long been reduced to ragged strips, soaked in rank sour washwater. "Thighs is a demon formation." Yuanshi croaked, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. His pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of manic joy passing through his eyes. Perhaps at last someone would purge this den of devils. He even paused his motion of wiping the iron basin. With clouded, ancient eyes, he watched the descending fireball. His gaunt fingers trembled faintly. Tongtian, however, did not so much as shift his seat. He threw his head back to watch the fireball, a foolish grin tugging at his mouth. "What would you look at that? Someone thought to bring us fuel." He tossed the rag into the mud. "Boss, work's come." Before his shout could travel deep into the hall outside the wall, the fireball was less than half a zhang from the bronze rampart. It was about to strike when, without warning, an unbearably shrill, high-frequency whine detonated from the very where the plain bronze wall met the earth. The soil suddenly boiled, and a row of silver-white metal rods, finger-thick and etched with chaotic sigils, sprang out. With a hissing snap, a blue luminous electric net stretched between the rods. It looked as thin as a cicada wing, yet it pulsed with densely compressed nodes of spiritual energy. It was the high-pressure spiritual energy rebound net Tontian had toiled nights to devise. The colossal fire meteor struck the blue web dead on. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no spray of embers. The blue net, like a taut trampoline, caved inward with a violent give. It cradled the fireball securely. Array patterns flared across the net, the blue light, so dazzling it hurt the eyes. Then bang! With a muffled boom, the blue net snapped outward. The meteor was hurled back whole, not a single ember falling away, or it had even swollen in size. Its color shifted from crimson to a searing blue-white. At 3 times its previous speed, it curled back, roaring toward the ranks of 10,000 demon soldiers. "What in the hell is that?" Kunpeng's beady eyes nearly popped from their sockets, his jaw slammed against his chin. The battered fan slipped from his hand into the muck, splashing dirty water. Magic that could turn back and accelerate. What sorcery was this? The demon soldiers had no time to react. Their hands remained in the push formation, cruel smiles frozen on their faces. The blue-white behemoth crashed into the heart of their ranks. A thunderous detonation rocked the earth, leveling nearby ridgelines. The shockwave skimmed the ground, uprooting ancient trees as thick as 2 arms. A searing storm instantly consumed miles of mud. Screams joined into a single raucous chorus. Limbs and scorched armor fragments spun wildly through the air. A small demon's severed leg slammed beside Kunpeng's foot, the stump hissing pale smoke. The stench of roasted flesh and metallic blood fused into a nauseating miasma. It struck the nostrils full on. In that instant, more than half of the 10,000 elite demon troops were annihilated. The survivors writhed in the pits of flame, howling as they beat at the blue-white tongues of flame consuming them. The sludge boiled blistering skin, worse than death. Inside the wall, Tontian stood hands on hips, his great foot planted on a scrap iron pipe. He doubled over with laughter, tears squeezed from his eyes. Huh, this is their might, daring to storm old uncle's worksite. He pointed outside with a blackened finger. My Newton's third law plus energy conservation conversion array. Tastes good, doesn't it? He and Yuan sure slumped by the pool. Hearing the carnage outside, they exchanged a look and felt a chill run down their backs. Could that scrap metal contraption the third brother had been tinkering with truly slaughter a demon host like dogs? Yuan sure swallowed, feeling the electric cable tied around his neck tighten. Outside the wall, Kuanping stared at the charred corpses strewn across the ground, cold sweat running down his temples. A splash of muddy water spattered up from the mire. Illusion, must be an illusion. He clenched his back teeth until they ground with a creak, half his face. Kuanping roared, frantic and breathless with fury. He kicked the mud violently, his form swelled in midair in the blink of an eye. Kuanping roared, frantic and breathless with fury. He kicked the mud violently, his form swelled in midair in the blink of an eye, becoming a colossal behemoth that blotted out the sky. A giant bird with two enormous fleshy wings. Although Su Chun had once plucked it bare, new shabby gray down had sprouted in its place. It looked like a giant mangy rooster, but the raw, domineering aura of a great demon bowed and snapped the surrounding plants. I refuse to believe this. Kuanping rasped a harsh caw, a briny, bloody wind rising. This scrap bronze wall may stop spells. Can it stop my battle-tempered flesh? He beat his wings and summoned a furious gale that sent corpses skittering. His massive body rocketed forward like a fired projectile in the most brutal posture. He hurled himself at the bronze wall with all his might, determined to pulverize the rampart and the strange iron pillars within to dust. Less than 10 zhong remained. Kunpeng's vast beak gaped, poised to bash the bronze gate to splinters. Cold wind rushed into his maw, drying his throat. At that instant, from the tallest spiritual energy conversion tower within the courtyard came a crisp mechanical click. Below the tower's summit, a box-like metal device resembling a black cube popped out. Its front was set with a polished red crystal lens. Array patterns flared behind the lens, emitting a sharp, sizzling charge. A blinding red beam shot forth from the crystal. It carved a straight red line through the night, so swift there was no afterimage. The red light seemed guided by eyes of its own. Unerring, it struck the bare crown of Kunpeng's head squarely. A palm-sized red dot formed and locked fast. No matter how Kuanping flapped in midair, Kunpeng's strike froze midair. Cross-eyed, he stared at the red burn on his brow, his heart missing a beat. A murderous sense of doom, fiercer than when Su Chun had slapped him, wrapped his primordial spirit. Well, what is this? Kuanping braked abruptly, his wings flapping and shedding gray down. He slapped the red dot on his forehead twice with a bare wingtip, but it would not come off. The red spot grew hotter, searing his skin until smoke rose and a roasted meat scent drifted up. Inside the courtyard, Tontian clutched his belly, laughing so hard he could not stand upright. With one foot on a scrap iron drum, he shouted at the top of his lungs toward the outside. Whoa there, brother wild chicken, don't thrash about. Tontian wiped tears of mirth from his eyes with the back of his hand, smearing more oil across his face. My entire system was just installed. I've never tried live roasting yet. He tapped the iron drum with a metallic clang. How well done would you like it? Zila. The harsh sound of roasting meat exploded in the air. That beam of red aurora shot forth, carrying a searing heat more frantic than the true fire of the sun, as it firmly swept across the left wing of the Kuanping. In an instant, a strong, burnt odor permeated the air. It smelled as if a nest of dead rats left for 10 days was thrown into a fire pit to roast, making the nearby little demons roll their eyes and gag. Ow! The massive body of the Kuanping suddenly twisted in the sky, sharp pain radiating from the root of his wings. His bird-like face contorted, and his green bean-like eyes bulged out of their sockets. In that moment, the few gray down feathers that had just sprouted from him were directly burned to ashes. The bare flesh of his wings curled up, emitting thick black smoke. Before he could even touch the cracks in the crumbling bronze wall, he was scorched into a molting chicken by this unknown red light. What the hell kind of formation is this? The Kuanping in agony cried out, with tears streaming down his face, wailing like a broken bellows. He no longer cared about stealing or achieving anything. He dove headfirst into the chaotic pile of demon soldiers below, using his bare wings to cover his head, rolling in the muddy ground. Retreat. Hurry, retreat. He kicked away a little demon leader blocking his path and scrambled back. This place is cursed. Protect me while I withdraw. At this time, thousands of miles away by the riverbank of a nameless valley, the wind carried the stench of water, causing the willow branches to slap against the water's surface. Su Chan was leaning against a crooked willow tree, chewing on a tender grass shoot he had just pulled out. The sweet juice flowed down his throat. He half closed his eyes, listening to Fushi passionately pledge his loyalty. You don't know I've had a hard time in the Fushi, doggedly squatting by Su Chen's side, fanned him with his sleeve. The wind carried the long-standing scent of star sand from his body. That brat Emperor June forces me to divine every day. My skull is almost squeezed dry by him. He patted his chest, speaking with conviction. From now on, my life will be sold too. Before he could finish, Su Chun suddenly paused, chewing the grass root. With a crunch, he bit the tender green shoot in two. The cut was clean and precise. His fingers, which had been lazily resting on his knees, suddenly tightened. The knuckles turned pale, and a subtle sound of friction emanated from his bones. An unnamed malicious fire surged from his heart to his mind. A trace of his divine sense left in the Pango Hall's formation hub was triggered by someone. Moreover, it carried an extremely nauseating bird-like smell. Dare to steal from the ancestors' territory. Su Chen spat out half a grass stick from his mouth. In an instant, a storm surged in his originally calm and deep eyes. The chilling, killing intent caused the temperature around the riverbank to drop sharply, with a thin layer of ice forming on the water's surface. Fushi sneezed loudly. His hand froze midair. He keenly sensed the overwhelming aura of destruction and shrank back, his neck in fear. "B-boss, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy?" He swallowed nervously, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Nuwa also paused her manipulation of the laws of creation, turning her head to look at him with concern. Su Chun ignored Fux's interjection. He didn't even straighten his body, still lazily leaning against the willow trunk. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze penetrating through thousands of miles of spatial barriers, directly locking onto the muddy pit behind Buzhou Mountain. "A molting wild chicken dares to come to my territory and defecate." He coldly snorted, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. Su Chen slowly raised his right hand. The wide sleeves of his purple-gold robe slid down his forearm, revealing a sturdy wrist. He didn't form any seals or use a trace of spiritual energy. He simply spread his fingers slightly palm, facing towards Buzhou Mountain. Then, he swung his arm in a wide arc, lightly delivering a slap across the void. Huh! The action was light, the sound crisp. It was like swatting a blind mosquito. But thousands of miles away behind Buzhou Mountain, the Kuanping, who had just crawled out of the mud and was preparing to escape with its tail between its legs, suddenly felt a shadow above him. He looked up. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. In midair, without warning, a transparent, enormous palm shadow, tinged with purple primordial energy, appeared. That palm was larger than several mountain peaks combined, blocking out the sky and sun. The lines on the palm were clearly visible, exuding a domineering force that could crush everything. What is this? The Kuanping made a strange gaga sound from his throat, unable to form a complete sentence. He wanted to run, but the space around him felt as if it had been poured with molten iron welded shut. His once proud wings now felt like useless sticks, unable to stir even a hint of wind. "Huh!" A crisp sound resounding for miles around. It felt like 1,000 thunders exploding in his ears simultaneously. That transparent giant palm showed no hesitation. It landed solidly on the Kunping's massive bird back. This strike carried no trace of magical light. It was pure physical violence. "Ow!" The Kuanping let out a heart-wrenching, soul-shattering scream. The sound was so piercing that even the surrounding little demons covered their ears and rolled on the ground. His massive body soared through the air like a meteor shot out with great force. With a howling sound, he was sent flying away so fast that even his afterimage was indistinguishable. In midair, only a long trail of gray feathers floated down. Those feathers twirled in the wild wind like a comical gray snow covering the entire muddy valley. Accompanying them were a few drops of foul-smelling blood splattered in midair. The Kuanping, the demon master who had once flaunted his power in the heavenly court, was thus sent into oblivion by an invisible force. The remnants of that palms might swept across the ground. The tens of thousands of remaining demon soldiers who had been so arrogant just moments ago were directly toppled by the shockwave. Like autumn leaves blown away by the wind, they rolled together in the muddy water, their wails merging into one. In the Pango Hall, Tong Tian held the still sizzling spiritual energy bomb, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a goose egg inside. He stared at the slowly dissipating purple palm imprint in the sky, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. "W.O." He stuttered for a long time, barely managing to squeeze out these two words. Beside him, Yuanshi Tianzuan slumped by the water pool, his face covered in mud. He watched the feathers drifting down, his eyes twitching violently. His throat felt dry and tight. What tremendous power! Yuanshi muttered to himself, the remaining pride of a sage within him shattered into dust before such a palm. On this side of the valley, Su Chun brushed the dust off his hands, as if he had accomplished something trivial. He retracted his hand, leaned back against the tree, and lazily yawned. Finally, the ears are at peace. Fushi squatted on the ground, watching Su Chin's nonchalant actions, nearly scared out of his wits. He swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "B-boss, who did you just slap with that palm?" Su Chin glanced at him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No one, just a blind wild chicken. He flicked the corner of his clothing with his fingertip. By now it's probably already fallen into the northern underworld ice sea, cooling off. In the icy sea of the North Sea, the wind howled like a knife scraping bone, pelting down hailstones the size of fingernails. Massive floating icebergs larger than mountains drifted across the surface of the sea. The water was a deep blue, imbued with a chilling aura of death. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, capable of shattering eardrums. It was like a solid meteor crashing down from the sky, engulfed in uncontainable flames. The impact shattered a thick layer of ancient black ice, sending a column of water soaring into the clouds, which froze into chunks of ice as it fell. Beneath the surface, blind fish, yet to awaken their spiritual intelligence, were jolted upside down, floating in droves. Several shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling the nearby waters were so frightened that they dropped their bone forks and scrambled to hide behind the rocks. Oh Lord, what on earth just fell down? A small crab demon with its pincers trembling cautiously poked half of its head out, frothing at the mouth as it asked. The crab demon leader swallowed a mouthful of salty saliva. Who knows? Perhaps some great lord in the sky got drunk and threw down garbage. Just as he finished speaking, a series of fist-sized bubbles suddenly erupted from the massive hole created by the impact. Gurgling sounds grew louder from beneath the water. Splash! A gigantic creature struggling like a nearly drowned mutt crawled up from the icy hole. Its front claws gripped the slippery ice edge, leaving behind screeching scratch marks as its nails cracked. Cough! Vomit! The monster clung to the ice surface, raising its rear, spewing out salty seawater mixed with blood foam. Half of its tongue dangled outside, gasping for air like a deflated bellows. It looked utterly pitiful, devoid of any semblance of the dignity of a heavenly demon master. The crab demon leader squinted its bulging eyes and boldly stepped forward. It rubbed its eye corners, which had been strained by the sea breeze. When it finally saw the full appearance of the monster, it felt as if a dead fly had lodged in its throat, producing a strange hiccuping sound. What on earth is this? Not just it, but the surrounding sea demons peeking out were equally dumbfounded. The large figure lying on the ice was extraordinarily massive, resembling a bird, but also somewhat like a fish. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this creature had not a single hair on its body. Its bare purple skin was covered in a plethora of reddish-blue palm prints, resembling an oversized white strip of chicken freshly skinned, ready to be tossed into boiling water. As the cold wind blew, a layer of goosebumps immediately appeared on that smooth skin, looking both comical and exuding an indescribably shabby aura. 2M freezing to death. The Kunpeng lay on the ice, shivering like a sieve. He tried to summon his demon power for warmth, but his dantian was empty, and his meridians felt trampled by hundreds of wild boars, causing sharp pain. That transparent palm not only scattered his magical power, but also stripped him of his demon feathers with an unreasonable primordial law. Not a single fluff was left for him. Is this the demon master? A small shrimp demon recognized Kunpeng's distinctive inverted triangular face and exclaimed. The voice echoed across the empty ice surface, sounding particularly grating. This exclamation was like a pinch of salt thrown into a boiling pot of oil. The surrounding sea demons, who were initially terrified, froze for a moment. Then someone couldn't hold back and let out. That laugh spread like an infectious disease in an instant. Oh my gosh, is that really the demon master? Why is he back without a stitch on? Ha, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. This look is too unique. This isn't a demon master, it's clearly a plucked meat chicken. Hurry up and sprinkle some cumin and roast it. The sounds of laughter rose and fell, merging into one. The sea demons held their bellies, laughing so hard they toppled over, some even rolling on the ice. When had Kunpeng, usually high and mighty, ever endured such humiliation? These lowly seafood creatures, who weren't even worthy of holding his shoes, now dared to mock him to his face. Shut up. All of you shut up. Kunpeng trembled with rage, his facial fat twitching. He struggled to get up, but his feet slipped, and with a thud, he fell flat on his face. His front teeth hit the ice, breaking half of one, filling his mouth with the taste of blood. This fall only intensified the laughter around him. Oh my demon master, take it easy, don't split your bare bottom in two. The crab demon leader laughed until tears streamed down, jumping in place with his pincers. Kunpeng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot red as two coals freshly pulled from a fire. Humiliation, anger, and a deep-seated fear gnawed at his rationality like a venomous snake. He covered the scant piece of cloth between his legs, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. The pressure from that transparent palm still lingered in his bones, and he didn't even dare to recall the gaze of that blue-clad man. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Kunpeng roared, his voice hoarse and cracked, filled with a desperate. He couldn't bear to stay on the ice for another second, fearing that other demon clans would pass by and see him in this disgraceful state. He dove into the icy hole created earlier, moving as swiftly as a startled loach. I'll stay in here for 10,000 years. Water splashed high and Kunpeng's bare back disappeared completely into the unfathomable depths of the sea. On the ice, only a group of sea demons, still laughing wildly, remained along with a few shattered bloody teeth. The pitiful state of this hairless wild chicken couldn't hide in the icy sea of the North Sea for long. Thousands of miles away in an unnamed valley, the weather was clear and sunny. Fushi squatted by the riverbank, fingers deftly manipulating a few freshly cleaned counting sticks, moving like a butterfly weaving through flowers. He had just witnessed Su Chen slap something away, and he felt an itch in his heart like a cat's claw. Master. Fushi swallowed, stealing a glance at Su Chen leaning against a willow tree. I just couldn't help it following your chi, I did a little deduction. He stuttered, his mouth twitching uncontrollably in a smile, wanting to laugh, but afraid to, his face flushed. Su Chen was pretending to nap with his eyes closed, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the willow leaves, casting mottled shadows on his face. What did you deduce? Spit it out quickly, don't hold it in and hurt your stomach. Upon hearing this, Fushi could no longer contain himself. I can't take it anymore. He slapped his thigh hard, laughing until he collapsed onto the pebbles, scattering the counting sticks everywhere. That old bastard Kunpeng was slapped back to the North Sea by you. Not only did he lose all his feathers, but he also broke half of a front tooth. Fushi laughed so hard that tears flowed, rolling on the ground. Now the entire North Sea sea demons are spreading the word that the Heavenly Court's demon master is a white strip of chicken that can be tossed into the pot at any time. Huta, listening nearby, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Serves him right. That bad bird plots against our witch clan every day, and now he's finally humiliated. She drew circles in the sand with a twig, her admiration for Su Chen deepening. Nuwa stood aside, watching her usually clever brother rolling on the ground like a fool. She helplessly rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. Brother, pay attention to your image. After all, you are still a demon. As she spoke halfway, she suddenly remembered something, her expression slightly changing. But if this news reaches the Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun will surely go mad, right? Mad? Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of cold mockery flashing in his deep gaze. He sat up straight, brushing off the dust from his blue robe. That firebird better live a few more days and not die from anger. Su Chen stood up, stretching his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. The fun in this primordial chaos is already scarce. If the Heavenly Court disbands, who will I borrow fuel from in the future? He patted Fushi on the shoulder, pulling him up from the ground. All right, enough laughing. Pass this news through your so-called intelligence network and spread it far and wide. Su Chen's lips curled into a mischievous arc. I want the entire primordial chaos to know that the demon clan's face has been rubbed beneath my feet. Fux's eyes lit up at this, nodding repeatedly. Don't worry, Master. I'll handle this. I guarantee that by tomorrow morning, even the cleaning boy on Kunlun Mountain will know. He patted his chest in assurance, feeling secretly pleased. He loved to annoy Emperor Jun. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the sky. Let's go, there's nothing left to see in this broken valley. I heard there's a kind-hearted old man on Mount Wanshou who has a rather rare fruit tree in his home. Su Chen chewed on a blade of grass, speaking casually as if visiting a neighbor. I'll go taste it and see if it can improve the diet of those fools in Panga Hall. The three followed Su Chen, swaying as they exited the valley. The sunlight stretched their shadows long. On Mount Wanshou at Wuzhuang Temple, the place was filled with celestial energy, and a few celestial cranes flew gracefully through the sea of clouds, as serene as a painting. The temple's door was tightly shut. Inside it was eerily quiet, only the sound of the gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the towering ancient tree in the courtyard could be heard. This was the famed ginseng fruit tree, renowned across the primordial chaos. Zhen Yuanzi, dressed in simple Taoist robes, sat cross-legged before the Three Pure One statue. With his eyes closed, he was twisting a string of jade beads, murmuring incantations. Suddenly his action of twisting the beads halted. Crack. A high-quality Kunlun jade bead was actually squeezed out with a crack. Zhen Yuanzi abruptly opened his eyes, his usually gentle gaze now filled with panic. He felt a chill run down his back and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Why is this sudden whim so perilous? He mumbled to himself, hurriedly gesturing with his fingers to begin deducing the heavenly secrets. His fingertips sparkled with spiritual light, weaving several strands of Tao rhythms into a blurred image in midair. However, as soon as the image formed, it shattered violently, as if struck by an invisible hand. All the heavenly secrets instantly morphed into a chaotic mess. Zhen Yuanzi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trickle of fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The backlash force caused his organs to ache ominously. I can't calculate it. I simply can't calculate it. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with panic that grew like wild grass. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an aura millions of times more terrifying than celestial might. Moreover, this aura was approaching Mount Wanshou at a seemingly slow, yet incredibly rapid pace. Old friend, brother, Zhun Yuanzi scrambled to his feet from the cushion, not even caring that his Taoist crown asked you. He stumbled out of the main hall, rushing toward the backyard, his voice rising in urgency. Come out quickly. A great disaster is upon us. The region of Wanshou Mountain is often shrouded in mist, exuding a fragrance of grass and trees. The two crimson doors of Wuzhuangguan stand tightly closed. The two towering ginseng fruit trees at the entrance are lush with leaves rustling in the wind, as if they are whispering to each other. Inside the great hall, the sandalwood incense is halfway burned. Zhen Yuanzai staggered into the backyard, tripping over the threshold, causing his Taoist cap to tilt completely onto the back of his head. Old friend, Hanyan brother, he shouted hoarsely as he lunged towards the red-robed Taoist who was dozing under the tree. Hanyan lay sprawled on a green stone slab. He was snoring loudly with glistening drool hanging at the corner of his mouth. Who is it? He was awakened by Zhen Yuanzai's shout, rubbing his sleepy eyes and muttering in dissatisfaction. It's the middle of the day, how can I get some sleep? Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. Your life is on the line and you still want to sleep. Zhen Yuanzai grabbed Han Yun by the collar and yanked him up from the stone. The force was too strong and Han Yun's collar was pulled so tightly that he almost choked. Cough, cough. Let go. What is wrong with you? Were you chased by a wolf? Han Yun batted at Zhen Yuanzai's hand, coughing repeatedly. Zhen Yuanzai released his grip, gasping for breath, his face pale, as if covered in flour. The Calamity Star. The Calamity Star that dares to curse the heavenly Tao has come to our Wuzhuangguan. He pointed outside, his finger trembling, as if he had contracted epilepsy. I just deduced the heavenly secrets and nearly suffered a backlash that would obliterate my soul and spirit. Han Yun was taken aback, then waved dismissively. I thought it was something serious. Perhaps he is just passing by. We can keep the doors closed and pretend we are not home, right? He yawned and wanted to lie back down on the stone slab. Besides, Wuzhuangguan has always been peaceful and uncontentious. How could he force his way in? Pretend not to be home. Zhen Yuanzai, furious, slapped Han Yun on the forehead, making a crisp sound. Has your brain been gored by a pig? Can our shabby formation resist even a finger from such a being? He paced anxiously in the yard, crushing a few fallen leaves underfoot. No, we cannot hide. We must go out to greet him. Zhen Yuanzai hurriedly straightened his clothes, adjusting his tilted Taoist cap. Quickly come with me to open the door. We must be respectful and not provoke him. Han Yun covered his head, pouting in grievance. Fine, I'll go, but why hit me? He muttered, following Zhen Yuanzai towards the direction of the main door. Creak. The heavy crimson doors of Wuzhuangguan were slowly pulled open by Zhen Yuanzai. The door hinges emitted a dull, creaking sound, echoing in the silent valley. Outside, Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely chewing on a root of unknown sweet grass, casually inspecting the entrance of Wuzhuangguan. His green robe fluttered gently in the wind, making him look like a wealthy young master out for a stroll. Hutu obediently followed half a step behind him, holding a half-eaten roasted bird wing. Niwa and Fushi stood at the very back, trembling and not daring to breathe. I am Zhen Yuanzai, accompanied by my friend Han Yun. Zhen Yuanzai swallowed hard, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. He bent down, cupping his fists, and bowed deeply. I pay my respects, senior. Your esteemed presence graces Wuzhuangguan and brings us great honor. Han Yun also bowed, but his eyes were furtively glued to Niwa behind Su Chen. This female cultivator is truly enchanting. I wonder if she is promised to someone already. He muttered, inwardly drool, almost spilling down again. Su Chen spat out the grass root in his mouth, his gaze sweeping over Zhen Yuanzai. Zhen Yuanzai, the ancestor of Earth immortals. He smirked slightly. The feng shui of your Guan seems quite good. Hearing this compliment, the weight in Zhen Yuanzai's heart lightened a little. Senior, you flatter me. If you don't mind, please enter the Guan and rest for a moment. I still have a few ginseng fruits here. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden disturbance occurred. Buzz. A deafening buzzing sound erupted from Zhen Yuanzai's embrace. The sound was not like the clash of magical treasures, but rather like some primordial beast rejoicing. Following that, an ancient scroll emitting a heavy earthy yellow light unexpectedly squeezed out of his embrace uncontrollably. What is happening? Zhen Yuanzai was taken aback, reaching out to grab it. But the scroll seemed to possess intelligence, nimbly dodging his hand. It transformed into a beam of yellow light, zipping towards Su Chen with a whoosh. This was Zhen Yuanzai's companion treasure, a top-tier spiritual treasure that recorded the membranes of the primordial earth, the Earth Book. When the Earth Book flew in front of Su Chen, it showed no intention of attack whatsoever. Instead, it spun around Su Chen joyfully like a small dog greeting its owner. Flapping and flying about, the earthy yellow glow softly enveloped Su Chen. Rustle, rustle. Even more astonishingly, the Earth Book actively unfolded its pages before Su Chen. The pages were densely filled with the intricate maps of the primordial Earth's veins. A core and primal earth imprint was eager to peel away and burrow into Su Chen's brow. This posture clearly indicated that it intended to forcefully acknowledge its master. My earth book. Zenyuan's eyes widened in shock, hands clutching his head, utterly dumbfounded. This was his companion's spiritual treasure. It had followed him since the dawn of creation, sharing a bloodline connection. How could it act like a lovesick fool upon seeing this youth even eager to stick its primal imprint to him? Is there no justice in this world? Hutu watched in astonishment beside him. Though she was the ancestral witch of earth and quite knowledgeable about the laws of the land, seeing the embodiment of the primordial earth membrane act so fawningly left her mouth agape. Uncle, it seems this book really likes you, she stammered, not even noticing the roasted bird wing she was holding fall to the ground. Su Chen stared at the book that was bouncing around and desperately trying to ingratiate itself. Yet his brow slowly knitted into a frown. He raised his hand, placing his index finger beneath his nose, disdainfully fanning the air. What is that smell? A clear look of disgust flashed in Su Chen's eyes as his gaze zeroed in on the edge of the earth book. There on the once primitive cover, why is this shabby cover covered in drool? Su Chen spoke coldly, his voice laced with a murderous chill. His cleanliness obsession flared up. He didn't even want to touch this thing, let alone acknowledge it as his master. Upon this declaration, the scene fell into dead silence. Zenyuan's eyes stood frozen, his face shifting between shades of green and white. He mechanically turned his head to look at Han Yun beside him. At that moment, Han Yun's face was as red as a ripe tomato. He awkwardly rubbed his hands, his eyes darting around, not daring to meet Zenyuan's eyes or Su Chen's gaze. His hands didn't know where to go in the end. He could only cover his mouth in guilt. Cough, cough. Han Yun cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. Last night, I borrowed Zenyuan's earth book to sleep on. His voice grew quieter as he spoke, eventually becoming nearly inaudible. It might be. I dreamt of eating ginseng fruits. And accidentally drooled a bit. The gates of Wuzhuang Temple stood wide open with a half-dried yellow leaf stuck on the threshold. Han Yun nervously ground the tips of his shoes against the bluestone slab, producing a faint rustling sound. He hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve, instantly soaking the red fabric at the cuff. Well, this fruit smells delightful. Ooh, I couldn't resist the aroma, even in my sleep. His eyes darted around, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze as he forced out a dry laugh. Su Chen, feeling disgusted, took half a step back, the sound of his purple-golden boots crunching on the fallen leaves echoing sharply. Without even glancing at the earth book that was spinning in midair, struggling to radiate a yellowish glow, he flicked his finger. Take it away, oh, it reeks of drool and looks unappetizing. An irresistible gentle force struck the pages of the earth book, which let out a disgruntled hum before spinning back into Zhan Yuanzi's embrace. Su Chen clapped his hands, flicking away non-existent dust from his fingertips. I, the ancestor, have no interest in scavenging. Let it serve as a table corner protector. Zhan Yuanzi clumsily caught the earth book, his heart racing in his chest like it was a trapped rabbit. He secretly sighed in relief as cold sweat streamed down his temples, making his eyes sting. Your Excellency, you are right. I am indeed lacking in discipline. He quickly stuffed the earth book into his sleeve, fearing Su Chen might change his mind, bending lower and gesturing respectfully. Please, Your Excellency, the temple has just harvested a few ginseng fruits. Might I invite you to the side hall to moisten your throat? Hotu followed closely behind Su Chen, peeking curiously into the courtyard, her nose twitching a couple of times. Uncle, this aroma is indeed enticing. It smells much better than the bitter wild fruits we grow on the back mountain. Niwa and Fushi exchanged a glance and silently followed at the back, taking great care to tread lightly lest they disturb this esteemed figure. Inside the side hall, the sandalwood incense had been extinguished by Zhan Yuanzi, replaced by tea brewed with pure spiritual spring water. The jade table was chillingly cool, adorned with a white jade plate holding 4 plump ginseng fruits reminiscent of babies. The fruits emitted an alluring sweet fragrance, making the air in the entire room feel sticky. Su Chen casually took a seat at the main position, grabbing a ginseng fruit without hesitation and biting into it with a crunch. The fruit flesh was crisp, the juice bursting in his mouth, flowing down his throat, transforming into strands of pure spiritual energy. It's tolerable, but merely quenches thirst. He mumbled indistinctly, tossing the remaining half of the fruit into his mouth, core and all. Nearby, Zhan Yuanzi stood respectfully, while Han Yun sat at the lower end, staring intently at the fruits on the plate, his throat bobbing. Hotu picked up a fruit, nibbling at it in small bites, a look of satisfaction on her face. Zhen Yuan Daxian, this fruit is truly delicious. After eating, I feel like my bones have lightened by 2 taels. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, a bit of juice clinging to her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Han Yun suddenly sighed, his expression turning sorrowful. He stroked the stubble on his chin, his gaze shifting restlessly over to Hotu, carrying an inexplicable tone of melancholy. Oh, my friend, He began, his voice drying up as if he hadn't had water in days. No matter how sweet this fruit is, it cannot compare to the suffering of the beings of the primordial era. As Su Chun reached for a second ginseng fruit, he paused at the sound. He raised an eyebrow, casting a half-smile at Hong Yun, without replying, continuing to bite into the fruit. Hong Yun, oblivious to Su Chen's glance, rambled on, becoming increasingly engrossed. Look at this vast primordial land. The Wu and Yao clans batter each other senseless, with deaths occurring daily. His hands spread wide, his voluminous red sleeves sweeping through the air. In the ravines and wilderness, remnants of souls and wild ghosts abound, suffering in solitude, not even a place to reincarnate. Ho Tu paused in her fruit eating. Her expression gradually darkened, a hint of gloom surfacing in her once clear eyes, her fingers turning white as they gripped the fruit skin, leaving crescent imprints. What are you trying to say? Her voice tightened, the fear that Su Chun had suppressed within her resurfaced. Hong Yun sighed, even louder, resembling a wandering ascetic burdened with the world's woes. Ho Tu, as the ancestor of Earth, you carry the Earth's profound virtue. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze earnest. If you would only humble yourself a bit, transforming into that underworld reincarnation, giving those lonely souls a place to go. He grew more animated, even standing up. This is immeasurable merit. Not only would it appease the heavens' wrath, but it would also preserve the fortunes of the Wu clan. This is a great benevolent act for the benefit of all beings. The side hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ho Tu's face turned pale, the half-eaten ginseng fruit slipping from her hand and rolling twice on the table. She trembled all over, a physiological response triggered by disgust and anger. Zhen Yuanzi was horrified at his friend's words, his soul nearly leaving his body. He grasped Hong Yun's arm, tugging him down forcefully, lowering his voice to shout, "Old Yun, be quiet. Stop spouting nonsense." His palms were slick with cold sweat, and from the corner of his eye he glanced fearfully towards the main seat. On the main seat, Su Chun remained silent. He slowly set down the ginseng fruit in his hand and took out a pure white handkerchief, delicately wiping the juice from between his fingers. His movements were slow and gentle, yet the temperature in the side hall dropped to freezing point at a visibly rapid pace. The air seemed to solidify. Fushi pulled Niwa back, subtly retreating 2 steps, pressing against the cold wall. He was far too familiar with this feeling. The last time the great golden crow was treated as a barbecue skewer, this was the very expression this figure wore. Hong Yun stumbled as Zhen Yuanzi pulled him, still unyielding. "Why are you pulling me, brother? I'm just speaking the truth." He strained his neck, trying to break free from Zhen Yuanzi's grip. A personal sacrifice to bring peace to the primordial era, isn't that? Boom. Hong Yun's words were cut short by a tremendous sound that shook the beams of Wuzhuang Temple. The exquisite jade table beneath Su Chun shattered into powder. Shards of jade flew like hidden weapons, striking Hong Yun's face and slicing several wounds. The white jade plate shattered into several pieces, and the remaining ginseng fruits tumbled on the ground, covered in dust. Hong Yun was stunned. He stared blankly at the swirling dust, his mind buzzing. Before he could react, a long pale hand, powerful as a steel claw, pierced through the dust, firmly gripping the collar of his signature. The force was immense, lifting Hong Yun off the ground. His neck was tightly squeezed, and he flailed desperately at Su Chen's wrist, his legs kicking wildly in midair. "As senior." Zhen Yuanzi's knees buckled in fear, collapsing to the ground, his voice breaking with tears. "I beg you, senior. He is just a clumsy fool with a sharp tongue." Su Chun ignored Zhen Yuanzi. His eyes held no anger, only a chilling silence. It was as if he were looking at a bug he could crush with ease. A great benevolent act. Su Chun sneered, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing his white teeth. "To use others' lives to fill the void of the Tao in exchange for your so-called compassion." His tone was light, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the side hall. Su Chen's left hand struck Hong Yun's right cheek with force. The slap used no magical power, merely physical strength. Instantly, Hong Yun's right cheek swelled high, the 5 crimson fingerprints starkly visible. He was struck so hard that his head jerked to the side, blood mixed with broken teeth spraying from his mouth. Buzzing. Hong Yun's mind was filled with the sound of 100 bees' stars dancing before his eyes. He wanted to scream in pain, but his throat was constricted, producing only a strange hush sound. Before he could turn his head back around, slap. Another backhanded slap, harsher and heavier. This time it struck Hong Yun's left cheek directly. The force spun him halfway around in midair, the collar of his clothes tearing with a loud rip. Hong Yun's cheeks were now fully symmetrical, swollen like a purplured steamed bun. His eye slits had narrowed to a mere line, and blood dripped from his nose down to his chin, plopping onto the bluestone floor. A saintly whore who is generous with others' resources. Su Chun loosened his grip, letting Hong Yun fall to the ground like a lump of rotten meat, a muffled groan escaping him, unsure how many bones were broken. Su Chen looked down at him, the tip of his purple golden boot kicking Hong Yun's chin, forcing him to raise his swollen face. Today the ancestor will surely drain the over-fermented thoughts from your mind. Su Chen's words pierced like ice shards, drilling into Hong Yun's ears through the tips of his toes. Hong Yun lay on the ground with a face swollen like a pig's head. Blood froth dripped from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling like a leaky bellows. Sani, Senior. He mumbled incoherently, his eyes squinted into a mere line, still unwilling to give up his reasoning. All beings in the wilderness suffer. I just wanted to save fewer people. Zhen Yuanzi knelt beside him, his forehead sweating profusely with anxiety. He desperately signaled to Hong Yun, his eyes nearly bulging out. Old Yun, shut your mouth. Zhen Yuanzi attempted to rush forward to pull him back, but had just moved his knee. Su Chen shot a cold glance over. That gaze was like two knives pinning Zhen Yuanzi in place, unable to move even a finger. I didn't ask you to intervene or just stay there obediently. Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet it caused the rafters of Wuzhuang Temple to tremble. He looked down at the still defiant Hong Yun and let out a cold laugh. Save fewer people. Is your brain filled with mud or swill? Su Chen stepped on Hong Yun's chest, not applying much force, but the pressure made it hard for Hong Yun to breathe. Did the Zixiao Palace give you a seat out of kindness? Hong Yun shuddered violently. This matter was both his pride and a hidden knot in his heart. I was complying with the will of heaven, assisting others. He stubbornly countered, blood pooling in his stomach, causing a wave of nausea. Assisting your grandfather. Su Chen applied a bit more force with his foot, and Hong Yun let out a muffled groan. You gave your seat to the beggar Zhuan Ti, causing Kuanping to suffer misfortune, and now those two bald heads bear a grudge against you. Do you think you're a saint? You're merely handing others a knife, sacrificing your friends' lives to embellish your own good name. Huta, standing behind, suddenly felt tears welling up. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Earlier, when Hong Yun urged her to undergo reincarnation, she felt just as stifled. What her uncle said was right, this kind of misplaced kindness is more malicious than wielding a knife. Niwa and Fushi leaned against the doorframe, exchanging glances. Fushi swallowed hard and muttered softly, this old Hong Yun of all people to provoke, he insists on posing as a saint in front of this living ancestor. Su Chen bent down and grabbed the wrinkled red robe of Hong Yun. It was as if he were lifting a chick. Kindness without fangs is just foolishness. He leaned close to Hong Yun's ear, gritting his teeth. If you let Huta die today, tomorrow others will step on your bones and drink your blood. Su Chen flung his hand. Hong Yun was thrown out of the side hall like a tattered sack. With a loud thud, he crashed onto the bluestone slabs in the Wuzhuang Temple courtyard, sliding Tu Zhang away. Outside the courtyard wall, a sudden piercing scream rang out. Help! Help! A ferocious beast covered in black fur was pinning down a small demon that had not yet transformed. It opened its blood-filled maw, biting down on the small demon's neck, greedily draining its essence. The small demon twitched helplessly, the stench of blood wafting into the courtyard, pungent and overwhelming. Su Chen pulled a rusty, broken knife from his sleeve. He had casually taken it from a dead demon soldier along the way. Clang! The broken knife was kicked to Hong Yun's side, the blade striking the stone slab and sparking a tiny flame. Go! Su Chen pointed at the beast outside the temple that was devouring its prey. Pick up this knife and go chop that beast for me. Hong Yun lay on the ground staring at the knife, trembling. He had always cultivated the laws of clouds, advocating for freedom and ease. Let alone killing, he usually had to chant a rebirth mantra, even for stepping on a bug. Sani, Senior, I cultivate the path of kindness, how could I? Stop talking nonsense with me. Su Chen kicked him in the rear, making Hong Yun jump. Today either you pick up the knife and chop it, or I will crush your primordial spirit here and feed it to the dogs. His tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Choose, will you be a good person with teeth or a thoroughly dead soft-hearted fool? Zhen Yuanzi watched from inside the hall, nearly in tears from anxiety. Choose, will you be a good person with teeth or a thoroughly dead soft-hearted fool? Zhen Yuanzi watched from inside the hall, nearly in tears. The small demon's cries grew weaker, and it seemed it would soon run out of breath. Hong Yun looked at his dirt-covered hands, then at the broken knife. Su Chen's words, kindness without fangs is just foolishness, echoed in his mind. He closed his eyes, the muscles in his jaw twitching. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flicker of struggle flashing through his red-rimmed eyes, finally turning into a resolute determination. Oh! Hong Yun grabbed the broken knife and stumbled out of the main gate of Wuzhuang Temple. He was like a crazed wild boar, eyes closed wildly, swinging the knife in his hand. Let it go, you beast! He shouted, the blade striking aimlessly against the beast's back. Puff! The broken knife unexpectedly cut through the beast's tough, hide-warm blood, splattering Hong Yun's face like a fountain. The smell of blood surged up his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. The beast in pain released the small demon and turned to pounce at Hong Yun. This time Hong Yun did not retreat. He widened his eyes, staring at the beast's mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Gripping the knife tightly, he summoned all his strength and thrust it forward. Die! The blade pierced through the beast's heart, its massive body convulsing twice before crashing to the ground. The small demon was saved, scrambling away into the woods. Hong Yun stood dazed in place. His face was covered in sticky beast blood dripping down his chin. The broken knife in his hand continued to drip with red and white liquid. As the wind blew, he shivered. Yet the pent-up frustration that had been suppressed for thousands of years seemed to have been cleaved open by this knife. A sense of clarity he had never felt before spread throughout his body from the hand gripping the knife. I killed. He gazed at his blood-soaked hands, murmuring to himself. Suddenly Hong Yun threw his head back and howled at the sky. The howl soared into the clouds, shaking the fruit trees outside Wuzhuang Temple until leaves rained down. The hypocritical holy light surrounding him began to shatter piece by piece. In its place was a sharp, fierce brilliance like a sword drawn from its sheath. He understood. Hong Yun discarded the broken knife. Turning around, he strode back into the courtyard. He did not wipe the blood from his face, walking straight up to Su Chun. He bent his knees and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for awakening this muddle-headed fool. Hong Yun raised his head, his swollen face displaying a terrifying determination in his eyes. In the past I was too naive. From now on my kindness will only be given to those who deserve it. Su Chun raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Not too foolish after all. He brushed the dust off his clothes. All right, the show is over and the fruit has been eaten. It's time to get down to business. Su Chun turned to call Hutu and the others. Let's go. The old chief is in need of materials for the pipes. We should head to the Nether Blood Sea and borrow some local specialties from that recluse. The Blood Sea of the Netherworld. This place rarely sees the sun, and the clouds above are a dark crimson. The wind carries a nauseating stench reminiscent of decaying fish that has festered for tens of thousands of years in a heap of rotten flesh. There is no solid ground beneath, only rolling crimson blood. What a terrible place. It's even more suffocating than our witch clan's mass grave. Huta covered her nose, frowning in distaste. The hem of her coarse linen skirt was splattered with blood mist, instantly corroded to form several charred holes. Uncle, what kind of local specialty are we borrowing here? This water looks filthy. Even flowers would die if watered with it. Su Chun had his hands in his pockets, his blue robe standing still in the blood wind. He had a half-chewed sweet grass root in his mouth, his eyelids drooping. It is a bit dirty, but the resentment and bloodthirst within are intense. He spat out the grass residue and tilted his chin toward the depths of the blood sea. Isn't the last step for Nuwa to refine the body? If we boil this stuff, the bones of the human race will be harder than refined steel. Nuwa followed behind, swallowing hard. Soaking newborns in this fetid blood water. This elder's thought process is wilder than the Tao itself. Fushi shrank his neck, tightly clutching his storage bag, afraid of being tainted by this karma. The four had barely walked half a mile. The once calm blood sea suddenly boiled like a pot of hot oil. Glub glub. Huge blood bubbles larger than grinding wheels emerged, bursting and releasing waves of pungent poison gas. Splashed. A massive wave surged. Countless fierce-looking green-faced Azuro warriors crawled out from the blood water. They wielded tridents made of white bones, densely blocking the path. Like a pack of starving red-eyed wolves, they eyed Su Chun and the others with drool dripping from their mouths. Kik-kik. A series of piercing owl-like cackles echoed from behind the Azura. The bloodwater part. A thin old man in a large red blood robe with a sinister expression stepped onto a blood-colored 12-petal flame lotus leisurely surfacing from the water. He was the master of this, the reclusive old man of the Nether River. In his hands he held two swords radiating murderous intent. Yuan Tu and Abi. Black blood dripped from the blades. The old man of the Nether River usually stayed in the depths of the blood sea, tinkering with his Azura sect and disliked visitors. Today, sensing the presence of living beings, he immediately brought his minions up to show off his power. Oh, who are these reckless, loose cultivators daring to intrude on my territory? The old man of the Nether River squinted his triangular eyes, sizing up Su Chun and the others. Having rarely ventured out, he was completely unaware of Nuwa and Hutu, let alone Su Chun, this variable. He tapped the edge of the red lotus with the hilt of his sword. In my place there are no manners for hospitality. The Nether River chuckled ominously, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. If you want to pass, or if you want to fish for some treasures in the Blood Sea, he extended two bony fingers and rubbed them together. You'll need to leave some toll. I see you all have delicate skin. How about leaving two young girls for my Azura to breed with? Upon hearing this, Nuwa's face instantly turned ashen. As the supreme being of humanity, how could she be treated as breeding stock by this old monster? Fushi was so enraged that he threw his storage bag, pointing at the Nether River and cursing loudly. You shameless old bloodbug. Have you lost your mind to insult my little sister? Hutu, furious, was about to charge in for a fight, but was pulled back by Su Chun, who grabbed her collar. "Uncle, let go of me. I must tear this old monster's mouth apart today." Hutu stamped her feet. In anger, her small hands clenched into fists. Su Chun dug at his ears. He looked at the Nether River as if he were gazing at a mental case who forgot to bring his brain out. "Tole." Su Chun sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. He took a step forward. "I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I have heard someone dare to ask me for a toll." Su Chun twisted his wrist. A purple light surged in his palm, instantly dispersing the surrounding blood mist. Buzz! A giant cauldron towering 3 stories high and radiating a ghostly purple light crashed down from the air. The Hongming Cauldron. The chaotic divine patterns on its surface swirled, exuding an overwhelming aura capable of refining this entire realm. The old man of the Nether River watched this cauldron, his sinister smile freezing. Though he was a recluse, he still recognized good things. The pressure from this cauldron was hundreds of times more terrifying than the flaming red lotus beneath his feet. What kind of evil object are you holding?" The old man of the Nether River's heart sank, and the Yuan Tu and Abi, swords in his hand, trembled uncontrollably. "Evil object? This is called a water pump." Su Chun didn't even spare him a glance. He made a casual hand gesture and pointed at the Hongmeng Cauldron in midair. "Absorb." Just a single word casually spoken. But the next second, the cauldron's mouth abruptly turned downwards, aimed at the vast and boundless blood sea below. Boom! The cauldron's mouth erupted with a terrifying visible black hole. An engulfing force that made the entire primordial chaos tremble exploded in an instant. There were no clashes of magical powers, nor any grand displays of light and shadow. It was pure and unreasonable devouring. Splash! The entire blood sea boiled. The seawater was no longer rolling, it was as if an invisible giant hand had lifted it up. It transformed into a crimson water column hundreds of feet in diameter, roaring and wailing crazily, surging towards the Hongmeng Cauldron in the air. "My sea. My blood sea's essence." The old man of the Nether River's eyes nearly bulged out. He was horrified to discover that his proud trump card, known as the Blood Sea does not dry, the Nether River does not die, was rapidly descending at a visible rate. 1 foot, 10 feet, 100 feet. The Azura warriors who had been snarling just moments ago were now like ants caught in a flushing toilet. They didn't even have time to scream before they, along with the blood water, were violently shredded into blood mist and sucked into the cauldron. "Stop! Stop! You madman!" The old man of the Nether River panicked. The flaming red lotus beneath his feet was being swayed left and right, unable to stabilize. He bit his tongue, trying to activate the blood sea formation to resist. But the suction was too tyrannical. The magical power he had just gathered was instantly torn to shreds. In less than 3 breaths, the vast blood sea had decreased by a third. The previously unfathomable surface now revealed a large area of dried, dark, and foul-smelling muddy seabed. Several blood-colored monstrous fish flailed painfully in the mud, their white bellies exposed. Clang! A muffled sound. The blood water beneath the old man of the Nether River was drained. He, along with the red lotus, lost support and plunged directly from the air, crashing onto the foul-smelling muddy seabed. He fell face first into the mud, his mouth full of the stinking black sludge, and his sinister old face turned the color of a pig's liver. The foul mud clung to his cheek, wet and cold. The old ancestor of the underworld lay on the seabed, emanating a mixture of the stench of fish and blood. His nails dug into the filth, scraping out a few pale fragments of bones. He tilted his head back, staring fixedly at the massive black hole swirling with purple light above. His throat moved up and down, producing a dry, swallowing sound. "It's over, it's all over." He trembled as he murmured, the red veins in his eyes bursting like a spider's web. That cauldron was like an abyss. The crimson seawater was whipped into a vortex, accompanied by a wailing sound, all of it being sucked in. The surrounding Azura tribe members, still unaware of the situation. Usually fierce and savage, they now scrambled away like dumplings, rolling and crawling toward the distant puddles. A few who were slower were directly pulled into the sky by the suction, exploding into a mist of blood midair. A scene flashed through the mind of the old ancestor of the underworld. Not long ago, the bald eagle from Biming, who had its teeth slapped out by a single blow, was still vivid in memory. He gasped coldly, his stomach churning. That was a scourge who didn't even regard the heavenly Daos thunder tribulation. "Please spare me, Great One." The old ancestor of the underworld no longer cared about the dignity of the Blood Sea Master, throwing down the Yuan Tu Ubi dual swords. With his knees bending, he heavily knelt in the mud with a thud. Mud splattered everywhere, coating his face with yellow filth. He didn't even dare to wipe it off, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, his knees exerting force. Using the slickness of the muck, he crawled forward, sliding along. His speed was so fast that it left a long trench of mud. Bang! He dove headfirst at Su Chen's feet, his two bony arms tightly clutching Su Chen's calf. Old ancestor. Dear old ancestor. He howled with all his heart, tears mixed with blood and mud streaming down, making his eyes unable to open. This lowly one has lost his sight. Offended the old ancestor's dignity. Please, with your great kindness, let me go. Su Chen grimaced in disgust. He looked down at the old man, crying uncontrollably at his feet, his nose filled with a nauseating stench. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable coldness. The old ancestor of the underworld dared not let go and clung tighter, his head knocking against the back of Su Chen's foot repeatedly. Old ancestor, you can draw from this blood sea as you please. Take as much as you want. He pointed at the diminishing blood water behind him, his heart bleeding, but his mouth was unyielding. As long as you're happy, just leave me a space the size of a foot bath. Huta watched in astonishment. She covered her mouth and quietly tugged at Nua's sleeve. Sister Nua, this old man changes faces faster than flipping a book. Nua snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at the old ancestor of the underworld. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, where did that arrogance go? Fushi stood at the back, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. In terms of this slick kneeling skill, he felt inferior to Fushi. It was simply reaching the pinnacle. Su Chen applied a slight force with the tip of his foot, kicking the old ancestor of the underworld away like a soccer ball. Get away, don't dirty my boots, old ancestor. He patted non-existent dust off his pants, looking up at the huge primordial cauldron in the sky. At this moment, the water level of the blood sea had dropped by a full third. The originally vast blood sea revealed a large area of pockmarked, foul-smelling mud flats. If it continued to drain, this old recluse would likely die on the spot. Keeping him around might still have its uses. Su Chen snapped his fingers casually. Buzz. The primordial cauldron emitted a dull rumble, and the black hole at its mouth instantly closed. The swirling purple light converged, and the cauldron transformed into a streak of flowing light zipping back into Su Chen's sleeve. The water column on the sea surface lost its suction and crashed down with a splash. It raised a blood wave several dozen feet high, crashing onto the muddy flats. The old ancestor of the underworld lay in the muddy water, gasping heavily. He looked at the water level that had stopped descending, feeling as though he had walked through the gates of hell. All his strength had been drained, leaving him unable to even stand. Thank you, old ancestor, for sparing my life. Thank you, old ancestor. He lay on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice filled with the relief of survival after a calamity. Su Chen ignored him and turned to call Hutu and the others. All right, we got what we came for. Let's head back to Mount Bujo. He rubbed his chin, smacking his lips. Are we going back already? I haven't had enough fun yet. Huta hurried to catch up, jogging to Su Chen's side. What fun? We need to get back to work. Nua is still waiting for the essence of this blood sea to refine bodies and create people. Upon hearing this, Nua's eyes brightened instantly, and she hurriedly bowed in respect. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. The four of them transformed into flowing lights, disappearing into the dim sky of the blood sea, leaving only the old ancestor of the underworld lying in the stinking mud pit. He looked at his assets, which had shrunk by a third, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Meanwhile, 33 heavens away, in the depths of the demon clan's heavenly court within the inner palace. The temperature here was significantly higher than outside, and a faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the air. Emperor Jun walked through the corridor with a stern face. The hem of his golden crow imperial robe dragged across the jade stone floor, creating a hurried rustling sound. In recent days, the heavenly court had encountered continuous troubles. Tai had gone missing and Fushi had defected. He, the demon emperor, was in a state of distress, the tension in his mind almost snapping. Your Majesty, please slow down. The old demon minister Baze, who was following behind, hurriedly caught up, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The broken horn on his head had not yet healed properly, wrapped with a bloody bandage. Emperor Jun suddenly stopped, turning to glare at him fiercely. Slow down. This emperor can't even return to his own palace in peace without picking an auspicious time. He irritably waved his hand, pushing Baze back a few steps. Enough, you don't need to follow anymore. Go back and investigate Tai's whereabouts. Baze repeatedly agreed, wiping cold sweat as he retreated. Emperor Jun took a deep breath and pushed open a vermilion door intricately carved with fiery cloud patterns. Shihi. Just as he called out his wife's name, his voice caught in his throat. The palace was empty, not a single ghostly shadow in sight. A thin layer of dust lay on the dressing table, and the calming incense he usually burned was nowhere to be found. Emperor Jun frowned, an odd feeling rising in his heart. He sniffed. Why was there a faint smell of cooking oil in this palace, and mixed with the pungent scents of scallions and ginger? How could the Grand Queen's palace have the mundane smell of a mortal realm? Come here. Emperor Jun shouted sharply, his voice causing the dust on the doorframe to fall. Two young maidservants rushed in a panic, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Your Majesty. Emperor Jun pointed at the empty room. Where has the queen gone? What is that smell in here? The maidservant on the left gulped, trembling all over. Reporting to your majesty. The mistress has been coming and going early and late lately. Each time she returns, she carries this strange smell. We maidservants asked, but the mistress wouldn't say anything. The maidservant on the right gathered her courage to add, and this morning while I was cleaning I discovered. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The warm sun jade pendant that the mistress always wears is missing. What a... Emperor June felt as if struck by lightning, his whole being frozen in place. That jade pendant crafted by him from the core of the sun's star was their token of love. He had always treated it as a treasure, never leaving her side. Missing? Who did she give the pendant to? Emperor June grabbed the maidservant by the collar, his eyes instantly the sun's true fire uncontrollably spilled from him, scorching the maidservant's hair into curls. Two don't know. The maidservant began to cry in fear. Emperor June suddenly let her go, closing his eyes. His fingers quickly formed seals in the air. A drop of golden essence blood flew from his fingertips, transforming into a phantom golden crow. The golden crow circled around the palace, capturing a trace of Shihi's lingering aura. Chirp. The golden crow let out a clear cry, transforming into a golden line, flying through the window and heading straight to the mortal realm. Emperor June suddenly opened his eyes, filled with madness and brutality. No matter who it is, whoever dares to touch my woman, I will make sure you have no place to die. He transformed into a blinding golden rainbow, tightly chasing after that golden line, piercing through the clouds, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. However, when that golden line finally settled in a certain place, Emperor June's figure suddenly froze in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief. Below was a massive structure emanating an ancient and desolate aura, surrounded by countless black iron pipes. That aura, he would never mistake it even if he died. Mount Buzhou. The Panga Hall. Emperor June's throat rolled violently, nearly choking. Shihi. How could she go to such a filthy place? The mess in the Lingxiao Palace has yet to be cleaned up. Several scorched dragon pillars lean at odd angles, and shattered glazed tiles cover the white jade floor. Emperor June rubbed his swollen brow, turning from the back door of the hall, his footsteps crunching on the debris beneath him. His golden crow imperial robe, soaked with cold sweat and then dried, clung uncomfortably to his back. That rascal Tai took the Dongwang bell to cause trouble. Not even a whisper of echo returned. Fushi was even more unbelievable, rolling up his bedding and fleeing under the cover of night. Being the demon emperor felt like being a solitary commander, causing a painful pressure in his chest. Forget it, I'll go to the harem to talk with Shihi. Emperor June sighed. He walked along the corridor deeper into the Sun Palace, where the divine fire of the golden crow burned constantly, the temperature significantly higher than outside. Normally one could smell the calming and refreshing scent of osmanthus as soon as they approached. He pushed open the heavy vermilion door of the sleeping quarters. Creak. The sound of the door hinges turning echoed harshly in the empty palace. Shihi, I'm back. Emperor June called out, habitually peering inside. No one answered. The sleeping quarters were desolate, and the cloud bed adorned with golden silk was devoid of any figure. The jade mirror in front of the dressing table reflected the firelight coldly, a thin layer of dust settled upon it. Emperor June paused for a moment, his nostrils flaring as he caught a peculiar scent. It was not the fragrance of osmanthus, nor the scent of any precious celestial dew. It was a rather strange odor reminiscent of burnt scallions mixed with the pungent smell of old ginger being stir-fried. In the ethereal palace of the heavenly realm, this smell felt more out of place than a stone in a latrine. How could the dignified queen's sleeping quarters carry the smoky essence of a mundane tavern's kitchen? Come here. A surge of inexplicable fury flared up in Emperor June's heart, his voice rising by 2 pitches. The 2 maidservants waiting outside the door trembled in fear, scrambling in. Thud. They fell to their knees, their heads pressed firmly against the jade floor tiles. Your Majesty, what is your command? The maid on the left, with her hair styled in double buns, spoke with a voice trembling like sifted flour. Emperor June pointed at the empty bed, his expression dark enough to drip water. Where is the queen? Where has she gone? What is this strange smell in here? He stepped closer, the hem of his golden crow robe creating a gust of hot wind that curled the ends of the maid's hair. I don't know. The maid shrank back in fear, tears welling in her eyes. The queen, she stuttered, her words caught in her throat like a swallowed walnut. Speak. Emperor June seized her collar and lifted her up. If you dare to stammer again, I'll throw you into the sun's true fire to light the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a desperate beast pushed to its limits. The other maid, witnessing this, hurriedly bowed her head. Your Majesty, spare my life. I'll speak. I'll speak. She swallowed a dry lump, her voice tiny like a mosquito. The queen has been coming and going at odd hours, shrouded in mystery, and she doesn't allow us to follow her. Coming and going at odd hours. Emperor June's brows knitted tightly, his grip loosening slightly. Where has she gone? What has she been doing? I truly don't know. It's just that, every time the queen returns she carries this smell of greasy smoke from frying. The maid cautiously raised her head, stealing a glance at Emperor June. And, while the queen was bathing, I also saw. She bit her lips, seeming hesitant to continue. Saw what? Speak quickly. Emperor June shouted, shaking the glass lanterns on the ceiling of the sleeping quarters. I saw that the queen's fair wrists seemed to have developed a few blisters from something hot. Her clothes were also always stained with a bit of black ash like the soot from the bottom of a pot. Emperor June felt a buzzing in his head. The soot from the bottom of a pot. Burns. He is a primordial deity born from the moon, usually frowning even at a speck of dust. How could she possibly be tending to a stove? He abruptly tossed aside the maid he was holding, restlessly pacing around the room. Suddenly his gaze landed on the dressing table. There should have been a delicate Zetan wooden box there, a place where he kept the tokens of their love. A piece of the extreme flame jade from the core of the sun carved into a warm sun jade pendant by his own hands. Emperor June strode over and flung open the box. It was empty. On the red velvet cushion lay only a faint imprint of a jade pendant. Where is the jade pendant? Emperor June turned his head, glaring at the two maidservants, his eyes fierce enough to devour them. I don't know. This morning when I was cleaning it, it was gone. The maid began to wail, kneeling on the ground and not daring to look. Emperor June stood still, feeling as if a block of ice had been shoved into his chest, yet it was also burning with a fire. The love token jade pendant was missing. His wife returned home late every day, carrying the smell of greasy smoke and bearing burns. Various absurd conjectures grew wildly in his mind, like poisonous weeds. Could it be? Emperor June bit his back teeth, tasting a hint of blood in his mouth. The purple gold crown atop his head, symbolizing supreme power, seemed to emit a faint, glaring green light at this moment. No matter who you are. He quickly formed hand seals, pressing out a drop of golden essence blood from his fingertips. The blood transformed in midair into a phantom, three-legged golden crow. The small golden crow flapped its wings, circling inside the sleeping quarters before finally stopping in front of the dressing table, capturing a trace of Shihi's faintest residual aura. Chirp. The small golden crow let out a clear cry, morphing into a golden thread that slipped out through the crack of the window. It moved with incredible speed. I'll see where you're off to meet some wild man. Emperor June roared, transforming into a streak of dark golden light, tightly chasing after that golden thread. He burst out of the Sun Palace. The clouds rushed beneath him. The fierce wind sliced across his face like a knife. Emperor June's eyes remained fixed on the faint golden thread ahead, not blinking once. His heart raced to his throat, his breath quickening like a bellows. The golden thread pierced through 33 heavens, crossing countless immortal mountains and blessed lands without pause, until a vast mountain range exuding an ancient and desolate aura appeared ahead. Buzhou Mountain. That golden thread dove straight into the murky region at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, as if it had caught a whiff of blood. Emperor June's figure suddenly froze in midair. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw below. Their crisscrossing black iron pipes sprawled across the ground like a spider's web. A towering spiritual energy conversion tower flickered with a ghostly blue light. A group of muscular men were energetically engaged in labor. And that golden thread precisely and unerringly entered the back courtyard of the imposing bronze giant hall. Panga Hall. Emperor June felt his blood freeze in an instant. His hands and feet turned cold, and his body uncontrollably shook. His throat rolled violently, producing a loud, gulping sound. His voice was hoarse, as if he were desperately howling or incredulously murmuring. You actually went to a place like that, to meet those brainless brutes. The little sparrow transformed from Emperor June clutched tightly onto the weeds with its tiny claws. The sharp edges of the grass cut into its ankles, oozing a drop of golden blood. It couldn't even feel the pain. It simply stared with its green beans-eyed black eyes peering through the gaps in the grass, fixated on the backyard of the Panga Hall. The air was filled with a strong smell of smoke and fire. It was not the high-grade sandalwood incense used for prayers, but rather the unmistakable aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic being stir-fried. This scent mixed with the burnt oil smell wafting from the nearby furnace, making Emperor June want to sneeze. He struggled to hold back the itch in his nose, his throat convulsing violently. In his line of sight beside the furnace used for melting iron pipes, an improvised shabby shed had been set up at some point without him noticing. For thick wooden poles propped up a piece of oilcloth, shielding it from the sun. Under the shed stood a large black iron pot, over 2 meters in diameter. The firewood beneath was crackling, and the flames leapt high, scorching the bottom of the pot. Inside the iron pot, a thick soup was bubbling. Floating within were chunks of meat the size of a baby's fist, along with assorted vegetable scraps. The rich aroma of the meat was overwhelming, carrying a raw and coarse essence. However, what made Emperor Jun's eyes widen in disbelief was not the pot of soup itself, but the person standing beside it. She. Emperor Jun let out a broken sound in his mind, his bird legs weakening, nearly causing him to topple from the grass stalk. That person usually donned in resplendent attire in the heavenly court's Lingxiao palace, a dignified demon queen whose hair never dared to stray, even slightly. At this moment, however, she had carelessly tied her long hair flowing like a waterfall back with a piece of common straw rope. Strands of hair were stuck to her smooth forehead by sweat. The exquisite garment that could repel myriad evils was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she wore a drab gray apron that looked like it was meant for scrubbing pots. The apron was smeared with glaring black grime and grease in various places. She held a large iron ladle longer than her arm tightly in her hand. She was panting as she stirred the pot of stew vigorously. While stirring, she casually raised her sleeve and expertly wiped the sweat from her forehead. A conspicuous black mark suddenly appeared on her cheek. At that moment, she resembled a plump auntie who had spent over a decade in the back kitchen of a mundane inn. My noble and aloof queen is cooking pig food for a barbarian. Emperor Jun felt a thunderous explosion in his mind, as if someone had stuffed a heavenly thunderbolt inside. His worldview shattered into pieces, leaving not even a fragment behind. He even began to suspect whether he was under too much stress lately, leading to hallucinations. But the next moment, a scene that pushed him further into despair unfolded. She set down the large iron ladle. She carefully took a white porcelain bowl, which had a small chip from the wooden rack beside her. She gently filled it to the brim with thick soup. A layer of golden oil floated on the surface of the soup, and she intentionally sprinkled a handful of finely chopped green onions on top. Holding the bowl, she stepped carefully onto the muddy blue bricks and quickly walked outside the shed. Not far outside the shed stood an old, dilapidated armchair that looked like it had seen better days. The legs of the chair were uneven, propped up by a piece of broken brick. Su Chun was sprawled out in the armchair wearing a gray robe with an open collar that revealed his sturdy. One foot rested on the armrest, his purple gold boots swaying slightly. He had a straw root hanging from his mouth, his eyes half closed, embodying a lazy demeanor. Beside him stood the Eastern Emperor Tai, who should have been flaunting his power in the heavenly court. He dressed in tattered animal skins, with a rusty iron chain around his neck. Like a machine, he was sweating profusely as he waved a broken fan, fanning Su Chun. Tai, you useless beast, are also here. Emperor Jun had just cursed inwardly when he saw his wife. He leaned over to Su Chun. She slightly bent her waist, lowering her posture. A gentle smile appeared on her face, one that Emperor Jun had never seen in his life, even carrying a hint of flattering sweetness. That smile was cloyingly sweet, utterly different from the cold politeness she usually displayed towards him. Senior. Shihi's voice was soft enough to draw water. The soup is ready. Oh, please have a taste. I specifically used the ice crystal shrimp freshly caught from the North Sea, slow-cooked with a millennia-old ginseng. She offered the bowl forward, even puffing out her cheeks slightly to gently blow on the steam rising from the soup's surface, exhibiting a carefulness as if afraid to burn him. She probably didn't put in this much effort when feeding their 10 golden crows back in the day. Please take your time drinking, senior. How is the flavor? Does it suit your taste? Su Chun half opened his eyes and let out a long yawn. 2 droplets of moisture squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He didn't even extend a hand, just pointed at the stone table beside him with his chin. Just put it there. Su Chin's tone was filled with disdain as he turned over. I have no appetite right now. The stench from that old bastard of the Ming River made me nauseous. Now the smell of meat makes me feel sick. He was not only unfazed, she hurriedly placed the bowl on the stone table securely. She moved so lightly as if afraid of making any noise. All right, senior, please rest for now. I will wash the pot and prepare a light snow fungus soup for you. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her steps paused. She looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. She reached into her bosom to pull out an object, blushing, and quickly stuffed it into Su Chen's hand. Senior, this is a warm sun jade pendant I always carry with me. It contains a trace of my original power. Shihi's gaze flickered, not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes. Her ears flushed bright red. If you wear it, it will help drive away coldness. As for the matter concerning the 10 children, I must trouble you, senior. After saying that, she resembled a young girl who had just given away a token of love covering her face as she hurriedly dashed back to the big iron pot. Grabbing the large iron ladle, she resumed her duties as a cook. In the grass, the little sparrow that was Emperor Jun was completely frozen. Its claws dug deeply into the dirt, pulling out the grass roots. A warm sun jade pendant. That was something he had spent 1,000 years pursuing Shihi for. He had personally carved it from a piece of extreme flame jade dug out from the Sunstar's core. And now in front of him, she blushed and handed it to a wild man. The nerve. You treacherous woman. The rational string in Emperor Jun's mind, which had been taut for thousands of years, snapped with a loud bang. What grand plans of the demon race, what patience and concealment. All were utterly crushed by this green and black enormous hat that appeared out of nowhere. He had no idea of Shihi's suffering. Just a few days prior, Shihi had witnessed with her own eyes through the Haotian mirror in the heavenly court. Kwafu and Hoi, those two barbarians, each wielding a thick black iron pipe, were chasing her 10 golden crows in the sky, shooting at them like playthings. The blue light shot out from that pipe, grazing the wings of the golden crows, capable of even flattening. Her 10 normally arrogant sons were so frightened they cried out loud, golden feathers falling like rain. They flitted about like 10 featherless chickens scalded by boiling water. Shihi was heartbroken and rushed to the Lingxiao palace to seek help from Emperor Jun. Yet Emperor Jun was in a frenzy, smashing things in the palace, completely unconcerned for their sons' lives. With no other options left to save her sons' lives, Shihi could only sneak down to the mortal realm at night, coming to the Pango Hall, lowering herself to plead with Su Chun. Su Chun was not one to be easily persuaded. Just when he was worrying about not having anyone to cook in the backyard, he directly made her his personal cook for a few days when he saw Shihi coming to him. As for that jade pendant, it was purely a down payment Shihi had forced on a Su Chun in exchange for saving her sons' lives. But in Emperor Jun's bloodshot eyes, this was nothing but blatant betrayal. It was infidelity. An open affair. Su Chun, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. A shrill cry erupted from the throat of the little sparrow. Boom. The little sparrow's body instantly exploded. A torrent of solar true fire surged forth, capable of burning through space. It shot into the sky, directly incinerating the surrounding tall weeds to nothing but white ash. The violent golden heat wave overturned several freshly stacked scrap iron barrels nearby, causing a cacophony. Emperor Jun revealed his massive form as a 3-legged golden crow. He was bathed in golden flames, his eyes blood red, radiating a frenzied, killing intent. With a mighty flap of his wings that blocked out the sun, he appeared, and without hesitation let out a long howl toward the sky. This howl pierced through the winds, reaching the 33 heavens. Star formation of the heavenly circuits. Rise for me. Emperor Jun had gone mad, completely insane. He disregarded everything as he forced out the essence blood from his heart. A mouthful of golden blood sprayed onto the demon emperor seal, representing the heavenly court's highest battle power. In an instant, the once bright day sky of the primordial world was instantly swallowed by endless darkness, so dark one couldn't see their hand in front of them. Following that, billions of ancient stars lit up in the void. They erupted with dazzling cold starlight. 365 star main banners carrying the pressure of world destruction descended from the sky like a massive, impermeable starry prison. It firmly locked down the space where the Pango Hall was located. The terrifying killing intent, like a tangible sword, directly locked onto Su Chun, who lay in the armchair. The commotion was so great that the entire backyard of the Pango Hall was thrown into chaos. What the hell? Why did it get so dark? Zhu Rong dropped the welding gun he was holding, looking up at the densely packed starlight in the sky, his jaw nearly dropping. She was so frightened by the sudden change that she shivered all over. The large iron ladle in her hand fell into the pot, with a clang, splashing a circle of boiling meat soup. It burned her hand. She looked pale at the golden crows in the sky, exclaiming in shock, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Tai was also stunned, huddled in a corner with the iron chain. He watched the rampaging Emperor Jun in the sky, waving his hands frantically. "Big brother, you've gone mad. Stop now. This formation won't work on him." Emperor Jun hovered at the center of the formation, his eyes fixed intently on the dog couple below. "Oh, the adulterer and the shameless woman. How dare you deceive me like this?" The roar of Dejuan tore through the clouds, echoing like thunder in the valley of Buzhou. The golden crow's body was as massive as a mountain, its feathers standing on end, while the true fire of the sun distorted the surrounding space, emitting eerie crackling sounds. His bird-like eyes were blood-red, with tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. The scorching heat wave rolled in, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air, causing a pain in his lungs like being cut by knives. Dejuan had completely lost his mind, the last thread of reason snapping apart. What heavenly principles, what calamities of the witch and demon, to hell with it all. His mind was filled only with the image of Shihi tied in a tattered apron making soup for another man, and that bastard lying on the chair acting like a master. "Die, you scum." Dejuan opened his sharp beak and let out a long howl to the sky. The golden sound waves transformed into a solid form, shaking the bronze walls of the Pango Hall, causing dust to fall. He suddenly pulled out a palm-sized square jade seal from his chest. The Demon Emperor Seal. It represented the supreme command of the demon clan's heavenly court, with a golden crow spread its wings to fly, exuding a chilling pressure. Without hesitation, Dejuan bit through his tongue. A mouthful of faint golden blood sprayed onto the Demon Emperor Seal. The jade seal absorbed the blood, instantly erupting with a blinding light that buzzed and trembled. Celestial stars of the universe, heed my command. Dejuan roared, his voice filled with a resolute determination. All 365 Demon Clan great sages return to your positions. As he issued the command, the sky of the entire primordial world suddenly darkened. The sun, which had been high in the sky, was swallowed by the boundless night. In the sky, ancient stars flickered in dense clusters. It was not a gentle twinkling, but a cold light, filled with murderous intent, like millions of eyes staring intently at Buzhou Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Thick beams of starlight fell from the sky, crashing down around the Pango Hall. As the starlight dissipated, 365 tall star banners stood erect. Under each banner stood a fierce Demon Clan great sage, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. The star banners intertwined, forming an impenetrable net of starlight. This covered the entire backyard of the Pango Hall along with the scattered junk beneath it. This was the great array of celestial stars, a formidable formation that even saints dared not confront Hedon. The oppressive force of annihilation came crashing down like mountains. The backyard was thrown into chaos. Damn, that feathered bastard is going all out. Zhurong dropped the welding gun in his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and shouted in anger. Xingtian gripped his divine axe tightly, his knuckles turning white as he gritted his teeth. Uncle, this formation is a bit sinister. I feel like my muscles are about to cramp under the pressure. He panted heavily, cracking the bluestone slab beneath his feet. Tai, tied by the doorframe, had curled up into a ball. He held his head in his hands, the iron chains clanking loudly as he shook. Brother, you've truly gone mad. If this formation collapses, we'll die too. Tai cried out with a sobbing tone, tears mixing with mud streaming down his face. She has stood beneath the makeshift canopy. Her coarse cloth apron was illuminated a pale white by the starlight. Crack! The white porcelain bowl she held shattered in her hands, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Scalding meat soup splattered all over the ground and onto the back of her hand. It burned several bright red blisters. However, she seemed oblivious to the pain, staring blankly at the rampaging golden crow in the sky. Your Majesty, please let me explain. Things are not as you think. Her voice trembled, clearly filled with tears, her eyes brimming with unshed water. But Dejuan was no longer in the mood to listen to explanations. Looking at Zai's pitiful appearance only made his stomach churn with nausea. Shut up, you shameless harlot. Daijin's voice pierced through the great formation, stabbing into Zai's heart like an ice pick. Once I flatten Buzhou Mountain, I will deal with you. The net of starlight began to contract, and the brilliance of the stars above grew ever brighter. The air was squeezed, producing a grinding sound that made teeth ache, ready to unleash the world-destroying power of the stars at any moment. Just as tensions were high and everyone felt that disaster was imminent. Gulp! A clear, almost jarring swallowing sound echoed in the dead silence of the backyard. Su Chun lay on a broken armchair. He leisurely swallowed the last mouthful of meat soup. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He put down the large iron spoon, which had a chip, and pulled out a somewhat yellowing white handkerchief from his pocket. He gently wiped the bits of green onion from the corner of his mouth. Then he casually tossed the handkerchief onto the nearby stone table. Su Chun slightly raised his head, squinting his eyes. His gaze crossed the dazzling net of starlight and fell on the reedy black sparrow in the sky. His brow furrowed in displeasure. It's so noisy. He sighed, a strong sense of morning grumpiness and impatience evident in his voice. Even when I'm trying to eat, no one lets me have a moment's peace. He gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair. You black-skinned wild chicken, do you think your feathers are too thick and want me to help you pluck a few? The starry net contracted like an inverted iron pot, causing the air to crackle with explosive sparks. The earth churned, and the newly laid iron pipe was grazed by starlight, instantly transforming into molten iron, with a sharp hiss emitting a pungent white smoke. Emperor Jun hovered in midair, his eyes bloodshot, a maniacal grin stretching across his lips. Die? All of you turned to ash for this emperor. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat as he flapped his wings violently, spraying more of his primordial blood onto the demon emperor's seal, as if it were free. Below, the ancestor witches were struggling to hold on. Zhu Rong wiped the sweat from his brow, raising both hands to support the southern brightly fire. The flames, upon touching the starlight, were forcefully extinguished halfway, reddening his face. Uncle, this formation is a bit sinister. The fire can't penetrate it. Shi crouched in a corner of the pavilion, shivering, while covering his face, the burns on the back of his hand glowing red and swollen. Tai, tethered to the threshold, had already begun to roll his eyes. The pressure from the starry formation did not distinguish friend from foe. With his existing injuries, his bones were creaking painfully, as if they were about to be crushed into paste. Su Chun ignored them. He slowly stood up from the Grandmaster chair and stretched his body luxuriously. His joints emitted crisp cracking sounds, as if he were loosening stiff muscles from prolonged sitting. He tilted his head back, gazing at the torrential starlight pouring down from above like a violent rain, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Is this all there is to this formation? Not even enough for an enjoyable warm bath for your ancestor. Su Chen's lips moved as he uttered words that could infuriate anyone. He reached into the wide sleeves of his purple-golden robe, rummaging around. He pulled out a small round bead black as coal, the Hongmeng pearl. As soon as this pearl was taken out, the surrounding starlight seemed to pause for half a second, as if encountering a ghost. Su Chen pinched the pearl with his thumb and index finger and casually rubbed it against the hem of his robe. Come out and get to work, don't just lie in your pocket and play dead, he muttered softly. With a casual flick of his wrist, the inconspicuous black pearl wobbled and flew into the air. It moved slowly like a clumsy bird just learning to fly. Emperor Jun watched it closely from above, nearly laughing to the point of tears. Ha ha ha. You fool, do you think a mere coal ball can block my grand cosmic formation? Dream on. He laughed so hard he began to cough, spitting out a bit of blood. Crush him for me. However, before Emperor Jun's laughter could fade, the Hongmeng pearl in midair suddenly stopped. It did not erupt with dazzling light, nor did it enlarge. Only on the surface of the pearl did a layer of eerie pitch-black ripples appear. Following that, the small black dot, no bigger than a fist, transformed into an unfathomable black hole of the universe. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar nor any sparks from energy collisions. Those starry light beams capable of flattening the unbeatable mountain with their world-destroying power. At the moment they touched the black hole, it was as if noodles were being sucked into a vacuum cleaner. Swoosh! They vanished without a trace. Not a sound was made, nor a speck of residue was left. Emperor Jun's laughter choked in his throat, as if someone had grabbed his neck. He stared in disbelief with his bloodshot eyes at what lay below. What? What is happening? He desperately urged the Demon Emperor's seal. More starlight cascaded down from the 9 heavens, forming a vast sea of white light. Yet the result remained the same. No matter how much starlight came, that little black hole devoured it all. Like a never-sated hungry ghost. Not only did it absorb the incoming attacks, that Hongmeng pearl even began to exert force in reverse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying pulling force that sent shivers through the soul erupted from the center of the black hole. This force was unreasonable, directly locking onto the 365 starry main banners surrounding it. My banner. Steady the formation. Steady. A great sage of the demon race shouted in terror, clutching the 100-foot-high flagpole he was guarding with all his might. But it was useless. Crack, crack, crack. The ground split open with enormous fissures. The starry banner, buried deep underground, was uprooted as if it were a pulled radish. The massive flagpole twisted and deformed in midair, eventually transforming into a streak of light forcibly sucked into the Hongmeng pearl. This was just the beginning. Ah, help. I don't want to die. Your Majesty, save me. Cries of despair echoed one after another. Those great sages of the demon race, guarding the formation flags along with the flags in their hands, were being pulled towards the black hole in the sky, one after another, like dumplings being dropped into water. Some clung to nearby trees only for the trees to be uprooted. Some tried to use escape techniques to flee, but as soon as they took off, they were torn apart by the pulling force, their flesh and blood devoured. In the span of less than half a cup of tea's time, all 365 starry main banners had been completely consumed by the Hongmeng pearl. Not even a flag tassel was left. Emperor Jun, suspended at the center of the formation, was utterly dumbfounded. He not only lost control of the formation, what made him more desperate was that he discovered his internal mana was draining away at a breakneck speed. That small black hole, like a water pump, had directly inserted itself into his dantian. No, no, my mana, my essence. Emperor Jun screamed in terror, his hands flailing wildly in midair. His massive golden crow form began to visibly wither as his mana depleted rapidly. Originally radiant golden feathers became dull and began to fall off in large clumps. Tai Yi, witnessing this scene from below, was so frightened that he scrambled into a corner. It's over, it's really over, my brother is going to lose, even his underwear. He mumbled, clutching the iron chain tightly, afraid that he too would be swept away by that sucking force. Su Chen stood beside the Grandmaster chair and snapped his fingers. That's enough, don't suck him dry, there's still use for him. The Hongmeng pearl in midair immediately ceased its devouring. The black hole vanished, reverting back to an inconspicuous black coal ball. It floated gently into Su Chen's palm. In the sky, Emperor Jun, having lost the support of the formation, Su Chen stood beside the Grandmaster chair and snapped his fingers. That's enough, don't suck him dry, there's still use for him. The Hongmeng pearl in midair immediately ceased. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Jun lay sprawled in the mud pit, his mouth full of dirt, lacking even the strength to lift his head. Su Chen leisurely walked over. His purple golden boots stood at the edge of the mud pit, looking down at this emperor with a head full of lumps. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You made quite the spectacle. He extended his toes and kicked Emperor June's mud-streaked face. But your power bank's charge doesn't seem to handle the suction very well. The water in the mud pit was murky, exuding a foul smell of engine oil. June lay sprawled inside limbs akimbo. His once flamboyant golden crow royal robe was now tattered like a rag. Most of his golden feathers had been stripped away by the pull of the Hongmeng pearl, with the remaining few clinging to him in a dingy state. He resembled a plucked chicken freshly pulled from boiling water. Cough, cough. June's throat struggled to roll as he spat out a mouthful of muddy water mixed with blood. He wanted to turn over, but it felt as though countless steel needles were thrust into the gaps of his bones, and even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. His dantian was empty, unable to squeeze out even a spark. He stared fixedly at the pair of purple gold boots standing at the edge of the mud pit, his eyes bloodshot with resentment and despair. What kind of sorcery did you use? June gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. The great array of our demon race. 365 great saints. How could this happen? Su Chen stood by the edge of the pit, hands in his pockets. Looking down at June, Su Chen's eyes held no trace of pity, only deep mockery. Sorcery. He chuckled lightly, nudging June's jaw with the tip of his shoe, smearing it with mud. Old ancestor, let me educate you about the black hole effect. He leaned down, getting close to June's swollen. Do you understand what a dimensionality reduction attack is, you country bumpkin? June's vision blurred with rage, his chest heaving violently. As the Heavenly Emperor being called a country bumpkin by someone was simply a joke, he was just about to retort. Slap. Su Chen delivered a crisp slap that landed squarely on June's left cheek. This time he held nothing back. June's left cheek instantly swelled up and several bloodied teeth flew out of his mouth, landing in the muddy water. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His head was buzzing as if a swarm of flies were buzzing around, completely dazed from the blow. Not only can't you control your underlings, but you can't even control your wife. Su Chen leisurely pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it onto June's face. You dare to run amok on my territory. As the Heavenly Emperor, that's simply laughable. Not far away, he covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Seeing June's miserable state, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, wanting to plead for him, but too scared to step forward. He tied to the doorstep, buried his head in his knees, pretending to be dead to the world. At this moment, a strange meat rain began to fall from the sky. Thud. Ouched. My back. The great saints of the demon race, who had just been rebounded by the Zhoutian Star Do Great Array and had the star banners sucked away, were falling from the sky. Now all of them had lost the magical support, plummeting to the ground like dumplings landing in various corners of the Pango Hall's backyard. Some fell into heaps of scrap iron, crying out as they were poked by metal pipes. Others got caught in tree branches, swaying back and forth. Bai Zhe fared the worst. Having already broken half a horn, he landed directly in a freshly dug foundation pit. He was left with a mouthful of yellow soil, unable to rise for a long time. Oh dear, my old back. I really can't stay in the heavenly court anymore. He lay at the bottom of the pit, mumbling, while wiping away tears. The entire high-level combat force of the demon race was now lying in the mud of Buzhou Mountain, wailing. Their dignity was utterly lost. It was likely that tomorrow all the little demons and creatures in the wilderness would take this event as a bedtime joke. Su Chen looked at the rolling great saints of the demon race, wrinkling his brow in disdain. He turned his head to look at Jiang, who stood beside him in a daze. Jiang was still holding the diagram covered in array patterns, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a goose egg in it. He had thought it was all over, but in the blink of an eye the demon race had been completely wiped out. Uncle Wa, what should we do with these bird people, eh? He swallowed hard, pointing at the great saints rolling on the ground. How about we chop them all up to use as fertilizer for the spirit herbs in the back mountain? The demon saints lying on the ground trembled in fear, not daring to utter a sound. They held their breath, looking at Su Chen with terror in their eyes. Su Chen stroked his chin. Chopping them up would be such a waste. He walked up to the massive spiritual energy transformation tower and patted the tower's body. Our network has been laid quite fast lately. Oh look, aren't we getting materials delivered right to our doorstep? Su Chen turned around, his eyes sparkling. He pointed at the scattered star banner remnants, which, although drained of energy, still retained their top-quality materials. They glimmered faintly with a starry sheen. Old boss, don't let these scraps go to waste. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang, his tone laced with the flavor of a shrewd businessman. Throw all these star banners into the blast furnace and melt them down for me. He waved his hand. This stuff, when mixed with iron pipes, will absolutely double their pressure resistance. It will give our network a comprehensive upgrade. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes lit up instantly. Great idea, uncle. This is brilliant. He excitedly rubbed his hands and turned to shout at the ancestors. Brothers, we have work to do. Pick up all these broken flags. Old Fourth, stoke the fire. Make the furnace burn hotter. Zhu Rong grinned widely, looking like a villain. All right, today we'll turn all these bird people's belongings into iron lumps. He ran back to the blast furnace, and the flames of Nanmingli fire surged up Tuzhong high. The ancestors scattered in a rush, eagerly collecting the remnants of the star banners like scavengers. The demon race great saints lay on the ground watching helplessly as their life-bound treasures were tossed into the steel-making furnace as scrap iron. Their hearts bled, yet they didn't dare to utter a sound. Dijun lay in the mud pit watching this absurd scene. He closed his eyes, tears streamed down his swollen cheeks. The heavenly court is finished, he murmured in despair, completely losing consciousness. Su Qin yawned and returned to lie down beside the Grandmaster chair. He closed his eyes, feeling the pure spiritual energy once again flowing through the earth veins. These materials came at just the right time. A faint smile crept onto his lips as if he had thought of something. Where to explore next tomorrow? Dijun lay in the mud, his breath faint like a wisp of silk. Su Chun leaned against the Grandmaster's chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the fabric of his purple-gold robe, eyes closed as he pondered the amusements of the morrow. In the backyard of the Pangu Hall, the commotion surpassed that of a mortal blacksmith's forge. Clang! A severed star banner was tossed into the furnace by Zhu Rong, flames of the southern Ming fire, leaping 3 feet high, sizzling the air around. This flagpole looks fragile, but the iron produced is quite bright. If mixed into the pipes, it will surely be sturdy. Zhu Rong stirred it with tongs, grinning widely, his forehead already sweating, only to have the beads evaporate from the heat. Chang Liang passed by carrying a bundle of broken array discs, casually prying off the star stones embedded in it and tossing them into his pocket. In the corner of the backyard, Baizhe huddled behind a scrap iron pipe, blood still seeping from his half-broken ram's horn. He watched as his life's array flag, refined over 30,000 years, was melted down like old scrap metal. His heart felt as if someone had stuffed a rusted blade into it, stirring up a painful ache. Yet he gritted his teeth, barely breathing, afraid to make even the slightest sound that could bring about his demise. Ji Ming squatted beside him, most of the scales on his dragon, head missing, flesh and blood in disarray. Old Bai. Ji Ming's throat was parched, his speech airy. He glanced at the radiant blue glowing spiritual energy conversion tower, then looked into the distance. Xian Ming was wandering along the wall, wielding a pitch-black barret, occasionally sweeping the barrel in their direction. Ji Ming shivered. Is this really a fight? Our demon clan's meager assets are nothing but trifles in their eyes. Baizhe forced a bitter smile, the motion pulling at the wounds on his face, causing him to wince in pain. He was adept at avoiding misfortune, his mind racing quickly now. He glanced at Dijun, who lay unaware in the mud, then at the group of ancestral witches who treated innate spiritual treasures as firewood. Suddenly he understood. This was not a struggle for dominance over the heavens. This was a pack of fully armed bandits watching primitive people play in the mud. A dimensional suppression. An absolute dimensional suppression. Stop thinking about it. Baizhe wiped his muddy face with a sleeve. He took a deep breath, stood up, his legs trembling. Old Bai, what are you? Ji Ming was startled, trying to pull him back, but failed. Baizhe ignored him, staggering to a spot 3 zhang away from Su Qin's Grandmaster chair. Thud. He knelt down on both knees, solidly landing on the blue stone slab. Great immortal ancestor. The little demon Baizhe, blinded by my own folly, has offended the heavenly countenance. He knocked his head like garlic, his forehead hitting the stone with a loud thud, drawing blood in a few hits. I implore the ancestor to show mercy and spare this little demon's worthless life. This little demon understands deduction and can read feng shui, willing to work for the witch clan. Willing to work for the Pango Hall for free. Ji Ming was dumbfounded, but in the face of death, he cared little for the demon saint's dignity. He scrambled over, kneeling beside Baizhe with a thud. Yes. The little demon Ji Ming also wishes to work for free. Digging out furnace ash, digging trenches, anything is fine. The remaining demon saints, hiding in the corners like Gui Che and Fei Lian, finally reacted. They rushed out in droves, kneeling in a line, heads on the ground, their backsides raised. The chorus of pleas for mercy was more boisterous than a funeral. Su Qin opened his eyes disdainfully, waving a hand to fan away the air in front of him. A stench of bird mingled with fox odor. He sat up, resting his elbows on his knees, looking down at this group of once proud demon saints. Work for free. I do not keep idle men here, ancestor. His gaze swept over Baize's broken ram's horn, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Di Zhang walked over with blueprints in hand and kicked Gui Che on the thigh. Uncle, those hundreds of mine shafts on the back mountain are in dire need of manpower. Why not throw them in there? Su Qin nodded. All right, go assist Rusho, double the daily quota. Baize and the others felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowing. Thank you for the mercy of not killing us, ancestor. We will go mine right away. Just as this group of demon saints prepared to scurry away with their tails between their legs. Crack! A piercing sound of shattering abruptly exploded above the Pango Hall. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated directly within the souls of the crowd, making their heads spin. Baize covered his ears, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the blue stone slab. He fearfully raised his head. The sky, which had appeared gray from the depletion of spiritual energy, had suddenly split open, revealing a massive fissure stretching for millions of zhong. The fissure was not black, but exhibited a deep extreme, purplish red hue. It looked as if the heavens had been brutally cleaved open by a rusted blunt knife, revealing a bloody wound. An aura more solid and chilling than any previous tribulation, filled with an absolute will to annihilate, thundered down. The air crackled under the pressure of this terrifying presence. Uncle! Uncle! Di Jiang dropped the blueprints on the ground, his muscles taut, breath coming in quick gasps. What is that thing in the sky? The purple-blurred rift, tens of millions of zhong long hung, suspended above the Pango Hall, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast spewing venomous gas. The air was stifling like waterlogged, tattered cotton pressing against the chest, each breath carrying the acrid sting of ozone. Baize was already dazed from the blow. Now, under the oppressive aura from the heavens, his throat emitted two strange gurgling sounds. His eyes rolled back, and with a puff he spat out a mouthful of white froth streaked with blood. His legs kicked out once before he fell utterly unconscious, his head thudding into a mud puddle and splashing up a ring of black water. Ji Ming and Gue Che beside him fared little better, trembling like sieves, unable even to faint cleanly, merely lying prone with their eyes rolling. Crack, crack. A grating, teeth-clenching sound of compression emanated from the rift. This time the heavenly Tao was truly desperate. Its origin essence had been drunk like wine, its grand formation melted down like scrap metal, and the demon officials below were lining up to sing songs of surrender. If it didn't strike down something severe now, who in the primordial wilderness would ever take it seriously again? It resolved no longer to toss down those scattered, lackluster pillars of lightning. Deep within the rift, endless streams of purple firmament, divine thunder, like boiling purplered syrup, began to churn wildly and compress inward. Buzz! The thunder was no longer a roar, but a piercing, high-frequency oscillation. The spatial barriers around were softened by the compressed energy, warping into rippling water-like patterns. In the blink of an eye, the raging thunderous paste was forcibly squeezed together, coalescing in midair into a phantom humanoid figure towering 100 zhong, its entire form crackling with blinding purple-blue arcs of lightning. This entity had no facial features, its face a flat expanse of purple light. It was clad in a suit of thunderous armor woven from the laws of the heavenly Tao, resembling a soulless ultimate killing machine. Its right hand grasped at the void. 10,000 bolts of lightning instantly converged, stretched, and solidified into a sword of punishment over 10 zhong long, its blade edge constantly tearing open tiny spatial black holes. The heavenly Tao's highest-level physical liquidation protocol had gone live. The humanoid lightning tribulation hovered in midair, the air beneath its toes crackling and sizzling from the electric arcs. It slowly raised its right hand. That sword of punishment, whose mere sight made one's eyes ache, pointed directly at Su Chun on the grand armchair. Zzz. Crackle. After a burst of harsh electrical interference, a cold mechanical voice utterly devoid of any human warmth exploded directly within the minds of every living being in the Buzhou Mountain Valley. Detected underlying logical error. Lethal anomaly discovered. Irreparable. Initiating ultimate annihilation. The voice pierced like steel needles, drilling straight into the crown of their heads. In the backyard of the Pangu Hall, the primal witches who had been fervently forging moments ago now fell completely silent. The iron tongs in Zhu Rong's hand clanged onto the furnace edge, scattering a shower of sparks. Rubbing his sore eyes, he stared at the giant humanoid lightning bulb in the sky and swallowed a dry gulp of saliva. What the hell is that thing? Can lightning tribulations even become sentient? He loved playing with fire, but seeing the spatial black holes torn by that lightning sword still made his scalp tingle. Gong Gong, clutching his half-swollen pig-like face, shrank behind Zhu Rong. Sinister. Too sinister. This aura is denser than the thunder that struck Father God back then. His single eye was wide as saucers, his voice trembling. If that strikes down the bronze roof of our Pango Hall, will likely turn into molten iron. Di Jiang, carrying an iron shovel, stepped forward and planted himself in front of the grand armchair. On his bare, muscular shoulders, veins bulged like ancient tree roots, his muscles tensed to the limit. Uncle! Di Jiang roared back at Su Chun in a voice like a torn bellows. This thing is wrong. It's aiming to kill. He stamped his feet in panic, cracking the blue stone slabs beneath him into two radiating fissures. You should quickly hide in the coffin. We brothers are thick-skinned and tough. We'll take the first wave for you. With that, Di Jiang threw down the shovel and clapped his hands together in front of his chest. Spatial laws surged wildly in his palms as he tried to tear open a spatial barrier in midair. The other primal witches also snapped to action, gritting their teeth as they prepared to reveal their true forms and fight to the death. On the grand armchair, Su Chun didn't even shift his seat. He yawned, squeezing 2 teardrops from the corners of his eyes, and slowly straightened up from the chair. The heel of his purple gold boot tapped twice on the bluestone slabs, producing 2 soft clacks. Su Chun raised a hand and used his pinky to dig at his left ear, which itched from the mechanical voice. Flicking away an almost invisible speck of earwax, he lifted his eyelids. His deep, unfathomable black pupils pierced through Di Jiang's broad shoulders, staring directly at the humanoid lightning tribulation showing off arrogantly in the sky. The corners of his mouth curled into an extremely disdainful cold smile. Hide. Su Chun spat out the tasteless dry grass stalk he had been chewing. Do you think this scrap metal special effect is worthy of making your ancestor hide? He shoved Di Jiang aside and casually slapped the back of Di Jiang's head. Move aside, don't block your ancestor's view. Su Chun took 2 steps forward, standing in the open. He tilted his head back, hands clasped behind him, the hem of his purple gold Taoist robe flapping loudly in the wind. Gazing at the sword of punishment aimed at his brow, Su Chun let out a snort of laughter. Ultimate annihilation, huh? His tone dripped with a provocative insolence, as if watching a monkey performing tricks. You mold an electrified clay figure and dare to act cocky in front of your ancestor. The purple phantom, flickering with lightning in the sky, paused for half a second. In its hollow eye sockets, the thunderous liquid surged wildly. The void behind Tian Song shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly collapsing. The pitch-black spatial turbulence surged forth chaotically. Its massive body transformed into a bolt of blinding purple-blue lightning, tearing through the firmament with a speed that left no trace. The thunder penalty soared over Tianzhong long and, entwined with the laws of destruction, stabbed straight down. The air before the sword tip was instantly drained by the intense heat. Leaving behind a straight vacuum black line, it bore a terrifying edge capable of shredding the causality of saints, aimed directly at Su Chun's brow. All living beings in the entire Buzhou Valley felt as if a chilling knife was poised at their throats. In the backyard of the Pangu Hall, Di Jiang's eyes, as large as bronze bells, were about to burst with blood. His muscles were taut as if they would explode, his teeth biting into his lower lip until it bled. "Uncle!" he shouted in despair, his throat cracking. He wanted to rush forward to block it, but his body felt as if it were filled with lead, immobilized by the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly laws, unable to lift even a toe. In the muddy pit, I and Yuan Shi lay in the filthy water that reeked of oil. Hearing the commotion, the 2 of us struggled to lift our heads, our faces caked with mud, managing to force a stiff smile of ecstasy. The heavenly laws finally made a move. Yuan Shi's voice was hoarse like sandpaper being rubbed. He stared intently at the thunder sword, a sickly green light flashing in his eyes. This demon is doomed. The sword tip was rapidly approaching. There was less than half a finger's width left to Su Chun's brow. The fierce sword aura had already ruffled the few strands of hair on his forehead. Yet Su Chun didn't even touch the Hongming Kaitian's sword at his waist. He simply raised his right hand, languidly stretching out the hand that had just absent-mindedly scratched his ear. His index finger slightly bent, then facing the furious thunder penalty sword, he gently pressed. Crack. Snap. A crisp sound exploded in everyone's eardrums. That sound was sharper than stepping on a thin layer of ice. The thunder penalty sword, said to be able to sever the luck of the primordial chaos and eradicate all heresies. Upon contact with Su Chun's fingertip, the purple-blue electric light on the blade extinguished instantly, as if it had met water. Immediately from the sword tip, dense cracks spread like a spider web at high speed. The entire thunder sword over Tianzhong long seemed to be made of inferior glass. It shattered into a heap of sparkling purple debris. When it fell onto the bluestone slab, there was not even a sound. A trace of something akin to glitches flickered in Tian Song's hollow, thunderous eyes for the first time. In its mechanical mind, it clearly hadn't loaded the basic logic to handle such a situation. It hadn't yet computed the next attack command. Su Chun's finger did not stop at all. A barely perceptible purple aura swirled around his fingertip, gently pushing forward. The motion was as soft as if he were pointing at a fluttering moth. Unerringly, it landed precisely on Tian Song's indistinct thunder computer door. Ding! A crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in Su Chun's mind, one only he could hear. 10,000 times critical hit, passive trigger. Bang! A dull explosion reverberated through the air. There was no deafening echo. Only a terrifying shockwave capable of stopping hearts instantly flattened the space within 100 miles. The formerly imposing and arrogant heavenly law incarnate Tian Song didn't even let out a mechanical scream. Its colossal thunderous form, 100 zhang high, burst like a punctured purple balloon. Under Su Chun's single fingertip, it exploded into a magnificent and dazzling purple firework. Countless tiny lightning sparks fell like a gentle purple snow. Landing on the tip of a small witch's nose, he sneezed, and the spark transformed into gentle spiritual energy drilling into his body. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The wind stopped and the water ripples in the mud pit also calmed. Di Jiang's mouth was agape, filled with the earthy scent of wind, his jaw hanging as if dislocated. The ecstasy on Yuan Shirtian Zun's face froze, instantly morphing into a look of sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes rolled back, nearly passing out. This was a manifestation of the heavenly law. Just like that, it was gone, before anyone could regain their senses from this absurd reality. From the depths of the clouds, a once arrogant purpler crack suddenly emitted a sharp, frantic wail. Alo! The sound was drawn out. It sounded like a wild dog that had just been brutally kicked in the groin on the street, filled with a crying tone of utmost grievance echoing for a long time across the 33 heavens. The dissonant barking of a dog drifted down from the chaotic currents 33 heavens away, swirling in the valley of Buzhou Mountain. It made one's eardrums tingle. This hardly resembled the Tao of heaven that governs life and death in the primal chaos. It was more like a little brat who got beaten up for failing to snatch candied hawthorn at the village entrance, returning home to cry to his mother. The purplish red fissures in the clouds trembled like they had Parkinson's disease, with the lightning at the edges flickering chaotically like a frayed electrical wire. In the backyard of the Pangu Palace, the group of demons that had just been pressed to the ground by the imposing aura of Tian Tsang were now dumbstruck. Ji Ming gaped, drool dripping from his chin into the muddy ground. He rubbed his eyes hard with the back of his scaly hand, nearly pushing his eyeballs out of their sockets. Brother Bai Zhe. Ji Ming swallowed a mouthful of mud-flavored saliva, his throat dry as sandpaper. Is that in the sky? Really the Tao of heaven? Bai Zhe rolled his eyes, the broken half of a sheep's horn, still oozing yellow liquid. He trembled as he got up, his legs as weak as freshly boiled noodles, leaning against a scrap iron pipe, panting heavily. Shut your beak. The Tao of heaven has been reduced to fireworks by someone's finger. Who do you expect to save you? His mind was filled with how to be a good, obedient dog for this figure, fearing that the next finger might poke his own forehead. Deep within the chaos, the purplish red eye of the Tao of heaven was truly shattered at this moment. On the enormous scara, red blood vessels resembled an exploded spider's web tangled together. Golden tears of primordial essence were streaming from the corners of its eyes. Splash, splash. The golden tears hit the void, scorching out several basins-sized black holes, emitting pungent white smoke. It hurt. The moment its avatar was crushed, the backlash pain sliced directly into its core from the underlying code. It felt like someone was stirring its brain with a red-hot iron skewer. But what was even more despairing than the pain was the fear. Just in the last fleeting moment of its avatar dispersing, it clearly sensed the fleeting aura from Su Chun along the nearly broken thread of causality. That was the supreme, nine divine armor of Hongmeng. It surpassed the limits of the Tao of heaven, transcending dimensions, a forbidden object that could even withstand the great Tao. Why the hell can this happen? The eye of the Tao of heaven rolled wildly in chaos, stirring up a chaotic swirl of gray air. It howled inwardly, its voice filled with garbled noise. I painstakingly accumulated my wealth over several yuan meetings, and I would be heartbroken for half a day if a treasure chipped. How can this unknown variable that just popped up wear a full set of Hongmeng divine armor? This is like a primitive leader holding a wooden stick, thinking he is invincible in the world. Then someone walks by in a starship ready to wipe him out instantly. There was no way to play anymore. The meager authority of the Tao of heaven was rubbed into dust by Su Chen's finger. The dog system is biased. I'm not writing this script anymore. It cried while frantically retracting its extended tendrils of law. The monitoring nodes scattered across the primal chaos were retracted as if electrocuted. It now only wanted to do one thing: run away, or more accurately, physically disconnect. The eye of the Tao of heaven fixed its gaze on the silhouette of the young man in the green robe beneath Buzhou Mountain, a glint of determination flashing in its depths. If I can't provoke you, I can still evade you. It summoned its remaining uninjured primordial power, preparing to forcibly sever all threads of causality around Buzhou Mountain. It intended to treat this piece of land along with that variable above as a virus file and directly quarantine it. Even if it meant losing 1/10 of the primal chaos territory, it was better than being crushed to death by that guy climbing up the network. Below, Su Chin stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely blowing on the tip of his finger. A few purple lightning sparks remained, which he blew into nothingness. He looked up at the increasingly narrow purplish red fissure in the sky that was preparing to close. A mocking cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Did you think you could sneak away after soiling your pants? Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it echoed sharply in the silent valley. He tapped his toe on the bluestone slab, and his purple gold boots made a crisp sound. I run a fee-based scenic spot here. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Nearby, Emperor Jiang, holding a shovel, had his mouth wide open, still not grasping the situation. D-Dad did that broken eye in the sky. Run away. He pointed up, his fingers trembling. Is it not going to strike us anymore? What strike? Dad smashed it to pieces with a single finger. It's probably hiding under the covers sewing its pants. Zhu Rong kicked over a rusty iron bucket with a loud clang. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, sparks flying from his mouth, singeing the eyebrows of Gong Gong beside him. Gong Gong didn't scold him. His single eye was wide open, staring at Su Chun with fervent reverence, as if he were a deity. In the muddy pit, I and Yuan Shi were truly desperate this time. With even the Tao of Heaven running away, what hope do we two self-proclaimed authentic disciples of Panga have? Yuan Shi's dirty rag fell into the muddy water. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his lips bled. The metallic taste spread in his mouth. Could it be that this primal chaos will really be turned upside down by these demons? Yuan Shi's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping against rough stone. Just as the eye of the Tao of Heaven was about to completely close that fissure, just when everyone thought this farce would end with the Tao of Heaven escaping, an unexpected change occurred, 33 heavens away, in the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. A pressure of a sage pushed to the brink, emanating a fierce intent of mutual destruction. Like a volcano suppressed for millions of years, it erupted without warning at this moment. This pressure was it broke through half of the isolation seal just set by the Tao of Heaven, like a red-hot, all forcibly piercing through the purplish-red fissure that was about to close. The once gloomy sky was suddenly dyed a bizarre dark gold. The air froze and the wind stopped. A chilling, murderous aura descended like a flood. You demon, you are too much in your defiance against heaven. An old hoarse voice filled with endless wrath. It crossed billions of miles of void, crashing down like a red-hot meteor over Buzhou Mountain. As soon as this voice sounded, those demon saints who had just gotten up from the ground knelt down again in unison. Mai and Yuan Shi's dim dead fish eyes suddenly burst into a frenzy of joy. Teacher, it's the teacher. Yuan Shi struggled to crawl out of the mud, his voice so excited it was almost. Su Chen stood beside the Grandmaster's chair, unmoving. He dug in his ears, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Oh, the turtle finally dares to poke its head out. He looked up at the dark golden sky. I thought who it was, old mud eel, you sure charge a hefty appearance fee. The voice filled with murderous intent, an ancient roar scraped across the blue bricks of the rear courtyard of the Pangu Temple like a rusty steel saw. The muddy water in the pit was stirred up, forming circles of fine white foam. The demon clan saints, who were just trembling in fear, suddenly raised their mud-caked faces as if electrified, their eyes igniting with fervor upon seeing a living bodhisattva. Teacher. Yuan Shi Tianzun clung desperately to the gap between the floor tiles, his fingernails split and bleeding, but he paid it no mind. He struggled like an oxygen-starved loach, desperately lifting his upper body and hoarsely howling at the oppressive dark golden clouds above. Teacher, save me. This monster is going to destroy the foundation of the Xianmen. Laozi trembled as well. His white beard was already soaked with dirty water, and now he shook with excitement. The Tao ancestor has descended. There is hope for the wilderness. Tears streamed down his old face, and he didn't even notice the rag he was holding fall into the dirty water bucket. Outside the 33 heavens, the Zixiao Palace was already in complete chaos. Hongjun could no longer remain hidden. The Eye of Heaven's Tao was punctured and exploded, causing it to directly sever the causal lines and flee. If he continued to pretend to be dead on this mat, by the time that unpredictable variable named Su Chun drained all the fortune, he would truly become a mere empty figure as a Tao ancestor. I have plotted for billions of years. How can I allow you, this monster, to urinate on my chessboard? Hongjun leaped from the ground, his eyes reddening to the point of bleeding. He tore off the left sleeve of his gray robe and bit down on his tongue. Puffed. 3 drops of golden blood, shining brightly and containing the supreme pressure of a sage, sprayed onto the cracked creation jade disc in midair. This was a sacrifice of flesh. Once the blood left his body, Hongjun's old face instantly turned ashen, shriveled like a dried walnut from 3 years ago. But he could no longer care about that. The creation jade disc greedily absorbed the blood, and the originally dim jade surface suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. It forcefully pressed down the annoying crack, forcibly connecting with the remnants of the power of Heaven's Tao. Rised. Hongjun grasped the void with his left hand. The space was torn open like a piece of rag, and a pitch-black ancient banner exuding the aura of tearing apart chaos was tightly gripped in his hand. The Panga banner. Once this item appeared, the dome of the Zixiao Palace was directly sliced away by sharp sword energy, and tiles fell chaotically. Open for the old Tao. Hongjun gripped the Panga banner with both hands and fiercely slashed at the void barrier in front of him. Sizzle. The sound was 100 times more ear-piercing than nails on a chalkboard. The space barrier outside the 33 heavens was forcefully torn open, creating a pitch-black gash several tens of thousands of zhang long. The chaotic currents within were rolling wildly, emitting howls like wailing ghosts. Hongjun held the creation jade disc above his head, the Panga banner in his hand. With a step forward, he directly stepped into that crack. In the next moment, the skies above Mount Buzhou changed dramatically. The originally dark golden sky was suddenly ripped apart by billowing purple energy. This purple energy was not just a thread but a sweeping tide stretching for billions of miles, dyeing half the sky a noble purple. Following that, heavenly flowers fell and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The kind of luxurious effects that only appeared when top sages made their entrance instantly filled the entire sky, dazzling to the point that one couldn't open their eyes. The spatial crack slowly opened in the center of the purple energy. The true body of Hongjun had descended. His white hair danced wildly in the gale, and his expression was as cold as that of an emotionless killing god. The terrifying sage pressure surrounding him crashed down upon the Panga temple like a tangible Mount Tai. The 12 ancestral witches below felt a heavy weight on their shoulders, their kneecaps creaking under the unbearable burden. Di Jiang gritted his teeth, straining to prevent himself from kneeling, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn, this old man knows how to intimidate. He gasped heavily, his calves trembling. Dao Ancestor, save us. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming, the demon saints, completely abandoned the dignity of the demon clan. They lay in the mud, frantically bowing their heads to the Hongjun in the sky, their foreheads smashing against the blue bricks with loud thuds, blood mixing with the mud flowing down. This calamity wants to melt us down like scrap iron. We beseech the Dao Ancestor to descend divine thunder and eradicate the heretics. The tragic scene throughout the courtyard was captured in Hongjun's eyes. He looked at Tai Yi, who was tied to the doorstep like a security guard, at Laozi and Yuan Shi washing dishes by the dirty water bucket. Then he glanced at Tong Tian, who was excitedly holding a glowing iron ball staring at him. Hongjun felt a surge of blood and qi in his chest, and a sweet metallic taste rose in his throat. Was this really the Xianmen that he had personally nurtured? This was clearly a den of bandits. You insolent brats. Today I shall obliterate you both in body and spirit. Without further ado, Hongjun directly activated the most glorious moment since his enlightenment. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the creation jade disc above his head suddenly exploded with blinding white light. The radiance descended like a gigantic glass dome, instantly flipped upside down. It completely sealed off the space within a million li, not allowing even a breath of wind to escape. Suppress. With Hongjun's stern shout, he gripped the long black rod of the Panga banner, pouring his sage power into it without reservation. He swung it down fiercely. Sizzle. The sky seemed to be cut open by a knife. The chaotic sword energy carrying the terrifying sharpness to tear apart all laws poured down like the most violent summer rain. Each strand of sword energy was enough to grind a Kwasa saint into minced meat. You which clan do not respect the heavenly numbers and act against the heavens. Hongjun's voice resonated like a great bell, carrying the pressure of heaven's Tao, attempting to mentally crush those below. Today I shall act in the name of heaven and eradicate your heretics to set the record straight. The might that could destroy heaven and earth pressed down. The ground of the Panga temple's rear courtyard began to collapse massively, the blue bricks turning to dust in an instant. The 12 ancestral witches were pressed down by this sage pressure to the point where they couldn't straighten their waists. Di Jiang bit his lip, his eyes turning red. Brothers, protect our uncle. Let's fight him. He roared just as he was about to burn the blood of the ancestral witches to forcibly activate the Great Formation. Just at this tense moment when everyone felt they were doomed. What nonsense retreat. Su Chen's voice, though not loud, firmly suppressed the howling of the sword rain. He slowly stood up from the Grandmaster chair. Facing the overwhelming chaotic sword energy capable of shredding the wilderness, Su Chen not only did not dodge, but instead pulled at his collar. He directly removed the layer of invisible passive shield from his purple golden robe. He opened his arms and tilted his head back, allowing the deadly chaotic sword energy to strike him fiercely. Ding, clang, clang. A dense piercing sound like the clanging of iron erupted. The sword energy struck Su Chen's flesh, causing sparks to fly, then it shattered into streams of air. Su Chen stood there unharmed, not even a hair on his body was cut. He twisted his neck and lifted his eyelids, looking at the stunned Hongjun in the sky. A mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Oh, old loach, you finally dared to crawl out from the sewer.